The young man, once a formidable cultivator on the brink of reaching the Unity realm, found himself reborn as a scavenger, only to face imminent danger. Jiang Cheng awoke to the stench of filth, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness. He distinctly remembered perishing while trying to break through to the Unity realm, yet here he was, alive again. Just as he was reveling in the joy of rebirth, a mocking voice sneered. "This kid's still alive. Kill him," another harsh voice commanded, as a man in black lunged at Jiang Cheng with a dagger aimed at his throat. "Get lost," Jiang Cheng shouted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. As a once great cultivator, he wouldn't tolerate such insolence from mere ants. However, when he tried to summon his powers, he realized his body was empty, his cultivation gone. Seeing this, a bald man scoffed and swung a punch at Jiang Cheng's face. "A filthy scavenger dares to act tough? You offended young Master Qian, you deserve to die." As the sharp dagger descended, Jiang Cheng felt a deep sense of frustration. Damn fate, what a joke. Just reborn and already facing death, and at the hands of insects. At the critical moment, a mystical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Super Divine Pet Synthesis System activated. Reward: Beginner's Gift Pack 1, Cleansing and Meridians Purification. A surge of intense energy swept through him, making his skin translucent as impurities were expelled from his pores. A system? Jiang Cheng was delighted. As a former cultivator, he had read many online novels. He never expected such a miraculous gift to befall him. With a metallic clang, Jiang Cheng effortlessly caught the incoming dagger with 2 fingers. He grabbed the man's throat, lifting him like a chick. "Who sent you?" When the man hesitated, Jiang Cheng tightened his grip, ending his life with a snap. "You killed him?" the bald man exclaimed in horror. "You're done for, kid. You killed someone from the Qian family. Not even the King of Heaven can save you." He turned to flee, but Jiang Cheng casually threw the dagger, piercing his head and leaving him dead in the garbage heap. An hour later, Jiang Cheng had grasped the situation. This was Blue Star, a world transformed a century ago by a cosmic anomaly. Seasons were reversed, climates chaotic, and creatures mutated. Even ordinary pigs grew to the size of mountains, let alone the mutated beasts. With beasts invading, firearms were powerless. Professions like beastmasters, warriors, knights, breeders, and contract mages emerged. As Jiang Cheng pondered whether ancient martial arts could be practiced in this world with scarce spiritual energy, the system chimed in. Ding! Synthesis materials detected. Black crystal, shadow wolf fawn. Missing material, canine creature. Can synthesize beast, sky-devouring wolf, king bloodline. Jiang Cheng looked down at the materials with delight. These were mere scraps in the garbage, yet the system could use them to create a beast. Soon, he found a black and white husky scavenging for food in the trash. The foolish dog bared its teeth at him, unaware of its fate, but Jiang Cheng easily subdued it and brought it back to his shack. As the system commenced synthesis, a white light shot from Jiang Cheng's brow, merging the materials. In the blistering heat, the husky began to transform. Its limbs grew sturdier, its black and white fur became more vivid, scales appeared on its back, and its eyes turned piercingly sharp. It howled skyward, causing all nearby creatures to cower. The system revealed that this sky-devouring wolf not only possessed a king-grade bloodline, but could evolve into a divine beast, the Sacred Blood Qilin. Watching the goofy dog wagging its tail at him, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but have an amused expression. "From now on, you will be my first contracted beast in this world." Jiang Cheng gently stroked the silver-gray fur of the sky-swallowing wolf and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "I'll call you Air Shah from now on." Upon hearing this, the sky-swallowing wolf's eyes widened in disbelief, its tail wagging furiously as it let out a discontented howl. In its mind, it thought, "What a terrible name. It's a disgrace to wolves everywhere." Seeing this, Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. "Oh, you're quite excited." In his view, it was only natural for an ordinary spirit beast to be thrilled by receiving a name from someone of his stature. However, the sky-swallowing wolf did not share this sentiment. It howled towards the sky, venting its frustration, revealing its true nature. It suddenly lunged at the worn-out sofa beside Jiang Cheng, tearing into it with a frenzy. Jiang Cheng frowned, quickly grabbing the loose skin at the back of the wolf's neck, and warned coldly, "Act up again, and I'll turn you into stew." Sensing its master's impatience, the sky-swallowing wolf immediately calmed down, letting out a few pitiful whimpers before curling up on the floor. Ignoring the foolish dog, Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, "Royal bloodline, bronze 3-star." He recalled fragments of memories left by his predecessor. On Blue Star, the quality of contract beasts was categorized into mortal, mysterious, marquis, royal, imperial, emperor, sacred, and the supreme divine beast. The strength of contract beasts was divided into levels such as bronze, silver, and gold. In Tianfeng City, where Jiang Cheng resided, possessing a gold-level contract beast was enough to dominate. As for royal beasts, they were rare even across Qing Estate. A man is not guilty, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. Having cultivated to the verge of unity in his past life, Jiang Cheng understood the ways of the world. He muttered, "First, I need to restore my cultivation." With that, he sat cross-legged and began meditating. Since he had crossed into this different world after narrowly escaping a calamity, he intended to make the most of this opportunity. No matter where, strength reigned supreme. The next morning, Jiang Cheng awoke from his meditation, exhaling a breath of stale air. Peak internal energy. His eyes glinted sharply as he snapped his fingers, sending an invisible force shooting out. With a whoosh, a soda can was sliced cleanly in half. The sudden noise startled the sky-swallowing wolf, which had been sleeping in the corner. It quickly barked a few times to assert its presence. Jiang Cheng glanced at it and patted its head, saying, "Silly dog, stay here and guard the place. I'll let you out in a few days." The sky-swallowing wolf nodded obediently, curling up again to continue its nap. Since the great change in the world 100 years ago, countries on Blue Star had been promoting universal education in beast contracting. The Donghua Kingdom was no exception, establishing academies in cities large and small, with most offering low tuition fees and generous subsidies. Even someone like Jiang Cheng's predecessor, who made a living collecting scrap, could attend school, highlighting Donghua's emphasis on nurturing beast tamers. Jiang Cheng strolled through the campus of Tianlan Academy, observing the people around him. "They're all so weak," he murmured. None of these individuals emitted any spiritual energy, and with his current peak internal energy strength, he doubted anyone in the school could be his match. It seemed this world truly revered beast taming. As he pondered, a sudden roar of an engine broke his thoughts. A white Porsche sped towards him, the gust lifting the skirts of several passing girls. White one. A group of boys who had just entered the school gate ogled, some swallowing hard with lecherous expressions. "Get lost." One of the girls, furious, was about to curse. At that moment, a young man dressed in luxurious attire stepped out of the Porsche, his right arm around a tall, beautiful woman, and said flippantly, "Who's the little beauty cursing at?" He looked at the girl with a flirty gaze, licking his lips, and teased, "You're so pretty when you're angry. How about letting me take care of you?" As soon as the girl saw the young man, her face turned pale. She quickly lowered her head and hurried towards the school gate. The surrounding girls also changed their expressions, clearly recognizing the young man's identity. Qian Shiguang, the second son of the Qian family. Qian Shiguang was a typical playboy, extremely flirtatious, with a new girlfriend almost every week. At that moment, the tall beauty beside him playfully said, "Young Master Qian, these ordinary girls can't compare to me, can they?" Qian Shiguang laughed loudly, pulling the tall beauty into his arms, his hands wandering over her body. "Just joking around. Once the mental power test is over, I'll definitely pamper you." People around watched the scene with disdain in their hearts, but no one dared to speak up. At that moment, Jiang Cheng involuntarily stopped in his tracks. His body trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on the woman in Qian Shiguang's arms. This wasn't his own will, but an obsession left by his predecessor. Jiang Cheng quickly regained control of his emotions, his gaze turning cold. From the fragmented memories of his predecessor, he recognized the woman Lin Xiyan. She and his predecessor grew up in the same orphanage, childhood sweethearts. 2 years ago, Jiang Cheng confessed to her, and they started a relationship. During these 2 years, Jiang Cheng endured many hardships for Lin Xiyan. Whatever she wanted, he would find a way to get it for her. The money came from Jiang Cheng's years of collecting scraps. Just a few days ago, when the new pineapple phone was released, Lin Xiyan pouted, wanting the most expensive pineapple 13 Pro Max. But Jiang Cheng's savings were nearly depleted, and he had no money for such luxury. Yet, his predecessor was deeply in love with Lin Xiyan. Just as he was about to sell a kidney, he unexpectedly saw Qian Shiguang holding Lin Xiyan while they sweetly shopped in the mall. Enraged, his predecessor confronted them, which resulted in the tragic scene yesterday beaten unconscious by Qian Shiguang's lackeys, leading to Jiang Cheng's soul transmigration. "Hey, isn't this the loser?" Qian Shiguang suddenly stopped, causing Lin Xiyan to gasp. He looked at Jiang Cheng with a mocking smile. "Kid, how does it feel to see your once untouchable goddess lying obediently in my arms, being toyed with? Must be hard to swallow, right?" The surrounding students recognized Jiang Cheng and started whispering, "Isn't that Jiang Cheng, the scrap collector?" So it was him. The girl in young Master Qian's arms is his girlfriend, Lin Xiyan? Wow, that's rough. Getting dumped right in front of everyone. What can he do? He's the second son of the Qian family. Not many can afford to offend him at Sky Blue Academy. Onlookers cast sympathetic glances his way. Lin Xiyan looked at Jiang Cheng with extreme indifference, showing none of the sweetness of the girl who used to call him Brother Jiang Cheng. Qian Shiguang shrugged, looking at Jiang Cheng with a teasing smile, pointing at his shoe tip. "Forget it. I won't stoop to your level. My shoe is a bit dirty. Clean it with your tongue, and I'll let you go." The remark was overly offensive, and even some bystanders couldn't bear to watch. Yet, no one dared to help Jiang Cheng, knowing Qian Shiguang's notorious reputation in Tianfeng City for being petty and vengeful. Facing such humiliation, Jiang Cheng's expression remained indifferent. He spoke slowly, with a barely detectable chill in his voice. Kneel, and I might spare your life. Huh, kneel before you? Qian Shiguang laughed, so hard tears almost came out. He pointed at Jiang Cheng and turned to Lin Xian beside him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Does this kid have a screw loose? What did you see in him back then? Lin Xian's expression changed, and she quickly explained. I was naive back then and got tricked by him. She looked at Jiang Cheng with disdain in her voice. Jiang Cheng, we're done. Stop bothering me. This is Qian family's second young master. What can a rag and bone man like you compare to him? I suggest you obediently lick Qian's shoes clean, or you'll regret it. Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself. Even in his past life, he had rarely encountered such fools. Without saying much, he quietly channeled his inner force, silently striking Qian Shiguang's legs. Ah! Qian Shiguang suddenly let out a pig-like scream, his legs buckled, and he ended up kneeling right in front of Jiang Cheng. The students watching around were utterly shocked, with some quickly taking out their phones to capture the scene. This was big news. The second young master of the Qian family, kneeling to a poor rag-and-bone boy. Qian Shiguang's face turned red with anger, glaring at Jiang Cheng, gritting his teeth. What trick did you pull, kid? Jiang Cheng ignored him, turning his attention to Lin Xian, his tone indifferent yet threatening. I suggest you return everything you owe me over the years, or face the consequences. Lin Xian was about to retort with sarcasm when she suddenly felt her throat tighten. A terrifying killing intent enveloped her, almost suffocating her. She looked at Jiang Cheng in horror, as if facing a god of death. You little brat, don't go. I'll get someone to take you out. Qian Shiguang roared, never having been humiliated like this before. Jiang Cheng remained indifferent, walking straight into the gates of Tianlan Academy. To him, these two were no more significant than ants. Damn it. Bitch, help me up now. Qian Shiguang shouted at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face flushed, humiliated by being called a bitch in front of so many people. She hesitated for a moment, but reached out to help Qian Shiguang. Qian Shiguang sneered. What? Not happy about it. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're just a plaything to me. Lin Xian's face was a mix of shame and anger, but she could only swallow her pride and quickly help Qian Shiguang up. The crowd shook their heads, silently lamenting. There are always gold diggers dreaming of marrying into wealth, not realizing they are just toys for the rich. Jiang Cheng arrived at Tianlan Academy at just the right moment, as it was the day for mental power testing. Based on the strength of their mental power, the academy would sort students into different classes. Those with weaker mental power would not become beastmasters, forced to take the path of a warrior instead. On the field, students from each class had gathered, all nervously waiting. Today would determine who could become a prestigious beastmaster. Jiang Cheng. Over here. The beautiful mentor of Class 7, Lu Mengli, was exasperated upon seeing Jiang Cheng leisurely strolling onto the field. Jiang Cheng paused slightly, recalling memories of Lu Mengli. He sized up the mentor. Lu Mengli wore a purple dress that outlined her perfect figure, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, lips slightly pouted, and her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Not bad looking, Jiang Cheng thought to himself, but his gaze didn't linger. He approached Lu Mengli and said calmly, Sorry, I got held up on the way. Jiang Cheng gave a brief explanation and then walked towards Class 7's group. He was determined to integrate into this unfamiliar world, and the first step was to join these students. As Jiang Cheng approached, the students of Class 7 parted like the Red Sea, avoiding him as if he were a plague. Their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery as they whispered among themselves. That junk collector actually came here. What a disgrace to our class. Huh, maybe he's just trying his luck. Who knows, he might actually become a beastmaster. Yeah right, if a junk collector like him can become a beastmaster, then I might as well get into Tianqian Royal Academy. These malicious words were like arrows aimed at Jiang Cheng, but he remained unfazed, ignoring them as he continued walking. Lu Mengli, seeing this, glared fiercely at the ones speaking ill and shouted, Shut up, all of you. Just then, an angry shout came from behind. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. It was Qian Shiguang, hobbling towards them with the help of two lackeys, looking like an enraged crab. Several girls couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Some students who arrived late curiously asked, What happened? How did Jiang Cheng, the junk collector, get involved with young Master Qian? More than just involved, someone whispered. Jiang Cheng actually broke young Master Qian's leg and made him kneel on the ground. TSK, it was satisfying to watch. But he's definitely done for. Wow, that's bold. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their eyes on Jiang Cheng filled with admiration, but more with pity and schadenfreude. Everyone knew Qian Shiguang was vengeful, and a mere junk collector like Jiang Cheng stood no chance against the notorious Qian family. As the tension in the air reached its peak, a teacher suddenly shouted, Quiet, the principal is here. No sooner had the words been spoken, the sky darkened as a massive, red dragon with fleshy wings descended onto the platform, its enormous body blocking out the sun. Jiang Cheng's mind was suddenly filled with data. Beast name, Crimson Flame Dragon. Beast level, gold 4-star. Beast quality, inferior grade. Beast skills, Lava Fury, Dragon's Breath, Fierce Dragon Roar. Beast status, excited. Beast weaknesses, water, ice. Beast evolution requirements, 3 gold beast crystals, 1 jar of golden dragon blood, 10 pine cones. Evolution paths, 27 in total. Gold level. Jiang Cheng murmured, a smile creeping onto his lips. This unexpected system that allowed him to observe others' beast attributes was a delightful surprise. Atop the dragon's head stood 2 people. One was dressed in a white Zhongshan suit with slicked-back hair, none other than the flamboyant dean by Yuntao of Tianlan Academy. The other wore a black robe with 2 embroidered claw patterns on the shoulder, exuding an extraordinary aura. Sharp-eyed students noticed the unfamiliar robed man, their expressions filled with curiosity. Standing alongside the dean, this person must hold a significant position, yet none of them had seen him in Tianfeng City before. Bai Yuntao cleared his throat and introduced. This is Mr. Liu from Qinghe Academy. Qinghe Academy. The students erupted at the mention. That was the highest-ranking Beastmaster Academy in the entire Qinghe state. Even the furious Qian Shiguang couldn't help but glance at Mr. Liu, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Young master, your opportunity has arrived. He's probably here to recruit. The lackeys immediately flattered. Exactly, exactly. Who else but young Master Qian is qualified to be selected from Tianlan Academy? Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key, Qian Shiguang said, though his face was increasingly smug. Standing atop the Crimson Flame Dragon, Bai Yuntao spoke loudly. Students, it's time for the thrilling spirit power test. Whether you can become a noble beastmaster will be determined today. Of course, if you fail, don't be discouraged. Becoming an honorable warrior is also a commendable path. He paused, then continued. Seeing Mr. Liu from Qinghe Academy, I'm sure you've all guessed why. The students below immediately held their breath, each one tense, as if about to go into battle. Now I announce. Bai Yuntao deliberately drew out his words. The spirit power test begins. A large crystal was then brought onto the platform, a device specifically for testing spirit power. The teacher in charge of registration picked up the roster without expression and called out. First up, Class 1's Li XX. One by one, the students from each class stepped onto the stage for their assessment, transforming the scene into a merciless selection ceremony. The teacher beside the testing crystal announced each student's fate with mechanical detachment. Passed, inferior aptitude. Assigned to Class Ren. Failed, assigned to Warrior Class 1. Failed, assigned to Warrior Class 2. Emotions played across the students' faces: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, as only a few would become beast tamers, while most walked towards the warrior classes with despair. Bai Yuntao stood aside, his face as dark as iron. The results of nearly 200 students were disheartening. Fewer than 50 passed, and those with even moderate aptitude were rare. Teacher Liu remained expressionless, but the other teachers were visibly ashamed. The performance was too poor to impress Teacher Liu. Suddenly, the teacher's voice carried a hint of excitement. Li Zhilong, passed. Superior aptitude. All eyes immediately turned to Teacher Liu. He nodded slightly. Not bad, barely acceptable. The crowd was in an uproar. The students exchanged glances, thinking the standards were excessively high. Li Zhilong was overjoyed, quickly running to Teacher Liu to express his gratitude. Next, Jiang Cheng from Class 7. As this name was called, the students from Class 7 lowered their heads, as if witnessing something disgraceful. To them, a junk collector stepping up for the test was a humiliation for Class 7. At that moment, a cold laugh came from the ranks of Class 9. Qian Shiguang glared at Jiang Cheng, and if Bai Yuntao weren't present, he would have rushed over to teach this boy a lesson for humiliating him. Other lackeys from the Qian family chimed in, hurling insults. The students from Class 7 finally realized what had happened at the school gate earlier and distanced themselves from Jiang Cheng, fearing trouble. Bai Yuntao gave Qian Shiguang a dispassionate glance and frowned slightly, saying, the testing crystal isn't that easy to break. Jiang Cheng stepped out of the line expressionlessly, and Lu Mengli patted his shoulder, offering quiet comfort. This drew envious looks from many male students. As Jiang Cheng passed by the Class 9 lineup, Qian Shiguang threatened, Kid, don't leave after school. I'll have someone deal with you. Jiang Cheng coldly retorted with an insult, igniting Qian Shiguang's fury. Several lackeys quickly held Qian Shiguang back, reminding him that the principal was still present. That didn't stop them from glaring at Jiang Cheng with vengeful eyes, plotting their revenge after school. Jiang Cheng stood on the testing platform, his gaze falling on the testing crystal, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's actually a soul-attracting crystal, at least of inferior quality, he thought to himself, feeling a growing anticipation for the upcoming assessment. Jiang Cheng let out a light chuckle and placed his hand on the testing crystal. This large crystal contained accumulated soul power, and Jiang Cheng intended to extract it all for his own use. To the audience below, the testing crystal flickered slightly the moment Jiang Cheng touched it, then dimmed completely. Haha, what a waste. Not even a low-grade talent. Qian Shiguang mocked, while Lin Xian beside him also smirked. Lu Mengli sighed softly. She had hoped Jiang Cheng could become a beast master and escape his disrespected status. The teacher in charge was about to announce the results when his voice abruptly stopped. The crystal ball suddenly emitted a dazzling light, shifting from green to red, and then turning purple. "Oh my, another top-grade talent," an instructor exclaimed. The room fell silent, everyone incredulously staring at Jiang Cheng on stage. As the purple light faded, a rainbow of colors illuminated the surroundings. Supreme talent. Teacher Lu's eyes burned with excitement as he laughed. Good, good. Qinghe Academy needs a genius like you. The crowd erupted, with eyes filled with shock, envy, and admiration all focused on Jiang Cheng. Qian Shiguang clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Lin Xian was stunned, regretting that she had dismissed a genius with supreme beast master potential. She realized that Jiang Cheng's future status would far surpass that of Qian Shiguang, the playboy. Jiang Cheng exhaled a breath of clarity, absorbing the vast soul power to heal a soul wound from a past breakthrough. Suddenly, the crystal ball cracked and shattered into pieces on the ground. The testing crystal broke? The noisy students fell silent. Qian Shiguang burst into laughter. Haha, I knew it. The testing crystal was faulty, and this junk collector just got lucky with those colors. His lackeys quickly chimed in. The students clamored for a retest, some out of jealousy, others hoping for a similar stroke of luck. Bai Yuntao rubbed his temples, looking down at the shattered crystal. Everyone quiet down. Since the testing crystal malfunctioned, today's testing is paused. We'll continue once the new spiritual power testing equipment arrives. If anyone has doubts about their prior results, they can apply for a retest. As for Jiang Cheng, we'll place him in the Beast Master class for now. Teacher Lu frowned, his enthusiasm waning, and he didn't mention recruiting anymore. Several instructors from the elite class vied to have Jiang Cheng join their class. If Jiang Cheng truly had supreme talent, it would be a major gain. Even if not, the elite class had an elimination system, with reassignment every month, so those with weaker talent wouldn't stay long. Watching the tutors from the top class argue over Jiang Cheng, the students in the audience were insanely jealous. Bai Yuntao glared at the tutors, stopping their dispute. He turned to Jiang Cheng and asked gently, Jiang Cheng, which class would you like to join? Jiang Cheng calmly scanned the tutors present and finally settled his gaze on Lu Mengli. He pointed to her and said indifferently, I'll join Ms. Lu's class. Lu Mengli was taken aback, clearly not expecting Jiang Cheng to choose her, the tutor in charge of the second-tier class, over the eager top-tier tutors. She thought to herself, this kid knows his limits. The surrounding students quickly guessed Jiang Cheng's intention, their eyes gleaming with understanding. Someone murmured, isn't he just afraid that in a retest, he won't even qualify as lower grade? Choosing a familiar teacher is a good way to save face. Others nodded in agreement, finding this explanation reasonable. After all, how could someone who collects scraps have exceptional talent? The top-tier class tutors also looked at Jiang Cheng suspiciously, their enthusiasm waning. But the real reason Jiang Cheng chose Lu Mengli was simple convenience. Bai Yuntao chuckled, then I'll leave it to you, Xiao Lu. Without another word, Jiang Cheng walked straight into Class 7's lineup. The other students still kept their distance, leaving him a clear space. Lu Mengli smiled at Jiang Cheng, praising, not bad, Jiang Cheng. I didn't expect your mental strength to be so strong. She then asked, what kind of beast do you want to contract? Let me buy one for you, since the beast mastery assessment is coming up. Jiang Cheng replied calmly, no need, I have one. He was currently absorbing a surge of soul power, healing his soul wound. Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at him, her tone turning stern. What do you have? Don't be stubborn. The quality of your beast is crucial for a beast master. Don't waste your talent. From a distance, Qian Shiguang looked at Jiang Cheng mockingly and sneered. No way, no way. Miss Lu, do you really think a scrap collector could have top-tier talent? Just a nobody trying to fake his way into being a beast master? Ready to kneel again. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, a cold glint in his eyes. Qian Shiguang was furious, but, noticing Bai Yuntao still atop the red dragon, held back his anger. He threatened fiercely. Kid, don't leave the school gates if you dare. You're dead otherwise. With that, Qian Shiguang, arm around Lin Xian, left with his cronies, clearly planning to ambush Jiang Cheng at the school gate. Outside of Tianlan Academy, they could do as they pleased. Jiang Cheng squinted, a hint of killing intent rising within him. He recalled the black-clad man and bald thug who tried to kill him earlier. They were evidently Qian Shiguang's men. Jiang Cheng always believed in not provoking others unless provoked. Since someone wanted him dead, they should be ready to face the consequences. At this point, Lu Mengli gently patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder, advising softly, she's not worth it. She had noticed Lin Xian with Qian Shiguang and assumed Jiang Cheng was angry because of jealousy. Jiang Cheng responded coolly, are you telling me what to do? With that, he headed straight for the school gate. Lu Mengli was both annoyed and puzzled as she watched him walk away. She felt there was something off about this student, as if his demeanor had transformed into that of a high-ranking figure. Around them, many students eagerly whispered, "This is going to be interesting." They followed Jiang Cheng's lead, heading towards the school gate in anticipation of the upcoming drama. A tense standoff was unfolding at the entrance of Tianlan Academy. Qian Shiguang stood proudly, surrounded by over a dozen followers. Holding Lin Xian with one arm, his eyes glinted with a cold light. The air around the school gate seemed to freeze, and the students held their breath, anticipating the imminent conflict. "Young Master Qian, that guy must be scared stiff, too afraid to come out. Should we go in and drag him out?" A few of Qian's lackeys suggested obsequiously. At that moment, Jiang Cheng appeared in everyone's view. His expression was calm, his steps steady, seemingly unaware of the tense atmosphere around him, as he walked straight out of the gate. Bold move. Qian Shiguang released Lin Xian, picked up an iron rod, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Hold him down. I want to break his legs myself and make him kneel here for 3 days and nights." With Qian Shiguang's order, his guards let out malicious laughter, advancing toward Jiang Cheng like wolves. The surrounding students stepped back, some whispering with schadenfreude, "Jiang Cheng is done for." Qian's guards are all at least 7-star warriors. Faced with the menacing encirclement, Jiang Cheng merely muttered, "A bunch of amateurs." This remark undoubtedly lit the fuse. One of Qian's guards sneered, reaching out like an eagle's claw toward Jiang Cheng's shoulder. However, the next second, a crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, followed by the guard's scream, "Ah, my hand." Jiang Cheng casually crushed the guard's wrist bone, as if it were just a piece of tofu. He remarked disdainfully, "Too weak," then kicked the guard, who flew through the air in a graceful arc. The scene shocked everyone. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, "So this is the warriors of this world. Their strength is decent, but compared to ancient martial arts, it's like comparing an adult to a baby." The crowd was stunned, some incredulously speculating, could this junk collector be a hidden martial arts expert? The remaining guards snapped back to reality, roaring as they charged at Jiang Cheng together. Yet, Jiang Cheng's expression remained unchanged as a faint swirl of energy appeared in his palms, a sign of internal force manifesting. "Explode," Jiang Cheng said softly. In an instant, an invisible force, like a whirlwind, sent over a dozen guards flying. One guard clutched his chest, shocked, manifested battle energy. "He's a battle master." Battle master? The term was like a bombshell, causing everyone to hold their breath. Although a battle master's status wasn't as high as a beast tamer, their strength was undeniable. For Jiang Cheng to be a battle master at his age was rare, even in Qinghe Prefecture's martial arts sanctuary Yinyang Battle Mansion. Jiang Cheng ignored the surrounding astonishment, slowly walking towards Qian Shiguang, his eyes icy cold. Panic set in for Qian Shiguang as he retreated, trying to maintain his composure. "What do you want? I warn you, don't come any closer. Even if you're a battle master, or even a battle sovereign, crossing the Qian family spells certain death." His words weren't entirely false, as the Qian family did possess a gold-rank beast that even ordinary battle sovereigns wouldn't dare provoke. However, he was facing Jiang Cheng, a powerful practitioner on the verge of unity. "Time for you to go." Jiang Cheng chuckled, his palm descending lightly. At that critical moment, a sharp, piercing cry suddenly echoed from afar. A blue silhouette appeared. A shadowy figure swiftly approached, its sharp claws reaching for Jiang Cheng. "Hiss!" Jiang Cheng blocked with his bare hands, but a line of blood appeared on the back of his hand. He stepped back a few paces, his eyes warily fixed on the giant blue bird. In Jiang Cheng's vision, a string of information appeared. Beast name, Gale Blue Eagle. Beast level, Silver 3-star. Beast quality, Mysterious grade lower. Beast skills, Wind Feather Armor Piercing, 10-fold speed increase. Beast status, Savage. Beast weakness, Agility type. Evolution requirements, 3 silver grade beast crystals, 5 snow lotus seeds, sky splitter falcon feathers. Evolution paths, 14 in total. Qian Shiguang spotted the middle-aged man beside the Gale Blue Eagle, a flash of joy in his eyes. He ordered viciously, "Uncle Chun, kill this little brat for me. No, first cut off his legs. I want him tortured to death." Lin Xian, standing nearby, felt a trace of schadenfreude, her resentment dissipating. She thought to herself, facing a silver-grade beast and hoping to live? Clearly impossible. The middle-aged man looked indifferently at Jiang Cheng. The Gale Blue Eagle beside him suddenly soared, its claw-like steel teeth aiming to crush Jiang Cheng's legs. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, thinking, it's fast, but its defense is weak. He was about to unleash his inner strength, preparing to strike at the eagle's abdomen. At this critical moment, a clear shout came from the school gate. "Stop!" Lu Mengli stepped forward quickly, urgently calling, "Xiaobai, stop it!" Swish! A white shadow darted from Lu Mengli's arms. Meow! It was a white cat, incredibly fast, extending its claws towards the Gale Blue Eagle. Chirp! The Gale Blue Eagle let out a miserable cry, with several bloody scratches appearing on its chest. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp, whispering, "That's Teacher Lu's beast, a silver 5-star. A white phantom demon cat. Though only 2 stars apart, the gale blue eagle was no match for the white cat. Qian Shiguang's face was full of anger. He growled, loomingly, what do you mean by this? If you save this kid, you'll offend the entire Qian family, and you know the consequences. Loomingly stood in front of Jiang Cheng, her voice cold. He's my student, and I have an obligation to ensure his safety. Besides, your Qian family doesn't have the power to control everything in Tianfeng City. Damn it. Qian Shiguang clenched his fists, and Uncle Chen quietly advised, young master, let's head back. It's not practical to make a move on this kid at the gate of Tianlan Academy. After all, the headmaster is also a gold-grade beast master. Doing this would be like slapping him in the face. Qian Shiguang's expression changed, and he finally glared at Jiang Cheng viciously, gritting his teeth. Brat, I hope someone will protect you next time too. With that, he turned and dragged Lin Xian into a white sports car. Lin Xian looked at Qian Shiguang's ferocious face, feeling a bit panicked as she knew she'd have to endure his peculiar habits again tonight. The crowd gradually dispersed, but their gazes at Jiang Cheng were mixed with fear and awe. Someone whispered, this boy we once looked down on as a ragpicker is actually a hidden genius warrior. But offending the Qian family, he's doomed. Almost everyone in Tianfeng City knew of Qian Shiguang's vengeful nature, and having been humiliated by Jiang Cheng, he certainly wouldn't let him go. Loomingly turned to Jiang Cheng, looking serious. She hesitated slightly, biting her lip. Be careful when you go back. I'm afraid Qian Shiguang will trouble you again. I have spare rooms at my place. If you don't mind, you could. No need. Jiang Cheng curtly declined Lu Mengli's offer. Jiang Cheng coldly interrupted Lu Mengli, a hint of disdain on his brow. Although his soul had traversed, and he was cultivating anew, as a powerful being on the verge of unity, how could he tolerate being sheltered by a woman? After some initial understanding, he was clear about the power system of this world. A silver-level beast master was equivalent to a practitioner of the Huajin stage, and it wouldn't take long for him to reach that stage. By then, with his rich combat experience, dealing with a silver-level beast would be more than manageable. As for a gold-level beast, once he reached the innate stage, it wouldn't pose a threat either. Lu Mengli stomped her foot in anger, thinking this guy really didn't know what was good for him. Did he think the Qian family was easy to provoke? However, Jiang Cheng paid her no mind and walked away. Watching his departing figure, Lu Mengli was perplexed. This Jiang Cheng was completely different from the honest, simple, stubborn, self-deprecating, even stuttering person she remembered. Now he was unfathomable. Arriving at the North Mountain landfill, Jiang Cheng's face turned grim at the sight of a dog's head poking out from the trash pile. This stupid dog had actually torn down his little shack and was now grinning foolishly with its tongue out. Furious, Jiang Cheng stormed forward and grabbed the sky-swallowing wolf hidden in the trash heap. Suddenly, his expression changed. Bronze 5-star. Jiang Cheng was surprised to find that in just one day, this foolish dog's strength had increased by 2 stars. He suspiciously eyed the feigning sky-swallowing wolf and asked, what did you eat? The sky-swallowing wolf whimpered, spitting out some crystal core remnants from its mouth. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the landfill, thoughtfully nodding. This place handled all of Tianfeng City's waste disposal, so it was inevitable that some discarded demon crystals would mix in. Unexpectedly, this foolish dog could actually devour these waste crystals to boost its strength. Forget it. Let's find a place to settle down first. Jiang Cheng put down the sky-swallowing wolf, unwilling to argue further, and walked ahead. The sky-swallowing wolf quickly wagged its tail and followed. Before long, Jiang Cheng, guided by the memories of his predecessor, arrived before a grand and imposing building. The plaque, with its antique charm, was inscribed with the bold words, Beast Master Guild, and below it read, Unauthorized personnel prohibited. The guard at the gate sized up Jiang Cheng and stopped him. Jiang Cheng calmly stated, I'm here to certify as a beast master. The guard scrutinized Jiang Cheng again, noting his tattered clothes and the husky following him, and skeptically asked, a beast master? Sir, are you joking? At that moment, a burst of unrestrained laughter came from behind. Haha, this is hilarious. Bringing a mutt to certify as a beast master. The guard, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately assumed a respectful demeanor. Young Master Su. A young man in luxurious attire approached, accompanied by a majestic snow-white lion, larger than the sky-swallowing wolf. Jiang Cheng glanced at the slightly restless sky-swallowing wolf at his feet and quietly admonished, don't cause trouble. Though he wasn't afraid of conflict, he needed time to restore his cultivation. Dealing with the Qian family was already troublesome enough. Adding another adversary would only complicate matters. Su Ao looked at the trembling sky-swallowing wolf and laughed triumphantly. Haha, look at this mutt, scared silly. My beast here is a rare snow lion from the western regions, of superior, Xian-grade bloodline. A silly husky facing a snow lion, it's a wonder it hasn't wet itself in fear. Kid, this isn't a place for you. Go beg somewhere else, Su Ao sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Jiang Cheng before striding arrogantly into the Beastmaster Guild. His snow lion followed, tail held high in defiance. Howl! The Tunshan wolf let out a low growl, a flicker of disdain in its eyes. As a beast with mystical bloodline, it was deeply displeased with the snow lion's boldness. If not for its master's strict orders to avoid trouble, just a hint of its aura would have had the snow lion trembling in fear. Jiang Cheng remained calm, gently patting the Tunshan wolf's head. He said to the guard, "It's a beast too." Howl! The Tunshan wolf understood, releasing a subtle yet intimidating presence. The guard froze, cold sweat forming on his brow in response to the invisible chill. This husky is really a beast, the guard thought, shocked. And its aura feels even more terrifying than Su Ao's snow lion. "Sir, please come in." The guard immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Even a bronze-level beastmaster was not someone a mere guard could afford to offend. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and stepped into the grand hall of the Beastmaster Guild with the Tunshan wolf. The space was far more opulent than expected. 6 massive gilded chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, illuminating the hall in a golden glow. For sturdy golden pillars naturally divided the space into 2 sections. The left was a lounge area with plush leather sofas and an array of fine refreshments. The right was a workspace where staff were busily handling various Beastmaster affairs. "Sir, how may I assist you?" a sweet voice suddenly asked. Jiang Cheng turned to see an elegantly beautiful maid smiling at him. "I need to be certified as a Beastmaster." Jiang Cheng replied coolly, not breaking his gaze. "Certainly, please follow me." The maid curtsied and led Jiang Cheng towards the inner hall, where Beastmaster rankings were determined. The inner hall was even more spacious, with several robed Beastmasters conversing in small groups. Suddenly, a deafening lion's roar erupted from an inner chamber, followed by Su Ao's ecstatic laughter. "Bronze 5-star. I really am a Beastmaster genius. Young Master Su's advancement method is truly remarkable." A middle-aged man in a robe flattered subtly. "Your snow lion might be even closer to the Marquis bloodline after this. It might have already broken through to the Marquis bloodline." Su Ao said excitedly. "Quick, take it to have its quality assessed." He was thrilled to find that a method he casually discovered in the Su family's library was so effective. "Assess my foot." The Beastmaster steward internally grumbled, knowing that the snow lion's breakthrough was due to a secret supplement he had fed it earlier, not Su Ao's so-called method. "Steward, this gentleman is here for Beastmaster certification." The maid beside Jiang Cheng hurriedly spoke up. "Hey, how did this beggar get in here?" Su Ao immediately recognized Jiang Cheng and scoffed. "Steward Qin, how can our prestigious Beastmaster Guild let any random person waltz in here? A husky is a beast? What a joke." Su Ao laughed derisively, and the other Beastmasters noticed Jiang Cheng's Tunshan wolf, their eyes filled with curiosity. With its scales hidden beneath its fur, the Tunshan wolf resembled a large husky, a breed historically deemed least likely to become a beast in the annals of Beastmaster lore. Qin Yuntao, the steward, scrutinized Jiang Cheng's attire with a frown, his tone severe. "Kid, pretending to be a Beastmaster is a serious crime. Can you bear the consequences?" His words were sharp as a knife, causing even the maid beside him to blush with embarrassment, as she was the one who brought Jiang Cheng in. Jiang Cheng remained calm and asked, "Oh? And what if I am indeed a Beastmaster?" Su Ao smirked disdainfully, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "If you're a Beastmaster, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. If not, get out of here, and remember, crawl out." Qin Yuntao chimed in, fanning the flames. "Young Master Su, that's too lenient. This kid is clearly a fraud." Su Ao chuckled lightly. "What can I say? This young master is charitable." Their words were relentless, leaving Jiang Cheng humiliated. Yet Jiang Cheng remained composed and said slowly, "I don't want your 1,000 gold coins. Just kneel and apologize to me." "How arrogant." Su Ao laughed in anger. "I want to see where you get the nerve to call yourself a Beastmaster." Other Beastmasters, intrigued by the commotion, followed them into the area designated for assessing the quality of beasts. In the center of Beast Cloud Hall stood an ancient bronze mirror, surrounded by walls engraved with strange patterns and various mythical beast images. Someone whispered, "This is the demon mirror, capable of determining the quality and bloodline of a beast." The Beastmasters murmured among themselves, with one mentioning, "I heard a few years ago, our Beastmaster Guild tested a king-grade beast. I wonder if it's true." "It is true," another confirmed. "They say the owner of that king-grade beast is none other than the eldest son of our Qinghe Prefecture's lord, Su Mu." "Nonsense. Why would the Prince of Qinghe appear in our little place?" someone refuted skeptically. At this moment, Su Ao wore a smug smile, tauntingly looking at Jiang Cheng. "Kid, let me show you what a true beast genius is." He patted the head of the snow lion behind him. The snow lion lazily moved to the center of the area, facing the demon mirror. Suddenly, the mirror emitted a red glow, revealing the image of the snow lion. Text appeared on the mirror. Beast name, Snow Lion. Beast quality, high-grade mystic. Beast level, bronze 5-star. Qin Yuntao immediately praised. Young Master Su is indeed favored by the heavens. Your snow lion is already at bronze 5-star in its youth. Breaking through to the gold level in the future is no problem. The surrounding beast masters also expressed their amazement and began discussing. Su Ao, however, muttered in dissatisfaction, only high-grade mystic. Then he looked at Jiang Cheng with disdain. Kid, you probably haven't seen a mystic-grade beast in your life. Let me broaden your horizon today. The snow lion, sensing its owner's emotions, suddenly expanded several times in size, revealing sharp, white fangs, and looked down contemptuously at Jiang Cheng and his beast. Jiang Cheng chuckled, patting the head of his sky-swallowing wolf. A mere mystic grade, just trash. The long-suppressed sky-swallowing wolf let out a howl, its body instantly expanding to 3 meters in length. Scales emerged from its fur, and its pupils turned a blood-red hue. A powerful kingly aura permeated the entire beast cloud hall. The snow lion, witnessing this, was instantly terrified, tucking its tail between its legs and crouching on the ground. This was an instinctive reaction of a beast encountering a superior. Suddenly, the demon mirror emitted a dazzling multicolored light, with large characters appearing, mid-grade king. The entire hall fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief at the sky-swallowing wolf. It was a genuine king-grade beast. The appearance of the royal-grade beast left Qin Yuntao feeling parched and anxious as he realized he had been neglectful towards the owner of such a magnificent creature. Su Ao's face turned pale, his eyes fixated on the sky-devouring wolf, and his body trembled with overwhelming greed. A royal-grade beast was a rare sight in the entire Qing estate. Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Yuntao with indifference and asked calmly, "Can you certify my status as a beast master now?" "Yes, of course. I'll take care of it right away." Qin Yuntao responded with newfound respect, instructing his staff to quickly register Jiang Cheng's information. At that moment, Su Ao suddenly spoke up, his eyes locked on Jiang Cheng. "Kid, I'll offer you 10,000 gold coins for your beast." The surrounding beast masters exchanged peculiar glances. Buying a royal-grade beast for just 10,000 gold coins? It was a fool's dream. Besides, once a beast recognized its master, it couldn't be transferred. What exactly was Su Ao planning? Jiang Cheng remained silent, merely looking at Su Ao as if he were a fool. Seeing Jiang Cheng unmoved, Su Ao raised a finger, his tone threatening. "What? Not interested? I'll offer 100,000 gold coins for your beast. Kid, you should know the status of the Su family in Tianfeng City. Offering you 100,000 is more than generous. It's not worth risking your life over a beast." The scene fell silent, with all eyes on Jiang Cheng. In theory, someone capable of commanding a royal-grade beast must have an extraordinary background, yet Jiang Cheng's simple attire didn't match that of a noble family member. "Get lost," Jiang Cheng said coldly, releasing inner strength that precisely struck Su Ao's legs. Su Ao fell to his knees before Jiang Cheng, his face twisted with rage. "Kid, you've crossed the Su family, you're finished." Jiang Cheng remained calm and indifferent. In his view, neither the Qian family nor the Su family would be a threat once he regained his innate strength. At this point, Qin Yuntao respectfully handed Jiang Cheng his identification card, completely ignoring the kneeling Su Ao behind him. He thought to himself, what a fool. Someone with a royal-grade beast is not to be underestimated. The Su family will eventually regret provoking such a formidable enemy. Sensing Jiang Cheng's indifferent gaze, Qin Yuntao became even more apprehensive. He had only seen such an aura in significant figures. Not even the king of Qinghe exuded such a commanding presence. He was certain that this young man was destined for greatness. Qin Yuntao's demeanor grew even more respectful, nearly bending his waist at a right angle. Jiang Cheng accepted the identification card, glancing briefly at the sky-devouring wolf, which was playfully toying with the snow lion. Whoa! The sky-devouring wolf sat on the snow lion, dazing it, then eagerly followed Jiang Cheng. Su Ao gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. "Dad, I found a royal-grade beast at the Beastmaster Guild. Get here quickly, or that kid will get away." "What? I'll send someone immediately." The voice on the other end sounded shocked before responding decisively. The Beastmasters present began spreading the news within their circles. After many years, a royal-grade beast had appeared again in Tianfeng City. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng entered a rental agency. The place was sparsely populated, with a plump woman at the front desk absorbed in watching short videos, occasionally letting out a chuckle. Jiang Cheng walked straight to the counter, placed his Beastmaster identification card on the table, and stated succinctly, "Arrange a place for me to stay." The privileges of being a Beastmaster allowed Jiang Cheng to easily secure free accommodation. He stood in front of the rental agency, watching the slightly surprised lady behind the counter wipe it down as she respectfully inquired about his needs. "Just something a bit bigger," Jiang Cheng replied succinctly. The lady quickly worked the keyboard and soon made an arrangement. "Nanyang Villa District, house number 3. Here's the room card. You can stay as long as you like, and someone will come to collect the house when you leave." Jiang Cheng nodded, took the room card, and headed towards his destination with the sky-devouring wolf. Along the way, he felt secretly grateful for choosing to become a beast master, as these privileges saved him a lot of trouble. Upon arriving at house number 3 in Nanyang Villa District, Jiang Cheng was pleased to feel the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the Beishan landfill. With a spirit-gathering formation, he could quickly restore his innate state. The sky-devouring wolf excitedly surveyed the spacious villa, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Cheng glanced at it, warning coldly, "If you wreck the place again, I'll cook you." The wolf immediately feigned obedience, panting with a silly grin. Once inside the villa, Jiang Cheng cleared a space and sat cross-legged. The sky-devouring wolf tugged at his pant leg, indicating it wanted to go out for a walk. Jiang Cheng allowed it, reminding it not to cause trouble. As the wolf joyfully bounded outside, Jiang Cheng focused on his cultivation. He practiced the dragon-elephant breathing technique, slowly drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. This superior ancient martial arts cultivation method was exceptionally rare in the cultivation world of his past life. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng's breathing was as heavy as a dragon's roar. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a sword, and exhaled a stream of white breath that instantly shattered the marble in front of him into powder. Transforming strength, Jiang Cheng murmured, as milky white energy swirled around his fingertips. He knew that in the mundane world, transforming strength marked one as a grandmaster, but in the cultivation world, it was insignificant. Jiang Cheng recalled the 7 great realms of ancient martial arts: postnatal, innate, divine sea, profound capital, life and death, God communing, and the ultimate unity realm. In his previous life, he was a pinnacle God communing expert, just a step away from unity, but he failed in his breakthrough, ending up in this world. Gazing into the distance, Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, "Perhaps this world can help me reach greater heights." He felt that cultivation here was smoother, as if some constraint had been lifted. Jiang Cheng vaguely sensed that it wasn't his power that was lacking, but rather the limitations of the cosmic laws of his previous world that hindered his breakthrough. A chilling howl from a sky-swallowing wolf suddenly pierced the tranquility of the Nanyang Villa District. Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. That foolish dog had caused trouble again. He got up and headed outside, wondering which family the silly dog had offended in this upscale community mostly inhabited by beast tamers. Following the sound, Jiang Cheng quickly reached the neighboring villa. The sight before him made him pause. The sky-swallowing wolf was tightly bound and lying on the ground in a sorry state. Next to it stood a striking woman, with a cold and alluring appearance and a figure that was hard to ignore: full breasts, a slender waist, and long, shapely legs extending from her hot pants. She was holding a white jade fox in her arms, her pretty face filled with anger. As Jiang Cheng approached, the woman raised an eyebrow and asked coldly, "Is this your beast?" "Yes," Jiang Cheng replied, glancing at the sky-swallowing wolf with a headache. The woman, still fuming, said, "How on earth do you train your beast? This lecherous dog just tried to harass my Xiaoyu. If I hadn't caught it in time, who knows what would have happened?" She continued to soothe the frightened white jade fox in her arms. Jiang Cheng's face twitched slightly, and he coughed awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I was negligent." The tall woman snorted coldly and suddenly glanced at the sky-swallowing wolf, who was playing dumb. Her tone carried a hint of surprise. "What quality is your beast that it isn't even afraid of my Xiaoyu?" Jiang Cheng's gaze fell on the white jade fox, and a string of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Beast name, three-tailed spirit fox. Beast level, silver 1 star. Beast quality, lower king grade. Beast skills, charm, great healing. Beast status, weak failed advancement. Beast weakness, strong attack type beasts. Evolution requirements, 3 silver beast crystals, 5 snow lotus seeds, 1 drop of snow fox essence blood. Evolution paths, 16. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, thinking, a king-grade beast, and at the silver level. There are only a few king-grade beasts in the entire Qinghai prefecture. Judging by her demeanor and attire, she doesn't seem like a local from Tianfeng City, likely a young lady from a prominent family in Qinghai prefecture. As Jiang Cheng pondered, the woman coldly interrupted, "Have you seen enough?" She noticed Jiang Cheng's gaze lingering on her ample chest, and her pretty face instantly turned frosty. "Like owner, like beast." Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "Yes, I've seen enough. Your beast has a problem, and if it's not treated in time, its condition might worsen." The woman gave a cold laugh, not responding. At that moment, an elderly man in a green robe emerged from the villa, his presence steady, moving with the grace of a dragon and tiger, not at all like someone of his age. He spoke, "That's enough, Yunner. He's already apologized. Don't make things difficult for him." The tall woman pouted upon seeing the old man. "Grandfather, he's just a lecher and a fraud." While untying the sky-swallowing wolf, Jiang Cheng sized up the elder, his brows slightly furrowed. The elder noticed Jiang Cheng's gaze and smiled kindly. "How should I address you, young friend?" Jiang Cheng, he replied succinctly. The elder's sharp eyes immediately discerned the quality of the sky-swallowing wolf, and he praised, young friend Jiang, to possess a king-grade beast at such a young age. Which prominent family might you hail from? Upon hearing this, Su Yun's lips parted in surprise, her pretty face filled with shock. That lecherous dog is also a king-grade beast. No wonder the sky-devouring wolf isn't afraid of the three-tailed jade fox. Both are royal-grade beasts. Jiang Cheng thought to himself, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the large gray wolf. Its eyes were wide open, fixed intently on Su Yun's curvaceous figure, drool almost forming a river. Smack! With a crisp sound, Jiang Cheng expressionlessly slapped the wolf on the head. The sky-devouring wolf winced in pain, immediately reining in its infatuated demeanor. Jiang Cheng turned to the elder, a hint of white light flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Sir, I sense instability in your internal breath. If not treated promptly, I'm afraid your days are numbered. Rubbish! What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yun was furious upon hearing this, and the three-tailed spirit fox in her arms bared its teeth at Jiang Cheng, growling in warning. The sky-devouring wolf, seeing its master threatened, rushed to Jiang Cheng's side, showing no fear of the higher-ranked three-tailed spirit fox. Yunner, the elder raised his hand to stop her, a look of surprise in his eyes. I do have a hidden ailment, but how did you notice it, young friend? Jiang Cheng shook his head slightly, raising a finger. You're too optimistic. You have less than a month. Utter nonsense. Su Yun glared at him, her face livid. The elder was taken aback, asking solemnly, Why do you make such a claim, young friend? Grandfather, do you really believe him? Su Yun sneered. This guy is obviously a fraud. Jiang Cheng ignored her, looking directly at the elder. If I'm not mistaken, whenever you circulate your true essence, your internal organs tremble. In mild cases, your meridians are damaged. In severe cases, your organs decay. The elder's face showed disbelief. This was a secret only he was aware of. How did this young man know? Seeing her grandfather's expression change, Su Yun's pupils contracted, and she asked nervously, Grandfather, is what he said true? More or less. The elder sighed deeply. I thought it was just the aftermath of a failed breakthrough. I didn't expect it to be so serious. How could this be? Su Yun's face turned pale, her eyes brimming with tears. Grandfather, I'll go ask the medicine king for help immediately. It's useless. I've already consulted him. The elder shook his head, sighing. He couldn't find the problem either. Even the medicine king is powerless. Su Yun's face grew even paler. It's a problem with the cultivation technique. No matter how skilled he is in medicine, how could he see that? Jiang Cheng suddenly chuckled. A problem with the cultivation technique. The elder's face changed dramatically, becoming extremely serious. Young friend, is this true? This matter was more crucial than his health, as nearly half of Yunyang Battle Mansion practiced this technique. Of course, Jiang Cheng replied calmly. He had noticed the elder's anomaly at first glance. The elder had a true essence comparable to the innate realm, yet lacked the vigor expected at that level. Is there a way to resolve this issue? The elder asked earnestly, unconsciously starting to believe Jiang Cheng. Show me the cultivation technique's training route, and I'll help you improve it. Jiang Cheng contemplated for a moment before saying calmly, Improve. The elder was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Su Yun, standing by, scoffed. What arrogance. Yunyang's battle technique, passed down for centuries, and you think you can just change it? Jiang Cheng lightly brushed his sleeve, shaking off a few specks of dust. His action elicited a cold laugh from Su Yun. She held onto the old man's arm, her eyes slightly reddened, her voice choked with emotion. Grandfather, let's go to the imperial capital and seek the help of the medical sage. Don't listen to this young man's nonsense. Yunner, the old man's face darkened as he gave his granddaughter a stern look. Turning to Jiang Cheng, he respectfully cupped his hands and said, Mr. Jiang, please forgive my granddaughter's rudeness. Allow me to clarify, what I practice is the Cloud Sun battle art, not some secret technique. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. In his eyes, there seemed to be a flicker of white flames, as if he could see through the flow of true essence within the old man's body. Please enlighten me, the old man said, suddenly exuding a formidable aura, his green robe fluttering in the invisible air currents. Su Yun was visibly displeased, unable to comprehend why her grandfather trusted the words of this disreputable fellow. Meanwhile, the true essence within the old man surged like a river, sweeping through his entire being. Aru, the sky-devouring wolf, frightened by the aura, bristled and hid behind Jiang Cheng. Ugh! The old man suddenly groaned, a thunderous rumble echoing within him. A mouthful of reverse blood spewed from his throat. Grandfather! Su Yun exclaimed, supporting the old man, her eyes wide with anger as she glared at Jiang Cheng. If anything happens to my grandfather, you're done for. Yunner, don't be rude. The old man struggled to stand, smiling wryly at Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang is right. There is indeed an issue with the technique. No wonder no one in the Cloud Sun Battle Mansion has broken through to the Battle Emperor realm for so many years. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, silently impressed. To him, the battle art was full of flaws, yet these people managed to cultivate it to a significant level, which earned his respect. It seems the path of warriors in this world still needs exploration. He murmured, then said aloud, "Bring me paper and pen, I'll modify the technique. Can you really improve it?" The old man was overjoyed and quickly instructed Su Yun. "Yunner, go get paper and pen. Grandfather, you've lost your mind." Su Yun was exasperated, suddenly sneering at Jiang Cheng. "If you can really improve it, I'll be your servant for life." "Sorry, not interested," Jiang Cheng replied calmly. Su Yun was immediately embarrassed and angry, but under her grandfather's disapproving gaze, she reluctantly went to get the paper and pen. Su Yun threw the paper and pen at Jiang Cheng with a glare, her beautiful eyes watching his every move intently. Jiang Cheng picked up the pen and began drawing complex lines on the white paper without hesitation, resembling cryptic symbols. "Is it done?" the old man asked incredulously as he took the improved technique. Though the lines appeared intricate, they were much simpler than the Cloud Sun battle art. Su Yun frowned as she scrutinized the technique scroll Jiang Cheng handed her, her brow furrowing deeper. As a beast master, she knew a thing or two about the path of warriors. "Is this it?" she questioned skeptically. "What kind of flawed technique is this? Several main meridians are missing." It's common knowledge that the foundational meridians for the path of warriors include the Lingquan and Kaiyang meridians. Yet you didn't include these main meridians and instead drew some insignificant auxiliary ones. Jiang Cheng remained calm and explained unhurriedly. The Lingquan and Kaiyang meridians are essential for breaking through to the life and death realm in ancient martial arts, which is extremely difficult. The Cloud Sun battle technique treats these as fundamental, but attempting to break through them with innate realm true essence is simply daydreaming. Before he finished speaking, an elder nearby suddenly showed a gleam in his eyes, his hand holding the scroll trembling slightly. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Brilliant! Such a method is unheard of and unprecedented." The elder solemnly bowed deeply to Jiang Cheng. "Mr. Jiang, your great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by our Cloud Sun battle mansion." Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Grandfather, is it really useful?" "More than just useful." The elder laughed heartily, unable to contain his excitement. "With Mr. Jiang's improved technique, I can not only resolve my physical issues, but also have greater confidence in advancing to the War King realm." Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, understanding dawning in his heart. It seemed the elder's current level was at the consummate innate stage, and what they called the War King was roughly equivalent to the Divine Sea realm. After calming his excitement, the elder took out a palm-sized golden token from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Cheng. The token was engraved with a fierce dragon. "If there's anything you need, feel free to ask my Su family." Su Yun exclaimed in shock, "Grandfather, how could you give him the Qinghe token?" She knew well the significance of the token, the Qinghe King token, which granted the holder unrestricted access throughout Qinghe Prefecture as if they were meeting the Qinghe King himself. The elder gave Su Yun a helpless look. "Yunner, you have no idea how precious the technique Mr. Jiang has provided is." Jiang Cheng accepted the token with composure, saying calmly, "I need some gold coins." His assistance was to understand the cultivation system in this world, and also because he saw they were of notable status, which could solve his economic needs. After all, advancing and synthesizing beasts required rare materials, and gold coins were essential. The elder was momentarily stunned, then gave Su Yun a meaningful glance. Reluctantly, Su Yun pulled out a purple card and said with a huff, "This is a purple crystal card, with a balance of 100,000 gold coins, enough for a lifetime." Jiang Cheng took the purple crystal card, his expression calm. "Then I'll take my leave." The sky-devouring wolf looked longingly at the three-tailed spirit fox in Su Yun's arms, then hurried after Jiang Cheng. After Jiang Cheng left, Su Yun couldn't help but speak up again. "Grandfather, you trust that guy too much. What if the technique is fake?" She couldn't believe that a young man around her age could casually improve a technique that had been passed down for hundreds of years. "It can't be fake." The elder shook his head slightly, his gaze increasingly amazed, murmuring, "This young man is no ordinary person. Once he encounters a storm, he will transform into a dragon. Alas, it's a pity he doesn't fancy you. Otherwise, if he became a son-in-law of the Su family, your father wouldn't be stuck at the position of Qinghe King." "Grandfather." Su Yun was both embarrassed and angry. "Grandfather, you're giving that guy too much credit." In the main hall of the Su family residence, a stern-faced middle-aged man named Su Zhengfeng paced back and forth, his brow furrowed, clearly pondering a troublesome issue. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing. "Father, stop hesitating. That guy definitely has no background." Su Ao, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer and broke the silence. His eyes flashed with a sinister glint, and his tone was filled with greed. "That's a royal-grade beast. If our family's scarlet-eyed serpent devours its bloodline, it will surely break through to a higher grade. Then, our Su family will become the top family in Tianfeng City. Su Zhengfeng stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He pondered for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Are you sure it's a royal grade beast?" "Absolutely," Su Ao replied eagerly. There were many other beast tamers present at the time. The news has probably already reached the Qin family. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. A royal grade beast. Su Zhengfeng exhaled slowly, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes. He calculated that if they could acquire its bloodline, their scarlet-eyed serpent might advance. Once it broke through to gold level 5, the Qin family's golden beast would be nothing to fear. However, his brow furrowed again, clearly worried about the background of the beast's owner. If it turned out to be someone the Su family couldn't afford to offend, they would be in deep trouble. After weighing his options, Su Zhengfeng finally made a decision. First, investigate that boy's identity. Make sure he really has no background before we make a move. He squinted his eyes, a hint of caution in his tone. Got it. Su Ao's lips curled into a cold smile as he began to plot. In his view, Jiang Cheng's attire didn't resemble that of a family scion, and the royal grade beast was destined to be theirs. As for Jiang Cheng himself, Su Ao had already thought of countless ways to torment him. This was the price for insulting him. The next morning, Jiang Cheng awoke from his meditation. He exhaled a breath of clear air, feeling the more solidified aura around him. However, he frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, "The spiritual energy is still too thin. I need to create a spirit-gathering formation soon." As he stood up, his bones cracked like a string of firecrackers. Jiang Cheng had already reached the middle stage of the Hua Jin level, transforming from an ordinary person with no martial prowess into a Hua Jin master in just 2 days. Even in the cultivation world of his previous life, such rapid progress was unimaginable. Shortly after, at Tianlan Academy, Jiang Cheng walked into the building for the Earth class under the envious and jealous gazes of others. As his figure disappeared at the stairway, envious whispers erupted behind him. "What's so great about him? I'll laugh when the retest shows he doesn't even have low-grade aptitude," a boy said indignantly. "Exactly. If it weren't for the broken testing crystal, I wouldn't be in the warrior class," a pockmarked boy chimed in, full of pride. "I think I have upper-grade aptitude." "Haha, me too. Then I must be top-grade aptitude." A burst of laughter followed. These were students assigned to the warrior class after failing the test before Jiang Cheng. They couldn't believe that a scrap collector like Jiang Cheng could have top-grade aptitude, so they subconsciously assumed the testing crystal was faulty. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had entered Earth Class 1, the beast-taming class overseen by Lu Mengli. Inside, Lu Mengli, wearing a light blue dress, was writing something on the blackboard. Hearing footsteps, she turned and saw Jiang Cheng, raising an eyebrow with a hint of displeasure in her voice. "Late on your first day? Just find a seat." As Jiang Cheng sat down, a quiet mumble came from the classroom. "Why is a lousy scrap collector in our class?" Jiang Cheng paid no mind, but Lu Mengli immediately became somewhat angry. She paused her actions, her face slightly stern as she looked at the person who spoke. "Shen Xianqian, do you think your aptitude is better than Jiang Cheng's? He may come from humble beginnings, but I am certain his future achievements will surpass yours." Faced with Lu Mengli's words, Shen Xianqian was full of defiance, her eyes flashing with disdain. Her lips curled into a smirk, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "It's just a faulty detection crystal. How could a ragpicker have top-notch talent?" Her words resonated with the other students in the class. They exchanged skeptical glances and whispered among themselves. After all, everyone in the Dizzy class had moderate talent, so how could they believe that someone who collected junk had better aptitude than they did? Lu Mengli acutely sensed the atmosphere of doubt permeating the classroom. Her gaze, sharp as a sword, swept over everyone before finally settling on the half-drawn array pattern on the blackboard. Her voice was clear and firm. "Don't believe it? This is today's lesson, the spirit control contract. Whoever can complete this pattern before Jiang Cheng, I will take back what I said and apologize to you all." She turned to Shen Qianqian, her expression cold and her eyes filled with disdain. "If you can't, then I expect you to apologize to Jiang Cheng for your earlier words." Lu Mengli's tone carried a hint of warning, revealing her deep-seated disdain for judging people by their background. This also explained why she had helped Jiang Cheng several times. "The pattern is in your books, and the materials have been prepared for you," Lu Mengli added, her gaze sweeping over each student. Shen Xianqian immediately accepted the challenge, her face brimming with confidence as she quickly flipped through her book to find the section on spirit control. "Let's do it." Her voice was full of confidence, clearly not believing she would lose to a ragpicker. The other students followed suit, eagerly opening their books to find the content on the spirit control contract. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as signing a guardian beast through the spirit control contract was a necessary step to becoming a beast master. Jiang Cheng, however, appeared different. He thoughtfully stared at the pattern, a hint of familiarity flashing in his eyes. This pattern was similar to the spirit array formations he knew from his previous life, but there were distinct differences, especially the octagonal shape with two small arrays at the center, resembling the eyes of a beast staring back at you. Interesting, Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, his fingers subtly moving as he began to deduce the principles of the spirit control contract. Meanwhile, Shun Qianqian couldn't wait to pick up a brush, dipping it in the specialized beast blood, and started outlining the pattern on parchment. The other students quickly followed, and soon the classroom was filled with the sound of brushes scratching across paper. However, Jiang Cheng remained in his contemplative stance, which drew some disdain from his classmates. As expected of a loser, someone mocked under their breath. Half an hour passed, and Shun Qianqian had already completed half of her outline. She took a moment to glance at Jiang Cheng, who was still observing, and a mocking smile played on her lips. "Miss Liu, wasn't I right? He's just a loser. How could he have top-notch talent?" Her tone was full of contempt. "He's been observing for half an hour and hasn't even started. Is this the genius you were talking about?" Lu Mengli's expression grew grim, her delicate brows furrowing. She looked at Jiang Cheng, who hadn't started writing, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be the detection crystal really was wrong? Just then, Jiang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of insight flashing in them. "I see, it's an array within an array," he murmured to himself. "I must admit, the person who invented this spirit control contract is truly a genius." Even with his top-level knowledge of arrays, it took Jiang Cheng a full half-hour to grasp the principles. Jiang Cheng leisurely picked up a brush and began to outline the pattern on paper. Seeing this, Shun Qianqian scoffed. "Starting now? I'm almost done." She had completed most of the pattern, with only the two small arrays in the center left to finish. However, just as Shun Qianqian was about to draw the final two small arrays, Jiang Cheng's voice rang out. "I'm done." Everyone's attention was drawn to Jiang Cheng. His parchment floated in the air, emitting a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire dizzy class. Lu Mengli, surprised by the golden glow, covered her lips with her hand in disbelief. "This is the spirit control contract. It's actually activated?" The moment Jiang Cheng completed the spirit contract, the entire class fell into a stunned silence. All the students stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Not only had Jiang Cheng completed the contract in the blink of an eye, but unbelievably, it had taken effect immediately. Shun Qianqian's face froze, and the brush in her hand dropped onto the desk. She knew that activating a spirit contract required immense mental strength, something even the students of Tianlan Academy couldn't achieve. Yet Jiang Cheng had done it, indicating that he truly possessed exceptional talent. Remembering her previous behavior, Shun Qianqian's cheeks burned with embarrassment, feeling like a fool. Suddenly, the spirit contract floating in the air began to tremble violently, as if it were about to rush in a certain direction. Lu Mengli's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly shouted, "Jiang Cheng, stop meditating." She realized this was a sign of bonding with a beast, but there were no beasts in the classroom. If a suitable beast couldn't be found, the contract would backfire on Jiang Cheng's mental strength, with dire consequences. However, Jiang Cheng remained calm. He reached out and pressed down on the parchment, instantly suppressing the golden glow with his vast mental power, bringing the contract back to tranquility. This scene shocked Lu Mengli once again. She had never seen anyone suppress a spirit contract so effortlessly, something even platinum-level beast masters might not achieve. A bold speculation arose in her mind. Could Jiang Cheng's mental strength have surpassed the platinum level? But she quickly dismissed the thought. A platinum-level beast master under 20 was simply unbelievable. Suppressing her shock, Lu Mengli turned to Shun Qianqian and asked, "Since Jiang Cheng has completed it first, do you concede?" Shun Qianqian immediately apologized to Jiang Cheng. "I'm sorry, I take back what I said before. I underestimated you." She realized that Jiang Cheng might now be a potential personal disciple of the headmaster and dared not offend him. Jiang Cheng remained unfazed, continuing to focus on observing the spirit contract. Seeing this, Shun Qianqian actually breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Jiang Cheng did not hold a grudge against her earlier provocation. Lu Mengli surveyed the class and said, "Continue familiarizing yourselves with the spirit contract. Jiang Cheng, come to my office." Though a bit puzzled, Jiang Cheng got up to follow her. After they left, the classroom erupted with chatter. The students' attitudes toward Jiang Cheng had changed dramatically as they realized he might truly possess exceptional talent. In a world where beast masters were revered, this meant a bright future. In the office, Lu Mengli elegantly sat on a soft chair, holding a white cat in her arms, her long legs crossed. She fixed her intense gaze on Jiang Cheng, making him slightly uncomfortable. "Is there something you want?" Jiang Cheng asked calmly. Lu Mengli suddenly spoke. "You're not Jiang Cheng." Jiang Cheng looked up to meet her gaze, and Lu Mengli continued. "The Jiang Cheng I knew wouldn't speak to me like this. Besides, your mental strength is frighteningly strong. I don't believe you were born this way." Jiang Cheng's face showed a hint of surprise as he wondered if this woman had seen through the fact that he had transmigrated. He forced himself to remain calm and observed Lu Mengli's reaction without giving anything away. Lu Mengli noticed the subtle change in Jiang Cheng's expression, and her lips curled slightly, confirming her suspicions. She continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Cheng is just a hidden identity. You are most likely a high-level beast tamer." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile oddly after hearing this. This woman's imagination was indeed vivid, but unfortunately, it was completely off the mark. He was about to speak when Lu Mengli continued on her own. "As for your purpose in coming to Tianfeng City under a hidden identity." Lu Mengli suddenly turned to look directly into Jiang Cheng's eyes, speaking with certainty. "I suspect it's because of the legend in Tianfeng City." "What legend?" Jiang Cheng asked, raising an eyebrow. He had never heard of such a thing in the memories of his predecessor. A trace of annoyance appeared on Lu Mengli's pretty face, and she huffed. "Don't play dumb. It's the legend about the divine beast relics around Tianfeng City. Don't tell me you don't know." Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly and responded calmly. "Now I know. Miss Lu, your imagination is indeed rich, but I am just Jiang Cheng, with no other identity." "Who would believe that?" Lu Mengli pouted, watching Jiang Cheng's retreating figure. She murmured to herself, "Surname Jiang? Could he be from the Tianhe Jiang family? Or maybe someone sent by the family to secretly protect me?" Thinking of her family, Lu Mengli bit her lip. She had already fled to a remote small city like Tianfeng, yet these people still wouldn't let her go. Meanwhile, in another school building, Qian Shiguang leaned against the window, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Behind him, Lin Xian obediently massaged his shoulders. Qian Shiguang's gaze happened to catch Jiang Cheng leaving Lu Mengli's office. "That bastard." Qian Shiguang gritted his teeth. "Those two are definitely having an affair. No wonder Lu Mengli is so protective of him." His eyes were filled with malice as he exhaled a smoke ring. Just then, a rugged-looking man rushed over excitedly, shouting, "Young Master Qian, big news." Qian Shiguang impatiently asked, "What kind of news? Why so frantic?" The rugged man grinned, lowering his voice. "I found out who the mysterious person with the king-grade beast is." "Young Master Qian, guess who it is?" "How the hell would I know?" Qian Shiguang glared at him, not particularly interested. After all, anyone with a king-grade beast wouldn't be simple, and it would be trouble if they picked the wrong fight. "It's Jiang Cheng." Cheng who pulled out his phone. "My uncle was there, and he took this photo." Qian Shiguang studied the photo closely, gritting his teeth. What kind of luck did that bastard have to be able to contract a king-grade beast? Even Lin Xian behind him was shocked, staring at the photo of Jiang Cheng. She murmured, "He really contracted a king-grade beast. So the test crystal wasn't broken. Jiang Cheng truly has top-tier potential." Cheng who smirked and suggested, "Young master, this is a great opportunity. Probably only we know about this. We could just kill Jiang Cheng and take his beast. If we take the bloodline of the king-grade beast and feed it to the family head's three-legged venomous toad, my father's beast could advance, and might even break through to platinum level in the future." Qian Shiguang quickly understood Cheng, whose meaning, and was overjoyed. "Then not just in Tianfeng City, but even in the entire Qinghe prefecture, our Qian family would be a force to be reckoned with." He eagerly ordered, "Quick, inform my father to send people to take down that little bastard." "Young master, you mustn't do this." Cheng who shook his head urgently, a hint of worry in his eyes. He lowered his voice and explained, "Right now, all the forces in Tianfeng City are searching for the owner behind that king beast. If the Qian family makes any moves, they'll definitely be watched." Qian Shiguang sneered dismissively, a trace of arrogance in his eyes. "Let them watch. Do those fools really dare to compete with the Qian family?" Cheng Hu sighed inwardly. The young master's arrogance knew no bounds. Clearing his throat, he cautiously reminded, "Young master, the Qian family hasn't reached an invincible status in Tianfeng City. We still need to be wary of the Su family and Bai Yuntao." Hearing this, Qian Shiguang frowned, reluctantly admitting that Cheng Hu had a point. The Qian family wasn't the only one with a golden-level beast in Tianfeng City. They indeed needed to act carefully. "So what do we do?" he asked, a hint of irritation in his tone. A fierce glint flashed in Cheng Hu's eyes as he suggested in a low voice, "We could capture someone that kid cares about to lure him out." "Isn't that little brat an orphan? Who would he care about?" Qian Shiguang asked, his gaze unintentionally drifting to Lin Xian, who was massaging his shoulders. He let out a cold laugh. "Don't tell me it's this wench." Lin Xian's face stiffened at his words, but she forced herself to maintain a smile. Being insulted repeatedly, she could only suppress her anger, knowing that without Qian Shiguang, she'd have nothing. Cheng Hu shook his head, his eyes shamelessly scanning Lin Xian before revealing a lecherous grin. "Of course not. We could target Lu Mengli. She was quite protective of Jiang Cheng before. With that brat's personality, he's sure to take the bait. Capture Lu Mengli." Qian Shiguang's eyes lit up, picturing Lu Mengli's stunning beauty. He had long desired the beautiful mentor, but had hesitated due to Bai Yuntao. "Is it really possible?" he asked, swallowing hard, excitement barely concealed in his voice. Seeing Qian Shiguang's interest, Chung Hu quickly added fuel to the fire. Of course. Lu Mengli is just a teacher in the Earth class. Besides, we're not planning to kill her. Bai Yuntao shouldn't cause a fallout with the Qin family. He chuckled lewdly. Lu Mengli is said to be the most beautiful woman at Tianlan Academy, with that face and body. Let's do it. Qian Shiguang could no longer contain his excitement and made the decision. Seeing his plan succeed, Chung Hu quickly reminded in a low voice. Young master, we need to plan carefully. That woman has a silver 5-star beast. All right, I'll follow your lead. Qian Shiguang agreed, patting Chung Hu on the shoulder. If this works, I'll have my father arrange a profound grade beast for you. Thank you, young master. Chung Hu was overjoyed, as this was exactly what he had been hoping for. At that moment, Lin Xian spoke in a sweet voice. Young master Qian, what are we having for dinner tonight? She was worried that once Qian Shiguang had Lu Mengli, she would be discarded, so she tried hard to make her presence known. Hearing this, Qian Shiguang glanced at Lin Xian with disdain. He pulled out a wad of Eastern Hua currency from his pocket and unceremoniously threw it at her face. Dinner? This is your breakup fee. You can leave now. Young master Qian. Lin Xian's face turned pale, shocked by Qian Shiguang's ruthlessness. What? Not willing? Qian Shiguang sneered. In his eyes, although this wench had a decent figure and appearance, she was nothing compared to the goddess-like Lu Mengli. An evil thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Chung Hu. Huzi, this woman's skills aren't bad. I'll leave her to you tonight. With that, he roughly pushed Lin Xian into Chung Hu's arms. Thank you, young master Qian. Chung Hu licked his lips, skillfully holding Lin Xian, clearly experienced in such matters. Let go of me. I'm young master Qian's woman. Lin Xian struggled desperately, her face filled with fear. She finally realized the rumors about Qian Shiguang were true. No woman abandoned by him had a good ending. Wench, you're not anymore. Chung Hu sneered, slapping Lin Xian and hoisting her over his shoulder with a lecherous grin as he headed towards a small dark room nearby. The next morning, Jiang Cheng didn't head to Tianlan Academy, but instead made his way straight to the Tianfeng Grand Auction House. He needed to purchase materials to set up a spirit-gathering array and items to help the sky-devouring wolf advance. Before long, a magnificent building appeared before Jiang Cheng. This was the Tianfeng Grand Auction House, the largest commercial center in Tianfeng City, covering thousands of hectares and divided into 3 levels. The first level is an entertainment and commercial activity zone. The second level is more upscale, selling various rare treasures and high-quality beasts. The third level is dedicated to auctions. Howl! The sky-devouring wolf wagged its tail excitedly, staring at the huge auction house. Jiang Cheng glanced at it, thinking the wolf probably saw the auction house as a giant toy. As Jiang Cheng and the sky-devouring wolf were about to step into the auction house, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam stopped them, sweetly saying, Sir, pets are not allowed here. It's a contracted beast, Jiang Cheng calmly replied, showing his beastmaster token. The sky-devouring wolf widened its eyes, thinking to itself, women are so short-sighted. It is a royal-grade beast. Upon seeing the token, the cheongsam-clad beauty's expression changed, and she immediately said respectfully, I apologize, sir, my mistake. Please follow me. Jiang Cheng nodded and followed, while the sky-devouring wolf stared intently at the woman's swaying hips, almost drooling. Jiang Cheng expressionlessly smacked its head, somewhat regretting choosing a husky as his contracted beast, feeling it tarnished his image as the southern netherworld immortal lord. Reaching the central area of the second level, another female staff member smiled and asked, Sir, what do you need? Jiang Cheng handed over a list. The woman looked at it, somewhat puzzled. Sir, some of these items I haven't heard of. Jiang Cheng then remembered he was using terms from his past life. After a moment of thought, he said, 10 spirit-attracting crystals, a jar of silver-grade demon snake blood, 3 top-quality jades. The woman took note and calculated. Sir, the total is 3,000 gold coins. However, the spirit-attracting crystals need to be ordered and can arrive by early tomorrow morning. Is that okay? Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement and added some materials needed for the sky-devouring wolf's advancement. In the end, aside from the rare Flame Lord's essence blood, all other items were acquired, totaling 5,800 gold coins. When Jiang Cheng took out the purple crystal card given by Su Yun, the staff member couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, quickly covering her mouth. People around looked over curiously, with some men showing knowing smiles, clearly misunderstanding the situation. It turned out to be an amethyst card. The bald man who had been watching Jiang Cheng closely showed a greedy look in his eyes. He stared intently at the card in Jiang Cheng's hand, which shimmered with a purple glow, as if he were seeing a mountain of gold. The amethyst card was the supreme VIP card of Donghua Bank, requiring a deposit of at least 10,000 gold coins to obtain. The bald man felt secretly delighted, thinking he had encountered a big catch today. Jiang Cheng keenly sensed the greedy gaze and slightly raised an eyebrow. He took the amethyst card from the pretty staff member without any expression. The staff member shyly said, Sir, your items will be delivered to your residence by a special courier. Here is your card, please keep it safe. She snuck a glance at Jiang Cheng, thinking that anyone who had an amethyst card must be a big shot, and if he took a liking to her, it would be her chance to transform from a nobody to someone important. Jiang Cheng calmly put away the card and turned to leave with his Tunchen wolf. Seeing this, the bald man hurriedly followed, his face plastered with a fake smile. Hey buddy, he said with feigned enthusiasm. Were you trying to buy the Flame Lord's essence just now? Jiang Cheng paused, his expression shifting slightly. You know about it? Of course, the bald man forced a smile. But I don't have the details here. Let me take you to a place where there's information about the Flame Lord. Jiang Cheng caught a glimpse of the greed hidden in the bald man's eyes and smirked internally. Outwardly, he showed a hint of interest. Oh? Then I would appreciate your help. No trouble at all. The bald man, filled with excitement, quickly led the way for Jiang Cheng. The Tunchen wolf seemed to sense danger, softly whining and tugging at Jiang Cheng's pant leg. Jiang Cheng gently patted its head, signaling it not to worry. The bald man led Jiang Cheng quickly away from the Tianfeng Grand Auction House, heading towards a secluded alley. As they moved further from the auction house, a sinister smile curled the corners of the bald man's mouth. A few minutes later, the bald man stopped. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and asked, Are we there? Absolutely. The bald man grinned and suddenly shouted, I've brought another big fish. As soon as he finished speaking, several men with hostile expressions emerged from the alley, glaring at Jiang Cheng. A man with a scarred face, rubbing his chin, looked disdainfully at Jiang Cheng. Just this little kid. How much can we get from him? A lot, the bald man shouted excitedly. He's got an amethyst card. An amethyst card. The men widened their eyes, showing wolfish greed. They had all heard of such VIP cards and knew the wealth they represented. Jiang Cheng looked at them with a faint smile and calmly asked, Are you planning to rob me? The scarred man grinned. Smart kid. We're just after the money, not your life. Hand over the cash, and I promise you'll walk away unharmed. Oh. Jiang Cheng's smile faded, and his voice turned cold. What if I refuse? The Tunchen wolf trembled with excitement, letting out a low growl, as if saying, Finally, it's time to act. The scarred man sneered. Refuse? Then don't blame us for being rude. He signaled to the others, and the bald man and his group closed in with sinister smiles. Jiang Cheng lightly patted the eager Tunchen wolf and said calmly, Shah, take care of them. The Tunchen wolf instantly turned into a blur, lunging at the thugs. The scarred man's face changed dramatically, and he hastily raised his arms to block. But the Tunchen wolf's speed and strength were beyond his imagination, sending him flying with a single blow. A sharp crack was heard, and it was unclear how many ribs were broken. Whoa! The bald man and his companions looked at each other, their faces pale. Even Brother Scar, a 9-star warrior, was taken down in one move. They knew they were no match for this fierce beast. The dog is at the bronze level. Don't be afraid. Let's attack together. The bald man exclaimed with a gleam in his eye. Hearing this, the people around him grabbed their weapons and charged towards the skywolf. The skywolf let out an ear-splitting howl. Oh whoa! Its eyes, originally black and white, turned blood red, like two evil, glowing crimson gems. Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he thought to himself. A talent skill, perhaps? He watched as the men seemed enchanted, dropping their weapons and stumbling towards the skywolf. The skywolf is devouring their souls. Jiang Cheng noted with a hint of surprise. This ability was indeed unexpected. Shah, stop now. Jiang Cheng suddenly commanded. The skywolf let out a triumphant bark. Woof! Its eyes returned to their normal black and white. The men snapped back to their senses, drenched in cold sweat and pale-faced. That dog is too eerie. It can even capture souls, one of them exclaimed in terror. The bald man felt a chill under Jiang Cheng's icy stare and shivered. He quickly knelt and pleaded. Spare us, sir, we didn't recognize your greatness. Jiang Cheng asked impassively. Is the news about the Flame Lord true or false? The bald man hastily explained. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes a few days ago. About 5 days back, I was with a team of mercenaries hunting beasts in the southern barbarian forest when we encountered a Flame Lord. Its power was terrifying. It incinerated several of our warriors instantly. I barely escaped. Where did you encounter it? Jiang Cheng squinted, probing further. A Flame Lord capable of such feats must be at least at the silver level, possibly higher. Around the Lark Ridge area? The bald man, trembling, pulled a parchment map from his pocket. Here's the map. Jiang Cheng glanced at the map, nodding noncommittally. You better not be lying, or the consequences will be dire. With that, he flicked his fingers, and a white light shot out like a flying sword. Boom! A nearby dilapidated wall instantly collapsed. Everyone present gasped, and the bald man broke out in a cold sweat. Battle Chi manifestation. And to destroy a wall so effortlessly. This Beastmaster is also a high-level warrior. Sir, I wouldn't dare deceive you, the bald man said, his face full of smiles. The others also smiled nervously, quickly making way. Jiang Cheng put away the map and turned to leave. The sky wolf swaggered past the group, wagging its tail, and trotted after Jiang Cheng. "Help me up," came the muffled voice of the scar-faced man behind them. He had been playing dead and only dared to speak after Jiang Cheng was far away. As Jiang Cheng was heading towards the Nanyang villa, his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone. He frowned, pulling out an old phone from his pocket, a relic from his former life scavenging through trash, with only one saved contact: Lin Xian. Answering the call, Lin Xian's sweet voice came through. "Jiang Cheng Gij, where are you?" Jiang Cheng paused, a cold smile forming in his mind. This woman was shameless. Just days ago, she was calling him junk collector in Qian Shiguang's arms, and today she's Jiang Cheng Gij again. It seemed Qian Shiguang had abandoned her, and she was looking for a new fallback. "Huh," Jiang Cheng sneered, thinking to himself. "Do you really think I'm still that pushover from before?" Jiang Cheng was about to hang up the phone when Lin Xian's cautious voice came through the receiver. "Jiang Cheng, are you still there?" Jiang Cheng's tone was as cold as ice. "What do you want?" Lin Xian's voice suddenly turned affectionate. "I was blinded before when I chose Qian Shiguang, but now I've realized the one I've always loved is you." Jiang Cheng was silent for a moment. Even with his calm demeanor from his previous life, he was disgusted by this woman's shamelessness. Without another word, he hung up the phone. On the other end, Lin Xian's face froze, but she quickly gritted her teeth and redialed Jiang Cheng's number. She knew Jiang Cheng was her best option right now. With his exceptional talent and a royal-grade beast, his future as a platinum-level beastmaster was promising. Compared to him, Qian Shiguang was insignificant. Seeing Lin Xian's call, Jiang Cheng's voice was icy. "Do you have a death wish?" Lin Xian shivered at his cold tone and quickly said, I have something important to tell you. Qian Shiguang knows you have a royal-grade beast, and they're planning to kidnap Lu Mengli to threaten you." Jiang Cheng paused, finding it somewhat amusing. They thought to use Lu Mengli to threaten him, which was a lucky guess. After all, Lu Mengli had taken care of his former self multiple times, and with Jiang Cheng's character, he wouldn't stand by idly. He asked coldly, "Oh, when are they planning to act?" Lin Xian's voice was soft. "Let's discuss it in person." Jiang Cheng expressionlessly hung up the phone and headed towards the cafe with his beast, the devourer wolf. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Lin Xian excitedly got up and chose a dress that best showcased her charm. She noticed several red marks on her pale neck, recalling Cheng Hu's rough treatment yesterday, which brought a flush to her face. She thought to herself that this brute was much stronger than the weak Qian Shiguang. With a seductive smile, she put on the dress to cover her alluring body. However, she had already set her sights on a new target. A few minutes later, Jiang Cheng sat by the window in a cafe. Soon, a well-dressed Lin Xian walked over gracefully. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, she immediately flashed a sweet smile. "Jiang Cheng, you're always so punctual." Jiang Cheng's tone remained cold. "Tell me what you know, and I'll overlook the past." Seeing Jiang Cheng's hard attitude, Lin Xian softly suggested, "Let's order 2 coffees first. You used to love the cappuccino here." Jiang Cheng's gaze was steady. "I don't have much patience." Lin Xian's face faltered, then she lowered her voice. "Yesterday, I overheard Cheng Hu and Qian Shiguang's plot. They planned to ambush teacher Lu on her way back to her apartment with several silver-level beastmasters." Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. "When?" Lin Xian quickly replied, "Probably just a while ago." Noticing the change in Jiang Cheng's expression, she hurriedly advised, "Jiang Cheng, don't fall into their trap. You have exceptional talent and a royal-grade beast. Your future is limitless. If you go, they won't let you off." As she spoke, Lin Xian sneaked a glance at the devourer wolf crouched behind Jiang Cheng, thinking to herself, "Is this the royal-grade beast that caused such a stir in Tianfeng City?" Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the devourer wolf glared at her fiercely and let out a low growl. "Oh, whoa." It could tell at a glance that this woman was no good. Meanwhile, Lu Mengli was walking down the street outside the school, holding a white cat in her arms. Her brows were furrowed as her mind was occupied with thoughts of Jiang Cheng. This boy, who once only aroused her sympathy, now piqued her curiosity. What had he gone through to undergo such a significant change? Suddenly, a piercing low howl shattered the night silence. "Goo! Goo!" A pink mist quickly enveloped Lu Mengli. The white cat immediately became alert, jumping down from her arms, its fur bristling as it let out a sharp meow, and stood protectively in front of her. Lu Mengli's expression shifted slightly as she looked around and realized she was quietly surrounded by several figures in black. 3 of them had beasts with them, a crimson fox, a blazing tiger, and a swift blue eagle. The pink mist was emitted from the mouth of the crimson fox. "People from the Qian family?" Lu Mengli's voice was cold. "What do you want?" A middle-aged man smiled and said, "Miss Lu, our young master requests your presence." "I'm not available," Lu Mengli replied, her expression frosty and her heart wary. 3 silver-tier beasts and several warriors clearly. The Qian family had ill intentions. The middle-aged man sighed. "In that case, we have no choice but to take you by force." The beastmaster with the pointed face and monkey-like features leered at Lu Mengli's graceful figure before giving a light command. Do it. Goo. Goo. The crimson fox let out another sharp cry, and the red mist thickened, engulfing the entire street. The blazing tiger and the swift blue eagle became blurs as they lunged at Lu Mengli from two directions. The white cat bravely confronted the swift blue eagle, its sharp claws targeting the enemy's vital spots. However, the middle-aged man chuckled and blew a sharp whistle. The swift blue eagle's speed suddenly increased tenfold, easily dodging the white cat's attack and countering with a claw of its own. Tenfold speed boost, the middle-aged man declared smugly. The white cat couldn't evade in time and received 3 deep gashes from the eagle's steel-like talons. Simultaneously, the blazing tiger's fiery paw struck the white cat, sending it flying. Against 3 beasts of the same tier, the white demon cat stood no chance. Little White, Lu Mengli cried, heartbroken, as she picked up the wounded white cat. This beast was a gift from her late mother, cherished like family. Anger burned in her eyes. Damn it, you're courting death. But before she could finish, a warrior seized the opportunity to approach from behind and delivered a precise chop to the back of her neck. Thud. Lu Mengli fell to the ground. The middle-aged man said calmly, "Take her away." The others quickly moved, stuffing the unconscious Lu Mengli into a sack and locking the injured white cat in a cage. The beastmaster with the crimson fox flashed a sinister smile. "TSK, TSK, the young master is in for a treat tonight." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xian watched Jiang Cheng's departing figure and urgently called out, "Brother Jiang Cheng, is it worth it for a woman?" But Jiang Cheng ignored her, leaving with his sky-devouring wolf. What an idiot. Lin Xian fumed after Jiang Cheng left. She had hoped to reconcile with Jiang Cheng, envisioning a future of success together. She hadn't expected this fool to risk his life for Lu Mengli at the Qian family. A pair of fools. Lin Xian cursed, then suddenly had a bright idea, her eyes lighting up. She quickly picked up her phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. The call was answered quickly, and an impatient voice came through. "Who is it?" "It's me, young Master Su." Lin Xian replied hastily. "Who the hell are you? State your name." Su Ao snapped. Unfazed, Lin Xian said directly. "I'm Lin Xian, and I've found the owner of the king-tier beast." "What?" Su Ao's voice on the other end immediately turned urgent. "Where are they? I'm coming right over." In the Qian family's secret room, Lu Mengli was tightly bound to a pillar, which only accentuated her well-developed figure. Qian Shiguang's eyes roved shamelessly over her, silently admiring her as the most beautiful woman from Tianlan Academy, far superior to any others he'd been with before. His eyes gleamed, and he nearly drooled at the sight. Beside him, Cheng Hu respectfully asked, "Young master, when should we inform that brat Jiang Cheng?" "No rush," Qian Shiguang replied, leering at Lu Mengli. To him, a beauty was far more valuable than any royal beast. Besides, as long as Jiang Cheng remained in Tianfeng City, he wouldn't escape the Qian family's grasp. At that moment, Lu Mengli let out a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with Qian Shiguang's repulsive face and the strange items adorning the secret room's walls. Whips, tight pants, and provocative lingerie. Qian Shiguang noticed her awakening and said with a smirk, "Oh, the great beauty Lu is awake." Lu Mengli forced herself to remain calm, her voice cold as she asked, "Where am I? Where's Xiaobai?" "Xiaobai? Oh, you mean that?" Qian Shiguang pointed to a cage in the corner where a motionless white cat lay. He taunted, "A fine beast, but too stubborn. It scratched me, so I killed it." Lu Mengli's face turned pale at his words. She stared blankly at Xiaobai in the cage, her eyes misting over. "How could you?" she muttered. "It's all my fault." Qian Shiguang sneered. "It's just a worthless cat. As long as you please me, I'll give you anything you want." He grinned wickedly, grabbing her delicate chin to force her to face him. Such a pity, he mused, feeling his desire grow stronger. Lu Mengli turned her head, her voice icy as she warned, "If you dare touch me, the entire Qian family will pay for it." "Oh, and how would that happen?" Qian Shiguang laughed arrogantly. "Who in Tianfeng City can make the Qian family pay?" He suddenly gestured for Cheng Hu to leave. "Huzi, step out. I need to have a good chat with Miss Lu." Cheng Hu smirked lewdly, reluctantly exiting the room. Qian Shiguang licked his lips, retrieving a spiked wooden stick from the wall. "Miss Lu, I've come up with a new game. Want to try it?" Lu Mengli's face went even paler. She was about to reveal her identity to intimidate him. "Stop. I am from Tianhe." Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted. "Oh? What new game?" Qian Shiguang froze at the unexpected voice, realizing there was a third person in the room. A hand rested on his shoulder, and he turned to see Jiang Cheng, his face filled with fear. "Jiang Cheng, how are you here? Weren't you looking for me?" Jiang Cheng stared coldly at Qian Shiguang, a chilling smile on his lips. "I'm here to send you to your end." His right hand reached for Qian Shiguang. Feeling Jiang Cheng's icy gaze, Qian Shiguang's legs went weak, and he stammered, "Don't do anything rash. If you kill me, you'll never leave the Qian house alive." But Jiang Cheng's hand loomed larger in his vision. A terrifying force surged into Qian Shiguang's head, and with a loud crash, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Jiang Cheng's sudden appearance filled Lu Mingli with immense joy. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly asked, Jiang Cheng, why are you here? Someone told me you were kidnapped. Jiang Cheng briefly explained the situation and then reached out to untie the ropes binding Lu Mingli. She exhaled deeply and immediately rushed to the cage holding the white demon cat. Seeing the stiffened Xiao Bai, her eyes reddened, and her voice choked. I failed it. Back at the Lu family, it was stripped of its lineage, and I couldn't protect it. Now I watched it being tortured to death by these beasts. Jiang Cheng, am I useless? Jiang Cheng paused, turning his gaze to the white demon cat. A series of data flashed in his mind. Beast name, white demon cat. Beast level, silver 5 stars. Beast quality, inferior candidate. Beast skills, shadow claws, swift advance. Beast status, suspended animation, requires advancement to awaken. Beast weakness, strong attack type. Evolution requirements, 3 silver level beast crystals, 1 purple spirit crystal, 1 mountain cloud leopard cat tooth. Evolution paths, 19 total. Jiang Cheng looked at the tear-streaked Lu Mingli and couldn't help but smile slightly. It's not dead. What? Lu Mingli was stunned, but Xiao Bai isn't breathing. It's just in suspended animation, Jiang Cheng said calmly. Let's leave Qian Mansion first. Lu Mingli quickly nodded, cradling the stiff Xiao Bai in her arms. She glanced at Qian Shiguang's corpse on the ground and asked anxiously, how do we get out? I thought we could use Qian Shiguang as a hostage, but you've already. She trailed off, clearly worried about the presence of gold-level beast tamers in the Qian family. We walk out? Of course, Jiang Cheng said with a calm tone, showing no concern as he opened the door to the secret chamber. Outside, Cheng Hu was waiting. Young master, did you enjoy yourself? He looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. You were quick today. Before he could finish, he realized something was wrong. His pupils contracted, and he shouted, Assassin! The young master is in danger. Crack! A crisp sound interrupted his cry. Cheng Hu's head drooped lifelessly, his throat crushed by Jiang Cheng's grip. Enemy attack. Chaos erupted outside as Qian family guards swarmed in, with several silver-level beasts advancing toward them. Lu Mingli was frantic. What do we do? They're surrounding us. She looked around, seeing warriors and beasts closing in, and felt a wave of despair. Jiang Cheng remained unfazed, casually brushing dust off his shoulder, his eyes filled with murderous intent. We fight our way out. As they stepped out of the secret chamber, dozens of Qian family guards encircled them with swords and knives drawn. Lu Mingli sensed their formidable presence and gritted her teeth. You go ahead, don't worry about me. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Cheng's slender frame suddenly unleashed countless dazzling white beams, shooting out in all directions like a celestial display. Flash! Flash! Blood sprayed as the aggressive Qian family guards fell one after another, some dead on the spot, others writhing in agony. Jiang Cheng's power far exceeded Lu Mingli's imagination, and in that moment, she finally saw hope. He is a battle sovereign. A startled cry pierced the silence, like a thunderclap exploding in the ears of the Qian family's guards. Dozens of battle masters trembled under the might of one man, a power that could only belong to a battle sovereign of at least 6 stars or higher. Hold them off until the master's 3-legged poisonous toad arrives. Even a battle sovereign will fall, someone whispered, their voice filled with fear of the powerful and hope for reinforcements. Just then, 3 silver-level beast tamers from the Qian family rushed in. Seeing only Jiang Cheng and another person, Chun Bo's face turned as dark as ink, and he shouted angrily, What have you done with the young master? Jiang Cheng's response was cold and merciless. Killed him. Those simple words hit Chun Bo like a heavy hammer, igniting his rage. Damn it! Kill them, he roared, ordering the others. The other 2 beast tamers also wore grim expressions. It wasn't that they had deep feelings for Qian Shiguang, but they knew they would be held accountable if the master learned of his death. Their only option now was to capture Jiang Cheng and his companion alive to appease the master's wrath. A thunderous tiger roar echoed. One of the beast tamers gently patted the head of his blazing tiger. The massive beast, as large as a mountain ox, instantly ignited in flames and lunged at Jiang Cheng and his companion. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed with interest as he murmured to himself, Beast name, Blazing Tiger, Beast level, Silver 5 stars, Beast quality, Intermediate level, Beast skills, Fiery Tiger Claw, Fierce Tiger Pounce. Beast status, Violent, Beast weakness, Ice element. Evolution requirement, 3 silver-level beast crystals, 10 drops of fire-type beast blood. Evolution paths, 27. Interesting. With a slight smile, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, his chest rising. Swish! He suddenly opened his mouth, and a stream of white energy shot out like an arrow. Thud! A burst of blood bloomed on the blazing tiger's head. The giant beast let out an unwilling roar as Jiang Cheng's concentrated force pierced through its skull. The flames extinguished, and its massive body collapsed with a crash. Ugh! The beast tamer of the blazing tiger turned pale, spitting out blood. After signing a spiritual contract with their beast, a tamer's spirit is closely linked. With the beast's demise, the tamer's spirit naturally suffered a severe blow. Damn my beast! The tamer felt devastated, recalling the thousands of gold coins spent on the cub, raised to silver level, only to meet its end at Jiang Cheng's breath. The crowd erupted in astonishment, cries of shock echoing. He killed a silver-level beast with a single breath. Could he be a battle king? Jiang Cheng spoke calmly, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Those who block my path will be killed without mercy. Chen Bo and the beast tamer with the crimson fox exchanged glances, their faces grim. This young man's strength far exceeded expectations. They had no deep loyalty to the Qian family and naturally didn't want to risk their beasts and lives for the deceased Qian Shiguang. Chen Bo's expression shifted, and he eventually stepped aside, allowing a path. The remaining Qian family guards, seeing this, dared not obstruct them. Blocking a suspected battle king? It was akin to courting death. So powerful. Lu Mengli's eyes sparkled with admiration, amazed at how one person's might could make so many strong individuals step aside willingly. Let's go. Jiang Cheng glanced at the woman, offering no further explanation. In truth, he had used all his internal energy earlier, concentrating it into a sliver of innate power to instantly kill the blazing tiger. Although Jiang Cheng appeared formidable, he was actually at his limit, vulnerable enough for even a battle master to defeat him easily. However, just as they were about to reach the Qian family's main gate, a piercing croak suddenly rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. A massive creature leaped out from the Qian family's inner courtyard. It was the Qian family's gold-level beast, the three-legged poisonous toad. What happened? Qian Feng stood on the three-legged venomous toad, his brows furrowed as he asked directly. He had rushed over as soon as he sensed the commotion, his eyes filled with confusion and vigilance. Chen Bo's face was full of bitterness, his voice low and somber. Master, the young master has been killed. What? Qian Feng was thunderstruck, his mind going blank. Immediately, his eyes widened, bloodshot with fury, and he roared with earth-shattering anger. You brat, I will tear you to pieces. The three-legged venomous toad let out a piercing cry, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Its ugly pea-green eyes glowed ominously as it leaped tens of meters, dashing towards Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli. At this moment, Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli, who had just left the Qian residence, sensed this terrifying presence. Lu Mengli's face turned slightly pale as she whispered, It's the Qian family's gold-level beast. It can track our scent. We must leave quickly. No worries. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. A joyful howl echoed as a not-so-large husky happily ran out from a dark alley. Is this your beast? Lu Mengli was stunned, her face full of surprise. Since when did huskies become beasts? Don't just stand there, get on. Jiang Cheng was already mounted on the devouring wolf and urged Lu Mengli, who was still in a daze, with a frown. Lu Mengli blushed slightly, holding a white cat as she sat on the back of the devouring wolf. Due to its small size, some physical contact was inevitable. Jiang Cheng didn't mind at all and whispered, Hold on tight. He gently patted the devouring wolf's head, which immediately let out an excited howl, its limbs bursting with incredible power as it began to sprint. Almost instantly, the devouring wolf reached its maximum speed, darting through the night like a phantom. Lu Mengli hesitated briefly but then wrapped her arms around Jiang Cheng's waist. Her long hair danced in the wind, breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, the three-legged venomous toad was rapidly moving through the entire Tianfeng city, its leaping ability astonishing, able to propel its mountain-like body tens of meters in a single bound. Qian Feng stood atop it, his face twisted with rage as he roared. Damn it! Faster! Those two bastards are getting away. The hatred of a son's murder was irreconcilable. Other families within Tianfeng City also noticed the commotion, each speculating why the Qian family was acting so frantically, daring to search the entire city. In the Su family, Su Jingfeng sensed the presence of the three-legged venomous toad as it passed by, a look of surprise on his face. At that moment, Su Ao rushed in excitedly, shouting, Dad, great news! I found out about that kid. His name is Jiang Cheng. He's just a scrap collector. Oh, Su Jingfeng was taken aback by the news, quickly connecting it to the Qian family's unusual activity today, frowning. Could it be that the Qian family is chasing him now? Yes. Su Ao was full of excitement. That kid actually killed Qian Shiguang. He's now being hunted by the Qian family all over the city. This is our golden opportunity. Su Jingfeng's eyes gleamed, immediately understanding Su Ao's implication. With the Qian family fully mobilized, their defenses would be weak. This was indeed an unseen-a-lifetime chance. Su Ao continued to persuade. Dad, don't hesitate. If we attack the Qian family now and seize the bloodstone accompanying the three-legged venomous toad, by then, even if Qian Feng discovers it, he won't be our match. The accompanying bloodstone was like a second life to the three-legged venomous toad, granting it powerful regenerative abilities while limiting its range of action. If not for the murder of Qian Shiguang and Qian Feng's rage-clouded judgment, he would never have taken the toad out of the Qian family alone. The sky wolf transformed into a gust of wind, moving faster and faster. Sitting at the back, Lu Mingli felt the terrifying aura behind her gradually weaken and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She asked, "Where are we heading now?" Jiang Cheng looked up at the sky, where the first light of dawn had appeared. "To the Nanyang villa, to pick up some items," he replied succinctly, thinking that the materials he bought at the auction should have arrived. Meanwhile, Qian Feng stood on the three-legged poisonous toad, puzzled to find Jiang Cheng and Lu Mingli's presence disappearing again. Even with the toad's speed, he couldn't keep up with them. Qian Feng bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the toad's warty skin. Croak! The toad let out a strange cry, its body suddenly expanding as if fully empowered, moving almost twice as fast as before. Catch up with them. Qian Feng's eyes were fierce. This was the toad's innate skill, usable only once a month. He was sparing no expense to catch Jiang Cheng and Lu Mingli. Soon, the sky wolf brought the two to Nanyang Villa. It was panting heavily, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue at Jiang Cheng, seemingly seeking praise. Lu Mingli blinked her beautiful eyes and reached out to pet the sky wolf's large head. "Your beast seems to be of good quality." Woof! The sky wolf excitedly licked Lu Mingli's delicate hand, making her giggle. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, followed by a respectful voice. "Is Mr. Jiang here? The items you purchased at the auction have arrived. Please sign for them." Jiang Cheng opened the door to find the auction house's staff outside, accompanied by several formidable-looking men in black, escorting a half-meter-high sealed box. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and casually signed his name. As Jiang Cheng picked up the box, a foul stench wafted from above. A mountain-sized three-legged poisonous toad appeared in the sky, glaring coldly at Jiang Cheng and Lu Mingli, its forked red tongue flicking menacingly. Standing on the toad, Qian Feng looked at Jiang Cheng with venomous eyes and sneered. "Why aren't you running anymore, you little brat?" Jiang Cheng remained calm, but Lu Mingli's face turned pale. She hadn't expected Qian Feng to catch up again. Sensing the tension, the auction house staff cleared their throat and stated, "Master Qian, we are from Tianfeng Grand Auction House. Get lost, I only want their lives." Qian Feng waved dismissively, and the auction staff quickly retreated as if granted a reprieve. Qian Feng's gaze was cold as he stared at Jiang Cheng, growling, "Was it you who killed my son?" "It was me." Jiang Cheng nodded calmly. "Very well." Qian Feng laughed instead of getting angry, his voice turning icy. "Should I skin you alive first or crush your bones? If you dare harm him, your Qian family will be doomed." Lu Mingli warned icily, her face frosty. "Oh." Qian Feng sneered, looking directly at Lu Mingli. "Even Bai Yuntao wouldn't dare make such a claim. Where does a mere silver beast master like you get the courage to say this? Today, both of you will die." His tone was resolute, and the toad beneath him glared with green eyes, its mouth wide open as if eager to devour them. "Because I am from the Lu family of Tianhe," Lu Mingli declared coldly. "The Lu family of Tianhe?" Qian Feng was taken aback, and then a storm of emotions surged in his heart. The Lu family from Tianhe is renowned throughout Donghua, a powerful clan with even the Battle Emperor and Diamond-level Beastmasters at their service. In comparison, the Qinghe royal mansion pales, let alone the Qian family. A single guard from the Lu family could easily wipe out the entire Qian family. Qian Feng's eyes flickered as he weighed the situation. Suddenly, he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "You think I'll believe that? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lu Mingli snorted, pulling out a green token from her pocket. The token was carved with a roaring Qilin, and the back bore a prominent Lu character. Upon seeing this token, Qian Feng's pupils contracted. He recalled seeing a similar black token at a Qinghe royal banquet from a Lu family emissary. In Donghua, green signifies greater prestige, indicating Lu Mingli's significant status within her family. Lu Mingli coldly watched the change in Qian Feng's expression, her voice icy. "Qian Shiguang attempted to harm me and got what he deserved. Do you accept this?" Qian Feng's face shifted between emotions, internally realizing the danger. It seemed his incompetent son had indeed offended someone from the Lu family. Though Qian Shiguang was his only heir, watching him die inexplicably was hard to swallow. Having crossed the Lu family, Qian Feng knew this matter wouldn't end easily. He quickly made up his mind. Jiang Cheng had been observing Qian Feng's expression. Noticing a flash of murderous intent in Qian Feng's eyes, he narrowed his own, quietly channeling his remaining energy. He moved his lips slightly, warning Lu Mingli behind him. "Step back. He's about to make a move." Lu Mingli's expression shifted with disbelief that Qian Feng would dare act after she revealed her identity. Daring to impersonate the Lu family, you're courting death." Qian Feng sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent, suddenly shouting. Croak! His three-legged poisonous toad opened its mouth wide, its scarlet tongue shooting out like a fatal rope towards the two. In that critical moment, a wolf's howl echoed around. The sky-swallowing wolf's eyes turned scarlet again, like two sparkling rubies in the dark. The aura of a king-grade beast was evident. Croak. The massive body of the three-legged poisonous toad trembled slightly, its scarlet tongue recoiling as if burned. This was a beast's instinctive reaction to a superior presence. Even though the toad was 2 ranks higher than the wolf, it was still intimidated by its kingly aura. A king-grade beast. Qianfeng was both surprised and delighted, a realization flashing in his mind. The king-grade beast causing a stir in Tianfeng City was right before him. If he could devour it, his toad could soon advance to the platinum rank. Qianfeng laughed wildly, slapping the toad's head. Croak. Encouraged by its master, the toad forced itself to overcome the king beast's pressure. Roar. It spewed a foul green gas from its mouth. The surrounding plants withered before even touching this gas. It was not only highly toxic but also corrosive, the most terrifying attack of the three-legged toad. Lu Mengli turned pale, but looking at the calm Jiang Cheng beside her, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Jiang Cheng slightly parted his lips, uttering strange syllables, Doi Tianlong, Banyo Fanjo. Suddenly, a hazy golden shield appeared, enveloping the two. Sizzle. The terrifying toxic gas couldn't penetrate this golden barrier. Standing on the toad, Qianfeng was stunned, mumbling, "What is this?" This power was unfamiliar, resembling the path of warriors yet different. Diamond Sutra. Jiang Cheng's expression was indifferent, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This was one of the top external techniques of the Earthstar Buddhist sect in his previous life, the Diamond Sutra. "Break it open for me." Qianfeng roared as the three-legged poisonous toad beneath him raised its massive claw and slammed it down with force. Boom. Dust scattered, but the golden shield only dimmed slightly, leaving Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli unharmed. Lu Mengli blinked her beautiful eyes, secretly relieved. With the powerful protection of the Vajra mantra, she couldn't help but marvel. This protective artifact is truly impressive. Qianfeng was furious, urging the three-legged toad to exert all its strength, yet it couldn't breach the golden shield. Just as the toad was about to unleash a green energy ball from its mouth, its enormous body suddenly convulsed, emitting a piercing wail. Qianfeng nearly fell from the toad's head. He quickly turned towards the Qian family, his face turning grim. "Su Jingfeng, you're courting death!" he shouted in rage, immediately directing the toad to speed towards the Qian family, ignoring Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli. Meanwhile, within the Qian family estate, a massive purple serpent coiled, spanning tens of meters. Su Jingfeng stood atop the reedy demon snake, looking down as Su Ao led the Su family's elite into the Qian household. A cold smile played on his lips, thinking that once the companion bloodstone of the three-legged toad was taken, the Qian family would fall, and the Su family would rise as the dominant force in Tianfeng City. "Dad, the bloodstone is inside!" Su Ao shouted excitedly, cutting down a Qian family guard with his sword. Su Jingfeng's eyes burned with ambition as he urged the demon snake deeper into the Qian residence. However, at that moment, a shrill roar shattered the sky, and the colossal figure of the three-legged toad appeared. "Su Jingfeng, how dare you!" Qianfeng's furious roar resounded. Su Jingfeng's smile froze instantly, and he quickly commanded, "Aoer, find the bloodstone. I'll hold him off." The two golden-level beasts faced off, their terrifying presence sweeping across Tianfeng City, causing all factions to tremble. Meanwhile, at the Nanyang Villa, Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli also sensed the powerful aura. Lu Mengli pondered briefly, then remarked, "It seems the Su family is trying to take advantage, forcing Qianfeng to retreat. We're quite lucky." Jiang Cheng, looking a bit pale, managed a weak smile. "Indeed, a couple more hits and my Vajra mantra wouldn't have held up." His internal energy was nearly depleted, requiring at least 3 days to fully recover. Seeing this, Lu Mengli's heart tightened. "Jiang Cheng, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Jiang Cheng waved it off, then said, "Your beast is in a state of suspended animation. To revive it, you'll need to gather advanced materials." "What materials?" Lu Mengli asked eagerly, holding Xiaobai. Jiang Cheng calmly listed 3 silver-grade monster crystals, a purple spirit crystal, and a mountain cloud leopard's tooth. Lu Mengli frowned slightly. "I have the silver-grade crystals and the purple spirit crystal, but the mountain cloud leopard is such a rare beast, it's probably not even available at the Tianfeng auction." Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed. The southern barbarian forest should have such beasts. Southern barbarian forest? Lu Mengli was taken aback, her face showing surprise. "You mean?" Jiang Cheng took out a map, pointing to a specific area. "Next stop, the southern barbarian forest." The southern barbarian forest is adjacent to the northern part of Tianfeng City, marking the boundary between Qinghe State and the Beast Forest. The forest's outskirts are primarily inhabited by bronze and silver-tier beasts, while the interior is perilous, often seeing the presence of gold and even platinum-tier beasts. At the forest entrance, the military has established a strict checkpoint. A soldier clad in green armor stopped Jiang Cheng and his companion as they attempted to enter. Show your identification token and pay 50 gold coins, the soldier said routinely. Jiang Cheng, with a calm expression, took out his Beastmaster token and handed it over. The soldier examined it carefully, his demeanor immediately becoming respectful. Please proceed, esteemed Beastmasters, he said respectfully, not even mentioning the gold coins. Such is the privilege accorded to Beastmasters. After Jiang Cheng and his companion moved on, the green-armored soldiers guarding the checkpoint exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. At least dozens of Beastmaster teams have come through in the past few days. Is something happening in the southern barbarian forest? A new recruit whispered. Could there be another beast tide? His companion's face changed slightly at the mention, recalling the terrifying scenes from the last beast tide. Back then, nearly the entire southern barbarian checkpoint was breached by ferocious beasts. If not for the intervention of several diamond-tier beastmasters and the battle emperor from the imperial capital, the entire Qing state might have fallen. Enough chatter, stay focused on your duty, a soldier who appeared to be an officer sternly reprimanded. If the sky falls, there are taller ones to hold it up. By this time, Jiang Cheng and his companion had already ventured into the outskirts of the southern barbarian forest. The mutated plants towered overhead, with ancient trees reaching several hundred meters high. Red wild fruits the size of human heads hung from the branches, and waist-high wild grass swayed in the breeze, resembling razor-sharp thorns covering the ground. The two felt as if they were in a land of giants. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face. The spiritual energy here was several times richer than in Tianfeng City. As he walked, he practiced the dragon-elephant breathing technique, absorbing the dense spiritual energy from the forest to replenish himself. After setting up the spirit-gathering array, I should be able to quickly break through to the innate realm, he thought to himself. Lu Mengli held a beast skin map, her brows slightly furrowed. After a moment of thought, she spoke. According to the Hunter Alliance and the Mercenary Guild's information, there's a high probability that the cloud leopard appears in this area. Her slender finger pointed to a valley region on the map. This connects the inner and outer parts of the southern barbarian forest, but there may be gold-tier beasts from the inner area. She looked up at Jiang Cheng, biting her lip, hoping for his help but unwilling to put him at risk. There are actually a few other places with traces of the cloud leopard. She hesitated, marking several spots on the map. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile at her hesitation, calmly saying, "Those places are too far. Even if we were lucky enough to encounter a cloud leopard, your beast wouldn't last that long." He paused, then decisively added, "Let's head to Yunjian Ridge, but before that, I need to restore my strength." With that, Jiang Cheng patted the head of the sky-devouring wolf. This loyal beast had been carrying a safe from the Tianfeng auction house throughout the journey. Inside are the basic materials for constructing the spirit-gathering array. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Meanwhile, a 5-person team emerged from the dense forest. 4 men and 1 woman, each exuding a heavy scent of blood, indicating they had just finished an intense hunt. The woman leading the group was particularly striking. Her muscular build was even more robust than her male teammates. As she rudely picked her nose, she complained, "It's all because of you idiots taking on this lousy task for such a small reward. We've been wandering this damned place for 3 days and still haven't found the target location. My skin hasn't been cared for in ages." "Calm down, Sister Qin," a tall, slender young man said with a placating smile. "The reward may be small, but it's a clever task. Once we complete it, we can be promoted to a clever mercenary group, and the resources and privileges we'll gain will be substantial." The other 3 nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with eager anticipation. Once promoted to a clever mercenary group, their status and standing would be incomparable to before. "Where are we going now?" Lu Mengli followed Jiang Cheng through the dense forest, with Tunshanlang sniffing the ground ahead to find the path. She noticed Jiang Cheng heading uphill and frowned in confusion. "Aren't we supposed to be looking for the safe houses around here?" Lu Mengli thought to herself, scanning the dense trees for any signs of danger. Suddenly, the tall shrubs ahead shook violently, and a deep moo echoed through the air. Tunshanlang immediately raised its head, eyes gleaming with excitement. A massive blue wild bull burst out from the bushes, its eyes blood-red, charging towards Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli with its sharp crescent-shaped horns aimed straight at them. In Jiang Cheng's mind, a line of data appeared. Beast name, Southern Barbarian Wild Bull. Beast level, Bronze 4-star. Beast status, Rampaging. He paused for a moment, then calmly said to Tunshanlang, "Dumb 2. It's all yours." Tunshanlang leapt into action, exuding a kingly aura. However, the Southern Barbarian Wild Bull only trembled slightly as it continued its frenzied charge, clearly having lost its mind. Undaunted, Tunshanlang's figure flashed, and its sharp claws left afterimages in the air. Slash! A spray of blood erupted from the bull's neck. It let out a miserable bellow, but Tunshanlang showed no mercy, biting through its throat. At that moment, a thunderous roar came from the bushes, accompanied by the relentless cries of wild bulls. In an instant, a large herd of southern barbarian wild bulls surged forward like a tidal wave, recklessly charging toward Jiang Cheng and the others. Tun Shenlang quickly retreated behind Jiang Cheng in fright. Seeing this, Lu Mengli urgently shouted, "Quick, head up the slope. This is a sign of a stampeding bull herd." She thought to herself about the three most terrifying things to encounter in the southern barbarian forest: high-level beasts, poison ape hordes, and rampaging herds of southern barbarian wild bulls. The bull herd was unstoppable, crushing everything in their path. Even the bull that Tun Shenlang had just killed was tossed high into the air. The rumbling sound continued for a long time before the herd finally moved on. Lu Mengli looked at the devastated forest below with lingering fear and said, "I wonder what triggered these bulls. They must have been spooked by some high-level beast deeper in the forest." Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered as he calmly approached the bloodied remains of the trampled bull. He reached down to retrieve the bull's sharp horn, and a line of data appeared in his mind. Ding. Material found. Material name, Southern Barbarian Bullhorn. Can be synthesized into Ancient Green Bullhorn Fragment 1. Material age, 3-year-old subadult bull. Material rating D. Jiang Cheng felt a tinge of excitement, thinking the system's capabilities were more impressive than he had imagined. With a thought, the bullhorn in his hand vanished in a flash of white light. Ding. Acquired Ancient Green Bull Horn Fragment 1. Collect 20 to synthesize an Ancient Green Bull Horn. Simultaneously, a phantom of an ancient green bull appeared in Jiang Cheng's consciousness. Lu Mengli witnessed this scene, her eyes filled with surprise and doubt. She thought, that horn just disappeared into thin air. Could it be that he has some kind of storage equipment? Such items are extremely rare and not something just anyone has. She huffed to herself, "Humph, trying to fool me." Lu Mengli became more convinced that Jiang Cheng was a disciple from one of the major families in Tianhe, out for training. After much searching, Jiang Cheng finally chose a mountain peak to settle on. His gaze swept around and finally rested on Lu Mengli, who was sitting on a green stone. She held a white cat in her arms, resting her chin on her hand, and watched Jiang Cheng's every move with curiosity. Jiang Cheng deftly snapped off a willow branch, dipped it in the black blood of a demon snake, and began sketching on the ground. His technique was skillful, quickly forming an octagonal pattern, followed by countless intricate lines. These lines seemed chaotic but held a subtle, mysterious order. Lu Mengli stared at the pattern on the ground for a long time, her brows furrowing deeper. Finally, she couldn't help but ask softly, "Are you drawing a contract magic array? I've never seen this type before." Jiang Cheng paused at her words, then smiled faintly. "Something like that. There are many paths to the Tao, but they all lead to the same place. Whether it's a spiritual array from a past life or a contract magic array in this world, their basic principles are similar, only the execution differs." As he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng flicked his fingers, releasing inner strength. 10 spirit-attracting crystals shot out like arrows, landing precisely on the vertices of the octagonal pattern, with 2 landing at the center. Jiang Cheng exhaled a clear breath, a confident smile playing on his lips. The array is set. Now to attract the spirits. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, then grasped a piece of exquisite jade in each hand. Instantly, his breathing became heavy, as if an ancient dragon elephant roared beside him. Lu Mengli's eyes widened in shock. 2 streams of milky white energy surged from the jade, spinning rapidly as they poured into the 2 central spirit-attracting crystals. Boom! The entire octagonal array, drawn with black snake blood, burst into brilliant light. The center of the array seemed to become a giant vortex, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions with overwhelming force, causing the surrounding ancient trees to tremble. Not bad, Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, then sat cross-legged at the center of the array, beginning to absorb the influx of spiritual energy with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a 5-member mercenary team also sensed the unusual disturbance. "What the hell? Such a commotion. Did some treasure just appear?" exclaimed the bare-chested man leading the group, his eyes wide with disbelief. The others behind him had eyes alight with excitement, chattering eagerly. "With such a spectacle, there must be a rare treasure. Come on, let's go check it out," said Sister Qin, rubbing her plump hands with glee. "See? It's my good luck. Follow me, and we find treasure right away." Thanks to Sister Qin, the tall, thin man quickly flattered her. The others rolled their eyes, silently grumbling. They hadn't forgotten that just moments ago, this woman was complaining about the distance and didn't want to come. At the mountain peak, the white aura around Jiang Cheng grew denser. It was pure spiritual energy, which he absorbed greedily. While practicing the dragon elephant breathing technique, Jiang Cheng opened all his pores, drawing in the external spiritual energy. Lu Mengli stood up, her eyes filled with increasing amazement. She had never heard of such a cultivation method. Even the battle kings of the Lu family cultivated steadily, refining their battle essence bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of white energy. This breath was so pure it seemed like an invisible sword, instantly shattering a half-human hate green stone not far away. Half-step to congenital. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. Having refined innate true essence, he now had several means at his disposal, granting him some ability to protect himself in this world. Just then, a clamor arose from the mountain path below. Sister Qin, the treasure is just ahead, come on up. The Tunshan wolf let out a wary growl as it saw a group approaching, its fur bristling slightly with unease. Qin Jie and her companions were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Cheng and his partner. Their eyes quickly scanned the surroundings for any signs of treasure. However, their attention soon shifted to Lu Mengli. The men couldn't help but stare at Lu Mengli's graceful figure and stunning beauty, especially the shirtless man whose eyes were filled with blatant desire, almost drooling. Noticing these unfriendly gazes, Lu Mengli frowned slightly and unconsciously moved closer to Jiang Cheng. A tall, thin man quickly adjusted his expression and said in a calm tone, "No need to worry, we're from the Hunters Guild." The other mercenaries followed suit, forcing smiles and agreeing. Yes, we're hunters here on a mission in the southern barbarian forest." Hunters. Lu Mengli relaxed a little upon hearing this. The Hunters Guild had a decent reputation, and incidents of hunters killing for treasure were rare. Qin Jie also smiled kindly and tentatively asked, "We felt some strong fluctuations here earlier. Was there any treasure that appeared?" "There wasn't," Jiang Cheng replied flatly. The shirtless man wasn't convinced and pointed at the array on the ground, questioning. "Impossible. Then what are these runes on the ground?" Although the spirit-gathering formation was extinguished, its strange patterns still provoked curiosity. Jiang Cheng coldly retorted, "Oh, do I owe you an explanation?" The shirtless man was about to react when Qin Jie patted his shoulder to calm him down. Her gaze shifted between the Tunshan wolf in front of Jiang Cheng and the white cat in Lu Mengli's arms. Licking her lips, she asked, "Are you beast masters?" Beast masters. The eyes of the surrounding mercenaries gleamed with greed. Beast masters were far more lucrative than ordinary warriors, and these men were no strangers to robbery and murder in the wilderness. Moreover, with a beauty like Lu Mengli as a beast master, the mercenaries, who hadn't seen a woman in a long time, were itching with desire. The tall man whispered in Qin Jie's ear, "Qin Jie, should we go for it?" Qin Jie scrutinized the Tunshan wolf and assessed. "Its aura isn't very strong, at most bronze level. With the 5 of us as warlords, we should have no problem dealing with them." She glanced at Jiang Cheng with a fiery look, a blush appearing on her dark cheeks. "Of course, let's do it. The usual rule, the man is mine, the woman is yours." "Huh, of course," the other 4 replied with sleazy grins. The shirtless man ogled Lu Mengli's mature figure and shouted, "This time, don't fight me for it. I'm first." Seeing these ill-intentioned people closing in, Lu Mengli felt a chill and sighed, realizing that nothing good ever came from encounters in the wild. Jiang Cheng smirked disdainfully and nudged the Tunshan wolf. "Clueless fools. These people aren't weak, likely above warlord level. Perfect for your training." The Tunshan wolf showed no fear. Instead, it howled excitedly. A whoa! Its howl was imposing, shaking the very core of those who heard it. Even the shirtless man looked momentarily uneasy, but he quickly regained his arrogant grin. "Just a bronze-level mutt. Watch how I, Xiongyi, take you down." With a swift motion, the shirtless man extended his hand, battle energy enveloping his fist as he aimed a powerful blow at the Tunshan wolf's lower back. "Copper head, iron bones, tofu waist," he shouted. "Hit the waist, it's the most effective way to deal with wild wolves." The Sky Devourer wolf was fearless, opening its massive jaws to bite down hard on the bare-chested man's arm. Thud! The man punched the wolf in the lower back, only to realize it felt like hitting solid steel. Meanwhile, the wolf's fangs had already sunk deep into his flesh. Ah! The man's face twisted in agony as he let out a piercing scream. In a panic, he tried to shake off the wolf, but it was in vain. The wolf held on tight, and his right arm was quickly torn open, blood gushing out. "You beast, you're asking for it," shouted 2 other mercenaries, their battle energy instantly transforming into a sword and a blade, aiming for the wolf's vital spots. The Sky Devourer wolf, with its keen instincts, let go and flipped away, evading the attack. Swoosh! The energy blades landed directly on the bare-chested man. "Ouch! You 2 idiots, are you trying to kill me?" He howled in pain, now with 2 more bloody wounds. "This wolf is fast. Let's corner it together," the tall, slender man commanded with a sharp gaze. Despite the searing pain, the bare-chested man joined his 3 companions in closing in on the wolf. Sister Qin, however, remained unbothered, taking out a small mirror to primp herself. As a 6-star battle master, she clearly deemed such minor threats beneath her. Woof! Faced with the onslaught of 4 battle masters, the wolf quickly became timid, wagging its tail pitifully at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng glanced coldly at the cowardly creature and said casually, "Hold out for 3 minutes, and it'll give you 10 demon crystals." He was curious to see the limits of this 5-star bronze-ranked wolf. Upon hearing about the demon crystals, the wolf instantly revived, its vicious nature emerging. Its pitch-black pupils turned blood-red, captivating the 4 mercenaries who involuntarily froze on the spot. Interesting, Jiang Cheng smirked. Though the wolf's talent lay in devouring, it cleverly used its ability to create a mesmerizing effect. This foolish dog had some wit after all. A few seconds later, the tall, slender man snapped out of it, astonished. This dog is too sinister. It can even enchant people. Seeing his companions still in a daze, he urgently shouted, "Wake up!" The bare-chested man awoke as if from a dream, drenched in cold sweat. "We have to kill it. It's too dangerous," he yelled, launching an attack. This time, he smartened up, covering his arms with battle energy conjured armor. Thud! His punch tore through the air, the sonic boom echoing all around. The Sky Devourer wolf, not being foolish, was aware of the gap in their levels. It flicked its tail, agilely dodging the lethal strike. Thud! The man's punch missed, fueling his rage. He quickly gathered his battle energy, forming 3 flying daggers. "Let's see how you dodge these, beast." The 3 daggers targeted the wolf, shooting straight at it. Simultaneously, the other 3 also attacked, their furious battle energy enveloping the wolf completely. The wolf let out a heart-wrenching scream. Jiang Cheng chuckled. This silly dog screamed so miserably, yet none of the attacks had even touched it. Beside him, Lu Mingli was quietly amazed, not expecting Jiang Cheng's beast-handling skills to hold up against the siege of 3 battle masters for so long. Disperse. At the critical moment, Jiang Cheng uttered a single word with indifference. In an instant, the sharp battle energy, just inches from the wolf, vanished into thin air. What happened? The bare-chested man was dumbfounded, as were his companions, all exchanging bewildered glances. "Oh woo." The proud Tunshinlang wagged its tail as it returned to Jiang Cheng's side. It glanced sideways at the stunned mercenaries, its clever, husky-like eyes seeming to say, "See, that's the power of my master." Jiang Cheng scanned the crowd with an expressionless face, his voice calm, yet filled with menace. "I don't want to kill anyone today. I'm giving you a chance to leave." His words elicited a few scoffs. A burly man with a bare chest sneered. "You've got some nerve, kid. Without your beast, what's a beastmaster but an ordinary person? I'm curious to see where your confidence comes from." As he spoke, he rolled his shoulders, and a battle aura swirled around his arms. At that moment, a woman named Sister Qin, who had just finished applying foundation, suddenly shouted sharply, "Xiong Shan, if you dare to injure this boy's face, you'll have hell to pay." Xiong Shan chuckled. "Don't worry, Sister Qin. I know my limits. I'll make sure this boy is obediently serving you in no time." His gaze drifted past Jiang Cheng to Lu Mingli behind him, and he added some lewd remarks. "Kid, does it make you mad? Soon you'll be watching helplessly as we enjoy your girlfriend, and you'll have to serve our Sister Qin. Oh, by the way, a reminder, Sister Qin's backside has crushed quite a few men." Before he could finish, a bloody mark appeared on Xiong Shan's forehead. Jiang Cheng said softly, "I gave you a chance." Bang! Xiong Shan fell to the ground with a crash, his consciousness shattered in an instant by the innate true essence. The other's pupils contracted as they watched in disbelief. A tall, thin man stammered, "What kind of sorcery did you use?" Jiang Cheng remained silent, stepping forward calmly. Each step was accompanied by a soft thud, and another person fell. In the blink of an eye, only the tall, thin man and Sister Qin were left, huddled together and trembling with fear. The tall, thin man quickly cried out, "Spare us, sir. I have a secret." Jiang Cheng paused, showing a hint of interest. "Oh? Go on." The tall, thin man sighed in relief and spoke hurriedly. "It's about the divine beast relics in Tianfeng City." His words even surprised Lu Mingli. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered. "Continue." The tall, thin man gritted his teeth. "Sir, can you spare our lives?" Jiang Cheng replied coolly, "If your information is valuable enough, I'll let you go." The tall, thin man hesitated for a moment, then turned to Sister Qin and whispered, "Take out the map the employer gave us." Sister Qin was taken aback, then exclaimed, "So the task we took was to investigate the divine beast relics?" The tall, thin man ignored her, retrieving the map from Sister Qin's pocket and spreading it out before Jiang Cheng. "These landmarks are the most likely locations for the divine beast relics, provided by the Mercenary Guild. The information is very reliable. Our employer asked us to investigate each one, and we've already ruled out many places." Jiang Cheng took the map and examined it closely. In the brief silence, the tall, thin man and Sister Qin were sweating profusely, their eyes filled with fear, worried that one dissatisfaction from Jiang Cheng would lead to their demise. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's gaze paused on a landmark, his brow slightly furrowed. It was their destination, Yijian Ridge. The tall, thin man noticed Jiang Cheng's expression change and turned pale. He quickly explained, "Sir, this information is absolutely accurate. I suspect the employer is from the Song family of Tianhe. It can't be false." "The Song family of Tianhe?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli's expression changed drastically, as if the name brought back unpleasant memories. Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'll keep this map. You can leave now. Thank you, sir, for sparing our lives. The tall, thin man felt as if he had been granted amnesty and turned to flee. Sister Qin's plump body trembled as she hurried after him. Jiang Cheng put away the map and then crouched down to search the 3 corpses on the ground. Lu Mengli watched his skilled actions, momentarily stunned. In just a few days, she seemed to have met a new Jiang Cheng, powerful, decisive, and highly capable. Was such a person really only 18 years old? She couldn't help but stare at Jiang Cheng, lost in thought. Ms. Lu, it's time to go, Jiang Cheng reminded her with a light cough. Lu Mengli snapped back to reality, her fair face instantly turning red. She had been staring at her student for so long. She scolded herself internally. How improper, Lu Mengli. Just as they were about to leave, a loud crash echoed from the nearby forest, followed by a piercing scream. It's them, Lu Mengli exclaimed. It was Sister Qin's voice. In Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli's view appeared the tall, thin man, running frantically, his face full of terror, as if he had encountered something horrifying. Sir, save me. The tall, thin man cried out for help as soon as he saw Jiang Cheng. However, in the next moment, a rumbling sound erupted. From the dense forest, a pair of massive hands wreathed in endless flames reached out, effortlessly lifting the tall, thin man like a chick. Ah! The man screamed in terror before being tossed into a giant mouth. The sound of gruesome chewing followed. Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli were both stunned by the scene. Flame Lord. Lu Mengli's voice was filled with fear. This is a silver-tier Flame Lord. Its power rivals that of a gold-level beast, an absolute dominator on the outskirts of the southern wilderness forest. Jiang Cheng glanced down at the map, realizing they were standing on Lark Ridge. He laughed. Perfect timing. I was just wondering where to find the materials to advance the sky-devouring wolf. Roar. The Flame Lord fully revealed itself before them. It was a nearly 100-meter turtle giant, covered in strange flame patterns. Its fiery eyes looked down at them. Howl! The sky-devouring wolf let out a cry, showing no fear in the face of a beast 1 tier above it. Its kingly aura surged forth. The Flame Lord's momentum faltered, and it looked down at the sky-devouring wolf, greed evident on its giant face, clearly coveting the wolf's royal bloodline. Find a place to hide, and come out once I've dealt with this guy, Jiang Cheng suddenly said to Lu Mengli. Before he finished speaking, he had already leaped forward, boldly charging at the Flame Lord. With a deafening roar, the Flame Lord unleashed a torrent of fire from its massive mouth and nostrils. The scorching heat waves swept across the surroundings, and several fiery dragon-like flames instantly encircled Jiang Cheng. Watch out, Jiang Cheng! Lu Mengli shouted a warning from below. Jiang Cheng was suspended in midair, and any misstep could lead to him being consumed by the fierce flames. Despite the danger, Jiang Cheng's expression remained unchanged. He lightly stepped into the void and suddenly leaped, effortlessly evading the encircling flames. This scene left Lu Mengli frozen in disbelief. She muttered to herself, is that flight? But that's supposed to be the privilege of a war king. Jiang Cheng gave the Flame Lord no chance to recover. He formed a fist, imbued with terrifying innate energy, and struck directly at the Flame Lord's forehead. With a thunderous boom, the Flame Lord let out a low, pained wail, its colossal body swaying precariously. Sword come, Jiang Cheng commanded, and a blue-white long sword appeared behind him. The sword's presence was so overwhelming that the surrounding flora trembled. With a calm gaze, Jiang Cheng pointed with 2 fingers, channeling the innate energy only attainable at the half-step innate realm. This was his unique technique that once swept through the innate realm the unbounded sword. The sword's shadow cut through the air, piercing the Flame Lord's chest in an instant. Molten blood gushed out as the Flame Lord howled in agony, desperately trying to flee. However, Jiang Cheng coldly uttered a single word, explode. The blue sword embedded in the Flame Lord's chest trembled violently, followed by an explosion that echoed across the sky. The terrifying innate energy detonated, blasting a massive hole in the Flame Lord's chest. The Flame Lord collapsed, its flames extinguished. Lu Mengli was so shocked by what she witnessed that she became numb. She thought, to defeat a high-tier Silver Flame Lord so effortlessly in just 2 moves, even a typical 9-star battle sovereign might not achieve that. Jiang Cheng landed calmly and walked towards the Flame Lord's corpse, with the devouring wolf wagging its tail hurriedly behind him. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind. Ding! Synthesis materials discovered. Material name, Southern Barbarian Bull Horn 21. Can synthesize, Ancient Green Bull Horn Fragment 21. Material age, 3-year-old adolescent wild bull. Material rating, D. Jiang Cheng realized that the Flame Lord must have consumed many Southern Barbarian wild bulls, with the horns still undigested in its stomach. With a thought, the 21 ancient green bull horn fragments in his mind fused instantly. In the next moment, An ancient, majestic bullhorn appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand, nearly twice the size of a southern barbarian bullhorn, exuding an aura of imperial might. The system prompted again. Material name, ancient green bullhorn. Material effect, enhances beast bones, increases resilience. Material grade, Jiang Cheng felt a tinge of excitement, thinking it would be perfect for helping the devouring wolf advance. With a flick of his finger, a strand of innate energy landed on the Flame Lord's chest, causing a few drops of scorching essence blood to spurt out, which he caught in a prepared cauldron. Lu Mengli watched in confusion, unable to comprehend Jiang Cheng's actions. Jiang Cheng then crushed 3 silver-tier monster crystals into powder and added them to the cauldron along with several snake spirit herbs. The Flame Lord's essence blood was already boiling hot, needing no additional heat, and the liquid in the cauldron began to bubble and sizzle instantly. Before long, the liquid in the pot had blended together, with the soft properties of the snake's spirit grass successfully subduing the violent energy of the demon crystal. Jiang Cheng thoughtfully stroked his chin, then with a burst of innate energy, the ancient green ox horn in his hand instantly turned to powder, quietly falling into the pot. The potion in the pot bubbled intensely, turning as black as ink. Suddenly, the Tunchen wolf felt a large hand gripping its neck tightly. It quickly let out a few whimpers, its eyes wide with fear, thinking to itself, could the master still be considering turning it into a dog meat hot pot? Stupid dog, this is to help you advance, Jiang Cheng said, noticing the wolf's aggrieved expression, leaving him speechless. Woof! The Tunchen wolf grumbled internally. Who's going to believe that when there's a pot already set up? Without bothering with the wolf's wild imagination, Jiang Cheng directly tossed it into the large pot. Having observed for a while, Lu Mengli couldn't help but ask, Jiang Cheng, what are you doing? Helping it advance. Jiang Cheng shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. Advance. Lu Mengli's voice was filled with skepticism. It was common knowledge that advancing a beast was a precise science, requiring meticulous attention to the materials and the beast's condition. This is why the profession of beast cultivators emerged. Even master cultivators needed to conduct detailed analyses before selecting appropriate materials and methods for advancement. But Jiang Cheng's method of tossing everything into a pot was something Lu Mengli had never seen before. At that moment, the Tunchen wolf in the pot let out a series of wails as its fur caught fire. Get it out of there! Lu Mengli exclaimed in panic, but Jiang Cheng remained calm, his gaze thoughtful. The Tunchen wolf is beginning to merge with the power of the Flame Lord. To evolve towards the Holy Blood Qilin, the fire attribute, is essential. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself. Why are you just standing there? Lu Mengli was furious, unable to tolerate seeing her beast suffer. However, her expression soon froze. The Tunchen wolf in the pot was undergoing a transformation. Its distinct black and white fur shed away, replaced by shiny black scales. Its neck grew a mane of red hair, its limbs became stronger, and its size increased to that of an average buffalo. The most striking change was the intricate patterns on its scales, reminiscent of those on the Flame Lord. It really advanced. Lu Mengli's mouth hung open in astonishment. Jiang Cheng gazed at the newly transformed beast, a string of data appearing in his mind. Beast name, Hellfire Hound. Beast level, Silver 1 star. Beast quality, Lower Royal Grade. Beast skills, Infernal Flame, Ferocious Bark. Beast status, Excited. Beast weakness, Light attribute. Evolution requirements, 3 gold grade demon crystals, Azure Water Crystal. Evolution paths, 13 in total. A smile crept onto Jiang Cheng's lips, pleased that its strength had increased by 5 stars. Woof! The Hellfire Hound wagged its tongue at Jiang Cheng, brimming with excitement. But Jiang Cheng's face suddenly darkened as he noticed the hound's eyes still held that characteristic daftness of a husky. It seemed that even advancement couldn't erase its inherent silliness. Maybe I should create another beast. Jiang Cheng sighed, slightly regretting his decision to use a husky for the fusion. He thought to himself that even a random yellow dog might have been more obedient than a husky. With a thud, Jiang Cheng punched the Hellfire Hound, causing the newly advanced beast to let out a pitiful yelp. The Hellfire Hound glared at Jiang Cheng with a look of resentment, whining in protest. Bad master. Bullying the dog. Jiang Cheng ignored its complaints and instead smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, as expected, after adding the ancient blue ox horn, this dumb dog's body strength has increased several times, comparable to the Flame Lord at Silver 7-star level. In high spirits, Jiang Cheng turned to Lu Mengli and said enthusiastically, let's go to Cloud Ridge. Lu Mengli stared at Jiang Cheng for a moment before exclaiming, you're simply a prodigy, just a cauldron, and you can easily advance a beast. If that's not genius, what is? Meanwhile, the inner area of the southern barbarian forest was bustling with activity. Shadows of people and beasts flickered through the woods, all drawn by the legendary beast relic. A middle-aged man with a straight posture frowned and muttered, more people? Goodness. How many people did the Tiendo auction house sell the beast relic information to? Soon, another team appeared. Several beast masters with powerful beasts and in different expressions emerged, each one an extraordinary figure. Following them, an eye-catching group arrived. They wore luxurious clothing with jade tokens at their waists, surprisingly without any beasts. Some whispered that they might be experts from the Tianhe family, possibly carrying platinum-level beasts. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a hearty laugh echoed. A burly middle-aged man led his team with steady steps and an impressive aura. Someone recognized them as the Tianhe Lu family, and others gasped at the mention of the Battle King. The atmosphere grew tense, with various factions quietly vying for dominance. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli rode the now larger Hellfire Hound toward Cloud Ridge. Lu Mengli studied the map carefully and exclaimed excitedly, "We're almost there." Suddenly, a wide gorge appeared ahead, with a rushing river below, blocking their path. "Is this Cloud Ridge?" Jiang Cheng asked, raising an eyebrow. Lu Mengli double-checked the map and nodded. "It should be. The mountain cloud leopard is extremely skilled at climbing rugged terrain. We need to catch it quickly, or it will escape easily." Despite the challenge, Lu Mengli wasn't worried about Jiang Cheng's safety. After all, he had taken down a silver 7-star flame lord in just 2 moves, so a mere silver-level mountain cloud leopard was no match. On the Yunjian Ridge, Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli carefully navigated through the desolate forest, carrying an almost lifeless white demon cat in their arms. Lu Mengli, with an anxious expression, took out a small bottle from her pocket and sprinkled pale yellow powder around them. Jiang Cheng curiously asked, "What is this?" With a sly glint in her eyes, Lu Mengli replied, "It's the secretion of a female cloud leopard. These feline beasts are in heat all year round and have such keen senses that they can detect the scent of their kind from kilometers away." Just as she finished speaking, the Hellfire Hound sniffed the air and widened its eyes in disbelief. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. "This scent is quite overwhelming. What if there are only female leopards around?" Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at him and teased, "That's impossible. You should learn more about beast knowledge. In feline beast communities, the same gender won't share the same territory. It's like the saying, 2 tigers cannot live on one mountain." Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully, mentally noting to brush up on his beast mastery knowledge. Suddenly, Lu Mengli pulled Jiang Cheng into the bushes with a sense of urgency. "Hide quickly. The cloud leopard has a very sharp sense." The Hellfire Hound grumbled, seemingly complaining about the impropriety of the two being alone. It shrank to the size of a regular mutt and joined them in the bushes. Several kilometers away, a snow-white cloud leopard, as large as a wild ox, caught the enticing scent. Its eyes lit up as it panted heavily, rushing towards the source with reddened eyes. "It's here," Jiang Cheng whispered. Lu Mengli held her breath, her heart racing. She was well aware of the cloud leopard's suspicious nature and swift attack capability. Any mistake, and it would escape. They had only this one chance. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a breaking twig echoed. The cloud leopard appeared within their sight. Information about the beast flashed through Jiang Cheng's mind. Beast name, Cloud Leopard. Level, Silver 6-star. Quality, High Shin grade. Skill, Swift Shadow. Status, Hungry. Weakness, Control type. Attribute, Agility type. Evolution paths, 7. The cloud leopard grew restless and agitated, sniffing the air desperately for the alluring scent, but unable to find the female's trail. It furiously pawed at the ground, trying to uncover more clues. At this tense moment, a loud fart suddenly broke the silence. The cloud leopard instantly became alert. Lu Mengli's face turned crimson as she pointed at the Hellfire Hound, who was grinning foolishly. Jiang Cheng's face darkened as he cursed the silly dog for farting at such a critical moment. Now, the cloud leopard was only a few dozen meters away. Even Jiang Cheng wasn't confident in subduing it in such a short time. The situation had become even more precarious. The fur of the mountain cloud leopard bristled as it warily watched the bush where Jiang Cheng was hiding. Its hind legs were slightly bent, ready to flee at any moment. Realizing his mistake, Jiang Cheng was determined to make amends personally. His eyes flickered as he gently patted the head of the Hellfire Hound. Despite its caution, the mountain cloud leopard was equally greedy and ruthless. Faced with the Hellfire Hound, which was only at the silver tier, it wasn't intimidated. The Hellfire Hound let out an excited growl and suddenly released a loud, foul-smelling fart. Even with Jiang Cheng's usually calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This foolish dog was truly a disgrace. The Hellfire Hound's body suddenly expanded as it leaped forward to confront the mountain cloud leopard Hedon. The leopard froze for a moment, realizing the intruder was not a female leopard, and became furious. Sensing the Hellfire Hound's aura, it displayed a cruel smile. How dare a mere beginner silver tier beast provoke it? The mountain cloud leopard licked its crimson tongue, seemingly anticipating this delivered lunch. It suddenly leaped, its 10 steel-like claws gleaming coldly as they tore towards the Hellfire Hound. The Hellfire Hound showed no fear, howling towards the sky. Flames erupted from the patterns on its scale-covered body. The aura of a royal beast rippled around, causing the mountain cloud leopard to panic. This black dog was actually a royal-grade beast. Even with a 5-star difference, the bloodline gap was insurmountable. The disparity between a common beast and a royal one was like that between a pheasant and a phoenix. The mountain cloud leopard's claws struck the hellfire hound, but only sparks flew off the dark scales, leaving no mark. The hellfire hound opened its mouth, and a searing black flame quickly formed into a ball. The fireball was intimidating, its temperature so high that the surrounding space seemed to distort. Terrified, the mountain cloud leopard shrieked and tried to flee. Lumingli was extremely anxious, and just as Jiang Cheng was about to intervene, the hellfire hound let out a bizarre howl. This was its second skill-vicious dog howl. The sound waves, with fluctuating pitches and filled with negative emotions, penetrated the mountain cloud leopard's mind. Being a feline beast with sensitive hearing, the pain was magnified tenfold. The mountain cloud leopard howled in agony, and at that moment, the terrifying hellfire ball struck its body. The fireball instantly charred the leopard's flesh. The hellfire hound showed no mercy, leaping high and clamping down on the leopard's throat. The mountain cloud leopard gave a symbolic twitch of its hind leg before succumbing completely. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a smile, thinking it was impressive. Being able to kill a mountain cloud leopard 5 stars above it, even with bloodline suppression, the hellfire hound's combat ability was indeed much stronger than the previous sky-devouring wolf. Jiang Cheng walked slowly to the leopard's corpse and effortlessly pulled out 2 fangs. He said to Lu Mengli, "Teacher Lu, now we can save your beast." Lu Mengli was overwhelmed with emotion, tightly hugging the weakened white charm demon cat in her arms, and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. If there had been further delay, it might have truly died. The potion in the large cauldron bubbled relentlessly as advanced materials like the purple spirit crystal gradually dissolved in the boiling liquid. Lu Mengli held Xiaobai in her arms, her beautiful eyes filled with hesitation and worry. She looked at Jiang Cheng, her voice trembling slightly. "Are you sure this will work?" After all, using a large cauldron for advancement was quite an unusual method. Jiang Cheng stroked his chin, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. It should be fine. If those 2 fools succeeded in advancing, the white phantom cat shouldn't be an exception. Lu Mengli took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and resolutely threw the white cat into the cauldron. Well, there's no other choice now. Let's just hope for the best. As the white phantom cat hit the potion, it made a muffled thud. The violent medicinal powers surged into its body, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered, and he instructed, "Increase the fire." Hearing this, the hellfire dog intensified its flames with a low growl. The potion in the cauldron emitted a hazy white smoke, completely enveloping the white phantom cat. Suddenly, a clear meow pierced through the smoke. "It worked. Xiaobai is alive," Lu Mengli exclaimed with joy, her eyes welling up with tears. If Xiaobai couldn't be saved, she feared she would be consumed by sadness and regret for the rest of her life. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, Xiaobai's advanced form was revealed. Its snow-white, exquisite fur appeared even smoother after being soaked in the potion, and its large, jet-black eyes were full of spirit. The most striking change was its tail, which had grown several sharp spikes, looking quite dangerous. Jiang Cheng carefully observed Xiaobai's transformation, silently noting its new status. Beast name, Nether Shadow Cat. Beast level, Silver 7-star. Beast quality, Low King grade. Beast skills, Nether Thrust, Cat Shadow Clone. Beast status, Excited. Beast weakness, Strong attack type. Evolution requirements, 3 gold grade beast crystals, a portion of Nether Tiger Essence blood, 10 stalks of Xian blue grass. Evolution paths, 16 in total. Xiaobai stretched lazily, looking very content, then leapt back into Lu Mengli's arms. The hellfire dog watched enviously, letting out a jealous growl. With tears in her eyes, Lu Mengli hugged Xiaobai tightly and said resolutely, "Xiaobai, next time I'll make sure to protect you." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Since when do beast tamers protect their beasts? Then he reminded her, "Ms. Lu, your beast has now advanced to king grade bloodline." King grade? Lu Mengli was taken aback, then looked at Xiaobai in her arms with delight. The nether shadow cat proudly lifted its head, letting out a meow that exuded king-grade majesty. The sound startled the birds and beasts in the surrounding wilderness, except for the hellfire dog, which remained still, curiously watching the white cat as if pondering. Is this the final form of the cat hotpot the master mentioned? Indeed, it's king-grade. Lu Mengli's voice trembled with excitement, tears sliding down her beautiful eyes. She turned to Jiang Cheng, suddenly hugging him tightly. "Thank you, Jiang Cheng." Despite the warm embrace, Jiang Cheng maintained a calm expression. He thought to himself that helping Lu Mengli was merely settling a debt from his past self. After all, Lu Mengli had taken care of the former Jiang Cheng multiple times, and as a cultivator, he valued karma deeply. Since his past self had created the cause, he was here to resolve the effect. Lu Mengli lifted her delicate face, her beautiful eyes gazing at Jiang Cheng, and softly said, "Xiaobai was once a royal-grade beast, but its bloodline was stripped by those beasts. Now you've given it the chance to restore its royal-grade bloodline. How can I not thank you? Her fair face gradually turned a shade of red as she mustered the courage to stand on her tiptoes. Ms. Liu, can you let go now? Jiang Cheng's voice suddenly interrupted her action. Woof! The Hellfire Hound let out a dissatisfied bark, shattering the previous silence. It tilted its head, eyes gleaming with mischief. Why not continue kissing? The white cat sat elegantly nearby, its tail flicking gently as it gazed disdainfully at the Hellfire Hound. Meow, you perverted dog. Unbothered, the Hellfire Hound moved closer to the white cat, a lewd grin on its face. Woof! Little white, I think we could give it a try too. Meow, scram, the white cat retorted bluntly. Meanwhile, Lu Mingli's cheeks flushed bright red, a mix of shyness and anger flickering in her beautiful eyes. She thought to herself, is this idiot made of wood? I've been so forward, yet he's still so oblivious. Jiang Cheng, however, remained calm, as if unaffected by the recent events. His thoughts drifted back to his distant past life, a time when he had nearly reached the pinnacle of unity. The allure of worldly romance had long faded for him. Perhaps only that figure in white could still stir his heart. She must have reached divinity by now. Jiang Cheng murmured softly, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. At that moment, an ethereal system notification interrupted Jiang Cheng's reverie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of controlling 2 beasts. Ding! Reward. Divine Pet Space X1, size 16. Jiang Cheng snapped out of his memories, filled with astonishment. Divine Pet Space? He quickly focused his mind and indeed discovered a newly opened space in his consciousness, approximately 16 units in size, enough to hold 2 Hellfire Hounds. Absorb. Jiang Cheng chuckled, and a beam of white light swiftly enveloped the Hellfire Hound that was flirting with the Shadow Cat. Woof! The Hellfire Hound let out a terrified yelp before vanishing abruptly. Watching this, Lu Mengli, who had been sulking, was dumbstruck, her lips slightly parted. Although she knew Jiang Cheng had storage equipment, she had never seen one capable of storing living creatures. The next moment, Jiang Cheng released the Hellfire Hound again. He also understood the unique feature of this divine pet space. It could not only store living beings, but also accelerate their growth. Jiang Cheng. Lu Mengli began to speak, but a sudden loud noise erupted from the depths of the southern barbarian forest, followed by a chorus of beastly roars. The scene shifted to the center of the southern barbarian forest. Dozens of teams looked up in unison at Buluo Mountain, the tallest peak in the forest. According to the Eastern Hua Chronicles and the Heavenly Do Auction House, this was the dwelling place of the ancient divine beast, Zhulong. Why has the sun not risen? How does Zhulong illuminate? Sighed the battle king of the Tianhe Lu family. In the northwest of the sky lies the dark, sunless land, illuminated by a dragon bearing a candle. The surrounding people held their breath, excitement etched on their faces. They were about to venture into the lair of a divine beast, the pinnacle of existence on Blue Star. No beastmaster in history had ever tamed a divine beast. Everyone, please bring out your keys, someone from the Tianhe Song family announced. Though the 3 Tianhe teams were small in number, each was led by a battle king or platinum-level beastmaster, commanding respect. Haha, let me go first. The Lu family battle king laughed, a purple jade disc appearing in his palm and floating into the air. The other teams quickly followed suit, each producing their keys. Purple light flickered as dozens of purple jade discs began aligning under a mysterious force. Unless we break this seal, no one's getting in, someone whispered. And as for tampering, no one has the ability. The final purple jade disc rose from the Tianhe Song family's ranks, joining the others. Boom! A terrifying power erupted, as if a slumbering giant had finally awakened. Roar! A deep, resonant dragon's call suddenly echoed through the entire southern barbarian forest, causing the leaves to rustle. The mythical creatures within the forest, regardless of their rank, trembled instinctively, as if sensing an ancient, overwhelming presence. Atop Mount Buluo, a colossal dragon appeared, stretching across the sky. Its body was fiery red, with a human-like face and a dragon's form, nearly a kilometer long, casting shadows over the land. This was the legendary creature, the Zhulong, more terrifying than the records in the Eastern Hua annals described. Members of the various groups felt their breath catch as if an invisible force gripped their throats. A hunched, elderly beast tamer whispered the legend of the Zhulong. Its eyes opened to create daylight, closed to bring night, its breath bringing winter, and its exhale ushering in summer. Faces turned pale, and some nearly fell to their knees. The beasts behind them were already prostrate, clearly intimidated by the majestic presence of the divine creature. Suddenly, the Zhulong opened its eyes. Those eyes, like bronze bells, appeared bottomless, like abysses. In one group closest to Mount Buluo, someone screamed, only to be enveloped by a beam of light and vanish instantly. The others were left in shock, faces filled with terror. However, some informed individuals remained calm. A tall, middle-aged man spoke up. This is the Zhulong's projection. It's leading us inside. This was none other than Chunyu, the king of Tianluo. Relieved, others thanked him. Chunyu, smiling, replied, "No need to thank me, just make some room when we go in." Although he was a lone wolf, no one dared underestimate the king of Tianluo. Meanwhile, in Yunjian Ridge, Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli also heard the roar. Lu Mengli gazed in awe at the colossal silhouette in the sky and murmured, "That's the divine beast Zhulong." Jiang Cheng was equally shaken, never having encountered such a formidable beast in his past life. At that moment, a low growl came from deep within the forest, as a massive four-armed gorilla leaped out. Following closely, a 50-meter-long ice-blue serpent emerged. Jiang Cheng's expression grew more serious, as these were both gold-level beasts. Worse still, more beasts were lurking within the forest. "This is bad, it's a beast tide," Jiang Cheng exclaimed, quickly mounting his hellhound. Lu Mengli, without hesitation, hugged Xiao Bai and jumped on as well. Facing a tide of dozens of gold-level and hundreds of silver-level beasts, even the entire southern barbarian border would struggle to withstand it. The hellhound howled skyward, its regal aura temporarily intimidating the pursuing beasts. Seizing the moment, it sprinted away, carrying Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli swiftly from the perilous area. The Hellfire Hound dashed madly through the woods, its forepaws moving swiftly, creating strong gusts of wind. Suddenly, Lu Mengli, seated at the back, exclaimed, "Jiang Cheng, look ahead." On hearing this, Jiang Cheng quickly looked up, his pupils shrinking sharply. Before them, a pitch-black spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, seemingly ready to devour everything. The Hellfire Hound let out a terrified howl as its limbs were uncontrollably drawn into the black hole. In an instant, Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli were engulfed in darkness and lost their balance, disappearing from where they stood. Behind them, a tidal wave of beasts surged forward, countless pairs of scarlet eyes flashing in the darkness as the creatures frantically rushed towards the spatial wormhole. However, the black hole was gradually closing. At this critical moment, a chilling mist suddenly rose, and a giant ice serpent darted into the closing black hole just in time. The next moment, Jiang Cheng and Lu Mengli opened their eyes to find themselves in a magnificent crystal palace. The hall was incredibly spacious, nearly 1,000 meters wide. All around, radiant colors shimmered, as if they were in a fantastical fairy tale world. Lu Mengli was visibly shaken and said with a trembling voice, "Could this be the palace of the Candle Dragon?" So, the legend of the divine beast near Tianfeng City is true. The Candle Dragon is recorded as the northern giant in the Eastern Hua Chronicles. A hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes as he keenly observed. The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. It's countless times more concentrated than in the southern barbarian forest. If I set up a spirit gathering formation now, I'm confident I can quickly break through to the innate realm. With that, Jiang Cheng unhesitatingly took out the remaining materials for the formation and began preparing to cultivate. Lu Mengli looked puzzled and surprised. "You're going to cultivate again? Isn't it common to explore a divine beast's relic first? You might find some treasures. After all, this is the domain of a divine beast. Even a single scale could cause a storm outside." Jiang Cheng calmly replied, "There are too many unknowns here. Venturing out recklessly is asking for trouble. If we break through to the innate realm, we'll have some security." Meanwhile, in another part of Mount Bulyuo, the Tianhesong family and Lu family teams unexpectedly crossed paths. The leader of the Song family was a stern middle-aged man, dressed in a black combat coat, exuding a remarkable presence. The Lu family warlord smiled warmly and greeted, "Brother Songzhe, it's been a long time." Songzhe returned the salute. "Indeed, it's been a while, and I see Senior Lu's cultivation has advanced considerably." He then glanced at the Lu family team and suddenly laughed. "From what I know, this relic was opened decades ago. Even the imperial capital sent people to investigate, but they found nothing significant. We might be on a wild goose chase this time." The Lu family warlord laughed heartily. "No matter, it's a good experience for the younger ones." Indeed, there were several young faces in the Lu family team, clearly the family's promising talents. Standing beside Song Zhe was a long-haired young man with an arrogant demeanor. He suddenly spoke up. "Has Lu Mengli returned? She hasn't forgotten her engagement with my brother, has she?" These words made the Lu family warlord's face stiffen immediately. He forced a smile. "Young Master Tianzi, the young lady has gone out to train and won't be back for a while." Song Tianzi sneered. "What training? She's probably off having fun with some wild man. I say, my brother is too lenient. Once Lu Mengli joins our Song family, my brother should teach her a lesson." Song Tianzi's words hit like a heavy hammer, making the Lu family members' faces darken. The Lu family warlord suppressed his anger, his voice low and rumbling like distant thunder. "Young Master Song, our young lady hasn't even entered your Song family yet. So what?" Song Tianzi sneered, about to say more, but was held back by Songzhe beside him. "Ahem." Songzhe coughed lightly, whispering a reminder. "Young master, be mindful of your words." After all, the Liu family and the Song family are already nominally in-laws. Mocking your own relatives might harm our reputation if word gets out. Amidst this tense standoff, a deafening roar erupted from afar, followed by an excited shout. The entrance is here. Several nearby teams rushed toward the source of the noise. The Liu family warlord snorted coldly and immediately led his group to follow. Their mission was not only for training, but also carried a special purpose. Meanwhile, inside the Crystal Palace, an astonishing cultivation session was taking place. Spiritual energy surged into the spirit-gathering formation from all directions, with Jiang Cheng's breathing resembling the low rumble of a dragon or elephant. 6 small vortexes appeared around him, drawing in massive amounts of spiritual energy. The violent spiritual energy poured into Jiang Cheng's body, but instead of being alarmed, he was overjoyed, allowing it to wash over his meridians, muscles, and every bone. The innate true essence within him transformed from a stream into a lake, marking just the beginning of his metamorphosis. Beside him, Lu Mengli watched in awe. Jiang Cheng's cultivation method was bizarre, unlike anything she had ever seen from a warrior of the martial path. Both his combat style and cultivation methods seemed to belong to an entirely new system. Could he be an alien? Lu Mengli suddenly entertained a ridiculous thought, then laughed at herself. There were no aliens in this world. Blue Star was the only life-bearing planet. At that moment, the Hellfire Hound and the Nether Shadow Cat both issued warning growls. A low, sharp hissing sound echoed in the Crystal Palace as a massive ice serpent, several dozen meters long, slithered in, its forked crimson tongue flicking out, golden slit eyes glaring down at Lu Mengli. Ice serpent. Lu Mengli's face turned pale. How did it get here? She quickly glanced at Jiang Cheng, who was deep in cultivation, gritting her teeth as she commanded. Xiaobai, Sha. Stop it. Jiang Cheng was at a crucial point in his cultivation and couldn't be disturbed by the ice serpent. The Hellfire Hound and the Nether Shadow Cat responded swiftly, moving to block the serpent from 2 sides. The ice serpent, with its noble bloodline, showed no fear facing a royal grade and a king grade beast. It swung its massive tail like a hammer toward the Hellfire Hound. The Hellfire Hound stood its ground, as its master was behind it, deep in cultivation. Luckily, Jiang Cheng had infused it with an ancient ox horn during its advancement, allowing it to withstand the blow. The Hellfire Hound shuddered but then clamped its jaws firmly around the serpent's tail. The ice serpent let out a long hiss, its golden eyes blazing with fury. It thrashed its tail, trying to shake off the Hellfire Hound. Seeing the ice serpent's attention focused on the Hellfire Hound, Lu Mengli quickly ordered the Nether Shadow Cat. Xiaobai, attack its weak spot. The Nether Shadow Cat seized the moment, darting forward with lightning speed. 3 ghostly shadows appeared in the air, a display of its innate skill, the Nether Shadow Cat's clone technique. The frost serpent opened its massive jaws, a chilling aura gathering within. In an instant, countless icy arrows shot towards the Shadow Panther like a torrential downpour. Xiaobai, Lu Mengli exclaimed, her face filled with tension. The serpent's wide-range attack had caught her off guard. 2 icy arrows pierced through the Shadow Panther's clones, but the real body evaded the attack with astonishing speed. Seizing the moment when the serpent was vulnerable after its skill release, the panther lashed its tail, driving dozens of bone spikes precisely into the serpent's vital spot. The frost serpent let out a pained hiss, and at the same time, the Hellfire Hound released its grip on the serpent's tail. Instantly, black hellfire engulfed the serpent's entire body, and with a low growl, a torrent of molten fire erupted from the hound's mouth. The hellfire spread like a relentless plague over the serpent, which struggled in agony, trying to extinguish the flames with its cold aura, but to no avail. The fire only grew fiercer. Soon, the massive serpent lay motionless, devoid of life. The Hellfire Hound howled triumphantly, as if declaring victory. The Shadow Panther lifted its head arrogantly, sneering, shameless. Lu Mengli watched in shock as the 2 silver-ranked beasts managed to defeat the gold-ranked serpent together. At that moment, a long exhale sounded from behind. Jiang Cheng had somehow positioned himself within the spirit-gathering array, releasing 2 streams of white breath with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes, their gaze sharp as swords. Innate, Jiang Cheng murmured, a pure essence of innate energy appearing at his fingertips. With a casual point, a waist-high crystal nearby shattered instantly. Lu Mengli asked in a daze, Jiang Cheng, what level are you at now? I'm probably at the level of a battle sovereign. Jiang Cheng replied with a smile, explaining that the path of a warrior differed from that of ancient martial arts. However, he was confident that with his innate cultivation, even an average battle king would struggle to match him. Jiang Cheng's attention was drawn to the frost serpent's corpse, prompting him to ask curiously. The Hellfire Hound wagged its tail proudly, as if seeking praise. Lu Mengli explained with a smile, that frost serpent somehow followed us in, but luckily, I managed to command the 2 dummies to take it down. Impressive, right? She lifted her chin with pride. Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully. speculating that the serpent might have also entered through a spatial black hole. As he approached the serpent's body, the system suddenly notified him of a discovered synthesis material, the frost serpent's gallbladder. It also noted the absence of materials like candle dragon's blood and dark nether leaves, which were needed to synthesize the beast candle Jiang. Overjoyed, Jiang Cheng realized this could be his opportunity to acquire a second beast companion. He immediately used his innate energy to form a sharp blade, slicing open the serpent's abdomen to retrieve a pale blue gallbladder. The Hellfire Hound watched, drooling with desire. Jiang Cheng chuckled and stored the gallbladder in his divine pet space. Then, he turned his attention to the serpent's head. Amidst the spray of black blood, a yolk-sized beast core fell out. Woof! The Hellfire Hound widened its eyes, playfully sticking out its tongue at Jiang Cheng while its tail wagged furiously. Jiang Cheng chuckled and tossed a gold-grade demon crystal to it. Good job, you silly dog. With a crunch, the Hellfire Hound bit into the crystal, and energy liquid instantly flowed into its mouth. Its aura surged dramatically, hinting at a breakthrough to Silver 2-star. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself. As expected, the traits left by the devouring wolf are still there. At that moment, Lu Mengli, holding Xiao Bai, excitedly asked, Jiang Cheng, where are we going now? Should we go out and explore? Her voice was filled with anticipation. After all, this was the relic of the mythical beast Zhulong, and the mere mention of mythical beast was enough to spark endless curiosity. Even though she was the eldest daughter of the Lu family from Tianhe, she had only read about mythical beasts in ancient texts, making this first-hand experience truly rare. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement, though his expression was serious. Of course, but we need to be careful. There's something strange about this place. Ever since entering the Crystal Palace, he had felt something watching them from the shadows. Lu Mengli nodded repeatedly, fully aware that the relic of a mythical beast would undoubtedly hold dangers. No one knew what terrifying monsters and traps might lie hidden here. Meanwhile, in another area, dozens of teams filed into a mysterious passage. As they stepped into the depths of Mount Buyuo, they were astounded by the sight before them. It was like a whole new world, with endless grasslands dotted with exotic flowers and herbs. Is that Kaibiluo? Someone exclaimed. A crystalline flower floated in the air, exuding a rich fragrance. An elderly scholar explained in a trembling voice, this is Kaibiluo, which has been extinct for hundreds of years. It's said that consuming it grants immunity to all poisons. At these words, most of those present breathed heavily, their eyes glinting with greed. Soon, others identified the millennia-old oxbeard grass and other rare medicinal herbs they couldn't name. The crowd was ecstatic, marveling at this unparalleled treasure trove. However, the three families from Tianhe remained unusually calm. Tianluo King Chunyu furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the silence. A warrior's arm was engulfed in ghostly blue flames, and he frantically tried to extinguish them to no avail. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Chunyu acted swiftly, shouting, "Stop! It's all an illusion." As his words echoed, a sinister crimson mist filled the air. The beautiful scenery vanished, replaced by a landscape of scattered skeletons and rivers of flowing crimson on either side, a grotesque blend of blood and lava. At this moment, a greedy individual ignored the warning, shouting, "Kaibiluo is mine," as he rushed forward, only to plunge headfirst into the blood river. The water bubbled briefly before he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never existed. "Get lost, this is mine." A furious shout pierced the sky. "How dare you? I am the Beastmaster Guild leader of Shunfeng City." Another authoritative voice followed. Chaos erupted with a cacophony of roars. Roar. TCH. Howl. At the entrance to the Zhulong ruins, most of the battle lords and gold-level beastmasters were driven to madness. They scrambled frantically for the elusive, peerless divine herb, only to grasp at empty air. In the next moment, they fell into a raging river of blood, mercilessly devoured. Meanwhile, members of the Tianhe three families watched coldly from a safe distance, faint smirks playing on their lips. Only a few battle kings and platinum-level beastmasters retained their composure, warily scanning their surroundings, as if anticipating this scene. Most have perished, it's time to proceed. Su Yunbao, the leader of the Su family of Tianhe, smiled faintly and took the lead. The members of the Lu and Song families nodded slightly and followed closely. Song Tianzi stepped over a corpse, sneering disdainfully. These ignorant fools really thought the Zhulong ruins would be easy to explore? They're nothing but pitiable blood sacrifices. Beside him, Chinyu felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized that the Tianhe families had known this was a trap all along. The deceased beastmasters and warriors were merely stepping stones. He even suspected the Tiando auction house's information was deliberately leaked by these people. Now, only 5 remained in the arena, all battle kings or platinum-level beastmasters. They looked at their fallen comrades in silence, seemingly having accepted this harsh reality. A battle king noticed Chun Yu's furrowed brow and explained indifferently, Brother Chun, opening the Zhulong ruins requires the power of blood sacrifice. These people opened the sacred beast ruins, so their deaths served a purpose. A platinum-level beastmaster in a blue robe suggested with a smile, why don't the 5 of us join forces now? We might stand a chance against the Tianhe 3 families. The rumored Northern Temple might be among them. The Northern Temple. At these words, their breaths quickened. Ancient records mentioned that the Northern Temple held countless rare treasures, with various holy and imperial beast bloodlines. Not interested, Chen Yu replied coldly, striding toward the corridor ahead. He knew that if these people could watch their comrades die with indifference, they might just as easily stab him in the back. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and Lu Mingli had ventured deep into the Crystal Palace. As they advanced, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Lu Mingli's fair face flushed slightly with tension and excitement. Oh, Jiang Cheng, look over there, she suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. Woof! The Hellfire Hound also sensed something, growling a warning toward the front. Suddenly, a pair of eyes, glowing like red lanterns, lit up in the darkness. With the faint light from the Hellfire Hound, they finally saw the owner of those red lanterns. Hiss! It's a snake. No, it's a flood dragon. Lu Mingli gasped. It was a massive beast, several tens of meters long, with twin horns on its head and a vivid fleshy crest. Its golden vertical pupils glowed eerily as it stared coldly at the two. Jiang Cheng quickly assessed the creature's information. Red-tailed, blood-crowned flood dragon, gold 9-star level, top king grade, possessing skills like Dragon Roar, Soul Quell, and Berserk. It was in a berserk state, vulnerable to high-level dragon-type beasts, characterized by a trace of Zhulong bloodline, with 18 evolution paths. Roar! The beast trembled violently, as if triggering an earthquake. Another gold-level beast. Lu Mingli's pretty face paled. The aura of this giant serpent was even more terrifying than the previous frost serpent. However, Jiang Cheng's lips curved into a smile. Gold level 9-star, huh? Perfect for some practice. A massive red-tailed blood-crowned Jiao, a gold 9-star creature with royal bloodline, stood before Jiang Cheng and Lu Mingli. This colossal beast's power was comparable to that of an ordinary battle king, and even more terrifying was the trace of candle dragon blood flowing within it, making it even more formidable in these candle dragon ruins. Lu Mingli's breath caught as she instinctively glanced at Jiang Cheng, who remained calm and composed. The Jiao flicked its crimson tongue, its golden vertical pupils fixated on them, as its barrel-sized body twisted and lunged towards them with its gaping maw. At this critical moment, the hellhound let out a brave howl, unleashing a torrent of hellfire from its mouth. The Jiao bit into the flames, howling in pain. However, the disparity in strength was vast, with the hellhound being a full rank lower, so the attack did little damage and instead infuriated the beast. A deep, ear-piercing roar erupted throughout the bronze corridor. Lu Mingli turned pale, her eardrums vibrating painfully. Even the shadow cat in her arms bristled with fear. She covered her ears, yet the roar seemed to reverberate directly within her soul. Jiang Cheng's soul shuddered slightly, but quickly stabilized. His half-step Unity Realm soul was not something a mere Jiao could shake. The stench of decay filled the air as the Jiao's gaping maw closed in. Jiang Cheng smirked, extending his translucent hand. Instantly, a 30-foot-long azure sword materialized behind him. Rise sword. This was the true unobstructed sword. The terrifying innate true essence shook the void, with golden light illuminating the entire bronze ancient path. The sword's shadow rapidly expanded in the Jiao's golden pupils. Lu Mingli was once again astounded, thinking to herself, is this a battle sovereign? Even a battle king might not possess such might. The azure sword cleaved through the Jiao's black scales like tofu, leaving deep gashes. The terrifying innate true essence exploded within, causing the beast to howl in agony. Its blood-red crest suddenly stood erect, and its aura grew more violent as its scales turned crimson and its golden pupils became filled with scarlet. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed as he murmured, Berserk, it must be a gifted skill from the trace of candle dragon blood within it, but it's too late. He stood with his hands behind his back, softly chanting, Divine Invocation, Heavenly Thunderstrike. As soon as he finished, a pattern the size of a millstone appeared above Jiang Cheng's head. Instantly, countless slender bolts of lightning poured down like torrential rain. Jiang Cheng stood amidst the lightning storm, resembling an immortal overlooking the giant Jiao. The red-tailed blood-crowned Jiao couldn't complete its berserk transformation before being battered by the relentless lightning, its scales shattered and flesh torn. Before long, its aura weakened significantly. With a detached gaze, Jiang Cheng swung his sword. The enormous snake head fell, and a fountain of blood erupted from its body. A system notification sounded. Ding. Synthesis material discovered. Material name, red-tailed blood crown. Can be synthesized into Candle Dragon Essence Blood Fragment 1. Material age, 97 years. Material rating, A. Collect 36 fragments to synthesize 1 drop of candle dragon essence blood. Jiang Cheng's expression turned slightly strange as a sudden urge to destroy the system arose in his mind. With a swift slash, a sharp sword energy cut through the air, accurately splitting open the head of the red-tailed blood-crowned Jiao. With a dull thud, a golden monster crystal rolled to the ground. Jiang Cheng calmly pocketed the precious golden-grade monster crystal and glanced to the side. The Hellfire Hound was wagging its tail, eyes gleaming with desire, and letting out a low whimper. "You silly dog, eating this would make you burst," Jiang Cheng remarked, casting a glance at the foolish beast with a hint of helplessness in his tone. At that moment, Lu Mengli snapped out of her shock. The astonishing scene she had just witnessed still echoed in her mind, prompting her to ask, "Jiang Cheng, are you human or ghost?" Lu Mengli's voice was filled with undeniable surprise. Since the great changes in the world a century ago, she had never seen a human who could so effortlessly wield the power of thunder. Jiang Cheng turned to look at the beautiful woman, realizing she was frightened by the heavenly thunder technique he had just displayed. He casually explained, "Of course I'm human. It's just a little technique, not much different in principle from the so-called contract formations on Blue Planet." "Contract formations," Lu Mengli murmured, trying to calm the shock in her heart. She recalled the mysterious pattern above Jiang Cheng's head, which did resemble a contract formation. "So, you're a contract mage?" she asked again, with a mix of curiosity and awe in her voice. Jiang Cheng was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Something like that." Hiss. Even so, Lu Mengli couldn't help but gasp. To her, Jiang Cheng was like a monstrous genius. A beast master, battle lord, contract mage, and top-tier cultivator. Such a versatile talent would be dazzling even in Tianhe, a place full of prodigies, or in the imperial capital. "Let's keep moving forward," Jiang Cheng said calmly, sensing that the center of the entire Candle Dragon ruins lay ahead. Meanwhile, the 3 families from Tianhe and Chun Yu's group encountered unexpected trouble. As they followed a passage into a plaza, they were surrounded by countless demon snakes. Although these snakes were not high-level, only around the silver tier, their overwhelming numbers were daunting. Even the Tianhe Song family's platinum-level beast, the flame gorilla, struggled to cope. "Damn it, where did all these demon snakes come from?" Song Tianze kicked away a snake, cursing in frustration. Yet, the number of snakes seemed endless, as if they would never stop. Suddenly, Su Yunbao frowned, unleashing the powerful aura of a battle king, shattering a snake attempting to ambush him. But to everyone's surprise, a cloud of black mist quickly reformed into a new snake. "It's that black mist," someone shouted, pointing upwards. Everyone looked up to see 2 bronze dragon heads hanging above, with black mist continuously spewing from their mouths, forming new snakes. "Let's break it together," Songja shouted to the battle kings present, while the platinum-level beast continued to fend off the snakes. The battle kings soared into the air simultaneously, launching a full-scale attack. Boom. Several terrifying forces slammed into the bronze dragon heads. Crack. The bronze dragon heads shattered upon impact. "They're gone." A woman from the Su family sighed in relief, but her respite was short-lived. Suddenly, she felt a cold breeze above her. "Ah!" she screamed in terror. On the ceiling, countless blood-red bats were hanging upside down. As the bronze dragon heads shattered, these bats opened their crimson eyes and spread their wings, each as wide as half a person. "It's blood-bone bats." Everyone felt a chill down their spines as the swarm of blood-bone bats swooped down on them. At this critical moment, the door ahead burst open. "Run!" someone shouted urgently, and several battle kings rushed towards the open door. Faced with so many blood-bone bats, even a battle king, let alone a battle emperor, might face a fatal threat. The northern temple stood majestically with its bronze pathway winding upwards. Lu Mengli and Jiang Cheng ascended the final step, gazing upwards in awe. The 2 dragon statues on the temple's rooftop appeared so lifelike, as if they might soar into the sky at any moment. Lu Mengli's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is truly the Northern Temple, the legendary sacred site of the Northern Divine Kingdom. Jiang Cheng frowned and asked, "What is the Northern Divine Kingdom? How could you not know?" Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at him and eagerly explained. During the mythological era of Blue Star, the Northern Divine Kingdom was the dwelling place of the gods, home to terrifying divine beasts. Some events led to the disappearance of the gods. Later, the northern giant god Zhulong became the second master of this place. "Mythological era?" Jiang Cheng said in surprise. "Weren't these divine beasts born during the great upheaval of heaven and earth on Blue Star 100 years ago?" "Of course not. They existed long before, during the mythological era." Lu Mengli gazed at the statues, lost in thought. "I never expected Zhulong to leave it here." Flames danced in Jiang Cheng's eyes as he frowned slightly. "It might not be real. This temple feels somewhat illusory. Let's go inside and take a look." As they stepped into the grand hall, countless red dots suddenly appeared. Hiss! Hiss! The infernal flame let out a low growl, spitting out a mass of pitch-black, ghostly flames. Unbeknownst to them, they were surrounded by red-tailed, blood-crowned Jiao, all in their juvenile stage, yet boasting silver-tier strength. Instead of being frightened, Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. Perfect timing. This is practically Zhulong's essence blood delivered to us. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, Song Zhe wore a grim expression. Damn it, Song Yun and Song Tian are dead. Shortly after entering the ruins, the Song family lost two promising gold-tier beastmasters, along with their beasts, brutally devoured by blood-bone bats. In contrast, the Tianhesu family and the Liu family only had a few members lightly injured. Everyone gathered in a crystal palace when someone noticed a dead ice python on the ground. A platinum-tier beastmaster frowned. Why is there an ice python here? Its aura is at least gold-tier 9 stars. Su Yunbao's eyes were sharp. These injuries show signs of both fire burns and stabs, and the demon crystal has been extracted. Someone arrived before us, possibly two beastmasters, and maybe a contract mage. Chen Yu pointed ahead, where Jiang Cheng had left a spirit-gathering array pattern. A petite girl from the Su family, wearing an eye-catching t-shirt, whispered, "What a strange contract magic circle. I've never seen anything like it." She frowned, analyzing it, her thumb moving slightly. Suddenly, her face changed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Miss Xian." Su Yunbao quickly stepped forward to stabilize her energy. The crowd recognized her identity, Su Xianer, the most outstanding contract mage of the Su family. Su Xianer's autumn-like eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a profound array. She had exhausted her strength just analyzing a corner of it, and couldn't help but wonder, what level of mastery does the one who set this array possess? Ding! The system notification sounded, and in Jiang Cheng's mind appeared a drop of blood as crimson as fire, with a faint shadow of the Zhulong within it. All 36 Zhulong fragments have been collected. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Zhulong Blood Essence 1. Jiang Cheng exhaled softly, looking around at the corpses of dozens of red-tailed, blood-crowned Jiao, finally obtaining this crucial material. Lu Mengli, accustomed to such events, blushed with excitement in her voice. Are we going in? Jiang Cheng squinted his eyes, cautiously observing the northern temple, sensing something unusual. Yes, be careful, he warned softly, leading the way with the Hellfire Hound. As they stepped through the grand entrance of the northern temple, the massive dark golden doors suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Their pupils contracted, and the sight before them was astonishing. The interior of the temple was vast and boundless, stretching endlessly. Majestic golden pillars soared into the sky, carved with strange patterns. Sacred Blood Qilin, five-clawed golden dragon, undying phoenix. Lu Mengli held her breath, her voice trembling. These are divine beasts, some not even recorded in the East Hua Chronicles. Jiang Cheng, with a serious expression, recognized more patterns. Qiongqi, Tao Tai, Yinglong. These are ancient ferocious beasts from Earth. How are they here on Blue Star? Looking up, he was even more shocked. The Void Heaven Gate, the legendary gate connecting the mortal realm and the celestial realm, actually existed. Jiang Cheng recognized it instantly, having witnessed it firsthand in his past life when he broke through to the Unity realm. Suddenly, a melodious bell rang, and one by one, ethereal figures rose behind them. Each figure exuded an imposing aura, their faces obscured by chaotic mist. Lu Mengli involuntarily stepped back, her white cat and the Hellfire Hound trembling in her arms. A particular ethereal figure caught their attention, a human-faced dragon body, draped in a gray-blue robe. "Zhulong," Jiang Cheng whispered. "It's among them." These terrifying projections slowly advanced, halting at a certain point. In an instant, the hall was bathed in radiant light. Lu Mengli gasped, her face frozen in shock. Ahead, a pair of eyes like blazing suns stared directly at them. It was the eyes of Zhulong. No wonder the chronicles noted closed eyes for night, open eyes for day. The Hellfire Hound, terrified, tucked its tail and hid behind Jiang Cheng. Lu Mengli broke out in a cold sweat. "It's the real Zhulong. It's actually here." Jiang Cheng remained unusually calm. "We were just in Zhulong's dream. This isn't the true Zhulong, just a projection." Projection? Lu Mengli was bewildered, not yet grasping Jiang Cheng's words, as she watched him boldly step forward and reach out to touch Zhulong's face. The act was astonishing. If it angered the divine beast, the entire Blue Star would hardly escape unscathed. Lu Mengli's heart was in her throat as she held her breath, watching the perilous scene unfold. Jiang Cheng's hand moved like lightning, piercing through the image of the Zhulong. The nearly kilometer-long shadow of the Zhulong instantly surged into his body. Lu Mengli was left speechless, her eyes wide with shock. In Jiang Cheng's mind, the crimson shadow of the Zhulong suddenly appeared, swaying wildly in his sea of consciousness. As expected, it's just a wisp of its essence. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, a hint of curiosity rising within him. Although this essence of the Zhulong was only at the pinnacle of life and death, He was more intrigued to know why the Zhulong left it behind. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Beast material discovered. Zhulong Essence 1. Material name, Zhulong Essence. Material age, 10,086 years. Material use, grants dragon-type beasts advanced bloodlines and bestows 1 innate domain. Material rating, SS. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, not expecting the system to utilize the Zhulong Essence. An innate domain, huh? His eyes flickered as he decided to use it for the upcoming synthesis of the Zhulong Jiuyin's advancement. Meanwhile, the three families from Tianhe and Chunyu entered the ancient bronze path, but suddenly stopped in their tracks. Before them lay the corpse of a beast, the scarlet-tailed blood-crowned Jiao, exuding an aura at least at the peak of gold, possessing a trace of Zhulong's bloodline. Everyone was shocked as they examined the body of the scarlet-tailed blood-crowned Jiao. Lu Bo, the battle king from the Lu family, couldn't hide his surprise, noting the smooth, mirror-like wound. Whoever could kill it with one strike is no ordinary person. Xinyu, the king of Tianluo, with sharp insight, remarked, before it died, it also suffered from lightning strikes or fire burns. Interesting, quite possibly caused by one person. He chuckled, his eyes filled with keen interest. One person? How is that possible? Many found it hard to believe. Song Tianzi scoffed. Who cares how many people? At most, they're at the battle king's level. Su Yunbao said in a deep voice. Let's move on. We don't want someone else beating us to it. Something else. The experts, except those from the Tianhe family, reacted subtly. Su Xin'er blinked her beautiful eyes, eager to meet the mysterious contract mage. After Jiang Cheng absorbed the Zhulong essence, the entire hall began to shake, and a spatial black hole appeared before the two. Is this the way out? Lu Mengli's expression shifted slightly, feeling a bit reluctant. Let's go. There's nothing else here, Jiang Cheng said calmly. Besides the most precious Zhulong essence, there was indeed nothing left in the ruins. As the two prepared to step into the spatial black hole, a shout came. Stop. It was the Tianhe family and Qinyu's group who had arrived. They looked at the empty hall, their eyes fixated on the two. Only 2 people. Many were visibly shocked. Song Tianzi laughed in anger. Lu Mengli? Very well. After disappearing for so long, you really found yourself a wild man. Miss? Sister Mengli, the Lu family exclaimed. Lu Mengli's face froze, a flicker of avoidance in her eyes, and she instinctively shrank behind Jiang Cheng. The Song family looked grim. Lu Mengli was about to marry into the Song family, yet here she was, standing beside a strange man, bringing disgrace to the entire Song family. On the field, everyone watched the scene unfold with meaningful glances. In some minds, a shocking headline was already forming. Scandalous. The Song family's eldest son's fiancée caught in a tryst with a stranger at the Zhulong ruins. If this news reached Tianhe, the entire Song and Lu families would become a laughingstock. Song Jia, with a sullen face, remained silent, lacking the authority to question the Lu family's eldest daughter. However, Song Tianzi had no such reservations. He glared at Lu Mengli and shouted angrily. Lu Mengli, you shameless woman, get out of the way. Once I deal with this brat, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my brother. No sooner had he spoken than the blue jade ring on Song Tianzi's ring finger burst into a dazzling golden light. The eyes of several platinum-level beast tamers gleamed with greed, secretly marveling at the Tianhe family's wealth, capable of bestowing a spirit-controlling ring worth millions on a mere gold-level beast tamer. With an earth-shaking roar, from massive, tree-stump-like feet slammed into the ground, a colossal beast appeared before the crowd. Beast name, Blazing Mammoth. Beast level, Gold 1 star. Beast quality, Royal Grade Superior. Beast skills, Rampage, Blazing Impact, Invincible Defense. Beast status, Excited. Beast weakness, Poison type, Mutant Ice type. Beast attribute, Mutant Flame type. Evolution routes, 17 in total. The mammoth stood 10 meters tall, its body engulfed in crimson flames, resembling a moving volcano. Song Tianzi coldly commanded, crush that brat for me. His tone was filled with malice, clearly believing that the boy who dared to cuckold his brother was courting death. At that moment, a low growl echoed. The Hellfire Hound roared, positioning itself in front of Jiang Cheng. Though large compared to many beasts, it appeared much smaller next to the Blazing Mammoth. The Blazing Mammoth roared at the sky, its trunk crashing down like a serpent. With a thunderous boom, dust filled the air, and the ground shattered, covered in cracks. Yet, the Hellfire Hound deftly dodged the lethal blow with its astonishing speed. The Hellfire Hound let out a soul-shaking roar, unleashing an invisible sonic wave that struck everyone present. The sound seemed like the whispers of demons from the depths of hell, mixed with the intimidating presence of a royal beast. The Blazing Mammoth let out a piercing wail, its 4 massive feet unsteady, crushing the bricks beneath. The platinum-level beast tamer from the Song family was shocked to realize that this was a powerful mental talent skill, suppressing the Blazing Mammoth. To think that Song Tianzi's Blazing Mammoth had royal grade superior bloodline. and yet it was being suppressed. This must be at least a royal-grade bloodline. This black dog is actually a royal-grade beast. Song Tianzi's face was filled with envy and resentment. Damn it, this brat actually possesses a royal-grade beast. Despite his shock, Song Tianzi refused to admit defeat. He shouted, "So what if it's royal grade? A mere silver rank still has to die?" Blazing impact. Under its master's command, the blazing mammoth barely steadied itself and let out another earth-shaking roar. Its flames flared to their peak, and its four massive legs began to charge. Incredibly, this multi-ton behemoth moved with surprising agility, causing the entire hall to tremble with its charge. The few platinum-level beast tamers present shook their heads slightly, thinking that the black dog was unlikely to survive. In their eyes, the disparity in strength was too great for any reversal. Lu Mengli couldn't help but glance at Jiang Cheng, only to find him still calm and composed. She wondered internally, is he not worried at all that Air Shah might not hold up? With a deafening roar, the hellhound erupted with energy, its fiery patterns glowing as brightly as the sun, and a surge of astonishing black flames gushed forth like a tide. This unexpected mutation of a fire-type beast left the surrounding crowd in a state of confusion and disbelief. Song Tianzi smirked disdainfully. Mutation or not, it's nothing but an ant before absolute power. However, his arrogance quickly turned to shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The pitch-black hellfire had actually suppressed the charge of the blazing mammoth. The mammoth let out terrified cries, its fur almost ignited by the eerie black flames. "Winnie! Winnie!" It paced anxiously, clearly frightened by the unforeseen situation. "This is impossible." Even the platinum-ranked beast tamers present were dumbfounded. A silver-ranked beast was suppressing a golden-ranked one, despite both being fire-type mutations. The owner of the platinum-ranked blazing gorilla from the Song family suddenly exclaimed, "It's not just any mutated fire type. It's an extreme flame." A gasp swept through the crowd. The term extreme flame was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's mind. Song Tianzi's face displayed naked greed. His mind raced. If my blazing mammoth could devour the bloodline of this black dog, the chances of advancing to an imperial beast would greatly increase. He urgently shouted, "Song Zhu, capture it alive for me." This shameless command drew silent contempt from those around, as a warrior king stooped to deal with a silver-ranked beast. Yet, more people focused their attention on Jiang Cheng. Compared to the treasures of the Zhulong ruins, an extreme flame beast seemed insignificant. Song Zhu approached leisurely, hands behind his back, his tone calm with a hint of menace. "Young man, hand it over." The blazing mammoth retreated quickly, relieved, while the hellhound stood its ground, baring its teeth and growling protectively in front of Jiang Cheng, unfazed by Song Zhu's intimidating presence. Around them, several powerful figures locked onto Jiang Cheng's energy. Jiang Cheng gently patted the hellhound's head, a faint, enigmatic smile on his lips. "Hand over what?" Song Zhu's face darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Jiang Cheng. "The Zhulong essence." His words struck like thunder, shocking Chun Yu and the others. So there was indeed a trace of Zhulong essence in the ruins, explaining why even the Tianhe family wanted a piece of the action. The unfamiliar warrior kings and platinum-ranked beast tamers looked at Jiang Cheng with even more fervent eyes, as if to burn through him. Jiang Cheng's smile faded, his gaze coolly sweeping over the crowd. "What if I say I don't have it? It can't be missing." Song Zhu's voice was low and cold, full of threat. "If you refuse to hand it over, we'll settle old scores along with the new. Daring to insult my Song family will have severe consequences." Boom. Song Zhu's aura exploded suddenly, a terrifying pressure radiating like a tangible force. His three-star warrior king's power even left some of the other warrior kings visibly startled. "Stop." Lu Mengli's voice was as cold as ice, her face frosty. "When did I ever agree to a marriage with your Song family? It was always one-sided. If you wish to harm Jiang Cheng today, you'll be opposing my Lu family." Lu Mengli's words were calm, but carried immense weight. As Lu Qianjuan's daughter, she had the authority to back them up. In terms of status, no one present could rival her. "Lu Mengli, how dare you?" Song Tianzi roared in anger. "You shameless woman, stealing a man and still acting so bold? Absolutely disgraceful. Uncle Bo, slap him." Lu Mengli's eyebrows arched, a hint of anger appearing on her delicate face. She retorted coldly, "Do you think I won't retaliate?" "Miss." Lu Bo smiled wryly. "If we really hit him, the relationship between the Song and Lu families will worsen. Slap him for me, and I'll bear the consequences." Lu Mengli's tone was as cold as eternal ice. Feeling Lu Mengli's wrath, Lu Bo's expression shifted. Finally, he gritted his teeth and swung his large hand towards Song Tianzi. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed around. Song Tianzi's cheeks swelled instantly, and he held his face in disbelief, shock and anger flashing in his eyes. The Lu family dared to strike him in public. "Kill them for me," Song Tianzi roared, his voice filled with the resentment of humiliation. Song Zhe and the Song family's platinum-level beast master both wore grim expressions, clearly not expecting the Lu family to be so audacious. Roar! The flame gorilla let out a low growl, swinging its fists, ready to attack. Song Zhe squinted his eyes, looking coldly at Lu Bo. What is the meaning of this, Lu family? Lu Bo took a deep breath, his voice as cold as ice. The lady's intentions are our intentions. He silently thanked himself for holding back earlier. Otherwise, with the power of a battle king, Song Tianzi's head might have already been knocked off. Members of the Su family and other idol battle kings watched the scene with interest, but their eyes remained fixed on Jiang Cheng. If Jiang Cheng dared to approach the space black hole, they would immediately take action. Lu Mengli's beautiful eyes showed concern as she whispered to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, you should leave first. I'll have someone hold them off. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, finding her naivety somewhat endearing. Did she really think that stopping the Song family would prevent others from attacking him? What is your relationship with these people? Jiang Cheng suddenly asked. Faced with Jiang Cheng's gaze, Lu Mengli's heart raced. She bit her red lip and said, I'm from the Tianhe Lu family. My family wants me to marry into the Song family. I naturally refuse, so I ran to Tianfeng City to become a beast master teacher. I didn't expect to encounter them here. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness, feeling the cruelty of fate. Oh, so there's a grudge. Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze to Song Zhe, speaking calmly. The item is indeed with me. As soon as he said this, all eyes in the room focused on Jiang Cheng. Even the furious Song Tianzi couldn't help but ask eagerly, where? There. Jiang Cheng smiled, and a shadow appeared in his palm. Roar! An 8-foot-long projection of a candle dragon appeared before everyone. It's really the candle dragon's essence. Chen Yu's eyes glinted with excitement, his expression extremely animated. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view, none other than a battle king who had been keeping a low profile. His face was filled with fervor, thinking that seizing the candle dragon's essence would ensure a bright future. Huh. Jiang Cheng's smile grew wider as he uttered a single word, freeze. The battle king's figure stopped abruptly, as if frozen, his body becoming incredibly stiff. Is this the power of space? He managed to mutter, his voice filled with disbelief. Gasps filled the air, and everyone wore expressions of shock. Meanwhile, a strange light flickered in Su Xian'er's beautiful eyes as she exclaimed, he can control the spatial fluctuations within the relic. Exactly, someone who understands. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly levitated, holding the candle dragon's essence in his right hand, and declared with authority, from now on, I reign supreme here. Boom. A terrifying pressure surged toward the Song family. Creak. Only Song Zhe barely managed to stand, while the others were forced to one knee. Song Tianzi was in a miserable state, dropping to both knees, his waist bent halfway down, as if bowing to Jiang Cheng. Bastard. I'll kill you. Song Tianzi's face turned beet red with rage, growling in a low voice. Never before had he been humiliated like this, and his heart was filled with boundless shame and fury. Jiang Cheng stood proudly in midair, exerting an overwhelming pressure on everyone present. Lu Mengli's eyes sparkled with amazement at the extraordinary power of the young man before her. With just his presence, Jiang Cheng made it hard for the many powerful figures around to even breathe. Song Zhe gritted his teeth, unable to move even with his strength. This is the spatial law of the candle dragon. Even the battle emperor would be forced to stand still here, he thought, deeply shocked. Song Tianzi was furious, spewing vulgar words. You brat, I'll kill your whole family. You're dead meat. Seeing this, Song Zhe quickly whispered a warning. Young Master Tianzi, hold your tongue. Our lives are in Jiang Cheng's hands now. If we anger him, we're doomed. Jiang Cheng's voice turned icy, as chilling as ancient frost. Dare to say another word? Chen Yu, standing nearby, felt a chill in his heart. The intensity of the killing intent was palpable, as if he were standing in the depths of hell. Though frightened, Song Tianzi defiantly cursed again. Before he could finish, the terrifying spatial force crushed him, leaving only a mist of blood in the air. Song Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you dare? Jiang Cheng responded calmly, as if he had merely squashed an ant. In my life, Jiang Cheng needs not explain my actions to the likes of you. Su Xian'er, her eyes shining like stars, murmured to herself. So handsome, so domineering. Meanwhile, Su Yunbao and the others exchanged glances, seeing Su Xian'er so smitten for the first time. Suppressing his rage, Song Zhe said coldly, you fool, do you know the consequences of killing him? The entire Tianhe Song family will hunt you down. As long as you're in Donghua, you won't escape death. The faces of the platinum-level beast masters and the battle king from the Tianhe family changed slightly, witnessing the terror of the Song family for the first time. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, the candle dragon essence in his palm trembled. Oh really? But until then, your lives are in my hands. With a thunderous roar, the spatial force surged, leaving the Song family's beastmasters struggling to breathe. Lu Mengli quickly grabbed Jiang Cheng, her eyes filled with emotion, and gently shook her head. She whispered, Jiang Cheng, the Song family is not weaker than ours. You've already killed Song Tianzi. If you kill them too, the Song family won't let you go. They have a battle emperor and diamond-level beasts. Jiang Cheng nodded, unconcerned about the Song family's threats. He looked at Lu Mengli and suddenly said, then I'll be going. If anything happens, you can mention my name. Lu Mengli chuckled, her eyebrows curving like crescent moons. All right, you'll protect me then. Farewell, Jiang Cheng said calmly, thinking to himself that he had repaid the debt owed by his past self to Lu Mengli with his actions. Everyone watched as Jiang Cheng stepped into a black hole in space and disappeared. No one dared to stop him, nor did anyone have the ability to do so. Please kill me. In the depths of the jungle, a desperate plea shattered the silence. And Qian, a petite young girl, knelt before 3 blood-soaked men. Her eyes wandered over the grim scene around her. Several still-warm corpses lay strewn on the ground, and a large venomous ape was greedily gnawing on a severed human leg, the stench of blood heavy in the air. Brother Chun, I beg you. And Qian repeated, trembling. You know, if I fall into the hands of these venomous apes, I'd be better off dead. Brother Chen gripped the knife in his hand tightly, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. He knew all too well the cruelty of these apes. They not only killed their prey but tortured women in the most brutal ways. And Qian, you go on ahead, said a short-haired young man beside him, gritting his teeth. We'll fight these beasts to buy you some time. His eyes burned with the fire of vengeance for their fallen comrades. And Qian shook her head bitterly. As a beast tamer, she understood the terror of the venomous apes far too well. It's useless. Their sense of smell is as keen as a bloodhound's. They can track a target from miles away. Once they have you in their sights, you're doomed. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the jungle. A massive ape emerged from the crowd, twice the size of a regular venomous ape. Its most striking feature, a crimson tail hook that set it apart from the others' dark tails. A crimson tail hook. It's the venomous ape king. And Qian gasped, her face turning pale. Brother Chun and the others inhaled sharply in unison. The appearance of the gold-ranked venomous ape king extinguished their last glimmer of hope. Kill me, Brother Chun. And Qian pleaded again, her voice filled with despair. Brother Chun closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I'm sorry. I couldn't take care of you as your brother wished. He gritted his teeth, raising the knife to Qian's delicate neck. Just at that critical moment, a loud bark came from above. Woof! A dark shadow crashed heavily into Brother Chun, sending him reeling. And Qian and the other 2 young men stared in shock at the sudden turn of events. A large black dog was proudly wagging its tail, as if saying, never seen a handsome dog before? Where am I? A calm male voice asked. All eyes turned to the newcomer. He wasn't particularly handsome, but his unique aura made him impossible to ignore. He was of medium build, dressed casually, yet exuded an undeniable presence. And Qian found herself somewhat entranced. This is the Tiandu Forest. A man holding a military dagger replied. Tiandu Forest. The man mused, nodding thoughtfully, about to ask more. Suddenly, the venomous ape king let out a piercing howl, and the surrounding apes began to stir, their grotesque faces brimming with bloodlust. Sir, are you a beast tamer? Can you help us? They urgently implored, hope flickering in Qian's eyes. The man nonchalantly replied. A venomous ape pack, is it? No problem. He gave the black dog a look. Woof! The black dog barked excitedly, as if to say, another fight? Bring it on. In Jiang Cheng's mind, detailed information about the poison ape king surfaced. A gold 1-star level beast of medium Qian quality, equipped with skills like deadly poison hook, violent iron fist, and berserk rage. Its nature is cruel and easily angered. This beast is a strong attacker with a venomous tail hook and possesses 36 evolutionary paths. Jiang Cheng stroked his chin, contemplating that the Hellfire Hound should be able to handle it. After all, with its royal bloodline suppression, the Poison Ape King's combat power would surely be affected. However, Jiang Cheng wasn't entirely confident, as the Hellfire Hound had only previously dealt with a Mountain Cloud Leopard alone. Other battles were either in collaboration with the Nether Shadow Cat or with Jiang Cheng's intervention. At that moment, the Hellfire Hound, with its sturdy limbs, charged towards the group of poison apes without hesitation. The short-haired young man, seeing this, helped up the team leader Chunyu, who had been knocked out by the Hellfire Hound, and whispered to Qian, let's head back to the car. Not far away, an off-road pickup truck was parked quietly, and a man holding a military dagger was already in the driver's seat. Clearly, they were worried that Jiang Cheng might not be able to hold back the group of poison apes, and were prepared to flee at any moment. And Qian gently shook her head, fully aware that if Jiang Cheng couldn't hold them back, they wouldn't be able to escape given the speed of the poison apes. At this moment, they could only place their hopes on the unexpected appearance of this beast tamer. Suddenly, the poison ape king launched a fierce attack. Its massive body exhibited astonishing speed, and its thick black arms swung towards the Hellfire Hound's head like cannonballs. The Hellfire Hound let out a low growl, and its demonic mutterings echoed in everyone's minds once again. This was the terrifying bark of a royal hound, infused with its supreme pressure. The surrounding ordinary poison apes clutched their heads, howling and trembling as if subjected to extreme fear. Even the poison ape king showed a ferocious expression, its movement momentarily halted. The Hellfire Hound seized the opportunity, kicking off with its hind legs and spewing scorching hellfire from its mouth. Flames shot into the sky, followed by the piercing screams of the poison ape king. And Qian raised her beautiful eyes in surprise, thinking the battle was over, but she quickly realized that wasn't the case. The poison ape king was engulfed in the pitch-black hellfire, but the next moment, red mist emerged from its tail hook, extinguishing the hellfire instantly. Even more shocking, the poison ape king's body suddenly expanded, growing from its original 3 to 5 meters height into a towering monster over 10 meters tall. It stood there like a small mountain, its muscles explosively swelling. Jiang Cheng murmured softly, "Berserk? This foolish dog won't hold up." In its berserk state, the poison ape king had lost all reason, and the Hellfire Hound's royal pressure was nearly ineffective against it. It pounded its chest with its massive arms, producing a thunderous roar. The poison ape king swung a punch at the Hellfire Hound, missing, but shattering a huge boulder into dust instantly. The Hellfire Hound panted heavily, the fierce battle having drained most of its energy. To turn the tables, it needed to hold out until the poison ape king's berserk state ended. However, the poison ape king gave no respite. Its sharp tail hook, like a silent serpent, stealthily approached from behind the Hellfire Hound. The sharp tail hook sparked against the hard scales of the Hellfire Hound, but by then, the poison ape king's massive fist had already struck the hound. The black canine let out a piercing wail, its large body flung like a broken kite, landing heavily not far from Jiang Cheng. "And Qian, get in the car!" The short-haired young man shouted hoarsely at Qian as he witnessed the dangerous scene. But it was too late. The enraged poison ape king had locked its blood-red eyes on Qian, its large nostrils spewing hot air as if ready to tear her apart in the next second. And Qian's face turned pale as she instinctively looked toward the mysterious young man ahead, seeking a glimmer of hope. Surprisingly, Jiang Cheng remained disturbingly calm, as if detached from the situation. His gaze was steady as he slowly uttered a few words. "Great Vajra Dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha." The Vajra mantra took effect instantly. An invisible golden shield appeared out of nowhere, firmly blocking the poison ape king's powerful strike. The huge fist hit the shield, causing only a faint ripple. The poison ape king, furious, repeatedly struck in an attempt to break the Vajra mantra. However, with the innate true essence reinforcing it, the Vajra mantra was not something a gold-level beast could easily break. Behind the Vajra mantra, Qian stood with her red lips slightly parted, staring in disbelief at the incredible scene, murmuring to herself, "What is this, a contract magic array?" "Break!" Jiang Cheng suddenly shouted. In an instant, a massive green sword appeared behind him, the Wuxia sword. The sword flashed, and the void resounded with a thunderous boom. With astonishing speed, the Wuxia sword pierced through the poison ape king's chest in an instant. The beast let out a shrill howl, reaching to pull out the sword. But the next moment, a more terrifying event unfolded. A deafening explosion erupted as the innate true essence detonated inside the poison ape king. Flesh and blood flew, and its chest burst open with a ghastly hole. The massive body collapsed with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. "Awoo! Awoo!" The surrounding poison apes, witnessing their king's swift demise, were terrified out of their wits. Trembling, they fled in all directions, vividly demonstrating the saying, "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter." "They're gone." And Qian murmured, dazed. The two young men hiding in the pickup truck were equally stunned, unable to believe what they had just seen. To defeat a gold-level poison ape in one blow, could this mysterious beast master be a high-ranking warlord? Such figures were rare, even in the entire Tiandu city. Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze and turned to Qian, asking, "Where is Tiandu Forest?" And Qian snapped out of her shock and explained softly, "Tiandu Forest is at the border between the southern barbarian forest and Tiandu city. It's considered a small-scale beast forest, but I didn't expect to encounter a group of poison apes today." Her eyes reddened slightly as she spoke. Several bodies lay strewn about on the ground, members of her team. Some were even mangled beyond recognition by those ruthless poison apes. "Tiandu City," Jiang Cheng mumbled thoughtfully before asking, "Is it far from the city?" "Not close, about a few hundred kilometers." And Qian blinked her beautiful eyes and offered Jiang Cheng an invitation. "If you want to go to the city, you can come with us." She harbored a small hope that having someone as powerful as Jiang Cheng with them would make the journey much safer. "That would be helpful." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. And Qian glanced at the Hellfire Hound lying on the ground, feeling a bit worried. She had just witnessed the black dog take a hit from the poison ape king, and it seemed on the brink of death. However, Jiang Cheng remained calm, merely giving the foolish dog a glance before coldly saying, If you don't get up now, I'll leave you here. Woof! The Hellfire Hound, which had been playing dead, shivered at these words and immediately stood up, baring its teeth, as if the severe injury was just an act. The Hellfire Hound, strengthened by the ancient celestial bull's horn, had bones as strong as steel, comparable to defensive beasts. Although the poison ape king's explosive punch was formidable, it struggled to inflict fatal damage. Jiang Cheng, resting his chin in his hand, scrutinized the Hellfire Hound in front of him. He estimated that the true combat power of this beast should be around silver 5 or 6 stars. While the royal bloodline could intimidate most low-level beasts, it had little effect on a berserk beast like the poison ape king. The Hellfire Hound seemed to sense its owner's dissatisfaction, wagging its tail dejectedly and letting out a low whimper. Its ghostly green eyes seemed to plead. I'm only silver 1 star. Holding my ground against the poison ape king is already quite an achievement. And Qian covered her mouth in disbelief as she looked at the still lively Hellfire Hound. She thought, is this really the same dog that just withstood a hit from the poison ape king? Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples and walked towards the off-road pickup truck, saying calmly, let's get in the car first. And Qian was about to remind Jiang Cheng not to forget his beast, but before she could speak, the Hellfire Hound, the size of a buffalo, suddenly shrank to the size of a regular husky. Its eyes glimmered with pride, as if showing off to Qian. Size alteration, this is at least a candidate-grade bloodline. And Qian was stunned, feeling a mix of emotions. As a beast tamer, she only had a bronze-tier mysterious grade beast. Yet, this young man, about her age, not only had the strength of a battle lord but also possessed a beast with at least a candidate-grade bloodline. The vast disparity left her reflecting on the saying, comparisons can be infuriating. Inside the pickup, the others made room for Jiang Cheng in the back seat. Through casual conversation, Jiang Cheng learned about their backgrounds. They were originally a special logistics team responsible for transporting important items. Chen Gu, who was knocked unconscious by Air Shah, was named Chen Songhai and was the leader of the team, with a strength of 6-star battle master. The young man driving was Qin Xiong, and the short-haired youth in the passenger seat was Lu Xing. As for Qian, she was a student at Tianluo Academy, taking advantage of a break to travel back to Tiandu City with this group. Unexpectedly, they encountered a group of poison apes on the way. Where is Tiandu City located? Jiang Cheng suddenly asked. And Qian explained softly, Tiandu City is in Beijiang Province, separated from Tianluo City by the Tiando Forest. Beijiang Province. Jiang Cheng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected the space rift to transport him so far away. By the way, I still don't know your name, sir? And Qian asked, blinking her eyes awkwardly. It felt odd to keep addressing someone her age as sir. Jiang Cheng, like the river in the city, Jiang Cheng replied calmly. Jiang Cheng. And Qian repeated softly, about to continue the conversation when Jiang Cheng's pocket suddenly buzzed with an old-fashioned phone displaying the name Lin Xian. What's up? Jiang Cheng squinted as he answered the call. I miss you, Jiang Cheng. Where are you? Lin Xian's voice, with a hint of a coquettish tone, came through the receiver. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone expressionlessly, feeling disgusted once again. However, Lin Xian persistently called back. Jiang Cheng, don't hang up. I have something important to tell you. This time, she got straight to the point. What is it? Jiang Cheng asked, frowning slightly, without hanging up again. The news of Grandpa Su being bedridden with a serious illness hit Jiang Cheng like a heavy blow. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xian's voice was filled with sighs, expressing her struggles in taking care of him. Jiang Cheng felt a pang in his heart as memories surged like a tide. Mr. Su, the orphanage director who once took him and Lin Xian in, was now gravely ill. However, reason quickly took over. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, recalling Lin Xian's materialistic nature and her usual indifferent relationship with Mr. Su. Her sudden concern and willingness to care for him seemed suspicious, especially since she was inquiring about his whereabouts from the start. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice tinged with sarcasm. If I'm not mistaken, you should be at the Qian family now, right? Lin Xian's tone instantly turned flustered, revealing her true situation. Jiang Cheng coldly replied, tell the Qian family that I'll be back in a few days. They should prepare the coffins. With that, he decisively hung up the phone. The scene shifts to the Qian family in Tianfeng City. Lin Xian stared blankly at her phone, when suddenly a chilling voice broke the silence. So, did that little brat agree to come back? Qian Feng's face was twisted with malice, his eyes burning with vengeance. Trembling, Lin Xian repeated Jiang Cheng's words, but Qian Feng laughed instead of getting angry. Very well, he's quite bold. In his mind, he was already plotting countless ways to torment Jiang Cheng as revenge for his deceased son. Lin Xian's face turned pale as she quietly asked to leave. However, Qian Feng gave a sinister smile. Since you're Guang's girlfriend, you can join him in the afterlife in a few days. At Qian Feng's command, several guards approached Lin Xian. She was terrified, screaming her denial of any relationship with Qin Shiguang, but it was futile. A swift chop to the neck knocked her unconscious, leaving the room in eerie silence. Meanwhile, back with Jiang Cheng, and Qian curiously asked Jiang Cheng, "Was that your girlfriend?" Jiang Cheng put away his phone and replied indifferently, "No, just a worthless person." Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Lu Xiong announced with a smile, "We've reached the military checkpoint." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally leaving the dangerous Tian-Do forest behind. Soldiers blew whistles and waved flags, directing the vehicles to stop. Lu Xing turned to Jiang Cheng and asked, "Mr. Jiang, do you have an identity card?" Jiang Cheng pulled out a Beastmaster token from his pocket, and Lu Xing's expression relaxed slightly. Having a Beastmaster present might make the military inspection go more smoothly. Everyone held their breath, preparing for the routine check. The routine military inspection was underway, primarily aimed at checking passing vehicles for contraband. Two soldiers were responsible for the inspection, and they opened the trunk. "What's inside?" one of the soldiers asked sternly, his gaze sharply scanning Qin Xiong and Lu Xing. Lu Xing responded immediately, a professional smile on his face. "These are consignments for the Tianluo auction house. We are a specialized transport team from Yuanfang Logistics." As he spoke, he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to the soldier. The soldier took the card, examined it carefully, and then had a brief, hushed conversation with his companion. After a moment, he turned back to Qin Xiong and the others, a hint of apology in his voice. "Due to the current situation, we need to open the box for inspection." Another soldier was already preparing to pry open the metal box. Lu Xing hurried forward, his face filled with anxiety. "Please, don't. These are valuable items. If they get damaged, we can't afford the loss. Cooperate with the inspection." The first soldier frowned, his high-powered weapon aimed directly at Jiang Cheng and the others, his attitude abruptly turning aggressive. The hellhound let out a low growl, its eyes flashing with dissatisfaction, as if mocking the small threat. Qin Xiong shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. This job might be for nothing. According to Tianluo Auction House's rules, opening a client's consignment without permission results in a 90 commission penalty. If the soldiers break the seal, not only will this trip be wasted, but they will also face the guilt of their fallen comrades. Their faces were full of reluctance and regret. Just then, Jiang Cheng spoke up, his voice calm and confident. "If I remember correctly, if someone is willing to vouch, an inspection can be waived, right?" "That's correct," the soldier with his hand on the storage box replied, frowning. "But there are requirements for the guarantor's identity." Jiang Cheng pulled out a token from inside his coat, not an ordinary Beastmaster token, but one that shimmered with a special light, the Qinghe King token. "Is this sufficient?" he asked casually. The soldier took the token and examined it closely. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Qinghe," he began, but sensing Jiang Cheng's gaze, he immediately fell silent. "Is it okay now?" Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. Despite being in Beijing Xingzhou, the Qinghe King token still held significant sway. After all, the two states were adjacent, and many soldiers stationed in Beijing were originally from Qinghe. "Of course, proceed." The soldier respectfully returned the token to Jiang Cheng and then shouted to the checkpoint ahead. The group, puzzled, got back into the car. Qin Xiong and Lu Xing assumed Jiang Cheng had shown a Beastmaster token and couldn't help but marvel at the respect such a title commanded. Thanks to Mr. Jiang this time, Lu Xing and Qin Xiong expressed their gratitude to Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, this job would have been a loss, and we couldn't face our fallen brothers. "No problem, it was a small matter," Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. Beside him, and Qian's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. As a Beastmaster herself, she knew that an ordinary Beastmaster couldn't command such respect. He must have another important identity, she thought, her curiosity about Jiang Cheng deepening. "Is your last name Jiang? Could it be the Jiang family from Qinchuan or the one from the state capital?" Jiang Cheng noticed in Qian's curious gaze, but was unfazed. His eyes flickered with a bit of curiosity as he asked, "What are you transporting?" From the moment he got into the car, Jiang Cheng felt an impressive surge of spiritual energy emanating from the trunk. Even with the storage box's barrier, he could clearly sense it, indicating that the items inside were extraordinary. Qin Xiong and Lu Xing paused, showing signs of hesitation. Clearly, Jiang Cheng's question was a bit abrupt, but it wasn't exactly a secret. After a brief thought, Lu Xing explained in a low voice, "Inside is a consignment for the Tiando auction house, supposedly. Xianming grass." "Xianming grass," Jiang Cheng repeated, surprised. This was precisely the next material needed for synthesizing the candle dragon yin. Jiang Cheng had a faint smile on his lips as he looked at Qian and Lu Xing and asked, "So the Xianming grass will be auctioned at the Tiandu Grand Auction?" And Qian nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked directly at Jiang Cheng and replied, "Yes, there will be a large auction in Tiandu the night after tomorrow, and the Xianming grass will be one of the highlight items." She paused and then asked curiously, "Mr. Jiang, are you interested in the Xianming grass?" "Yes," Jiang Cheng nodded noncommittally, calculating in his mind. It's just the right opportunity to acquire some advancement materials for the Hellfire Hound at the auction. This silly dog is still too weak and isn't much help to me right now. He pondered silently. Bisui Lioli Crystal. Jiang Cheng reached out and tapped the head of the Hellfire Hound beside him. The silly dog was staring at Qian with drool dripping. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's forehead was immediately covered with black lines. At this moment, Qian suddenly said in a low voice, "If Mr. Jiang doesn't mind, I can take you there." Noticing the strange looks from Lu Xing and Qin Xiong, she blushed and explained, "Our family owns some shares in the Tiandu auction house, and by then, Mr. Jiang could enjoy some preferential privileges if you wish to purchase anything." "Thank you." Jiang Cheng didn't refuse, but he understood Qian's intentions. She simply saw his strength and exceptional beast control skills and wanted to build a good relationship with him. Suddenly, the sound of tires rubbing against a speed bump came from below the car. Unknowingly, the off-road pickup had entered Tiandu City. "All vehicles, please get out and cooperate with the inspection." A roadblock appeared ahead, and several fully armed soldiers were checking vehicles and pedestrians one by one. Why is it so strict all of a sudden? The group exchanged puzzled looks. There hadn't been such a checkpoint when they visited Tiandu City last month. "Please show your identification." When it was Jiang Cheng and his group's turn, Lu Xing handed over the ID card while curiously asking, "Brother, what happened?" The soldier checked the ID cards one by one and casually replied, "There's been some commotion over by the Yupan swamp. The whole city is under lockdown now. Entry only, no exit." Yupan swamp. Lu Xing and Qin Xiong gasped. Qin Xiong couldn't help but ask, "How long will this situation last?" "Not sure," the soldier said while signaling the next vehicle to move forward. "Could be a few days, or up to half a month." Back in the car, Lu Xing grumbled, "This is just too unlucky, coming right into a lockdown." Qin Xiong, in the driver's seat, looked serious. "The lockdown isn't the main issue. The important thing is that there's been movement in the Yupan swamp." His voice grew somber. "Don't you remember what happened the last time the Yupan swamp had a commotion? Was it 20 years ago?" And Qian couldn't help but interject, "What exactly happened back then? It seems no one ever talks about it." Qin Xiong recalled, "The last Yupan swamp commotion was 20 years ago, and it affected a large area, even impacting half of the Beijiang province. But no one seems to have mentioned what exactly happened. The older generation in Tiandu City refuses to discuss it, and Qian had not been born yet and naturally didn't know. Lu Xing and Qin Xiong, being slightly older, should have experienced that turmoil." Jiang Cheng, beside them, showed a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Qin Xiong continued, his voice low, "We remember the events vaguely, but it seems there was a beast tied in the Yupan swamp. Tiandu City, being the closest, was hit first." "No way, even the desolate place like Yupan swamp can have a beast tied." And Qian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong frowned and replied in a serious tone, "The details are unclear, but it's best for us to stay within the city for the next few days." The off-road pickup truck drove into the city, where the streets were eerily empty, a stark contrast to the usual bustling scene. The wide roads had few pedestrians and even fewer vehicles. "It seems the situation is more serious than we thought." The group looked grim, falling into a collective silence. As the vehicle entered the city center, there were slightly more people around. Lu Xing sighed dejectedly, "I shouldn't have taken this job. We've lost so many brothers, and now with the disturbance at Yupan swamp, our luck is at its worst." Qin Xiong parked the car by the roadside and turned to Qian. "Qian, let's first deliver the goods to the Tiandu auction house. I'll leave Mr. Jiang in your care." The in-family home was just a few minutes walk away. "Sure." And Qian agreed readily, then opened the car door and said to Jiang Cheng, "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." "Thank you." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, stepping out with his Hellfire Hound. And Qian's expression brightened, her tone becoming lively. "Compared to you saving our lives, this is nothing." She hadn't been home in nearly 6 months, and her excitement was palpable. "Just call me Jiang Cheng, no need for formalities." Jiang Cheng smiled, his eyes scanning the surroundings thoughtfully. "All right, Jiang Cheng." And Qian sneaked another glance at him, her cheeks flushing. Jiang Cheng's ethereal aura was incredibly captivating, intrinsically linked to his martial prowess. At the innate level, he exuded a celestial quality, as if in harmony with the universe. "We're here." And Qian led Jiang Cheng to a grand estate, the in-family residence. Its size indicated the family's significant status in Tiandu City. At that moment, a figure emerged from the estate, and Qian's eyes lit up as she rushed towards the young man. "Brother, how did you know I was here?" And Qian asked excitedly. The young man affectionately tapped her nose, laughing. "Because your brother has a keen sense of smell. I knew the moment you arrived." "Get lost, are you saying I smell?" And Qian retorted playfully, then noticed the young man's gaze on Jiang Cheng and quickly introduced, "This is Jiang Cheng. Without him, I might not have made it back alive to see you." "What? You encountered trouble on the way?" The young man's, named in Lan, eyes narrowed, his voice turning serious. and Qian bit her lip and confessed. We came through the Tiando forest, but halfway through we ran into a group of venomous apes. Several team members died. It was thanks to Jiang Cheng that we were saved. What? Chen Songhai was foolish enough to lead you through the Tiando forest. And Lan's face showed anger. It was one thing to risk their own lives, but to endanger his sister was unacceptable. Suppressing his anger, Lan discreetly assessed Jiang Cheng. Despite his ordinary attire, Jiang Cheng's extraordinary demeanor was undeniable. Noticing the Hellfire Hound behind Jiang Cheng, Lan was visibly surprised. A beast tamer? Lan thought to himself, finding it hard to believe. But could such a beast really fend off a group of venomous apes? To him, the Hellfire Hound, with its current diminished size and aura, seemed no more than a large mutt. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving my sister. Lan withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and gave Jiang Cheng a hearty smile. He sincerely said, no words can express my gratitude. If you ever run into trouble in Tiandu City, just come to me. Jiang Cheng nodded calmly, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. And Qian, standing nearby, suddenly remembered something and added, Brother, isn't the Tiandu auction happening the day after tomorrow? Brother Jiang is looking to buy some things. The auction? Lan rubbed his temples and replied softly, sure, I'm attending as well, so I'll join Brother Jiang. And Qian couldn't help but ask again, by the way, brother, I heard there has been some unrest near Yupan Swamp. Is it serious? I can't believe Tiandu City has been locked down. And Lan's expression darkened slightly, and he replied briefly, we'll talk about it later. Then he smiled at Jiang Cheng. You must be tired from your journey, Brother Jiang. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to stay. All right. Jiang Cheng agreed, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had a feeling that the situation in Tiandu City might be more severe than it seemed. Meanwhile, outside Tiandu City, various military structures were rapidly being erected. Soldiers busily transported construction materials, as if turning the city into an impregnable fortress. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar echoed from the sky. The soldiers working below looked up in unison, and someone exclaimed, it's the dragon cavalry. I didn't expect them to come too. The arrival of the dragon cavalry intensified the already tense atmosphere. This elite force from the northern Jiang province was invaluable, each rider mounted on a magnificent silver dragon. The dispatch of such a formidable unit indicated the seriousness of the disturbances at Yupan Swamp. Besides military personnel, there were also many construction workers on site. Unlike the soldiers, they began to whisper among themselves. I heard the last group of powerful figures sent to suppress Yupan Swamp hasn't returned yet. Could they have? A young worker said worriedly. No way. That group included a battle king and platinum-level beast tamers. Another worker replied, full of disbelief. Then, an older worker lowered his voice and said, don't you remember? The last time there was unrest at Yupan Swamp, the entire northern Jiang province nearly fell. The young workers around him turned pale, putting down their tools to listen intently. Seeing their reaction, the old foreman continued, 20 years ago, there was an unprecedented beast tide at Yupan Swamp. A beast tide? Impossible. How could there be monsters in that godforsaken place? Yeah, oldly. You must be making it up, thinking we're too young to know better. Faced with skepticism, the old man bristled but then spoke gravely. It's true that Yupan Swamp has no monsters, but it does have the undead. Before he could finish, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. Spreading rumors and causing panic will be dealt with by military law. A young man in uniform, standing tall, glared coldly at the workers. Since it's your first offense, I'll let it slide this time. Thank you, sir, for your mercy. We won't do it again. Old Li and the others, sweating profusely, quickly dispersed. Behind him, several soldiers also watched the group sternly, slowly lowering their high-energy weapons. No one is allowed to leave the city. The soldier's stern voice echoed again, blocking the crowd trying to exit Tiandu City. Among the crowd, a citizen angrily shouted, why? Even if you're military, you have no right to restrict our freedom. The young officer coldly stared at the dissatisfied citizen, his voice icy. It was made clear when you entered the city-only entry, no exit. Are you hard of hearing? Intimidated by the officer's icy gaze, the man was momentarily speechless, his face flushing red as he reluctantly retreated back into the city. The adjutant beside him looked at the young officer with a wry smile. General, the people in the city are starting to panic, and even some of our own men. Just hold them down, Su Yuntian muttered irritably, rubbing his temples. Damn it. Why do we have to deal with this mess? Su Yuntian, the youngest general of the Qilin army, was responsible for defending Tiandu City. He was in charge of all matters, including maintaining public order. Just as he was feeling the pressure, a call came from the temporary military camp. General Su, the officials have arrived. Please come and join the meeting. Damn it, I know. Su Tianlong cursed, then turned to the adjutant. Leave this to you. Keep them calm. The adjutant opened his mouth, his face full of helplessness. This mess had fallen on him again. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng found himself in an awkward situation at the in-family home. The Yin family, being a prominent clan, had very formal dinners with all family members present. Around a long marble dining table sat the entire Yin family, including Qian's many aunts. Jiang Cheng sat beside Qian, standing out noticeably. Finally, a flamboyantly dressed woman broke the silence. Xiao Qian, is this your new boyfriend? Why don't you introduce him to us? Others quickly chimed in. Yes, as your elders, we need to make sure he's right for you. What's his name? Which family is he from? Is he a beastmaster? The barrage of questions left Qian flustered, her cheeks turning red. Auntie, he's just a friend. A friend. The women's tone turned more severe. You are too unruly. How can you bring a male friend home so casually? And Qian, your mother passed early, and your father is too busy, so we, your aunts, must guide you properly. Exactly. You should have been sent to a women's academy. A girl learning beast mastery is simply improper. Faced with these harsh words, Qian bit her lip, her eyes misting with grievance, unable to speak. An uncle, unable to bear it, coughed awkwardly. Ahem, let's not say too much. But this only backfired, as the women turned their criticism towards him. What? We can't speak now? And Yu Cheng, at your age, still idling around. I'm done eating. And Yo Cheng's face darkened, throwing down his chopsticks and leaving. Due to the Yin family's traditions, most men married into the family, with few Yin women marrying out, leading to a female-dominated household. The few men remained silent, while the Yin family women glared disapprovingly at the unfazed Jiang Cheng. And Qian's second aunt suddenly sneered. TSK, eating someone else's food without a word of thanks, that's thick-skinned. Jiang Cheng looked up, responding with a faint smile. Oh? For an aunt so old to still be freeloading at home, isn't that even thicker-skinned? You've got a death wish. Jiang Cheng's words pierced the group of gossiping women like a sharp sword. And Qian's second aunt flew into a rage, grabbing a bowl to throw at Jiang Cheng's face. At that critical moment, a thunderous bark erupted. The Hellfire Hound suddenly grew several times larger, its fierce eyes fixated on the women, silently threatening them. Go ahead, try it, and see what this dog can do. The unexpected turn of events left the women pale with fear, instinctively shrinking back. They had never encountered such a ferocious beast before and were instantly silenced. Jiang Cheng let out a cold chuckle, stood up, and left the family dining room. The dinner had clearly turned unpleasant. And Qian, fuming, hurried after Jiang Cheng as they left. Brother Jiang Cheng, I'm sorry. My family is just like that. And Qian caught up to Jiang Cheng, her face full of apology. It's fine. Jiang Cheng responded calmly, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he asked, is your home always this heavily guarded? Huh. And Qian was taken aback, following Jiang Cheng's gaze. Her mouth opened in surprise. Several guard towers had appeared around the family home, each manned by vigilant personnel. On the ground, squads of capable and family guards patrolled in shifts. It wasn't always this strict. And Qian murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered as he quickly connected the dots with the current situation in Tiandu City. It seems this isn't a place to linger, he muttered to himself, but decided not to leave yet, as he still needed to gather the materials for Xianming Grass and Ershaw's advancement. Where's the Tiandu auction house? Jiang Cheng suddenly asked. Huh? But the auction doesn't start until the day after tomorrow. And Qian replied, slightly puzzled. Need to buy some things in advance, Jiang Cheng explained simply. Then I'll accompany you, and Qian said, her brows furrowing slightly. She, too, sensed the strange atmosphere in Tianfeng City. The city gates were heavily guarded, allowing only entry, not exit. The streets were deserted, with doors tightly shut. The entire city seemed shrouded in an invisible gloom. Meanwhile, in a temporary military camp outside Tianfeng City, a heated argument was taking place. Damn it, why should we handle this mess? It's clearly the city guard's responsibility. Su Yuntian glared angrily at the few who had suggested this. General Su, our city guard is severely understaffed and has been idle for years, lacking any combat capability. If they encounter those undead creatures, it's like sending them to their deaths. City Lord Luo Yunli of Tianfeng City spoke with a bitter expression. He was right. The city guard had long become a retirement home. That's your problem, not mine. Are my men not human? Su Yuntian retorted, unwilling to relent. Ahem, General Su. The middle-aged man sitting nearby, the Dragon Cavalry Army's chief commander Li Muji, spoke up. Right now. Only your Jilin army can handle this. Su Yuntian's expression softened slightly at Li Muji's words. Seeing this, Li Muji continued with a smile. General Su, if you can accomplish this task, I'll propose to the Northern River King to allocate another batch of weapons to you, the most advanced high-energy weaponry of the Empire. Su Yuntian's eyes lit up, though he remained skeptical. Are you sure it's the most advanced high-energy weaponry? Not some outdated junk from 10 years ago. Of course, it's the most advanced. Li, would never deceive you. Li Muji assured with a serious expression. Fine, but I want equipment for 2,000 men. Su Yuntian agreed through gritted teeth. After all, the Qilin army's weapons hadn't been updated in a long time and desperately needed new gear. 2,000 men. As long as General Su can succeed, that's possible. Li Muji agreed, feigning reluctance. The haggling voices gradually faded away as Su Yuntian left with a beaming smile. His ambitions had swelled, demanding a scale of 3,000 men, and he was secretly delighted with what he considered a lucrative deal. Once Su Yuntian's figure disappeared from sight, Li Muji's adjutant couldn't help but speak up, his face showing a peculiar expression. Commander, hasn't the Northern Jiang Palace already agreed to allocate new-style equipment to the Qilin army? Li Muji smiled meaningfully, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Of course, it's just that Su Yuntian hasn't received the notification yet. Those around exchanged a knowing glance, each inwardly sighing. This guy is truly devious. The scene shifts to outside the Tiandu auction house, and Qian walked slowly with Jiang Cheng, noticing that the street was unusually quiet, with hardly a pedestrian in sight. It wasn't until they approached the auction house that they saw a slight increase in people. The crowd entering and leaving the auction house moved in small groups, consisting either of warriors wearing weapons or distinguished beastmasters. In such an environment, Jiang Cheng and Qian's presence seemed particularly out of place. Qian was full of doubts and muttered softly, "Strange, what's going on here?" Just then, the Hellfire Hound let out a low warning growl. Woof! It stared warily at a dark alley not far away, as if sensing some danger. In a fleeting moment, two shadowy figures seemed to flash by, so quickly that even Jiang Cheng couldn't catch them. The Hellfire Hound anxiously bit Jiang Cheng's trouser leg, tugging him in that direction. Jiang Cheng, thoughtful, turned his gaze toward the dark alley, his eyes seemingly flickering with flames. After staring for a while, Jiang Cheng's expression turned slightly serious, and he murmured, "Interesting." He also felt that there were two unusual auras lurking in that pitch-black alley. Seeing this, Qian couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Cheng, aren't we going in?" At this moment, only the two of them were left outside. Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze and nodded. "Of course, we're going in." Upon entering the Tiandu auction house, Jiang Cheng found that its layout was quite similar to the Tianfeng auction house, also divided into 3 levels, each with different functions. The only difference was that the first floor had an additional breeding center, with certified professional breeders in residence, mainly addressing the advancement of beastmasters. Qian pointed to the breeding hall not far away and explained to Jiang Cheng, "Jiang Cheng, if you want to buy beast materials, you can actually do it here. There are ready-made beast materials for sale over there, which can be used for breeding beasts." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng asked directly, "Oh, do they have Bul Yuli crystals?" Qian was taken aback, then a wry smile appeared on her face. "Bul Yuli crystals, of course they have them, but they're very expensive, costing tens of thousands of gold coins, and they might not even sell them. Treasures like Bul Yuli crystals can't simply be measured by price anymore. You'd need to exchange something equally precious." Jiang Cheng nodded noncommittally. "Let's go in and take a look." The silly dog behind them wagged its tail and hurried to follow, looking a bit excited as if it sensed it might end up as dog meat hot pot again. Inside the breeding hall, there was quite a crowd of both men and women, most bringing their own beasts to solve problems. At this moment, a beautiful receptionist in a black office suit approached Jiang Cheng with a sweet smile. "Sir, what service do you need?" Jiang Cheng got straight to the point. "Do you sell Bul Yuli crystals here?" As soon as he said this, the entire breeding hall fell into silence. The receptionist's face turned blank, while the surrounding beastmasters all turned their gaze toward Jiang Cheng. Seeing that he was just a young man, they couldn't help but sneer. In their eyes, where did this wet-behind-thieves kid get the nerve to say such a thing? The Bul Yuli crystal was the treasure of the entire Tiandu breeding center. The receptionist frowned and questioned sternly, "Sir, are you sure you're not joking?" The surrounding security guards, all at the level of battle masters, had already closed in, clearly viewing Jiang Cheng as a potential troublemaker. Jiang Cheng smiled calmly and unhurriedly pulled out a purple crystal card. This small gesture instantly changed the entire situation. The receptionist's eyes widened slightly, her lips parted, and her voice immediately turned respectful. "One moment, I'll report to the president right away." She quickly left, leaving a room full of shocked gazes. The purple crystal card symbolized a balance of at least 10,000 gold coins and an extraordinary social status. The beast tamers around exchanged looks, their eyes full of surprise and envy. Someone murmured, "He must be a young master from the state capital. But even with money, with President Huang's temper, he might not sell." Most people just glanced curiously, then hurried away with their beasts, as if unwilling to linger outside for even a moment longer. At this moment, Qian couldn't help but ask a well-figured, attractive female beast tamer, "Sister, what exactly happened? Why is the street outside so deserted?" The beast tamer had a proud green warbler perched on her shoulder. She smiled gently and explained, "I've heard that some powerful undead creatures have infiltrated Tiandu City, so everyone is on edge, and hardly anyone dares to go out. If it weren't for my little Qing having some issues, I wouldn't have risked coming out either. She gently stroked the green warbler on her shoulder, her tone tinged with affection. Undead creatures? And Qian's face changed slightly, murmuring in disbelief. How could there be undead near Tiandu City? Her words trailed off as she recalled the disturbances in the Yupan swamp, vaguely guessing something. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered, recalling the two unusual auras he had sensed earlier, and he remained secretly vigilant. Just then, the previously departed receptionist gracefully returned. Sir, this way please. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, striding forward, and Qian thanked the helpful beast tamer and quickly followed. They walked through a tasteful corridor and arrived at the inner hall. The receptionist bowed respectfully. President, the guests have arrived. Jiang Cheng and Qian's attention was immediately drawn to a middle-aged man. This ordinary-looking man wore a formal suit, with thin lips, and the most striking feature was the pitch-black crow on his shoulder, occasionally exuding a disturbing aura of gloom. And Qian's face paled, while Jiang Cheng's eyes steadied as he carefully examined the crow. In an instant, a wealth of information flashed through his mind. Beast name, Dark Night Crow. Level, Gold 9 star. Quality, Substandard. Skills, Sky-Rending Dive, Night Howl, Magic Aura. Condition, Semi-Weak Reason, Failed Advancement. Treatment, Administering Dissolving Magic Powder. Materials. Huang Hao smoothed the feathers of the Dark Night Raven and said with a slight smirk, you should know that treasures like the Bai Shui Luli crystal can't be measured by money. Jiang Cheng frowned and asked bluntly, what do you want? Huang Hao snapped his fingers, his gaze sharp on Jiang Cheng. Simple. If you can offer me something that satisfies me, I'll trade with you. Jiang Cheng fell into deep thought at these words. He quickly took inventory of his treasures in his mind. The essence of the candle dragon's blood, the gall of the ice serpent, and also a demon crystal from a 9-star golden red-tailed blood crown jiao. The former items were crucial for synthesizing the candle 9 and couldn't be exchanged lightly. With a thought, he retrieved a fist-sized crystal core emitting a rich energy aura from his storage space. This is the crystal core of the red-tailed blood crown jiao, Jiang Cheng explained calmly. Huang Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, if I remember correctly, the red-tailed blood crown jiao is a beast with candle dragon bloodline? It only appears in the candle dragon relics. Such a dense energy wave, at least above golden 8 stars. How did you get it? Jiang Cheng responded impassively. That seems irrelevant to our deal, doesn't it? Huang Hao nodded slightly, but internally, he was in turmoil. The calmness of this young man was unsettling. Though he couldn't sense his energy fluctuations, his intuition told him that the boy before him was unfathomable. It reminded him of a battle emperor he once faced in the imperial capital, yet even that emperor didn't match the aura of this young man. The crystal core of the red-tailed blood crown jiao is indeed precious, but being only at the golden level, it's still a bit lacking to exchange for the Bai Shui Luli crystal. Huang Hao regained his composure and pondered. Jiang Cheng wasn't surprised. He glanced thoughtfully at the Dark Night Raven on Huang Hao's shoulder and suddenly spoke. How about I also heal your beast? Would that be enough? Huang Hao's eyebrows twitched, his heart churning. This kid actually noticed the Dark Night Raven's problem? This secret was known only to him. What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be a problem with my beast? Huang Hao suppressed his shock, feigning anger. And Qian, standing by, was equally incredulous. How could the beast of the head of the cultivation center have issues? Such words were a blatant insult to a cultivation master. Jiang Cheng was speechless. This guy was still pretending? According to the system's information, this Dark Night Raven definitely had problems. He couldn't believe a cultivation master wouldn't be aware of his own beast's condition. Jiang Cheng allowed a slight smile and casually said, if you're not interested, then forget it, but your beast might remain stuck at the golden level. With that, he put away the red-tailed blood crown jiao's crystal core and headed for the door without hesitation. And Qian was stunned, thinking, just like that? Not even negotiating further? As Jiang Cheng was about to leave, Huang Hao's expression changed unpredictably. He gritted his teeth and spoke. Do you really have a way to heal He Zi? Of course. Jiang Cheng stopped, smiling. This guy was quite the actor. Without the system, he wouldn't have noticed anything wrong with the Dark Night Raven. If you can heal He Zi, giving you the Bai Shui Luli crystal is no problem. Huang Hao said in a low voice. Although the Bai Shui Luli crystal was precious, it wasn't as important as the Dark Night Raven, which had fought alongside him since childhood. Ever since the failed upgrade due to incorrect beast materials, Huang Hao had been filled with guilt. He had sought help from renowned cultivation masters in Tianhe and even the imperial capital, but to no avail. Jiang Cheng's appearance today offered a glimmer of hope. He believed in Jiang Cheng mainly because of his convincing aura. Sure, but you'll need to provide the materials. Jiang Cheng nodded calmly and then listed the ingredients needed to make the demon transformation pill. Rootless water, 10-mile pine resin. Huang Hao quickly took notes, while Qian stood by, flabbergasted. She thought, Jiang Cheng is actually teaching the head of the cultivation center what to do. Although the alchemy materials Jiang Cheng needed were rare, They were not difficult to find at a major auction house like Tiandu. Thanks to Huang Hao's status, the required items were promptly delivered. Huang Hao, with a sharp gaze, kept his eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng, awaiting further instructions. Give me a pot as well, Jiang Cheng said nonchalantly. Huang Hao's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, but he complied nonetheless. Moments later, two graceful maidservants brought in a large pot, its metallic surface gleaming coldly. What exactly is your method? Huang Hao finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. Jiang Cheng glanced at the Dark Knight Crow perched on Huang Hao's shoulder and chuckled. After your Dark Knight Crow failed to advance, its demonic energy must have swelled tremendously. If I'm not mistaken, you must have used some kind of pill or treasure to temporarily stabilize its rampant demonic energy, right? Huang Hao admitted frankly. Yes, I did give it some pills to suppress the demonic energy. That's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Jiang Cheng shook his head slightly, his tone leisurely. To cure it completely, you must resolve the chaotic demonic energy within, and one transforming demon pill should suffice. As he spoke, he poured rootless water into the pot, the clear liquid rippling at the bottom. Huang Hao looked at the seemingly ordinary pot, his confusion deepening. But you're not making pills in the traditional sense. And Xian, standing nearby, was equally puzzled. She had never heard of pills being boiled in a pot. How old-fashioned, Jiang Cheng dismissed with disdain. Pills aren't about their form, whether solid or liquid, they're essentially the same. He casually tossed in some pine resin, continuing his explanation. In my past life, I dabbled in alchemy too. Choosing to boil it in a pot is simply for convenience. Jiang Cheng turned to the Hellfire Hound standing nearby, commanding, light the fire. Woof. The Hellfire Hound looked resentful, but obediently opened its mouth, releasing a searing black flame. What an astonishing flame. A mutated fire type. Huang Hao finally noticed Jiang Cheng's beast, shocked. As a master trainer, he could immediately see the extraordinary nature of the Hellfire Hound. It seemed to be of a higher grade than his Dark Knight Crow, possibly reaching the level of a king, or even an emperor. Huang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence, his attitude becoming more respectful. Under the Hellfire's intense heat, the liquid in the pot quickly began to boil. Jiang Cheng added the alchemy ingredients one by one, and the liquid in the pot transformed from milky white to an inky black concoction. It's ready. Jiang Cheng shrugged and stepped aside. This is the transforming demon pill. Huang Hao looked skeptical, doubting that this pot of black liquid could truly neutralize the rampant demonic energy within the Dark Knight Crow. Of course, just have your beast drink it, Jiang Cheng replied calmly. In fact, turning the transforming demon pill into a liquid form made it easier to absorb. Hey Z. Huang Hao hesitated for a moment, looking at the Dark Knight Crow on his shoulder. Caw. The Dark Knight Crow glanced at the bubbling black liquid in the pot, let out a shrill cry, and recoiled slightly. Hey Z, drinking this will be good for you. Huang Hao glared at it, his tone firm. Caw. The Dark Knight Crow reluctantly approached the pot, dipping its beak to consume the liquid. The sound of gulping was incessant. As the Dark Knight Crow drank nearly half the pot, a sudden change occurred. Its jet-black feathers stood on end, and countless streams of demonic energy burst from its body like smoke and fog. Caw. The Dark Knight Crow let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony on the ground. Hazy, what's happening to you? Huang Hao's eyes widened in distress as he hurriedly held the struggling Dark Knight Crow. This is bad, and Qian was drenched in cold sweat. She knew Jiang Cheng's method was bound to be problematic. Who ever heard of boiling pills in a pot? Caw. A joyful cry suddenly broke the silence of the room, emanating from the Dark Knight Raven nestled in Huang Hao's arms. Immediately following, an unusual energy wave radiated from the Raven, as if heralding a significant transformation. Huang Hao held his breath. Through the spirit contract, he could clearly sense the intense changes occurring within the Dark Knight Raven. The once volatile and restless demonic energy had vanished, replaced by a liquid-like, half-demonic essence. This phenomenon of condensing demonic essence was a clear sign that the Dark Knight Raven was about to advance to platinum level. A look of disbelief flashed in Huang Hao's eyes as he murmured to himself. It's really happening. The chaotic demonic energy inside it has been resolved. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a calm, yet undeniable tone. You can fulfill your promise now. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao's expression became enthusiastic. He quickly moved to the side, personally pulling over two leather armchairs and politely inviting Jiang Cheng and his companion to sit. Of course, sir, please have a seat. And Qian watched this scene with a look of astonishment. To know that Huang Hao was one of the top cultivation masters in Tiandu City, even her father had to show him respect and address him as Master Huang. Yet here, this master was personally offering her a seat. And Qian stole a glance at Jiang Cheng, noticing his calm and composed demeanor. She thought to herself, he must be from the Jiang family in Zhoucheng, and with a significant status. This thought only strengthened her belief in Jiang Cheng's extraordinary background. Huang Hao turned and walked towards a storage cabinet in the back of the room, retrieving an exquisite jade box. He carefully placed the jade box in front of Jiang Cheng, smiling as he explained. The Bai Shui Ilili crystal contains extreme coldness. Without a specially crafted jade container, it easily loses its chill. With a gentle click, the jade box opened. Instantly, a wave of coldness swept over them, as if the room's temperature had suddenly dropped by several degrees. Within the box lay a translucent, light blue crystal, emitting a faint, icy glow. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. Ding! Beast taming material detected. Bai Shui Liuli Crystal 1. Material name, Bai Shui Liuli Crystal. Material age, 999 years. Material use, can enhance beasts with extreme ice attributes. Material rating. Jiang Cheng's gaze flickered slightly as he glanced at the Hellfire Hound rolling on the floor. He thought to himself, I didn't expect this silly dog to evolve into a dual attribute, with both extreme fire and extreme ice, two opposing attributes. Seeing Jiang Cheng put away the Bai Shui Liuli crystal, Huang Hao showed no sign of reluctance. Instead, his smile widened. Curiously, he asked, May I know your name, sir? Jiang Cheng replied calmly. Jiang, Huang Hao murmured, as if searching his memory for information on any Jiang family cultivation masters. Though he found nothing, it didn't dampen his enthusiasm. He pulled out an extremely thin card from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Jiang Cheng. Master Jiang, please accept this as a small token of appreciation. And Xian caught sight of the card and couldn't help but exclaim, This is a diamond VIP card for the Tiandu auction house. She knew well that fewer than 4 people in Tiandu City were eligible for such a high-level membership card. Even her father, and Qinshan, head of the Yin family, fell short of qualifying. Huang Hao, still smiling, explained, Yes, this diamond membership card is valid throughout the Eastern Hua Empire. It offers a 50% discount at any auction house and allows a prepayment of up to 100,000 gold coins. Jiang Cheng glanced at Huang Hao and accepted the generous gift without hesitation. He thought to himself that this card would save him a lot in future purchases of beast taming materials. Seeing Jiang Cheng accept the diamond card, Huang Hao's smile grew even brighter. To outsiders, it might seem like he had taken a loss. But Huang Hao knew that forming a connection with someone like Jiang Cheng was an opportunity far more valuable than any number of diamond membership cards. Jiang Cheng's technique of brewing elixirs in a large pot was unparalleled in the entire cultivation world of Blue Star. Huang Hao gently stroked the dark night raven on his shoulder, feeling immensely pleased. He mused to himself, this young man is no ordinary talent. Ah! Suddenly, a woman's scream echoed from the hall outside, accompanied by beastly roars and the shattering of glass. Huang Hao's face darkened instantly, his brows furrowed. President, 2 undead creatures have broken in. Before he could finish, a maid rushed into the room, her face ashen. What? Undead creatures? Huang Hao's face changed dramatically, and Xian was equally horrified, unable to believe the dreadful news. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the first floor of the Tianfeng auction house. 2 undead creatures, origin unknown, had smashed through the glass and barged in. They were skeletons, devoid of any flesh. One stood 5 or 6 meters tall, with golden flames burning in its hollow eye sockets, wielding a sharp-boned sword. The other was the skeletal form of an equine beast, engulfed in orange-eared flames. It's a golden-level undead, someone whispered in shock, and the faces of the beastmasters in the arena turned pale. The few remaining beasts there were only silver tier, completely unable to contend with these powerful undead. Clatter! The Death Knight emitted a crisp sound of joints rubbing together as the flaming skeletal horse beneath it neighed, its hooves pounding rapidly as it charged toward the beastmasters with the bone sword. Stop them! People shouted to the remaining beastmasters. Stop them, my foot! The beastmasters cursed inwardly. Sending silver-tier beasts against 2 ferocious golden-level undead was like a mouse licking a cat's teeth, the sure death. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite at the Tiandu Hotel, is everything arranged? A cold yet alluring voice asked. Xiaochen bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Saintus, everything is ready. The military will soon move to capture the 2 undead. Well done. The woman stretched lazily, her alluring figure outlined beneath a sheer black veil. Xiaochen, catching a glimpse of her shapely silhouette, involuntarily swallowed. The woman chuckled, her eyes clear as autumn water, her voice full of allure. Lift your head, look at me. Huh? I dare not. Xiaochen lowered his head even more, cold sweat breaking out all over. He had heard tales of this unpredictable and ruthless saintess within the cult. I command you to lift your head. The woman's voice turned icy. Terrified, Xiaochen gritted his teeth and lifted his head. As he saw the woman's devastatingly beautiful face, his gaze became dazed. Her starry eyes were as clear as autumn water, her fair and delicate face both cold and alluring, especially those fiery red lips, so plump and inviting that Xiaochen wished he could kiss them. Am I beautiful? The woman's dark eyes turned a seductive pink, her lips curling into an enchanting smile. Beautiful. Xiao Qin's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his eyes losing focus, completely entranced by her beauty. I want you. Overcome with heat, Xiao Qin reached out to embrace the woman's slender waist. But in an instant, wisps of black vapor rose from his arm, and in the blink of an eye, his outstretched arm was completely corroded. Ah, spare me, Saintess. Xiao Chun snapped back to reality from the excruciating pain, begging for his life in terror. Sorry, but just a part of the plan. The woman said calmly, turning toward the room's floor-to-ceiling window, her long, shapely legs teasingly visible beneath the veil. But Xiaoqin could no longer appreciate the stunning sight, as the corrosive black vapor enveloped his entire body. Without a sound, he vanished from the world entirely. On the first floor of the Tiandu auction house, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Several powerful warriors appeared just in time, saving the crowd from a dire situation. Without their beasts, beast tamers were as vulnerable as ordinary people. Suddenly, the Death Knight let out a silent roar, the golden flames in its eye sockets flickering violently. An icy aura swept over them as it launched another fierce charge. Its bone blade, over 3 meters long, swung mercilessly towards the crowd, while the orange-red flames spewed by the skeletal warhorse were terrifyingly cold, like ice from 1,000 years past. The warriors exchanged a knowing glance and rose to meet the threat. Their battle energy enveloped their bodies like armor, shielding them from the chilling bone fire. Together, the 4 high-ranking warriors struck back, clashing with the Death Knight's bone blade. However, a shocking scene unfolded. 2 warriors were sent flying back like cannonballs, while the other 2 were left pale, their arms hanging limply as if dislocated. The bone blade in the Death Knight's hand was only slightly bent, almost unscathed. At least a 7-star gold level, someone gasped, and the crowd turned pale with fear. Damn it, what is the city guard doing? How did 2 high-level gold undead slip in? Someone cursed, while others looked on in despair. Without the intervention of the strong, they might have perished. As the Death Knight closed in, a piercing screech cut through the air. A raven as black as ink flew out from the inner howlet was President Huang's Dark Knight Raven. The crowd was overjoyed, knowing this was a top-tier 9-star gold beast, capable of subduing the undead. The Dark Knight Raven spread its half-meter-wide wings, its claws sharp as steel, and launched a fierce attack on the Death Knight. Jiang Cheng followed behind Huang Hao, closely observing the undead skeletons, a string of data appearing in his mind. Beast name, Death Knight. Beast level, gold 8-star. Beast quality, none. Undead rank, gold skeleton. Beast skills, despair strike, undying body, death devour. Beast state, rampant. Beast weakness, light, extreme thunder. Evolution paths, 36 in total. Qualityless. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then understood. Undead are considered special beasts, not subjected to bloodline suppression. Overcoming it requires sheer strength. At this point, the Dark Knight Raven clearly had the upper hand. Dark energy poured from its beak, washing over the Death Knight's skeletal frame like boiling water. The bones quickly corroded, soon collapsing into a pile. Even the skeletal warhorse beneath it met the same fate. Is it dead? The surrounding crowd relaxed, casting looks of awe. A creature that even 4 high-ranking warriors struggled against was effortlessly defeated by the Dark Knight Raven. President Huang's prowess was indeed formidable. Huang Hao's lips curled slightly in satisfaction. Without the rampant dark energy, the Dark Knight Raven's power had reached new heights. However, just as everyone thought the danger had passed, a shout shattered the brief calm. It's alive again. The scattered bones, under some mysterious force, began to reassemble. The golden flames in the Death Knight's eye sockets flickered once more. It had revived. Screech. The Night Raven's claws tore through the Death Knight's skeleton once more, but the scattered bones quickly reassembled as if they had a life of their own. Huang Hao's face was as dark as iron, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. This undead bone knight had been shattered over a dozen times, yet it always managed to rise again. The golden flames flickering in its eye sockets resembled an eternal curse. The curse of the undead. It comes from the swamp of shadows, someone cried out, trembling. At this revelation, those in the know turned pale. The legend was true, and Xian looked confused and turned to the beautiful beast tamer beside her for an explanation. The tamer, with a grave expression, explained in a low voice. The swamp of shadows is a place of exile for the sinful races. All creatures there are afflicted by an ancient and mysterious curse, the curse of the undead. It possesses the power to connect directly to hell, and those cursed will never die unless their soul is completely extinguished. And Xian's face went pale as she stared blankly at the ever-reassembling Death Knight. This is terrifying. How can you fight something that can't be killed? Each time the Night Raven shattered the night, it expended enormous energy, and its magical aura was rapidly fading. Huang Hao exhaled a heavy breath, his expression uncertain. He knew a lot about undead curses and realized that this night originated from the deepest part of the Swamp of Shadows. Call. The Night Raven shattered the night again, but its magical energy had dimmed, and it seemed it could only manage a few more attacks before exhausting itself. Does anyone have a spirit-type beast? Attack it together. Huang Hao shouted to the surrounding beast tamers after taking a deep breath. The tamers had returned to their respective beasts, but they all shook their heads with wry smiles. Spirit-type beasts were extremely rare, and none of them had such luck. Even so, they couldn't just sit by idly. Roar! Howl! Two gold-tier beasts, the flame, three-headed wolf, and the triceratops leaped into action, joined by the surrounding silver-tier beasts. Squeak! Squeak! Under the assault of the beasts, the Death Knight skeleton was once again shattered, only to reassemble in an instant, seemingly growing stronger with each death. Even the Night Raven was struggling to suppress it. Damn it, we can't keep killing it. If we do, no one will be able to contain it, someone shouted urgently. Rattle! The golden flames in the Death Knight's eye sockets flared, and it swung its bone sword, leaving a deep gash on the broad back of the Triceratops. Moo! The Triceratops let out a piercing wail and hastily retreated. Xiao Song! The Triceratops's owner quickly recalled their beast. The tamers' faces were grim. This Death Knight, with its curse of the undead, seemed invincible, unless its soul flame could be completely extinguished. And Xian's face turned ashen as she instinctively shrank behind Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment and nudged the Hellfire dog leisurely munching on a melon. Woof! The Hellfire dog immediately understood its master's intent and wagged its tail with satisfaction, ready to show its prowess. A deep, guttural growl emanated from the Hellhound, echoing like a devil's whisper through everyone's soul. A bunch of weaklings, and you still need me to step in. Oh whoa! This sound not only intimidated the Death Knight, but also sent shivers through all the surrounding beasts. The lower-ranked beasts trembled, and even Huang Hao's Dark Knight Raven quivered slightly. Huang Hao cast a deep glance at Jiang Cheng, who remained calm and composed, thinking to himself, this young man's background might be more terrifying than I imagined. The Jiang family from the imperial capital, he murmured, his smile growing wider. The Hellhound's roar, its innate skill, not only had a soul-stunning effect, but was also deadly to undead creatures. The massive skeletal structure of the Death Knight shook violently, the golden flames in its eye sockets flickering wildly, as if about to explode. It's working, someone exclaimed, and the crowd rejoiced. Suddenly, the hall plunged into darkness, with only the flames from the skeletal warhorse providing light. And Qian's little face froze. A power outage? Not only the Tianfeng auction house, but the entire Tian city was enveloped in darkness. Damn it, someone sabotaged the power center. A squad of the Red Lin army rushed towards the towering building next to the auction house, the power supply center of Tian City. A giant undead skeletal monkey clung to the iron frame of the power tower, green flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets. It let out an eerie laugh, easily destroying the steel structure. An eerie flute melody drifted from nowhere, driving the undead monkey into a frenzy, its boulder-like fists relentlessly pounding the tower. High-voltage wires lay exposed, hissing like snake-like beasts. Meanwhile, inside the Tianfeng auction house, the Death Knight let out a piercing howl, and the skeletal warhorse shattered the glass as it charged out. Jiang Cheng mounted the Hellhound and followed closely, curiosity piqued. These two undead skeletons were clearly placed here by someone. What is the person behind this trying to achieve? And Xian watched, her face momentarily frozen. Brother Jiang Cheng. Huang Hao's eyes flickered as he instructed a few battle masters before riding his Dark Knight Raven to follow. Information poured into Su Yuntian's command center like a tide. Damn it, send people in to intercept them. Su Yuntian slammed the table in anger. The adjutant quietly reminded him. General, these two undead skeletons seem to possess a death curse. Our people have already engaged with them. Su Yuntian's pupils contracted, and then he spoke in a low voice. Send the Dragon Scale squad over as well. Things are getting more interesting. Wenren Guaner lowered her star-like eyes, gazing down with a playful smile on her stunningly beautiful face. Below the high platform, countless high-energy shells rained down on the two undead creatures, explosions and smoke filling the air. Yet, to the Death Knight and undead skeletal ape, these attacks were nothing more than ant bites. They paid no heed as they trampled over the blocking soldiers and armored vehicles, leaving destruction in their wake. At that moment, two shadows appeared behind Wenren Guaner. They wore bronze masks and bowed respectfully, saying, Saintess, everything has been set up. Wenren Guaner nodded slightly, withdrawing her gaze. She thought to herself, with these two undead creatures attracting attention, it was enough time to set up the contract magic array. In the next instant, she and the two shadows vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, on a street below, Jiang Cheng was riding a Hellfire Hound. He suddenly looked up, white flames flickering in his eyes. As he gazed in the direction where Wenren Guaner had disappeared, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Boom! A violent explosion ahead interrupted Jiang Cheng's thoughts. Several armored vehicles had been crushed by the two undead creatures, sending debris flying and flames soaring into the sky. Hold on, reinforcements are on the way. The Red Lin army squad, reduced to a dozen men, had its captain, Li Feng, shout out. Gripping his high-energy cannon, he fired at the undead skeleton with a roar. Bang, bang, bang. Plasma bombs poured out like fiery serpents, tracing bright arcs through the air. However, the towering Death Knight on its skeletal steed charged towards the remaining men, unfazed by the rain of shells. Its 3-meter-long bone sword whistled down from above, the blade gleaming coldly. Captain, watch out! Brotherly, run! The surrounding soldiers shouted in panic, seeing the bone sword about to slice Li Feng in two. At the critical moment, thud! The bone sword stopped abruptly in midair. Li Feng opened his eyes, pale with fear, only to find a wisp of white mist holding the bone sword aloft. He turned to see Jiang Cheng had somehow appeared behind them. Sir, Li Feng began, but Jiang Cheng interrupted. Leave this to me. You can go. The battered soldiers of the Red Lin army were stunned. Roar! The Death Knight, an undead skeletal ape, sensed a threat, emitting a silent howl. The flames in their eye sockets burned brighter, as if to incinerate everything. Boom! The undead skeletal ape suddenly leapt, its massive foot bones leaving 2 deep craters in the ground. Its steel-like skeletal arm rose high, ready to smash down on Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, watch out! Huang Hao, arriving just then, exclaimed in shock. This undead skeletal ape was powerful, at least a gold 7-star, and even a warlord would struggle against such a blow. However, what happened next left everyone present dumbfounded. Jiang Cheng extended his crystal-clear right hand and effortlessly caught the powerful strike from the undead skeletal ape, his body remaining motionless, as if he had caught nothing more than a feather. Simultaneously, the Death Knight launched another attack, its bone sword slashing down, seemingly to aid its companion. Jiang Cheng chuckled. An immortal body, is it? As he spoke, a turquoise sword shadow appeared behind him. A massive, invisible sword shot forth, its force unmatched. Crack! The terrifying sword energy pierced through the Death Knight's chest, the sound of cracking bones audible. Yet, the scattered bones reassembled at a visible speed, as if they would never truly die. Sir, just hold them off. Reinforcements are almost here. Li Feng called to Jiang Cheng, barely suppressing his shock. But what happened next left everyone in a state of disbelief once more. Above Jiang Cheng, a giant circular pattern suddenly appeared, suspended in the air, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. The intricate pattern seemed to contain infinite power, causing an involuntary sense of foreboding. Divine guidance, heavenly fire descends. Jiang Cheng murmured softly, and in an instant, golden flames poured down from the sky like a sudden storm, precisely engulfing 2 undead creatures. Strangely, everything around remained untouched by the fire. The Death Knight and the undead skeletal ape let out piercing howls, as if the flames were directly searing their souls. The Taoist soul fire technique is indeed effective, Jiang Cheng remarked with a faint smile, watching as the towering undead skeletons quickly turned to ashes. A system notification sounded. Ding! Composite materials detected. Soul candle flame 2 can be synthesized into 1 immortal soul fire. This material provides soul-related skills to beasts, rated as a grade for its soul-scorching flame. Jiang Cheng discreetly collected the 2 soul fires, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, the roar of engines approached from a distance. A convoy of military vehicles and large beasts came into view. An officer jumped down from a vehicle, scanning the area vigilantly. Where is the target? Li Feng hesitated for a moment, then replied softly. The targets were all taken down by this gentleman. Everyone turned their gaze to Jiang Cheng, incredulous. A woman in a sharp uniform, astride a giant white tiger with sturdy limbs, looked skeptical. How is that possible? Weren't they said to be cursed by the dead? The woman was part of the Dragon Scale Squad, a team of several gold-ranked beast masters and powerful warlords, equipped with the most advanced gear of the Red Scale Army, making them the top single combat unit in the Beijing Xingzhou military. Huang Hao regained his composure from the shock and said gravely, he is not mistaken. These 2 undead were indeed slain by Mr. Jiang. He added, I am Huang Hao, chairman of the Tian City Breeding Center. The captain of the Dragon Scale Squad, a peak warlord, noticed the Dark Knight crow on Huang Hao's shoulder and immediately recognized him. Master Huang. The officer clasped his hands in gratitude towards Jiang Cheng. Thank you for your assistance, sir. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. His actions were not out of righteousness, but due to his interest in the mastermind behind these events. The Death Knight had caused a disturbance at the Tianfeng auction house, while the undead skeletal ape destroyed the central power tower of Tian City. This was no coincidence. It was a carefully orchestrated plan. Jiang Cheng's mind was clear. Once the power tower was destroyed, the city would inevitably face a prolonged blackout. During this time, the city hall and military would focus on repairing the power tower and finding whoever brought the undead creatures into the city. A distraction, perhaps? He pondered with a deep gaze. The officer received a message and said gravely, Sir, our general wishes to see you. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. Huang Hao whispered a reminder. Mr. Jiang, these undead creatures came from an unknown source and possess a death curse. It's normal for the military to want to investigate. I will accompany you. All right. Jiang Cheng agreed calmly, stepping forward with an air of confidence. Woof. The Hellfire Hound wagged its tail and followed closely behind. Inside the temporary command center of the Qilin army, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Su Yuntian personally poured tea for Jiang Cheng, his sharp gaze assessing the young man with a slight raise of his eyebrows. According to reports from his subordinates, Jiang Cheng had dispatched 2 cursed skeletons with impressive speed, piquing Su Yuntian's interest. Jiang Cheng, meanwhile, was secretly observing Su Yuntian, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. To hold such a high position at a young age, one must have either extraordinary connections or exceptional abilities, he mused to himself. I am Su Yuntian, the current general of the Tian City Guard. Su Yuntian introduced himself with a smile as he poured his own tea. Casually, he inquired, I heard that those 2 undead creatures were taken down by Brother Jiang in one move? Jiang Cheng smiled modestly. Not quite in one move. Su Yuntian pressed on. So, Brother Jiang, are you a contract mage? According to Li Feng's team, you seem to have used a flame formation. No, Jiang Cheng chuckled inwardly, realizing they had mistaken his Taoist techniques for a contract magic formation. Su Yuntian silently cursed. Clever kid, even calmer than I am. Outwardly, he smiled even more as he probed further. Could you share your background? Given the current special circumstances, all Beastmasters of War Sovereign or above need to register. Naturally, a strong individual like yourself is no exception. Seeing Jiang Cheng's slight frown, Huang Hao quickly interjected. General Su, Mr. Jiang is unable to reveal his identity at this moment, but I can vouch for his integrity. Su Yuntian agreed amiably, though his eyes narrowed slightly. For the usually aloof Huang Hao to hold someone in such high regard. Could he be a prodigy from the imperial capital? Su Yuntian speculated, his fighting spirit suddenly ignited. Suddenly, Su Yuntian's hand shot out, aiming straight for Jiang Cheng. General Su, Huang Hao shouted angrily, ready to intervene. Jiang Cheng remained calm, raising his right hand slightly. Boom! The clash of fist and palm sent vibrations through the air, scattering the documents on the table. Huang Hao was furious. General Su, what is the meaning of this? Su Yuntian laughed heartily. Just a mosquito. Inside, however, he was in turmoil. The punch felt like hitting cotton, with no point of impact. He was secretly alarmed. This young man definitely has the strength of a battle king. Jiang Cheng lightly displayed the mosquito's corpse in his palm. Indeed, there was a mosquito. Su Yuntian laughed to mask his inner shock, giving Jiang Cheng a deep look. Since there's nothing more, we'll take our leave, Jiang Cheng said, rising to his feet. Su Yuntian watched the 2 depart, sighing inwardly. I've met my match. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's voice called from a distance. General Su, the one controlling the undead, is likely still in the city. The scene shifted to the family home, and Xian bit her lip, facing the scolding of several women with a sense of grievance. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man, her father, the head of the family, and Qianqian. Big brother, and Qian really needs some discipline. In the family hall, the atmosphere was tense, and Qian's aunt broke the silence with her sharp and sarcastic voice, sneaking out with some wild boy. And with such a big incident happening in the city today, if it weren't for her luck, who knows what might have happened. Her eyes gleamed with disdain as she continued. That wild boy is clearly trouble, daring to abduct our family's young lady and using beasts to intimidate us. It's just as well that he's dead now. Hearing this, and Qian's face flushed with anger. She jumped to her feet and loudly argued. Jiang Cheng is not a wild boy. I saw with my own eyes how he healed President Huang's beast at the breeding center. At these words, the gathered family members couldn't help but laugh. Huang Hao was the top breeder in Tiandu City. How could he possibly need the advice of a young novice? Even experts from the state city would only come to exchange ideas. And Qian's aunt wore a look of mockery and sneered. That's the funniest thing I've heard. If that boy really healed President Huang's beast, I'll kneel and apologize to him myself. You've been completely bewitched by that wild boy to spout such nonsense. Seeing that no one believed her, and Qian bit her lip in frustration, her eyes welling up with tears. I'm telling the truth. But with Lan absent, there was almost no one to speak up for her. Just then, and Qianqian's stern voice cut through the murmurs. Enough. The whispering and family members immediately fell silent. And Qianqian's gaze was sharp as he looked at Qian and said in a deep voice, once the city settles down, I'll have you enrolled in a convent. As for the Tianluo Beast Academy, don't even think about it. And Qian's heart trembled at his words, her eyes misty with tears. She hadn't expected even her father not to believe her. She choked out, I won't. And Qianqian's voice was cold. You don't have a choice. His anger wasn't just about Qian's supposed lies but the fact that she had run off with Jiang Cheng, especially on such a dangerous day in the city. If anything had happened to her, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. I may have been lax in disciplining you before, but I won't let you act recklessly anymore. And Qianqian's eyes were fixed on his daughter, his tone unwavering. Just as Qian was about to speak, a cheerful voice came from outside. Brother Qianqian, long time no see. The family members turned, their expressions changing. And Qian's aunt looked at Qian with a sneer, thinking that now the real test would come, and she couldn't wait to see how the young girl would handle it. And Xiaomei hurried forward to greet them, her face beaming. Oh my, what wind has blown President Huang to visit us in person today? But her words suddenly stopped. It wasn't just Huang Hao. In front of him stood a young man with an ethereal demeanor. Jiang Cheng, that wild boy, actually came here with Master Huang? Couldn't Qian have been telling the truth? Those who had mocked Qian moments ago suddenly felt uneasy, and Xiaomei quickly shook her head, cautiously asking, Master Huang, has this wild boy displeased you? He really doesn't have much to do with our family. Huang Hao's face immediately showed a hint of anger at her words. The family members around them breathed a sigh of relief, glaring at Jiang Cheng with hostility. And Qianqian also frowned. Huang Hao held a significant position in Tiandu City, not to mention he was a master breeder with extensive connections. Offending him could mean trouble for any family's beasts in the future. However, Huang Hao's voice suddenly boomed with anger. Wretched woman, how dare you call Mr. Jiang a wild boy? Kneel down and apologize immediately. His shout was like a thunderclap in the family hall, stunning everyone into silence. Mr. Jiang. Huang Hao's address rang like a clap of thunder in the ears of the family members. And Xiaomei's face changed drastically as she stammered. Master Huang, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? He's just a nobody. Before she could finish speaking, Huang Hao swiftly stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Xiaomei's face. And Qian, who had been in tears, suddenly brightened up, feeling as if justice had been served. The surrounding members of the family were left speechless, and even those who had insulted Qian the most viciously shrank back involuntarily. Huang Hao withdrew his hand and said calmly, Qianqian, your sister dared to insult Mr. Jiang, so I thought it appropriate to discipline her a bit. Jiang Cheng remained a silent observer, as if none of this concerned him. And Qianqian cleared his throat, glanced briefly at Jiang Cheng, and then turned to Huang Hao, asking, President Huang, who might this be? This is Master Jiang. Huang Hao replied seriously, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Ever since witnessing Jiang Cheng's extraordinary abilities, he had been thoroughly convinced. A collective gasp was heard from the crowd. The way they looked at Jiang Cheng changed instantly. Being addressed as a master by the president of the cultivation center spoke volumes about his status in the cultivation world. Jiang Cheng's gaze, calm as ever, fell on Qian, whose face was streaked with tears. He quickly deduced what had transpired and said softly, Qian is my friend. This statement hit like a hammer, leaving those who had mocked Qian moments ago drenched in cold sweat. And Xiaomei felt her face burn with embarrassment. It turned out Qian had been telling the truth all along. And Qianqian looked at his daughter's stubborn face, his expression complicated. After bidding farewell to Qian, Jiang Cheng left the family, with Qian reluctantly seeing him off. Jiang Cheng didn't say much. He knew he was just a passerby. As for those who had been intimidated, they likely wouldn't dare disrespect Qian again. On the way, Jiang Cheng suddenly said to Huang Hao, Prepare a quiet place for me. A quiet place? Mr. Jiang, are you planning to? Huang Hao's eyes lit up as he glanced at the Hellfire Hound behind them. Advance the beast. Jiang Cheng's words left Huang Hao thrilled. Advancing a beast to the royal grade? That was simply insane. Yet, recalling Jiang Cheng's miraculous cauldron refining method, Huang Hao had a feeling it might just work. Soon, the two arrived at the cultivation center. Huang Hao immediately instructed for the largest cultivation room to be cleared and eagerly said, Mr. Jiang, whatever you need, just let me know. I'll assist you. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment and then said, 3 gold-grade demon crystals, 10 stalks of purple sparrow grass, and a cauldron. As he spoke, he produced a warm jade box. The crystal inside is the main ingredient. A cauldron again? Huang Hao wore a peculiar expression. Could advancing a beast also be done with a cauldron? Shouldn't it be placed in a specially designed cultivation container? But he didn't question further and immediately arranged for the items Jiang Cheng requested. The Bihai Lioli crystal contains extreme cold, while the purple sparrow grass has intense properties, which can counterbalance each other, Jiang Cheng explained. Soon, 10 stalks of purple sparrow grass were ground into powder and sprinkled into the cauldron, followed by pouring in the specially formulated energy liquid for beast advancement. The cauldron immediately began to bubble and boil. Mr. Jiang, are you really putting it in like that? Huang Hao stared in disbelief as Jiang Cheng took out the Bingshui Lioli crystal, which emitted a chilling aura, and seemed ready to toss it directly into the pot. Huang Hao's heart tightened. With the crystal's coldness, it would likely freeze the liquid instantly, halting the process. Don't worry, Jiang Cheng replied with a calm smile, casually tossing the crystal into the pot. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the liquid in the pot froze solid. A biting chill filled the room, dropping the temperature as if they were inside an ice cellar. At that moment, The Hellfire Hound shivered, its body suddenly enveloped in the black hellfire. It gracefully leaped into the pot with familiarity, as if it had grown fond of this unusual dog meat hot pot. Sizzle. The black hellfire met the extreme cold of the Bingshui Liuli crystal, igniting into a fierce blaze like oil on fire. I see, Huang Hao realized. The beast's extreme flames can melt the cold emitted by the crystal, allowing the liquid beneath to enter the Hellfire Hound's body. Brilliant. Woof. Woof. It hurts. Just as Huang Hao was marveling, the Hellfire Hound let out a wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Suddenly, the liquid in the pot underwent a dramatic transformation. One side was like boiling lava, while the other was piercingly cold, forming a clear boundary like a flowing yin-yang symbol. The poor creature was experiencing the supreme pleasure of both fire and ice. Let's step outside, Jiang Cheng suggested calmly, withdrawing his gaze. This advancement will take a while, at least a day. I can use this time to consolidate my own level. Mr. Jiang, are you sure it's okay? Huang Hao asked, worried, as he looked at the wailing Hellfire Hound. This is normal, Jiang Cheng explained briefly. Advancing a beast was extremely challenging, and reaching the Imperial bloodline level was even harder. The Hound's method was relatively mild, only causing superficial pain. In contrast, other Imperial beasts often faced life-threatening risks to advance. During the Hellfire Hound's advancement, Tiandu City was undergoing immense changes. With almost all power towers destroyed, the electric department was working tirelessly to build a new power station. Meanwhile, the military and city lord's office were overwhelmed with maintaining order, as the citywide blackout led to a spike in crime, with lawbreakers emerging from the shadows. The military had to assist in maintaining order while also investigating the two mysterious undead creatures. Su Yuntian was especially stressed, dealing with constant emergencies. It was then that someone discovered the mysterious disappearance of the city guard commander, Xiao Chun. The military followed the clues left before Xiao Chun disappeared and uncovered a shocking truth. The two undead creatures were brought into the city by Xiao Chun himself. In the city lord's conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Luo Yunli faced the skeptical gazes of those around him and explained bitterly, "Generals, I truly didn't know Xiao Chun was a plant from the Church of Light." City Lord Luo, Li Muji said with a cold smile, "You were the one who promoted him. Isn't it a bit late to claim ignorance?" Su Yuntian snorted. "I wondered how these conspicuous skeletons entered the city unnoticed. Turns out they had help from the city guard. General Su, all of this was orchestrated by Xiao Chun. We were in the dark as well," someone interjected, defending Luo Yunli. "Ridiculous," Su Yuntian scoffed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the high-ranking officers of the city guard present. "Is the entire city guard really under Xiao Chun's sole control? I have every reason to suspect that the Church of Light has infiltrators among your ranks." His words were like a heavy hammer, leaving the high-ranking officers of the city guard pale-faced. They quickly shook their heads, eager to defend themselves. "General Su, we've been wronged. All matters of the city guard are usually handled by Xiao Chun. We're not involved. Indeed, we've always been loyal to the Empire. How could we be cultists?" Another officer chimed in, his voice tinged with fear. At that moment, Li Muji suddenly shouted, "Enough!" His voice was as cold as ice, instantly silencing the commotion. All eyes turned to him, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Li Muji's gaze was piercing as he looked at each person present. "The urgent task now is to identify the infiltrators within the city." His voice was deep and resolute. "These are extraordinary times. We can't afford any mistakes. Since we must investigate, it must be thorough. We'll start with everyone here." With these words, the high-ranking officials of Tiandu City became visibly uneasy. The vice mayor of Tiandu City cautiously asked, "Lord Li, do we need to be investigated as well?" "Of course," Li Muji sneered, his tone unyielding. "With a traitor in our midst, everyone is a suspect. Not only the city officials, but our military will also be scrutinized." He turned to Su Yuntian. "General Su, you investigate my dragon cavalry, and I'll send someone to check your Crimson Lin army." Su Yuntian nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Certainly." He thought to himself, "This old fellow is quite on point." Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, Jiang Cheng was facing his own predicament. He exhaled a breath of white air, his face unusually grim. Just as he was consolidating his innate realm, he was shocked to discover that he couldn't sense the barrier of the Divine Sea realm. The Divine Sea realm, the third major realm of ancient martial arts, is supposed to transform vast innate true essence into an expansive sea of divine essence. However, Jiang Cheng couldn't sense any surrounding heavenly forces, only faint spiritual energy fluctuations. Blue Star's centennial revival, a flaw in the heavens. Jiang Cheng murmured, suddenly enlightened. The uniqueness of this world explained why the path of warriors evolved here without abundant heavenly forces. People had to strengthen themselves through relentless honing. This realization meant Jiang Cheng's ancient martial arts could only reach the pinnacle of the innate realm in this world. He rubbed his forehead, showing rare frustration. This is troublesome. I'll have to rely on beast mastery from now on. At that moment, a clear beastly roar came from the adjacent breeding room. Oh whoa, it's done, it's done. Huang Hao's excited voice came from outside. Mr. Jiang, your beast has successfully advanced. Jiang Cheng immediately entered the breeding room, where he saw a beast the size of a young calf. Compared to the previous Hellfire Inferno hound, it had shrunk considerably, but its demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its once pitch-black scales had turned pure white, each one intricately crafted like a snowflake, with distinct patterns aligned perfectly. The mane on its neck had turned fiery red, resembling flames. Most notably, two small horn buds had emerged on its head. Simultaneously, a stream of data appeared in Jiang Cheng's mind, indicating that his beast had successfully advanced to a new stage. The Ice and Fire Demon Hound, a high-grade silver 7-star mythical beast, enthusiastically nuzzled Jiang Cheng's hand. The two small protruding horns on its head signaled the awakening of the sacred bloodline of the Qilin. This evolution not only propelled it from a silver 1-star directly to a 7-star, but also endowed it with dark attributes and the innate domain, blazing ice and fire. Jiang Cheng thoughtfully stroked the creature's head, feeling a surge of joy within. This beast possessed the extreme attributes of both ice and fire, along with a dark attribute, making it a miracle in the world of breeding. Mr. Jiang, your breeding method is simply unbelievable. Huang Hao exclaimed excitedly. Artificially breeding a dual-attribute beast has never been done in history. You've truly started a new era. Jiang Cheng responded nonchalantly. Just basic operations. This almost left Huang Hao speechless, thinking to himself how boastful that sounded. Meanwhile, in a private room on the third floor of the Tianfeng auction house, Wen Ring Guaner elegantly sipped red wine as she listened to her subordinate's report. Her long, slender legs, crossed gracefully, exuded an air of noble aloofness. Report, Holy Maiden, the contract formations have been set at the four corners of Tiandu City as per your instructions. Two masked subordinates reported respectfully. Wen Ring Guaner narrowed her autumn eyes slightly and softly asked, has the item been switched? A subordinate presented a purple sandalwood box, and upon opening it, a rich spiritual aura wafted out. Inside lay a dark purple 5-point leaf, crystal clear, like a divine treasure. The Xianing leaf, quite a valuable item. When Ren Guaner gently caressed it, a glint flashing in her eyes. She pondered briefly before issuing her final command. Tomorrow night, once the auction begins and the finale item appears, activate the formations. This is my first mission since leaving the Holy Church, and it must not fail. We obey. The two masked figures responded solemnly. One Ren Guaner stood and gazed out at the bustling street, a cold smile appearing on her beautiful face. Soon, this city will cease to exist. This is the fate of defying the will of light. At that moment, a pure white snake emerged from her hair, with two sharp horns on its head and thin membrane wings on its body. One Ren Guaner chuckled softly, gently tapping the snake's head. Little one, I can't wait to see what you'll become when you grow up. In their efforts to root out the followers of the Light God Church hiding in Tian City, Li Muji and his team spared no effort. They conducted a thorough search of the city lord's mansion, leaving no stone unturned. Although they didn't find any trace of the cultists, they inadvertently uncovered the corruption within the mansion. Su Yuntian frowned and exclaimed, this is outrageous. A mere deputy commander of the city guard is living more lavishly than us generals. Li Muji's expression grew even more serious as he said gravely, the city guard of Tian City is more corrupt than we imagined. Almost every senior official has some unsavory dealings. Over the years, the profits they've skimmed off through their positions likely surpass our salaries from decades of military service. City Lord Luo Yunli's face turned beet red with a mix of shame and anger. He had been aware of some minor misconduct among his subordinates over the years, but had never realized the extent of their greed. The corruption had clearly eaten away at the very fabric of the city lord's mansion, which explained the worsening fiscal deficit in Tian City in recent years. Li Muji cast a cold glance at Luo Yunli, his tone impatient. City Lord Luo, I have no interest in meddling with your mess. But if we don't quickly find those cultists, we're going to face a major problem. Su Yuntian squinted and nodded in agreement. Li Muji is right. Finding those hidden members of the Light God Church is our top priority. I suspect their infiltration into Tian City is part of a larger scheme. Considering the recent disturbances in the Yupan swamp, it's truly unsettling. He gritted his teeth and ordered, keep investigating. It's better to err on the side of caution. Meanwhile, the Tian City Grand Auction House was bustling with people. Even with the citywide power outage, the auction house continued to operate on backup power, showcasing its thorough preparation. Mr. Jiang, this way please. Led by Huang Hao, Jiang Cheng smoothly entered the VIP exclusive passage. A graceful woman in a Chong Sam led the way, while the Ice Fire Demon Hound bounced playfully on the red carpet like a curious child. Along the way, Huang Hao enthusiastically introduced the day's auction items to Jiang Cheng, ranging from top-tier martial arts techniques and weapons to rare beast-taming materials and even the sale of tamed beasts. However, Jiang Cheng seemed disinterested, with nothing but the Xianming grass catching his attention. When they reached the second floor of the VIP area, Jiang Cheng's eyebrows slightly raised as his gaze fell on a tall woman passing by. She was cloaked in a long black robe that couldn't hide her shapely figure. Her face was partially concealed by a bronze mask, but the glimpse of her features was stunningly beautiful. Noticing Jiang Cheng's gaze, Huang Hao flashed a sly smile. Interested, Mr. Jiang? Want me to find out more about her? The white fire in Jiang Cheng's eyes gradually faded as he frowned. There's something off about this woman. You should look into her background. Ever since reaching the innate realm, Jiang Cheng's sensitivity to aura had heightened. He sensed a familiar presence from the woman in black, as if he had encountered it before. However, Huang Hao seemed to misunderstand, his smile growing even more suggestive. I get it. I get it. The third floor of the Tiandu auction house was far larger than one might expect. Downstairs, the noise was overwhelming, with roughly 1,000 people gathered. Warriors packed the first floor, while beast tamers were seated in the VIP section on the second floor. Suddenly, several glass lanterns illuminated above the crowd, their dazzling light instantly brightening the entire auction hall. The auction had officially begun. A stunning woman in a purple lace dress gracefully took the stage. Her figure was captivating, with a prominent bust and a slender waist. Her golden, wavy hair cascaded down, and her long, smooth legs were as flawless as jade. Her striking entrance left the men below drooling. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your girl Yuer here again. Yun Yuer's voice was sweet yet alluring, like a cat's paw gently brushing against everyone's heart. The audience erupted. Men took deep breaths, and the bold ones began to shout their confessions. Yuer, darling, I love you. Be with me. Get lost, you toad. Dreaming of a swan. Miss Yuer is mine. Yuer, I love you. Jealous women also shouted insults. Ugh, shameless hussy. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Yun Yuer smiled with satisfaction and clapped her delicate hands. Without further ado, let's bring up the first auction item of the day. I'll keep it a surprise for now. Then, for powerful battle experts pushed a massive iron cage, nearly 5 meters long, onto the stage. It was draped with red cloth, concealing its contents. Could it be a beast? Someone murmured in suspense. One of the battle experts reached out with a muscular arm and lifted the red cloth. The crowd gasped as they caught sight of the creature inside. It was a beast that resembled both a lion and a tiger, its body covered in cold, black scales and golden fur. A sharp bone spike protruded from its massive head, and its blood-red eyes scanned the crowd with a violent disdain. Jiang Cheng's gaze swept over it, and a line of data immediately appeared in his mind. Beast name, Terror Lion Tiger. Beast level, Silver 9 star. Beast quality, Supreme Potential. Beast skills, Ruthless Charge, Death Stab, Dark Stealth. Beast status, Savage. Beast weakness, Light Element. Beast attribute, Dark Attribute. Evolution requirements, 3 gold level beast crystals, a cask of forest dragon tiger blood, 18 mora fruit seeds. Evolution paths, 36 in total. Yun Yuer introduced it unhurriedly. The Terror Lion Tiger, Silver 9 star, with Supreme Potential bloodline. This simple statement left the beast tamers in the audience restless. Even Huang Hao, sitting beside Jiang Cheng, gripped his chair tightly, his emotions churning. His Night Demon Crow was only of lower potential, while the Tiandu auction house had just unveiled a beast with Supreme Potential bloodline, which was truly astounding. The beast tamers on the floor were breathing heavily. Although they each had a beast already, it didn't stop them from contracting a second one. As long as their mental strength was sufficient, they could indeed form a contract with a second beast. The starting bid is 20,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 1,000 each time. Yun Yuer's alluring voice had barely faded when someone immediately shouted, I'll bid 30,000 gold coins. It's the young master of the Feng family, Feng Xiaotian. With this exclamation, the atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became tense. All eyes turned towards the VIP room on the second floor, where a young man dressed in luxurious attire and exuding a lazy demeanor leaned against the window, a contemptuous smile playing at the corner of his mouth. 30,000 gold coins, Feng Xiaotian casually announced, instantly raising the bidding price by a whole 10,000. As expected of young Master Feng. Such generosity. The auctioneer Yun Yuer said with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Otherwise, this supreme-grade beast will belong to young Master Feng. No sooner had she spoken than an elderly voice echoed from another VIP room. 30,100. It's old Xiao, murmured the crowd. I didn't expect him to be interested in this beast too. Isn't that obvious? Who wouldn't want a supreme-grade beast? This just got interesting, with the president of the Beast Tamers Association joining the auction. The warriors below watched with eager anticipation, their excitement palpable. Huang Hao frowned, muttering under his breath. Old Xiao has ideas too? He then withdrew his gaze, calculating in his mind. While this terrifying lion tiger was of high quality, it shared the same attributes as his dark night raven, posing a risk of a tribute conflict. In the beast taming world, few could afford to have two beasts with the same attributes, and it wasn't worth the risk. The bidding quickly heated up. 30,200, 30,400, 40,000. The final bid came from a middle-aged man whose accent didn't match the northern Jiangcheng region. But being in VIP room 6, he clearly wasn't ordinary. The staggering price of 40,000 gold coins made many hesitate. In VIP room 7, old Xiao frowned deeply. This price exceeded his budget. If it had been just 40,000, he might have continued, but he feared the other party would raise the bid further, making it not worthwhile. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyan's arrogant voice rang out again. 40,100. He glanced at VIP room 6, sneering. This terrifying lion tiger is mine. 40,200. The voice from VIP room 6 wavered, seemingly weighing whether the beast was worth the price. 40,500. Feng Xiaoyan added 4,000 more, silencing the room. Yun Yuer scanned the crowd with a smile, her voice enticing. Anyone else want to bid? If not, this terrifying lion tiger will belong to young Master Feng. After a moment of silence, Yun Yuer feigned disappointment, though her lips curled slightly upward. Then I must announce that this supreme-grade bloodline beast belongs to young Master Feng. She was secretly pleased, as the profit was substantial. For warriors carried the iron cage down and delivered it to Feng Xiaoyan's room. Inside the VIP room, Feng Xiaoyan looked smugly at room 6 next door. Humph, trying to compete with me? The Feng family steward beside him sighed. Young master, we should be more frugal. The bidding might get fiercer once we reach the Xianin leaf. Don't worry, Feng Xiaoyan shrugged dismissively. We still have my father's 10,000 gold coins. What do these country bumpkins have to compete with us? Having money is just so liberating. At this moment, the second item was brought to the stage, a top-tier martial technique, said to be the unique combat skill of a certain battle king. 7-star inch fist. The auctioneer introduced an upper-class technique of the Xian rank, created by the 7-star battle king, starting at 10,000. The martial artists below were instantly envious, and the bidding quickly began. 10,100. 10,300. Ultimately, the technique sold for 18,000. The warrior who obtained it was ecstatic and promptly left the venue. He had spent all his gold coins, and the rest of the auction no longer concerned him. The auction was in full swing, with rare treasures taking turns on the stage. Beast-taming materials, top-tier weapons, and advanced elixirs were all on display, yet none caught Jiang Cheng's interest. He sat impassively in the VIP section, his gaze calm and steady. Huang Hao, observing from the side, was secretly impressed. It's no wonder he's from the Jiang family of the imperial capital. His standards are indeed high. At that moment, a special auction item was presented. It was a claw about several dozen centimeters long, covered in a cracked, dusty surface, exuding an ancient aura. Yun Yuer's sweet voice resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, this claw comes from a sacred beast relic, though its exact origin is unknown. The starting bid is 3,000 gold coins. Who wants to try their luck? It might just be from a sacred beast. Her words had just faded when the auction hall fell into silence. No one wanted to bid on a dirty, mysterious claw. Some even mocked inwardly, thinking, it might just be from some mutated stray dog. However, Jiang Cheng's system suddenly alerted him. Ding! Beast taming material discovered. Azure Dragon Claw 1. Material name, Azure Dragon Claw. Material age, 10,086 years, partially worn. Material effect, grants all dragon-type creatures a power boost 2, dragon, might amplification. Body strength increased tenfold. Duration, 1 minute. Material rating S. A glint of interest flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. As Yun Yuer stood awkwardly on stage, Feng Xiaoyan suddenly spoke up. I'll bid 4,000 gold coins, just to support Miss Yuer. His words drew muttered curses from the crowd, all wishing to win the beauty's favor but lacking the means. Yun Yuer playfully cast a charming glance at the audience, as if chiding them for not giving face. At that moment, a detached voice broke the silence. 5,000 gold coins. Everyone turned to see the voice coming from VIP room number 8. Although the bidder's identity was unknown, it was clear they were on par with Feng Xiaoyan. Feng Xiaoyan's expression darkened as he snorted. 6,000. 10,000. Jiang Cheng calmly increased the bid, causing a stir in the room. Yun Yuer's eyes sparkled with amusement. This gentleman bids 10,000. Anyone else? Feng Xiaoyan was about to speak when his steward stopped him, whispering, Young master, it's not worth it. We still have to compete for the main items. Feng Xiaoyan, infuriated, laughed instead. No worries, 80,000 gold coins will suffice. Raising his voice, he declared, 20,000 gold coins. The room erupted in disbelief at this financial showdown. 20,000 gold coins for a broken claw? What an extravagant display of wealth. 30,000 gold coins. Jiang Cheng's indifferent voice was like a heavy hammer, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the auction house. The crowd was stunned by this mysterious buyer who had just raised the bid by 10,000 in one go. Yun Yuer, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement, loudly announced, "This gentleman has bid 30,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" The room fell silent, and all eyes were playfully fixed on Feng Xiaotian. Clearly, the buyer in VIP room 8 was also a wealthy individual, and the rivalry between these two tycoons captivated everyone's interest. Huang Hao, standing beside Jiang Cheng, was too shocked to speak. Spending 30,000 gold coins on a broken claw? If it were someone else, Huang Hao might have already started cursing. But since it was Jiang Cheng who placed the bid, he forced himself to stay calm and carefully examined the auction item. Yet, despite his years of experience, he couldn't see what was so special about this broken claw. Feng Xiaoyan's face darkened, his gaze full of doubt. He pondered, 30,000 gold coins for such a claw? Is that person truly foolish or just recklessly rich? Yun Yuer drew out her voice, calling, 30,000 gold coins once. 30,000 gold coins twice. 30,000 gold coins, 3. She deliberately slowed her pace, seemingly hoping Feng Xiaotian would bid again. However, Feng Xiaotian was not a brainless playboy. He remained silent, choosing not to raise the bid. The steward beside him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Yuer's beautiful eyes blinked as she concluded, "Then this treasure, suspected to be the claw of a sacred beast, goes to the gentleman in VIP room 8. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience, making Feng Xiaotian's expression even more unpleasant. He coldly instructed the steward beside him, "Find out who that person is." He thought grimly to himself, "If they have no significant background and are just a nouveau riche, I'll see how I can deal with them." Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon's claw had already been delivered to Jiang Cheng's VIP room. The person responsible for the delivery was a graceful woman in a red dress, whose beauty surpassed even that of Yun Yuer. Upon seeing her, Huang Hao immediately smiled. "Haha, what brings Miss Xiner here to deliver auction items?" He then whispered an introduction to Jiang Cheng. "This lady is Shun Xiner, holding a high position in the Tiandu auction house, reportedly sent here for training from the headquarters in Tiana." Jiang Cheng merely nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the Azure Dragon's claw on the jade platter held by the maid. He had no interest in the woman's identity. Shun Xiner, her beautiful eyes sparkling, carefully observed Jiang Cheng. She asked with a smile, "May I know your name, sir?" "Jiang Cheng," he replied succinctly, taking the Azure Dragon's claw. A slight smile appeared on his face as he patted the simple-minded Binghua Moho beside him, thinking that this claw would be perfect for it. "Aru." The creature affectionately nuzzled Jiang Cheng's hand with excitement. Shin Xiner noticed the creature and was secretly astonished. Even with her knowledge, she couldn't identify the beast accompanying Jiang Cheng. However, the aura it exuded made her uneasy. She speculated to herself, it must be of a royal grade or higher. Could this person be from Tiandu City, or possibly, like me, from Tianhe, or even the imperial capital? With this thought, Shin Xiner's smile became even sweeter. At that moment, Jiang Cheng directly pulled out a purple crystal card and straightforwardly paid 40,000 gold coins. As for why he didn't use a diamond membership card? Simply put, non-exclusive auction items from the auction house don't enjoy a 50% discount. If there were such a discount, would the auction house have to cover the loss of 20,000 gold coins? Shun Shiner watched as Jiang Cheng paid with a purple crystal card, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. While the purple crystal card was precious, it wasn't uncommon among the top families in Tianhe. She thought to herself that since Mr. Jiang seemed so affluent, perhaps she should share some information about the finale auction item as a gesture of goodwill. With a soft, alluring smile, Shun Shiner said, "Mr. Jiang, Chairman Huang, there is a finale item that I believe will interest both of you." Huang Hao's eyes lit up as he inquired, "Oh, what is it?" "The core Holy Spirit liquid," Shin Shiner replied slowly. "Wow." Huang Hao gasped, his eyes filled with excitement. He eagerly asked, "Really? How much?" "About half a cup," Shin Shiner smiled gently, her gaze lingering on Jiang Cheng, who remained calm. Her curiosity grew deeper, wondering if he might be the heir of some hidden family, given his indifferent reaction to such a rare item. Little did she know, Jiang Cheng's composure was simply because he had never heard of the item, so he had no reason to react. If Shinshiner knew this, she might have been quite frustrated. "I won't disturb you any further," Shinshiner said, withdrawing her gaze. As a member of Tianhe, she held her own pride and saw no need to lower herself too much. After Shinshiner left, Huang Hao appeared dazed, muttering, "I didn't expect them to bring out the core Holy Spirit liquid." Seeing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask softly, "What is that?" Huang Hao's eyes burned with intensity, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's a top-grade beast material. It can upgrade a beast unconditionally. If my Night Raven gets it, there's at least a 90% chance of breaking through to platinum level. That powerful." Jiang Cheng was a bit surprised, his interest piqued. Unbeknownst to them, the auction had already progressed more than halfway. On stage, Yun Yuer, her delicate face glistening with sweat, continued to speak with a charming voice. She bowed slightly to the audience, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, holding the attention of the men below. Wow, someone couldn't help but swallow. Yun Yuer softly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first half of the auction. I bid you farewell for now. The finale auction will be hosted by appraisal expert Mr. Chen Yu." As soon as she finished speaking, the room erupted in applause. While some felt regret at Yun Yuer's departure, anticipation was the prevailing emotion as the main event was about to begin. A middle-aged man in a gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped onto the stage. With a scholarly appearance, he was Chun Yu, the appraisal expert at the Tiandu auction house. Chun Yu got straight to the point. "I am Chun Yu, and I won't waste any words. Please bring out today's first finale item." Immediately, two slender maidens in thin dresses brought a rosewood tray onto the stage. Although their figures were partly visible, all eyes were fixed on the tray. With a slight smile, Chun Yu unveiled the red cloth covering the item. "That's holy blood vervain," someone exclaimed, causing a stir in the VIP section. "Wow, this auction is incredible. They're leading with this." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Even if they couldn't afford it, the value of holy blood vervain was undeniable. Holy blood vervain, a top-tier medicinal herb. It's said that a single drop of its juice can extend life by 10 years. And it has amazing effects on beasts too. What effects? It enhances the potential for beast evolution. Wow. The room collectively gasped again, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. As we all know, not all spirit beasts can ultimately evolve into divine beasts. The potential of a spirit beast determines the extent of its evolution, and most ordinary beasts can only evolve to a certain level. However, the Holy Blood Qilin orchid compensates for this limitation. It not only significantly enhances a spirit beast's potential, but also opens up endless possibilities for its evolution. Inside the auction house, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Everyone's breathing became heavy as they stared intently at the Holy Blood Qilin orchid, which emitted a faint halo on the rosewood tray. If it weren't for the presence of several 9-star battle masters and gold-level spirit beasts vigilantly guarding the area, these people might have already rushed forward. Chun Yu scanned the room, a faint smile on his lips, and announced loudly, "The starting bid is 40,000, with increments no less than 2,000 each time." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone impatiently shouted, 42,000. At this moment, the president of the Spirit Beastmaster Guild, Elder Shao, spoke up. His voice was steady, with a hint of a plea. "This item is extremely important to me. If any of you could let me have it, consider it a personal favor." A favor from the president of the Spirit Beastmaster Guild? This statement was like a bombshell, causing a stir among the audience. Many wished they could agree immediately, but they didn't have the qualifications to bid. 44,000. Huang Hao's voice suddenly rang out. He laughed and said to Elder Shao, "Old Shao, this item is also very important to me. I hope you understand." Elder Shao snorted coldly, undeterred. 46,000. 48,000, followed in Lan's voice. Clearly, the major families in Tiandu City weren't going to miss out on such a treasure. As expected, several families soon placed their bids. 50,000. 52,000. 60,000. A cold yet charming voice suddenly called out. Everyone was taken aback, turning their gaze towards the source of the voice. VIP room 3. Someone was actually there. Usually, the first 3 VIP rooms were left empty unless a truly significant figure arrived. Inside VIP room 3, Wenren Guaner lounged leisurely in a soft chair, as if the 6 million gold coins she just bid were a trivial amount to her. Who was this woman? She just bid 6 million. Even Feng Xiaodian, known for his extravagance, was shocked. 62,000. Elder Shao gritted his teeth, clearly determined to obtain the Holy Blood Qilin orchid. In the VIP room, Huang Hao shook his head. He had stopped bidding, as the Earth Core's Sacred Spirit liquid was more important to him than the Holy Blood Qilin orchid. 68,000. Suddenly, another unexpected bidder joined in. It was the occupant of VIP room 6, who had previously competed with Feng Xiaodian for the terrifying lion tiger. The crowd was in an uproar. The price of the Holy Blood Qilin orchid was nearing 7 million gold coins. Wenren Guaner's beautiful face showed a hint of surprise. She raised her starry eyes, seemingly attempting to use some kind of eye technique to see the figure in VIP room 6. Unfortunately, a layer of hazy aura obscured everything, preventing her from seeing inside. Interesting. Wenren Guaner pursed her red lips and smiled charmingly. 8 million gold coins. The entire room fell silent, and even Chun Yu was momentarily choked by the price. "Since this young lady desires it, I shall yield." A cool voice came from VIP room 6, evidently deciding not to bid further. A woman. The crowd was puzzled upon hearing the voice. Earlier, the bidder who competed with Feng Xiaodian sounded like a middle-aged man. How did it become a woman now? Inside VIP Room 6, a serene woman in a blue and white long dress withdrew her gaze, standing beside a calm, middle-aged man in a yellow robe. Miss, are we not going for the Holy Blood Qilin orchid? The middle-aged man asked softly. The serene woman smiled slightly, gently tapping the small head of the gale green eagle beside her with her slender fingers. The Holy Blood Qilin orchid is nice, but what comes next is more important for Shaoqing. As the auction in Tiandu City was in full swing, unnoticed changes were quietly taking place in the city's four corners. Several members of the Church of Light, dressed in black, skillfully activated an array they had long prepared. In an instant, a dark radiance surged like a tide, enveloping the surroundings. On the ground, hexagonal patterns slowly rotated, emitting an eerie glow. Suddenly, harrowing wails emanated from the array, reminiscent of evil spirits howling from the depths of hell. We did it, the masked leader in black whispered fervently, a flicker of fanaticism in his eyes. You two stay and guard the array. I'll go fetch the Holy Maiden. Yes, Holy Envoy. The two followers responded in unison, their eyes filled with fervor and determination. They were diehard believers, trained from a young age to obey the church's orders without question, even unto death. Meanwhile, at the Tiandu auction, the star item, the Holy Blood Qilin, was sold for a staggering 70,000 gold coins. Immediately afterward, another significant item was presented, Shuaming leaf. Although it didn't hold the same allure as the Holy Blood Qilin, many esteemed guests had come specifically for it. Jiang Cheng's gaze was sharp as it fixed on the box containing the Xianming leaf, his brow involuntarily furrowing. This aura, it seemed slightly different from what he had sensed earlier. At that moment, the host, Chen Yu, suddenly spoke, interrupting everyone's thoughts. According to the seller's request, this Xianming grass will not follow the regular auction process. The seller will personally come on stage to sell it. This announcement caused many faces in the crowd to change. Feng Xiaodian grumbled in annoyance. What's going on? Does this mean the 80,000 gold coins I brought are useless? Not at all. A sultry voice suddenly interjected. A woman in black gracefully emerged from VIP Room 3. Her figure was perfectly sculpted, and though her exquisite face was hidden behind a bronze mask, it only added to her mysterious allure. This is Miss Wenren, the owner of the Xianming leaf, Chen Yu introduced simply. Wenren Guaner chuckled softly, taking slow, deliberate steps onto the stage. Her appearance instantly captivated the audience. Even with a mask, her breathtaking beauty was palpable. Her perfect curves, cold yet alluring demeanor, and an aura of subtle nobility made every man present yearn to see her true face. Gulp. Even Feng Xiaodian couldn't help swallowing hard, thinking to himself, compared to this woman, Yun Yuer is worlds apart. Huang Hao whispered in shock. It's actually her. Then glanced at Jiang Cheng, secretly admiring. So, Mr. Jiang had already seen through this woman's extraordinariness. With a light laugh, Wenren Guaner spoke, her red lips parting slightly. It's my first time doing business, and I don't know how to sell. So let's go with the flow. Whoever offers something that satisfies me can have it. Her words instantly stirred the hearts of many men, silently cursing. What a tantalizing little enchantress. Unable to contain himself, Feng Xiaodian spoke up. Beautiful lady, why not open the box and let us see the quality of this Xianming leaf first? His gaze unabashedly roamed over Wenren Guaner's shapely figure. Of course, Wenren Guaner replied with a soft laugh, gently opening the box with her delicate hand. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the box. Inside lay a pentagonal leaf of deep purple, occasionally emitting an astonishing spiritual energy. It really is a Xianming leaf. And of decent quality. Huang Hao marveled, his eyes fixed intently on the mysterious leaf. However, Jiang Cheng's frown deepened, as a line of data suddenly appeared in his mind. Material name, 5-point Demon Mulberry. Material use, can activate a netherworld summoning contract array. Material age, 82 years. Material rating, Wu Jiao Mozong. Jiang Cheng murmured softly, a hint of intrigue flashing in his gaze. He couldn't help but wonder what this mysterious woman would do next. At this moment, the entire auction house's attention was focused on the rare Xianming leaf. Despite its singular characteristic of containing immense spiritual energy, its uses were incredibly diverse. It could be refined into the sacred elixir for warrior advancement, the Grand Yuan pill, serve as a crucial material for beast progression, or even act as the core of a contract formation. In short, its applications varied depending on the individual, making it extremely valuable. Feng Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost causing him to leap up. With this Xianming leaf, crafting the Grand Yuan pill means my dad's breakthrough to Battle King is just around the corner. His gaze was fixed intently on the Xianming leaf in front of Wenren Guaner, as if trying to etch it into his memory. The other VIP rooms also erupted with excitement, as eager eyes turned toward the auction stage. Even among the major businesses in the state city, such treasures were rare. Unable to contain himself, Feng Xiaodian leaned out the window and shouted, Beautiful lady, I'll offer 40,000 gold coins. What do you say? His eyes couldn't help but wander over Wenren Guaner's graceful figure. Wenren Guaner responded with a charming smile, her ample chest quivering slightly. 40,000 gold coins? But I don't lack money. This scene left the men below utterly entranced. A bald warrior swallowed hard, mesmerized. This woman is just too alluring. How wonderful it would be if she were my wife. He turned to his companion, only to find that person already flushed, his left arm moving unconsciously. Feng Xiaoyan's tone turned playful. Then what do you want, fair lady? He asked, leering at Wenren Guaner. Wenren Guaner gently stroked her chin in a thoughtful pose. What do I want? Let me think. As she spoke, she slowly removed the bronze mask from her face. The entire room fell silent. Beneath the mask was an exquisitely beautiful face, eyes clear as autumn water, lips as alluring as roses, and cheeks charmingly flushed. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, accentuating her well-developed curves and a cold yet enchanting aura that was utterly captivating. Suddenly, Wenren Guaner flashed a sinister smile. How about I take your lives? As soon as her words fell, a faint black mist began to emanate from around her. This mist seemed to possess a bewitching power, and soon, the crowd below started to become restless. Wang Maozi, are you looking for trouble? What are you staring at? She's my wife. Get lost. With your looks? Dreaming of having such a beauty? Su Hao, I've had enough of you. I'm going to take you down this time. The crowd erupted into angry shouts, and some even started fighting. Different battle energies clashed in the air, creating chaos. Even the golden-grayed beasts guarding the auction house became restless. Suddenly, a snow-white lion opened its massive mouth and attacked its companion. With a series of heavy thuds, the battle lords and several golden-grayed beasts joined the brawl. The entire auction house descended into utter chaos. Chen Yu looked at Wenren Guaner in horror, only to find the stunning woman gazing at him with a cold, deathly stare. Suddenly, two scarlet vertical pupils appeared behind Wenren Guaner. It was the eyes of a giant serpent. Its pure white scales stood erect, exuding a suffocating aura. Wenren Guaner smiled elegantly, gently picked up the Wujiao Mozong with her jade-like hand, and softly commanded, kill them. The pure white giant serpent soared high, its car-sized head looking down on the crowd like ants, letting out a deafening roar. Jiang Cheng stared at the giant serpent wreaking havoc in the auction house, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He quickly scanned the information on this imperial beast. The radiant serpent, a level 7 gold star creature of lower imperial quality. It possessed a formidable array of 17 powerful skills, including the Great Light Domain, Death Gaze, and Invincible Golden Body. This serpent was of the extreme light element, with a trace of divine beast bloodline flowing within it. The terrifying aura made the surrounding beasts tremble, and even Jiang Cheng's Icefire Demon Hound was subtly suppressed, letting out uneasy growls. Is she the Radiant Saintess? Huang Hao exclaimed in terror, his pupils contracting as he recognized the serpent. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air, followed by the sound of a beast devouring its prey. The radiant serpent's massive jaws snapped shut, swallowing Feng Xiaotian whole. Young master, the steward of the Feng family cried out in agony, his eyes wide with despair. Yet the serpent seemed not yet satisfied, its crimson-slit eyes gleaming with greed. It scanned the crowd, as if selecting its next victim. It's treating us as prey, someone shouted in horror, their voice filled with hopelessness. The seductive expression on Wenren Guaner's face had vanished, replaced by a cold indifference to life. She coldly remarked, those who disdain the light deserve to die. With a delicate gesture, she crushed a pentagonal demon mulberry, and the powdered remains scattered around the auction house like smoke. As the powder drifted into the crowd, it triggered a horrifying transformation. Anyone who came into contact with it dissolved into a pool of blood amidst agonized screams. That which is setting up an array, stop her. The strong members of various families in the VIP rooms growled urgently. Boom. Several high-ranking battle lords leaped down from the VIP area, their bodies radiating powerful battle energy as they launched their attacks at Wenren Guaner. Uncle Li, wait a moment. Be cautious of deception. Mo Qingyao warned the middle-aged man beside her in VIP room number 6, her face full of seriousness. Wenren Guaner remained unmoved, her jade hand gently raised as various materials fell to the ground, slowly outlining an unusual array pattern. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, a contract formation? Instead of intervening, he watched with keen interest, his eyes alight with curiosity. Suddenly, the radiant serpent let out an ear-splitting roar, its massive tail lashing out violently. Crack! The nearest battle lord was struck directly, his bones shattering with a crackling sound like popping beans. Damn it, this serpent has platinum-level strength. The other battle lords were filled with fear, scarcely believing what they saw. The radiant serpent flicked its scarlet tongue, and its eyes suddenly emitted 2 beams of white light. SSSHH. Everything touched by the light was instantly petrified, including several battle lords who had not yet escaped, their bodies turning to stone in the blink of an eye. Bang! The giant tail swept across, reducing the stone statues to dust. Meanwhile, the peculiar octagonal array beneath Wenren Guaner's feet glowed with a purple-black light. Glug glug. The contract formation began to madly draw in the surrounding blood. This is bad. It's a summoning-type contract formation. Mo Qingyao could no longer sit still in the VIP room. She urgently said, "Uncle Li, stop that serpent. I'll go stop her." Boom. Uncle Li erupted with a terrifying aura, soaring into the sky like a human-shaped lightning bolt. With a wave of his hand, an astonishing battle energy coalesced into a bright serpent, surging towards the enemy. A battle king? A hint of surprise flickered across Wenren Guaner's beautiful face, but she quickly regained her composure, a teasing smile curling at her lips. The bright serpent, though only a golden 7-star, was endowed with formidable combat power thanks to its imperial bloodline. Its crimson vertical pupils showed a keen interest, as if it had discovered an intriguing toy. Roar! The giant serpent let out a thunderous roar. Thud! Thud! Uncle Li's punches rained down on the bright serpent like a storm, each one seemingly capable of shattering mountains. Simultaneously, a green figure suddenly spread its wings and dove towards Wenren Guaner. It was the gale green eagle, with feathers as hard as steel. "Xiaoqing, stop her!" Mo Qingyao anxiously commanded the gale green eagle, clearly aware of the strange formation Wenren Guaner was setting up. If it were activated, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Wenren Guaner remained unmoved, continuing to arrange the remaining parts of the formation. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, two figures clad in black appeared abruptly. "Those who block the light shall die," one of them declared, stepping forward with a terrifying aura only slightly less than Uncle Li's more battle kings. The remaining survivors huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe loudly for fear of being killed by the battle's aftermath. "Miss, be careful," Uncle Li, engaged in battle with the bright serpent, hurriedly warned. But before he could finish, a powerful tail strike hit his chest. Spurt! Blood spilled from Uncle Li's mouth, his pupils contracting sharply. The bright serpent's wings vibrated rapidly, and its crimson eyes gathered white light once more. Meanwhile, the two battle kings from the bright god cult had already driven the gale green eagle into retreat. Mo Qingyao's face turned pale as she furiously pointed at Wenren Guaner, shouting, "If you really dare to do this, you'll face divine retribution." "Oh, what is divine retribution?" Wenren Guaner's exquisite face broke into a cold smile as she nonchalantly replied, "A group of sinners defying the light can only be cleansed by death." "Mr. Jiang, what should we do? Should we leave first?" Huang Hao initially considered intervening, but seeing the battle kings and the terrifying bright serpent, he dared not act rashly. Even with the quasi-platinum-level Night Raven, the suppression from the Imperial Beast was too strong, reducing its combat effectiveness by a significant margin. "It's our turn now." Jiang Cheng smiled calmly, patting the head of the Icefire Demon Hound. Roar! Roar! The Icefire Demon Hound showed little fear, following its master out. Why is there someone else coming out? Could he be another battle king? At this point, Wenren Guaner finally showed a trace of panic upon seeing Jiang Cheng step forward. "Sir, stop her!" Mo Qingyao exclaimed with joy upon seeing Jiang Cheng emerge. "I am the holy maiden of the bright god cult. This has nothing to do with you. Don't seek death." Wenren Guaner quickly regained her composure, looking at Jiang Cheng with cold indifference. Yet, he ignored her, walking towards her at a steady pace. "Get lost, you lowly insect." The two masked figures in black shouted angrily. In the bright god cult's creed, the holy maiden was the bearer of light, and all who attempted to taint the light deserved death. Boom! The two battle kings unleashed a terrifying aura, both charging at Jiang Cheng. "Watch out!" Mo Qingyao covered her mouth in shock, urgently warning him. Boom! Boom! Just as the powerful attacks from the two battle kings were about to strike, a faint golden shield suddenly appeared around Jiang Cheng. The terrifying force of their fists was directly blocked, and the Vajra curse shattered. A thoughtful expression crossed Jiang Cheng's face as he mused to himself. To break the Vajra curse, they must have at least innate mastery. It seems I underestimated the warriors of this world. Those who reach the Battle King level have already begun to grasp the essence of power. The two black-clad Battle Kings were taken aback. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with gravity. Their combined strike had been so easily deflected. Silently, they reached a mutual decision. They must join forces to eliminate him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two quickly closed in on Jiang Cheng, their auras exploding to peak intensity. Behind one Battle King, a faint purple thunder shadow appeared, taking the shape of a thunder rhinoceros, its image gradually becoming clearer. "Thunder Rhino charge," the man in black growled, his eyes filled with killing intent. The thunder rhino shadow let out a sky-shattering roar and charged towards Jiang Cheng, enveloped in terrifying thunder power. Meanwhile, the other battle king didn't miss the opportunity. roaring as a 3-meter-long flaming giant ruler came crashing down. Their combined assault left no room for Jiang Cheng to escape. Roar! Roar! The ice-fire demon hound roared angrily, eager to join the fray. But Jiang Cheng held its head down, glancing at the foolish creature with a hint of disdain. Stupid dog, do you think you're me? Woof! The simple-minded hound widened its eyes, thinking, the master is really showing off. Facing their onslaught, Jiang Cheng remained calm. A smile played on his lips as he softly said, very well, let me show them what true battle techniques are. Whoosh! 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 Wisps of white energy suddenly surged from within Jiang Cheng, his aura becoming increasingly sharp, like a colossal sword piercing the heavens. Huang Hao, hiding in the VIP room, was stunned. Compared to Jiang Cheng's earlier display of heavenly fire, this scene was even more breathtaking. Countless wisps of white energy condensed into short swords, their numbers nearly reaching tens of thousands. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Jiang Cheng's indifferent voice resonated, and the countless sword shadows behind him lit up, unleashing a torrent of innate true essence. Roar! Roar! Whether it was the ferocious thunder rhino shadow or the imposing flaming giant ruler, they were both swallowed up by the overwhelming sea of swords. Flash! 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 The sharp sword energy left bloody marks on the two black-clad battle kings. Even though they used all their battle energy to protect themselves, they couldn't hold out for long. Splat! One of the battle kings turned pale, his internal energy completely depleted. Without the protection of his battle energy, he was torn apart by the violent sword aura, his flesh shredded and bones exposed. Though he was not yet dead, he was barely clinging to life. The other battle king fared no better, breathing heavily, his body riddled with wounds. Gasp! Mo Qingyao was already stunned, unable to find words. Damn, how could such a powerful figure appear in a mere city like Tian? Wenren Guaner was visibly shaken, but she continued to hasten the activation of the grand formation, thinking anxiously. Just a little more, just a few more sacrifices. Despite her urgency, her face remained cold as she looked at Jiang Cheng, saying, you are indeed strong, but to the divine sect, you're just a slightly larger ant. Offending us is unwise. Oh, Jiang Cheng chuckled, looking at Wenren Guaner with a detached gaze, and asked directly, where is the Xianming leaf? Xianming leaf? Wenren Guaner's expression turned strange. She thought to herself, so he did all this, killed 2 battle kings, just for the so-called Xianming leaf? I can give you the Xianming leaf, but you must promise not to interfere in this matter, said Wenren Guaner, her long autumn eyes narrowing slightly as her jade hand gently caressed the box made of purple sandalwood. Inside lay the true Xianming leaf, exuding a faint, mysterious fragrance. Sir, you mustn't agree to her. Mo Qingyao pleaded anxiously. She's the saintess of a cult, setting up some kind of summoning array. If she succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. Boom. A loud explosion echoed from afar. Li Shu, who was fiercely battling the bright Ting snake, was at his limit. As a 3-star battle king, his face was filled with shock as even his full-force punch couldn't dent the snake's iron-hard scales. The pure white giant snake lost patience, letting out an ear-piercing hiss. Each scale stood erect like a sharp blade, creating a chilling sound as they rubbed against each other. Meanwhile, the grand array gradually took shape, greedily absorbing the surrounding blood. Strange patterns flickered with a dark light. Wenren Guaner's red lips curled into a cold smile. She was secretly pleased, it was nearly done. Once the array was activated, endless evil spirits from the netherworld would descend. Coupled with the undead beast tide from the Yupan swamp, not just Tiandu City, the entire Beijiang province would fall. Your array has some flaws. Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke, his tone playful. What nonsense are you spouting? Wenren Guaner was furious. How could there be flaws in the array I set up? As a high-level contract mage, her expertise in contract arrays was on par with veteran masters. Jiang Cheng's words were an open insult. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, walking unhurriedly towards the center of the array. Wenren Guaner sneered repeatedly, thinking he was courting death. The center of the netherworld array contained immense necromantic energy, which would dissolve an ordinary battle lord on contact, and even a battle king would find it hard to survive. Boom. The octagonal array pattern operated frantically, black energy soaring into the sky. A gigantic portal shadow slowly appeared the netherworld portal. Mo Qingyao's face turned as white as paper, drenched in cold sweat. These cultists were inhumane. The netherworld array was a forbidden summoning array that, once activated, would draw countless evil spirits from the netherworld. If it erupted in the densely populated Tiandu City, it would be a catastrophe. The wind howled, and from the illusory netherworld portal came the occasional wails of evil spirits. Wenren Guaner's cold smile deepened, thinking that if that person had intervened earlier, the array might not have succeeded. But this ignorant fool dared to claim her array had flaws, and even walked into the center? Truly a foolish ant. However, when Wenren Guaner looked up, her expression froze. In the center of the purple-black necromantic energy stood a figure, proud and unscathed. How is this possible? He's not dead. Wenren Guaner and Mo Qingyao were both shocked. Using the power of blood sacrifice as the core provides immense energy, but the force is ultimately too chaotic. Jiang Cheng spoke calmly. By simply mixing in a touch of other energy, you can easily dismantle the array you pride yourself on. Jiang Cheng's fingertip, enveloped in innate true essence, lightly touched the blood-red mass at the array's core. Boom. It was as if a violent chemical reaction occurred. The netherworld portal above the array vanished instantly, and not even a single howl from the evil spirits could be heard. Crack. A fissure appeared in one part of the octagonal array pattern, then spread like a web. The array was broken. The tranquility of Tiandu City was shattered by a sudden upheaval. In the four corners of the city, dark runes fractured like a spider's web. The main formation collapsed, and the four subformations disintegrated with it. Shi Yuntian, who was patrolling the city, heard the commotion and gritted his teeth. Damn it! It's the followers of the Church of Light, he exclaimed, furious that these cultists dared to set up formations right under his nose. At that moment, 3 silver dragons appeared in the sky, majestic and imposing. Li Muji sat atop the middle dragon, his expression grave. General Su, something major has happened at the Tiandu auction house. Bring your dragon scale squad, and come with me. Before he finished speaking, the silver dragon beneath him unfurled its enormous wings and sped towards the auction house. Shi Yuntian cursed under his breath. So what if you have a dragon? Then he shouted loudly. Everyone, follow me. Meanwhile, chaos reigned inside the auction house. Wenren Guaner, with her stunning face now twisted in anger, shrieked. How dare you destroy the formation? The church will never let you go. But before she could finish, Jiang Cheng appeared before her like a phantom, seizing her pale, jade-like neck. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The last person who threatened me like that is probably lying under a grave by now. 2 surviving black-clad warrior kings roared as they charged at Jiang Cheng. You lowly ant, release the Saintus. They summoned the remaining battle energy within them, determined to rescue Wenren Guaner. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Ants? Are you referring to yourselves? As soon as he spoke, terrifying innate energy transformed into a sharp sword, piercing through the chests of the 2 warrior kings with a thud, and then exploding. Blood splattered, and flesh flew everywhere. Mo Qingyao, witnessing the bloody scene, turned pale as paper, nearly retching. Wenren Guaner felt Jiang Cheng's icy gaze, and a chill swept over her body. For the first time, she truly sensed the approach of death, and fear surged over her like a tide. Though she was used to killing others like ants, now that death loomed over her, she understood what true terror was. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed, as the massive head of the bright-tongued snake, as large as a car, lunged at Jiang Cheng. His eyes narrowed, and without a hint of mercy, he flung Wenren Guaner aside. She tumbled to the ground, her delicate clothing tearing to reveal flashes of pale skin. Disheveled and flushed with humiliation, Wenren Guaner still exuded a strange allure. She screamed, Shall Bai kill him for me? The bright-tinged snake flicked its tongue, its wings vibrating intensely. Amidst thunderous roars, its massive body scraped the ground, adding further destruction to the already ruined auction house. Jiang Cheng shouted coldly, Unrestricted sword. Instantly, a massive azure sword shadow appeared behind him. The sword light shot forward, aiming straight for the bright-tongued snake's throat. However, with a loud clang, the blade struck the snake's snow-white scales without causing any damage, only sparking against the golden glow. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted as he noticed the golden light shimmering on the snake's scales. Invincible golden body, immune to all physical attacks for 5 seconds. In that fleeting moment, the enormous tail of the snake descended with force. Jiang Cheng moved like lightning, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. With a resounding boom, the floor beneath him split into a chasm 10 feet wide. The bright-tinged snake let out an angry hiss, and suddenly, a shattering sound echoed from an unknown source. In an instant, the entire auction house was bathed in radiant light, enveloped in endless golden shadows. This was the bright-tongued snake's innate skill, the Great Light Domain. Under the shroud of light, all evil must perish. Wenren Guaner's cold voice echoed throughout the auction house. She was breathing lightly, with a bloodied handprint still visible on her snow-white throat, a reminder of Jiang Cheng's earlier grip. Her mind harbored a single thought: this person must die. Suddenly, countless golden rays erupted from deep within the ground, shooting out like sharp swords. The domain of light rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire auction house in the blink of an eye. Survivors hidden in the corners were revealed one by one, their screams echoing as the golden radiance, akin to scalding lava, instantly obliterated them, assimilating them into the light. Jiang Cheng's breathing grew heavy as he murmured to himself, Is this a domain? Immersed in the Great Light Domain, he felt his body becoming sluggish, as if the light possessed a powerful disintegration ability. Were it not for the innate true essence protecting him, his physical form might have already been destroyed. The light serpent appeared even more imposing within the domain, its snow-white scales shifting with a grating sound. In its scarlet vertical pupils, white light gathered, clearly preparing to unleash its death gaze once more. At this moment, the ice and fire demon hound could no longer hold back. It let out a skyward howl, with flames and frost suddenly erupting from its body. Mo Qingyao bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. This was a dual attribute beast, and of royal grade no less. Under the ice and fire demon hound's feet, ultimate flames and extreme frost spread out. One side a sea of scorching fire, the other a frigid snowfield. This new domain forcibly repelled the light domain. The light serpent opened its massive jaws and roared thunderously, intensifying the power of the great light domain. The clash of domains was essentially a contest of the beast's power. Despite the strength of the ice and fire domain, the gap of an entire tier between Air Shah and the light serpent was insurmountable. Soon, the ice and fire domain began to be devoured by the light. Air Shah remained undeterred, steadfastly standing in front of Jiang Cheng. You've done well, Air Shah. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, patting the ice and fire demon hound's head. Holding the shimming grass, he murmured eagerly, "Come forth, Zijie." An ethereal system voice chimed in. Ding. Synthesis materials have been gathered. Ding. Synthesizing divine pet, Zijioyan. Ding. Synthesis materials have been added as per host's request, including candle dragon essence 1. A white light flickered wildly at Jiang Cheng's brow, and the Xianming grass in his hand vanished. In the divine pet space, the candle dragon blood, essence, Xianming grass, and a golden-grade demon crystal, among other synthesis materials, were already assembled. A tidal wave of white power fused all the materials together. Suddenly, a tender yet resonant dragon's roar filled the air. The white light gradually receded, revealing the form of the new beast, clad in fiery red scales covering its slender body, with distinctive head horns and a pair of adorably watery dragon eyes. The system promptly displayed the new beast's information. Beast name, Zujioyan. Beast level, gold 4-star. Beast quality, mid-tier imperial. Beast skills, true dragon domain exerts absolute bloodline suppression on all dragon-type species, increases gravity by 300, reduces power and speed by 50, summon wind and rain, terrifying dragon breath. Beast status, excited. Beast weakness, ticklish. Beast attribute, divine spirit type, bearing the ancient god beast candle dragon bloodline. Evolution paths, 36 in total. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. Hee. Who is it? Jiang Cheng was utterly astonished that someone could communicate with him through his soul sea. Master, it's me. I'm Xiao Yinin. Hee. A childish voice echoed in Jiang Cheng's soul sea. He was surprised to find a small fiery creature had appeared in his mental world. It was Zhu Jiuyin, capable of direct mental communication. Xiao Yinin. Jiang Cheng was taken aback by the name, his face twitching involuntarily. This little creature had the audacity to name itself right after being born. At that moment, the ice-fire demon hound let out an urgent roar, clearly struggling. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed as he instructed Zhu Jiuyin. Xiao Yinin, take care of that snake. Although Zhu Jiuyin was only at the golden 1-star level, as a high-level dragon, it should handle the light serpent without issue. Got it, master. Watch how Xiao Yinin takes down this pesky snake. Zhu Jiuyin's voice was filled with confidence, yet its childlike tone created a stark contrast that made Jiang Cheng chuckle. Just then, Wenren Guaner's icy voice resonated. Kill them. Her stunning face was frosty, clearly displeased with the disruption during her first mission outside the cult. Though no one would blame her upon return, she felt humiliated. The light serpent's crimson eyes glared down at Jiang Cheng and his group, white light gathering again for another lethal stare. Suddenly, a fiery blur surged from Jiang Cheng, its terrifying aura expanding into a unique domain. The Gale Eagle in Mo Qingyao's arms shrank, visibly intimidated. She stared at the fiery blur, murmuring, another imperial grade? The light serpent halted its attack, fear evident in its crimson eyes, its white scales bristling in the face of a formidable threat. An ancient, mysterious power emerged, crushing the light domain and replacing it with the true dragon domain. Under this overwhelming force, the light serpent's massive body was forced to the ground, crushing stones beneath it. It rapidly flapped its wings, lowering its car-sized head in submission. Wenren Guaner was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. How is this possible? Her gaze fixed on the fiery Zhu Jiuyin, a storm of awe in her heart. Is that a Zhulong? What are you staring at, you vile woman? Watch Xiao Yinin smash your chest. Zhu Jiuyin remained proud, charging at Wenren Guaner with its dragon horn. Wenren Guaner's expression darkened, a purple scroll appearing in her hand. She looked at Jiang Cheng with a cold gaze. Sir, this enmity will be repaid 100-fold by Guaner someday. Before she finished, the space twisted, and she vanished into a black rift with the shrunken light serpent. Wow, that vile woman ran fast. Zhu Jiuyin grumbled, annoyed at hitting nothing. All right, come back, Jiang Cheng chuckled, unfazed by one Rin Guaner's escape. Against absolute power, threats of revenge were empty. Zhu Jiuyin slithered into Jiang Cheng's arms, nuzzling his chest with a soft cooing sound. The ice-fire demon hound beside them glared, barking in frustration. It's over. Mo Qingyao muttered dazedly, as those hiding in the VIP room breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Hao, dazed, looked at Jiang Cheng with newfound reverence. In his heart, Mr. Jiang was no ordinary man, but a divine presence. The Crimson Phosphorus Army and the Dragon Cavalry surged into the Tiandu auction house like a tidal wave, leaving everyone stunned by the scene before them. The floor was a grim tableau of blood, dismembered bodies, rubble, and shards of glass, resembling a hellish landscape. The new recruits turned pale, and even the seasoned veterans couldn't help but frown. Li Muji took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and turned to the survivors, asking, "What happened here?" A gentle voice replied, "The Holy Maiden of the Light God cult attempted to set up a netherworld array here to massacre the city." Li Muji followed the voice and his gaze landed on a woman, causing him to pause. Princess Yao. At that moment, a dust-covered Li Shu silently approached. His arms were slightly bent, as if he had just endured some terrifying force. Su Yuntian, standing nearby, was taken aback, recognizing Li Shu as the steward of the Northern River King's residence, a formidable 4-star battle king. Who could have injured him so severely? Mo Qingyao noticed the awkward expression on Li Shu's face and softly explained. They had 2 battle kings and a light-tongued snake. Li Muji and Su Yuntian's faces darkened upon hearing this. These cultists were audacious enough to infiltrate Tiandu City with such high-level combat power. So, was it Senior Li who drove them away? Li Muji asked solemnly. It wasn't. Mo Qingyao shook her head slightly, and Li Shu's expression grew even more awkward. A single light-tongued snake was enough to suppress him, not to mention 2 battle kings. What? Then who was it? The 2 were even more puzzled. It seemed that no one in Tiandu City had the strength of a battle king. Besides the steward, who else could have done it? Su Yuntian silently speculated. Could it be that young man? Although it seemed unbelievable, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely impossible. Just then, Huang Hao's voice rang out from behind, filled with fervor. It was Mr. Jiang. He single-handedly killed 2 battle kings. And he subdued the light-tongued snake, thwarting the sorceress's plot. Mo Qingyao blinked her beautiful eyes, and Li Shu remained silent, evidently agreeing with Huang Hao's account. Who is Mr. Jiang? Where is he? Li Muji, confused, couldn't help but ask. Mr. Jiang is a god, Huang Hao exclaimed excitedly. He casually created an imperial-grade beast companion. What else could he be? However, these astounding events had little to do with Jiang Cheng at the moment. A long train was speeding through the towering mountains, its whistle clear and resonant, startling many birds and beasts as if a mountain monster were roaring. Jiang Cheng sat in the carriage, gazing deeply out the window at the passing scenery, his fingertips lightly touching the glass. He was contemplating his future plans. After resolving the Qian family issue in Tianfeng City, what should he do next? This question plunged the twice-reincarnated Jiang Cheng into deep thought. What lies beyond the Void Gate? Why did he transmigrate? Where did the system come from? No one could answer these questions for him. He could only explore them on his own. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Jiang Cheng's thoughts, also catching the attention of Zijian and the ice-fire demon Howl, who were sparring. Jiang Cheng stood up to open the door and found a sweet-looking attendant standing outside. Seeing Jiang Cheng frown, the attendant quickly explained. It's like this. Our train is about to pass through Black Magic Ridge. We need you to place your beast companion in the designated compartment. Oh, why is that? Jiang Cheng asked with a hint of puzzlement. He had booked this beast companion compartment, which theoretically allowed him to bring his beast companion along. The beautiful flight attendant noticed Jiang Cheng's puzzled expression and smiled as she explained. You might not know, sir, but Black Magic Ridge contains a mysterious dark energy that can disturb the minds of spirit beasts. There have been incidents in the history of this route where spirit beasts have gone berserk and injured people or even damaged the train. Without exception, these incidents all occurred while passing through Black Magic Ridge. Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully and asked, does this dark energy affect humans? It doesn't, you can rest assured about that, the flight attendant replied gently. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and followed the flight attendant with his ice-fire demon hound. As they walked, she explained, the train's compartments for spirit beasts are made of special materials that can isolate the dark energy and prevent the beasts from going berserk. However, the number of such compartments is limited. Sure enough, they soon encountered trouble. In front of one compartment stood a peculiar-looking, overweight woman with curly golden hair, wearing flip-flops and exuding an air of arrogance. The flight attendant explained with a helpless expression, Ma'am, one ticket only allows for one compartment. The woman rudely interrupted. Why? I paid for it, so I can place it wherever I want. But, the attendant whispered, this compartment belongs to this gentleman. The woman glanced dismissively at the ice-fire demon hound, full of disdain. This little mutt? Does it deserve its own compartment? Let it squeeze in with others. She didn't even spare Jiang Cheng a glance, clearly assuming he was just a low-level spirit beast master. Woof! The ice-fire demon hound widened its eyes in disbelief. It couldn't believe it was being called a little mutt. Poor Ursha. Zhu Jian, coiled around Jiang Cheng's arm, blinked its dragon eyes at the demon hound, seemingly amused by its plight. The woman, full of herself, said, Kid, even spirit beast masters have ranks. You better understand who deserves special privileges. Behind her were two spirit beasts, a mutated giant teddy bear and an iron-armed gorilla. Jiang Cheng silently checked the attributes of the two beasts. Icefield teddy, silver 3-star, common grade. Iron-armed gorilla, silver 5-star, rare grade, attack type. After reviewing them, Jiang Cheng remained expressionless, unable to comprehend the woman's sense of superiority. At this point, the ice-fire demon hound tugged at Jiang Cheng's pants, indicating it was also at its limit. The woman became even more aggressive. Kid, aren't you going to move? Don't blame me if my beasts lose their temper and hurt you. Woof, woof. The icefield teddy bared its sharp teeth, glaring menacingly at the flight attendant. The attendant paled slightly and was about to ask Jiang Cheng what to do when suddenly, the teddy bear burst into flames, yelping in terror. It hurriedly sought help from the woman, but she was also panicked and clueless. How did it catch fire? Someone, help put it out, the woman shrieked like a banshee. At that moment, a water jet shot out, instantly extinguishing the flames on the teddy. It turned out a kind spirit beast master had intervened, and a blue ice frog was the culprit. However, the woman was ungrateful, seething with anger. Damn it, can't you see? You soaked my clothes. She glared at Jiang Cheng and accused. Kid, was this your doing? Just then, the teddy let out another terrified scream. Unbeknownst to anyone, its limbs had quietly frozen over. The iron-armed gorilla watched in shock, quickly retreating to a corner, afraid it might be next. Whoa! The ice-fire demon hound looked smug, clearly proud of its handiwork. The fat woman's face turned from shock to fury, realizing she might have bitten off more than she could chew. The surrounding beast tamers exchanged uncertain glances and whispered among themselves. Can it really use fire and ice simultaneously without a sound? Could this white dog have dual ice and fire attributes? In the crowd, two men cloaked in black whispered to each other, their eyes fixed eagerly on the ice-fire demon hound. One murmured, Brother, what a treasure. Dual attributes of ice and fire. The other nodded in agreement, a greedy glint in his eyes. Even though a beast with a spirit contract can't change masters, an ice-fire dual attribute core would fetch a high price on the market. The scar-faced man smirked wickedly. Let's include it in our plans later. At that moment, a childish voice echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. Master, those two guys are eyeing Air Shah. Jiang Cheng paused, glancing at the two men in black. Sure enough, they looked suspicious. He thought for a moment, but didn't worry too much. Their aura wasn't strong, likely only around a 45-star battle sovereign level, and the Ice-Fire Demon Hound should be more than capable of handling them. The Ice-Fire Demon Hound reluctantly entered the beast compartment, looking at Jiang Cheng with a face full of grievance, as if to say, why only me? What about that pesky snake? The Zhu Juin, hiding in Jiang Cheng's sleeve, stuck out its tongue at Air Shah, making Jiang Cheng chuckle as he patted the Ice-Fire Demon Hound's head. Jiang Cheng knew Zhu Juin was too conspicuous, and revealing it would invite unnecessary trouble. As someone who despised complications, he took Zhu Juin and returned to his own compartment. The fat woman spat angrily at Jiang Cheng's departing figure. Humph! Acting all high and mighty. She turned to see her iron-armed gorilla cowering in a corner and erupted in anger. You useless ape! What a waste of space! Meanwhile, in another carriage, a group of people were plotting. At the center sat a man in his 30s, with ordinary looks but eyes as fierce as a hungry wolf. He commanded, Third brother, when we reach Black Demon Ridge, take 2 men and control carriage 2. Second brother, you and Housie go to the beast compartment and release the purple mandrake. The men called second and third nodded. Understood, boss. Around them were 5 or 6 other young men, their pockets bulging, clearly up to no good. The leader continued. The rest of you, come with me to rob those beast tamers. They're the real gold mine. Nangi licked his lips, eyes gleaming with greed. After this job, we should be able to take a long break. One of them whispered. Yes, boss. The remaining 4 grinned coldly. These were no ordinary passengers. They were bandits, specialized in robbing travelers along the way. In another carriage, Jiang Cheng listened to Zhu Juin's report, his expression turning curious. He hadn't expected 2 groups of bandits to be plotting on the same train, the group next door and those 2 men in black. Little did they know their plans had been overheard by Zhu Juin. Master, what should we do? Zhu Juin's voice was tinged with excitement as it asked, should we strike first? Amused by the cleverness of the recently born creature, Jiang Cheng chuckled and replied calmly, "No need. Let them fight among themselves. They're all after the beasts, right? As long as their sleeping gas doesn't work, we're fine." "Great idea," Zhu Jiuyin exclaimed, impressed. "No wonder you're my master, so cunning. We should let Air Shah handle it. It can freeze the mist with its ice powers." "Smart," Jiang Cheng said with a smile, rubbing his temples as he advised. "Just don't go overboard, and make sure the demonic energy doesn't affect the beasts." "Hee. Got it." Zhu Jiuyin shrank its body down, floating like a worm in the air, clearly planning to inform Air Shah. Jiang Cheng shook his head with a smile, unconcerned. Night soon fell over the train as it approached the Black Demon Ridge. Most passengers huddled in their compartments, with seasoned travelers locking their doors, knowing the train wasn't safe at night, especially when passing through the ridge. "Move." At that moment, shadows slipped out simultaneously from two different compartments. Elsewhere, Air Shah listened to Zhu Jiuyin's plan, its excitement palpable. "Time for action." It cheered silently, ready to spring into action. The cold wind howled outside, and the sky grew increasingly dark, occasionally punctuated by the lonely howls of wolves. The train finally entered the Black Magic Ridge area, and suddenly thin wisps of dark mist began to rise from the floor of the carriage. "The train has now entered Black Magic Ridge. Passengers, please lock your windows and avoid unnecessary movement." The conductor's deep voice echoed through the broadcast to every passenger. Jiang Cheng squinted slightly, his fingertips wrapped in a wisp of dark magic energy. He felt the cold, thread-like, resilient power and murmured to himself, "What a fascinating force. Even innate true essence cannot decompose it." He pondered, finding the dark magic energy familiar, yet somehow different. As time passed, the dark magic energy inside the train became denser, filling the entire aisle with black mist. The carriage was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, a scream pierced the silence, echoing throughout the carriage. "What's happening?" Many were startled awake, and the brave ones peeked out to see 4 or 5 shadowy figures drifting in the pitch-black aisle, their feet not touching the ground, creating a chilling scene with the sinister dark magic energy. "Robbery," Ning sneered, while a few of his men shouted menacingly. "Everyone stay calm. We're only after money, not lives." With a snap, the corridor lights flickered on, revealing several individuals wielding sharp knives, ready to rob each compartment. Don't kill me. I'm still a virgin," cried a plump woman in the first compartment, a knife pressed against her throat, her face filled with terror as she pleaded. "Shut up, you fat pig. Who the hell is interested in you?" Ning glared at her. "Hand over anything valuable." I'll get it right away," she stammered, hurriedly reaching into her handbag on the bedside table. A young man in a black tight suit snatched the handbag, turned it upside down, and only a pile of snacks and a few coins fell out. "Damn, boss. This pig is dirt poor." They exchanged glances, having never encountered such a destitute beast master. Ning Yi's face darkened, his electric baton crackling. "Tell me, did you hide something?" "This is all I have left." The woman trembled under their unfriendly gazes, her face quivering with fear. "Then there's no reason for you to live." The young man in the tight suit sneered, thrusting his sharp knife toward her chest. Just then, the shrill sound of an alarm blared outside. "You dare to sound the alarm?" Ning Yi was furious, jabbing the electric baton into the woman. The sizzling high-voltage current knocked her out, inadvertently sparing her life. The group rushed outside the carriage, where several train officers were already converging toward them. "Take them out." Ning Yi was unfazed, knowing from prior intelligence that most of the guards on this train were low-level warlords, while even the weakest in their group were 5-star warlords, more than capable of handling the guards. Meanwhile, noise erupted from carriage number 2, indicating that Lao San and his men had also begun their operation. In another compartment, 3 men and a woman seemed to be discussing something. The commotion outside caught their attention. "What's going on?" asked a young man in a black jacket, looking puzzled. "Captain, it seems like there are trained bandits." The young man referred to as the captain smirked, his eyes sharpening. "These people sure know how to pick their timing. Song Kai, Chiu Yun, you two go handle it, and make sure they don't disturb the target." "Got it." They both nodded in agreement. On the other side, a few shadowy figures stealthily crept into the beast-taming compartment. Lao San and Haozi held a sinister-looking purple plant Zamanluo. This plant, once crushed, releases a mist that can induce dizziness, particularly effective on beasts. As they approached the door, they heard sounds from inside that made their hearts race. "Damn, third brother. Someone's in there." Haozi whispered in surprise, double-checking the door. "This is definitely the beast-taming compartment." Lao San was equally baffled but quickly decided, "We can't worry about that now. Let's go in and check. If we wait any longer, the dark magic aura will spread, and we'll be in trouble." They decisively pushed the door open and crushed the Zamanluo. The purple mist instantly filled the room, but unexpectedly, it quickly froze into ice. "Whoa, third brother, look." Haozi pointed to the corner, his voice filled with shock. A giant teddy bear, eyes red, was rapidly moving its lower body. Two men dressed in black were pinned beneath it, their faces full of despair and screams of agony. Suddenly, an iron-armed gorilla glared at them menacingly. Lao San and Hausi realized they had been tricked. They tried to flee but found their feet already frozen in ice. An ice-fire magic beast proudly poked its head out, followed by a miniaturized Zhujian, chuckling, "For fools." The iron-armed gorilla picked up Lao San and Hausi like chicks and tossed them next to the teddy bear. The teddy barked excitedly, easily pinning all four men. The scar-faced man and his companion had been foaming at the mouth, evidently tormented by the fierce teddy for half an hour. The ice-fire magic beast barked at the iron-armed gorilla, seemingly instructing it to guard the four men. The gorilla nodded quickly, showing an unexpectedly human-like understanding. At that moment, various beastly roars erupted outside, followed by the sound of the door shattering. Zhujian widened its dragon eyes, worriedly saying, "Oh no, they've absorbed the dark magic aura. This shouldn't be happening. All the beast compartments nearby are sealed tight unless someone opened the containment gate." The ice-fire magic beast barked furiously, as if insisting it was not responsible for this chaos. Meanwhile, in the train corridor, Ning Yi and his companions were tightly bound. They looked helplessly at the man and woman before them, thinking how unlucky they were to encounter two superhumans on this train. The woman, Qiu Yun, was surrounded by crimson flames, evidently possessing fire abilities. Next to her, Song Kai held a green vine in his palm, looking down on the group. The two had easily subdued Ning Yi and his companions. Suddenly, there was a violent jolt from the adjacent carriage. Oh no, the dark magic aura has entered the beast compartment. Everyone's faces changed. There were dozens of beasts on this train, with varying levels of strength. If so many beasts went berserk after absorbing the dark magic aura, the entire train could be destroyed. In the dangerous region of Black Magic Ridge, if the train were damaged and unable to move, the consequences would be dire. Elsewhere, Captain Shuetung and the young man in the black jacket stormed out of a room, their faces grim. "Damn it, we've lost the target. They must have slipped into the beast compartment." Just then, the door connecting the two carriages began to shake violently, clearly being battered by the frenzied beasts. The entire train was on the brink of a critical situation. In a dark corner of the train, a shadowy figure observed everything, letting out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha! Creak! Creak!" Beneath him, a pitch-black creature with 8 tentacles was devouring something. In the dim light, it was clear that it was a bloody human thigh bone. The carriage was filled with the strong scent of blood, yet eerily silent. Gurgle! The 8-tentacled creature made a satisfied sound, its grotesque face smeared with blood, creating a chilling sight. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the silence. "These people, did you kill them all?" Jiang Cheng appeared in the carriage, white flames flickering in his eyes. He took in the horrific scene, his gaze landing on the bloodthirsty creature, the coldness in his eyes reaching its peak. The shadow seemed startled by Jiang Cheng's sudden appearance, but upon realizing it was just a young man, he burst into a harsh, crow-like laugh. "Kid, you're clever. You actually found me." The man stepped out of the shadows, revealing his appearance to Jiang Cheng, a face as pale as paper, devoid of any color, with a hooked nose and dead fish-like eyes. His entire being lacked any sign of life, exuding a thick aura of death. Meanwhile, the 8-tentacled creature stopped gnawing on the bloody bone, its asymmetrical green eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng, emanating an evil glow. In Jiang Cheng's mind, data appeared. Beast name, 8-tentacled dark demon. Beast level, gold 6 star. Beast quality, lower royal grade. Beast skills, death coil, demon roar, deadly poison mist. Beast status, rampage. Beast weakness, extreme light element. Beast attribute, dark, enjoys human flesh. Evolution paths, 27 in total. Jiang Cheng's eyes were sharp as he glared at the 8-tentacled dark demon, fury boiling within him. This creature had devoured an entire train of people, deserving the harshest punishment. He raised an eyebrow, coldly eyeing the sinister man, and asked, "Did you also open the beast carriage's gate?" The man grinned wickedly, revealing a row of chillingly white teeth. "Why don't you guess?" Jiang Cheng's face remained expressionless as he said, "Very well, you may die now." His tone was filled with determination, leaving no room for doubt. The man was taken aback by the words, but a cold smile soon crept onto his lips. He gave a chilling order, "Haigu, kill him." The 8-legged black demon reacted with excitement, its scarlet tongue licking the blood off its grotesque face. Its 8 pitch-black claws stretched out like octopus tentacles, emitting a nauseating stench, and lunged at Jiang Cheng's head. This was the demon's usual method of killing, piercing the target's skull before greedily sucking the delicious juices within. Facing such a terrifying attack, Jiang Cheng didn't even blink. He instantly gathered a formidable innate energy, ready to counterattack. Meanwhile, the situation inside the beast carriage was equally tense. The presence of Zhu Jiuyin and the ice-fire demon hound was suffocating, their regal and imperial auras dominating the space. Even the beasts, already corrupted by the black demonic energy and devoid of any familial recognition, couldn't help but tremble. However, this fear lasted only a moment. The black demonic energy seemed to possess some mysterious power, enabling these beasts to overcome their instinctual suppression and charge at Zhu Jiuyin and the Icefire Demon Hound. Howl! The Icefire Demon Hound roared skyward, instantly unleashing its Icefire domain. Endless ice and flames surged, forming a solid barrier inside the carriage, temporarily blocking the path of the frenzied beasts. Zhu Jiuyin, perched on Air Shah's head, wore a troubled expression. This can't go on. Howl! You stupid snake! Air Shah shouted, full of grievance. If you don't do something, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Idiot, this dragon is contemplating a strategy. Zhu Jiuyin snapped, its sharp eyes noticing that the surrounding black demonic energy was beginning to solidify. Its dragon eyes brightened with a sudden idea. Air Shah, try using your ice powers to freeze that black energy. The Icefire Demon Hound was momentarily stunned but complied. Within the Icefire domain, the power of ice reached its peak, freezing even the moisture in the air. Sure enough, the black demonic energy began to solidify, hanging like countless threads in midair. The frenzied beasts in the carriage calmed significantly. It actually worked. This dragon is a genius. Zhu Jiuyin boasted, then urged, Air Shah, increase the power. Freeze them completely. Howl! The Icefire Demon Hound glared in dissatisfaction. That snake was all talk and no action, expecting it to subdue the crazed beasts and freeze the black energy with no extra strength to spare. Seeing the Icefire Demon Hound's resentful look, Zhu Jiuyin realized its oversight. With a chuckle, it suddenly expanded. Roar! A resonant dragon roar echoed throughout the carriage as the true dragon domain spread. Boom! Boom! Within the domain, gravity increased to 300, reducing the speed and strength of all creatures by half. Almost every beast in the carriage was forced to the ground, unable to move. Howl! The Icefire Demon Hound's eyes widened in disbelief, cursing internally. How could this snake be so powerful? Why didn't it act sooner? Wasn't this just bullying a dog? Bang! The fierce, innate energy, like an invisible giant hammer, smashed the sinister eight-legged black demon with overwhelming force. The evil man's expression changed dramatically, shock evident on his face. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man was actually a powerful battle king. Damn, a battle king, the evil man thought to himself, alarmed, but then a strange smile appeared on his face. But even a battle king can't kill me. Before he finished speaking, the eight-legged black demon beneath him let out a piercing scream. The sharp sound waves were so strong that they caused the nearby glass windows to crack like spider webs. In an instant, endless streams of black demon energy surged into the train. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He extended his translucent right hand, and the innate energy in the air instantly formed a massive energy hand. With a snap, the energy hand firmly grasped the evil man's body. I told you, even a battle king can't kill me. The man had a strange smile on his face. The next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. His body melted like a candle, turning into a pool of pitch-black liquid, easily slipping out of Jiang Cheng's grasp. A liquid man? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Cheng's face, but he quickly regained his composure. He smirked slightly, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless golden lights flowed out from every crevice of the carriage like living creatures, enveloping the entire space. This was the Vajra mantra of Buddhism, capable of not only defending but also sealing space. Jiang Cheng had effectively sealed every corner of the carriage. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? The man, now a pool of liquid, was horrified to find himself trapped by the mysterious golden light as he tried to escape through the door crack. Meanwhile, the eight-legged black demon emitted a terrified howl, its black demon energy gradually dimming, seemingly being slowly dissolved by the golden power. So it's Insha energy. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, realization dawning in his eyes. No wonder this black demon energy seemed familiar, yet different. Insha energy should dissipate instantly in the presence of my innate energy, but this black demon energy persists. Sir, we have no enmity. There's no need to be so ruthless. The pool of black liquid reformed into a humanoid shape. The evil man's face was extremely grim. He had escaped death multiple times using his liquid ability, never expecting to be thwarted by a young man today. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in another carriage was tense to the extreme. Hearing the beast carriage gradually quiet down, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, a shrill howl pierced the air. Gurgle! It was the cry of the eight-legged black demon. The target is in carriage number 2. Shuetung and his team exchanged a glance and quickly made a decision. Song Kai, you keep an eye on them. The rest follow me. The young man in the black jacket and others hurriedly followed, their faces full of excitement. After 3 months of tracking, they finally had a chance to capture their target today. Everyone, stay put. Song Kai coldly surveyed Ning Yi and the others, who were restless, his vine weapon ready to strike. Ning Yi chuckled awkwardly, his eyes darting as he asked, "How could we dare to move? Brother, you guys aren't from Lingmu, are you? What do you think?" Song Kai replied with a smirk, as the vines binding the group suddenly tightened. Hiss! The surrounding passengers gasped, their eyes filled with awe. Lingmu was the most mysterious organization in Donghua Nation. Almost all superhumans were under Lingmu's jurisdiction, and Lingmu's leader, the Spirit Emperor, was the most powerful superhuman in Donghua Nation, rumored to rival the unmatched Battle Emperor and Supreme Beast Tamers. Meanwhile, the scene in the beast carriage was terrifying. The chilling ice power had nearly frozen everything, turning all the black demon energy into tiny ice threads that fell to the ground. The once rampant beasts gradually regained their clarity. Hehe, this dragon is truly magnificent. Saved an entire carriage of lives again, Zhu Jiuyin boasted, lounging proudly on the ice-fire demon hound. Oh whoa, Ersha glared at it with annoyance. Clearly, it had done most of the work, yet this smug snake had such thick skin. Under the dazzling golden light, the body of the octopus black demon began to twist and deform. It opened its crooked, bloodied maw, revealing a row of sharp, flesh-stained teeth, emitting a chilling gurgle sound. Suddenly, green smoke spewed from the creature's mouth and nose, enveloping the entire train carriage in an instant. This was its innate skill, the deadly poison mist. With a sizzling sound, everything touched by the green mist started to corrode. The bodies on the floor bubbled with blood and quickly dissolved. The sinister man, now a pool of liquid, chuckled to himself. He knew well the power of the octopus black demon's poison mist, capable of even overcoming a battle king who hadn't reached the level of jade bone and golden body. The young man had foolishly sealed the carriage, sealing his own fate. The poison mist surged towards Jiang Cheng, corroding large holes in the train ceiling. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, as his innate true essence quickly rose to the surface, forming an invisible barrier that blocked the poison mist. At that moment, 8 black tentacles silently emerged from the mist. The octopus black demon lunged with its menacing maw at Jiang Cheng's neck. Foolish creature, Jiang Cheng sneered, as his hand, covered in innate true essence, struck out forcefully. Thud! The octopus black demon's body was extremely soft, as if hitting a mass of cotton. It shrieked and quickly retreated back into the green mist. Then, the pool of liquid reformed into a human shape. The sinister man laughed triumphantly. "Sir, isn't that enough? Do you really want to fight to the death?" He felt a twisted pride at having forced a battle king into such a dire situation. "You may be a salted fish, but my net isn't ordinary." Jiang Cheng suddenly smiled, his eyes burning with white flames. This was an advanced ocular technique, sword eye of the heavens. He uttered a few words, and the white flames in his eyes transformed into 2 small swords, shooting out with precision. The swords pierced through the green mist, targeting the octopus black demon's location. The creature let out a terrified screech, turning into a black shadow that frantically darted around the carriage. But it was all in vain. With a dull thud, black, foul-smelling blood splattered. The 2 swords struck the octopus black demon's eyes with unerring accuracy, the white flames beginning to burn fiercely. In just a few breaths, the octopus black demon dissipated into a wisp of black magic energy and vanished. How is this possible? The sinister man stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He was heartbroken. The octopus black demon had cost him countless resources, and he had committed several murders to satisfy its hunger, becoming a wanted criminal across the empire. Yet now it was gone just like that? "Damn brat, I'll kill you," he roared through gritted teeth. "No chance," Jiang Cheng replied coldly, his crystalline hands descending swiftly. With a crash, the sinister man instantly turned back into a pool of liquid, mockingly taunting. "I told you. No one can kill me. Kid, I'll make sure you live in fear for the rest of your life." As he spoke, the black liquid attempted to escape through the gap under the door. "Fool," Jiang Cheng scoffed, his hand descending. The liquid twisted and compressed into a ball, suspended before him. "No matter how you change, as long as I extinguish your life force, you will die," Jiang Cheng said calmly. Whoosh! White flames suddenly ignited around the liquid, the innate, true fire. Any mortal flesh touched by it would perish. Ah! The liquid let out a terrible scream, and the sinister man finally panicked. He could feel his life force being slowly extinguished. "Don't kill me. I was wrong," he shrieked in terror. But Jiang Cheng's gaze remained icy. Does a mere wrong excuse everything? What about the innocent people devoured by the octopus black demon? What wrong did they commit? Just then, the door suddenly opened, and several figures rushed in, shouting urgently, "Stop! Haha, it's the people from Lingmu. They won't let you kill me." The bizarre liquid sensed Shui Teng and his group's approach and burst into a wild, unrestrained laugh. Its voice was full of confidence and disdain, as if victory was already assured. I still have what they want. How could these Lingmu members just watch me die? Jiang Cheng remained expressionless, not even lifting an eyelid. His palm closed gently in the air, as if gripping something invisible. Whoosh! In an instant, a terrifying innate flame spread like a giant net, firmly enveloping the liquid. Ah! Ah! How dare you! The evil man screamed hysterically, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. Save me, or you'll never get the thing. Stop, sir! Shueting suddenly shouted sternly, his hands transforming into hard steel at a speed visible to the naked eye. This person is a wanted criminal of Lingmu. Before he finished speaking, Shueting launched himself at Jiang Cheng like a human cannonball. However, Jiang Cheng moved faster. He easily sidestepped the fierce attack, as if dancing an elegant waltz. Meanwhile, the flamine-shrouded liquid evaporated instantly with a shrill scream, leaving no trace behind. The process was so fast it was as if it had never existed. How could you kill him? Qiu Yun and the young man in the black jacket looked grim. Their expressions were a mix of anger, disbelief, and deep frustration. 3 months of work down the drain? Jiang Cheng calmly glanced at them, a hint of disdain in his voice. Do I need to explain myself to you? His gaze swept over them, noticing something unusual. Qiu Yun was surrounded by crimson flames. The young man in the black jacket had arcs of lightning flickering around him, and Shuetong, who had just attacked him, had the ability to turn his body into steel. These people, are they superpowered? Jiang Cheng pondered silently. In fact, ever since the Great Change on Blue Star a century ago, not only beasts and plants mutated, but a small portion of humans were also gifted with mysterious powers. Some could control fire, some could manipulate lightning. These individuals were known as superpowered. Unlike warriors, once awakened, superpowered individuals could become incredibly powerful, even rivaling beasts of the same rank. However, due to their rarity, their existence had gradually faded from public memory and seldom mentioned. Shueting squinted, suppressing his anger, his voice tinged with reluctance. Sir, this is too much. We tracked this person for 3 months for the stolen item. And you just killed him? How are we supposed to continue our investigation? The other two looked equally displeased, as if they had swallowed a fly. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, his tone still calm. What does that have to do with me? He killed a whole bus of people. Didn't he deserve to die? Although Jiang Cheng wasn't one to meddle, he habitually chose to eliminate such brutal villains. Qiu Yun's flames burned more fiercely, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Finding that item would have justified their deaths. But you've destroyed that hope. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. How ridiculous. Let me ask you, if the people on that bus were your family or friends, would you still say that? You're being unreasonable. Qiu Yun was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Her chest heaved with intense anger. Shueting took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner fury, his face dark as he said, regardless, please, come with us to Lingmu. Otherwise we can't account for this. Jiang Cheng stood his ground, a hint of contempt in his smile. You can try. Qiu Yun, Du Feilong, capture him. Shuetung ordered. Qiu Yun and Du Feilong's young man in the black jacket advanced towards Jiang Cheng. Forgive me. Du Feilong extended his arm, slender arcs of lightning coiling around him, reaching for Jiang Cheng. At the same time, Qiu Yun sneered, and a silent wall of flames quickly formed in the air, blocking Jiang Cheng's retreat. The combined assault of two a-level superpowered was powerful enough to make even a newly ascended battle king tremble. Yet, their target was Jiang Cheng. Foolishness. Jiang Cheng shook his head slightly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Behind him, a massive blue sword materialized, emitting a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. What an incredible sword aura. Could this person be a sword master? Qiu Yun and Du Feilong were taken aback, a hint of apprehension flashing in their eyes. Jiang Cheng remained expressionless, speaking coldly, his voice like a blade of ice. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Before the words fully left his mouth, a shadow of a sword appeared behind Jiang Cheng, like a silver lightning bolt aimed directly at the two's heads. The sword energy was sharp, as if it could tear the air apart. Du Feilong roared defiantly. Arrogant. So what if you're the battle king? His body surged with thunder, crackling as 2 arcs of lightning as thick as a baby's arm intertwined in the air, transforming into a thorny lightning whip. Spirit technique, lightning whip. Du Feilong growled, brandishing the nearly 3-meter-long thorny whip that hissed like a venomous snake, striking fiercely at Jiang Cheng. The terrifying high-voltage thunder tore through the air, emitting a chilling screech. Qiu Yun watched coldly from the side, a disdainful smirk on her lips. This kid is done for. She thought to herself, an a-level thunder ability spirit technique, if struck, without jade bone or golden body, would leave one severely injured even if they survived. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Jiang Cheng chuckled and boldly reached out with his right hand, grabbing the lightning whip barehanded. Even more unbelievably, he was completely unharmed. Impossible. Shuetung and Qiu Yun, who were watching, were stunned, waves of shock surging in their hearts. They couldn't believe someone could catch a spirit technique with their bare hands. Had he mastered the legendary jade bone golden body? Du Filong was even more shocked, his eyes nearly popping out, struggling to accept the reality before him. Jiang Cheng casually remarked, "Your spirit energy is decent, but your control over it is lacking." As he spoke, he compressed the innate true essence in his hand, crushing the lightning whip into pieces. Qiu Yin was about to take action, but suddenly felt a chill down her spine. A massive blue sword had appeared at her forehead, less than half a foot away, its tip gleaming coldly, making her hesitate to move recklessly. Witnessing this, Shui Tang's expression darkened. His hardened arms returned to normal as he took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. "Sir, this time we were outmatched, but the Lingmu organization won't stand idly by regarding your unauthorized actions. This matter requires an explanation." "Lingmu? So what?" Jiang Cheng scoffed, his gaze growing colder. Were these people trying to shift the blame onto him for failing their mission? Just for an object, they turned a blind eye to the octopus black demon slaughtering passengers in a carriage? To him, how were these people any different from that evil man? Qiu Yun snorted, her voice carrying a warning. "Lingmu is not as simple as you think." With that, she followed Shui Tang as they left the carriage. Throughout, none of the three had spared a glance at the gruesome scene, as if the deceased passengers were mere air. Returning to his carriage, Jiang Cheng found the ice-fire demon hound and Zhu Jiuyin lounging comfortably on the bed. The sight made him twitch involuntarily. "Well, aren't you two enjoying yourselves?" Zhu Jiuyin noticed Jiang Cheng's return, its dragon eyes lighting up as it affectionately wrapped around his arm, eager to please. "Hee, Master, you're back?" "Master, we just did something big." The exhausted Air Shao also let out a proud howl. "Oh whoa." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile, tapping Zhu Jiuyin's little head with his fingertip. "What did you do?" Zhu Jiuyin excitedly recounted the recent events. Some bad guys secretly opened the gate. Luckily, this dragon was clever enough to subdue those rampaging beasts. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, surprised by the duo's cleverness. Suddenly, he asked, "What about those 4 bandits you locked up?" "Huh?" Zhu Jiuyin was momentarily stunned, exchanging a glance with the ice-fire demon hound, immediately realizing the oversight. "Oh no, those 4 idiots are still in the room." Meanwhile, in a certain beast compartment, a giant teddy bear continued its relentless efforts, pounding away like a pile driver. The 4 people below watched with numb expressions, questioning their life choices. They thought in despair, "It's been 3 hours. What did we do to deserve this?" Tianfeng City, in the main hall of the Qian family, a young man, Chai Qingyun, sat casually at the head of the table, gently stroking a teacup with his fingers. He spoke with an air of indifference. "Just Tianfeng City alone isn't enough to impress me." His words, filled with arrogance, made everyone present hold their breath. No one dared to question this platinum-level beast tamer, the top student of the Chai family from Qinghe, for fear of disrupting his mood. Qian Feng forced a smile, his eyes flickering. "As long as young Master Chai helps me unify all of Tianfeng City, I'm willing to offer 80 of the profits annually." At this, the members of the Qian family turned pale. 80% of the profits meant nearly hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Just as a few of the more aggressive elders were about to speak, Chai Qingyun's sneer cut through the air. 80%? Even 100% wouldn't be enough. If that's all you have to offer, there's no need to continue this discussion. Chai Qingyun rose to leave. Qian Feng panicked. This was a distinguished guest he had invited at great expense, using a 1,000-year-old ginseng fruit. He gritted his teeth and said, "Please wait, young Master Chai. How about adding a king-grade beast to the deal?" Chai Qingyun paused, his interest piqued. "Oh, you have a king-grade beast." "I don't. But I have information about one, and it should be arriving in Tianfeng City soon." Qian Feng quickly explained. "Its owner is just an orphan who collects scrap, with no background whatsoever. That king-grade beast is of high quality and seems to share the same attribute as your beast." Behind Chai Qingyun stood a pitch-black wolf, its eyes like mesmerizing red gems. Its fur bristled like needles, and its 3 tails, covered in bone spurs, swayed gently. The same attribute. Chai Qingyun curved his lips into a smile, stroking the wolf's head. This northern wild gale wolf was a treasured beast bestowed by the king of Qinghe, of mid-level king grade. If it could devour a beast of the same attribute, its quality would surely improve. "If you can really get it, I can agree to your terms," Chai Qingyun said calmly, then suddenly shifted his tone. "But if you're deceiving me, well." He gave Qian Feng a meaningful look. The terrifying aura emanating from the beautiful woman beside him made everyone's breath catch. Battle King. Qian Feng was drenched in cold sweat, hastily smiling in apology. "I wouldn't dare deceive you." Inwardly, he regretted his decision, hoping that the little brat from Jiang City would indeed return to Tianfeng City. Meanwhile, at Tianfeng City's train station, Jiang Cheng stepped off the train with his ice-fire demon hound, gazing at the familiar buildings with mixed emotions. The candle dragon in his sleeve was brimming with excitement, its dragon eyes darting around. Brother Jiang, where's our home? Little Enin wants to sleep in a big bed. The little creature had already adeptly started calling him Brother Jiang. Jiang Cheng chuckled. We don't have a home. Huh? That's so sad. The candle dragon said, looking pitiful. Jiang Cheng flicked its little head. Little one, no matter how bad things get, I'm still your master. So where are we going now? The candle dragon tilted its head, its watery dragon eyes sparkling. How about we grab a good meal first? Jiang Cheng smiled, but his eyes were cold as ice. First, we have some matters to settle. The Qian family needs to be dealt with. I'll give you only 3 days. Chai Qingyun sipped the last drop of tea from his cup, his tone calm, yet indisputable. Qian Feng and the elders were taken aback. 3 days? Would Jiang Cheng really return? Doubtful glances were cast towards Qian Feng. He maintained his composure, replying firmly, Don't worry, young Master Chai. Within 3 days, I will deliver the royal beast to you. Then, Qian Feng turned to his family, his expression turning sinister. You, capture everyone related to that little brat Jiang Cheng immediately. Also, inform Lin Xian that no matter what method is used, as long as she can bring Jiang Cheng back, I'll spare her life. Yes, sir. Chen Bo and the trusted subordinates sprang into action. Chai Qingyun, who had been watching coldly, let out a mocking laugh, gently stroking the black fur of the bay Mangale wolf. He thought, if he could devour a royal beast, that Songling Hun at the end of the year would be more promising. Suddenly, he touched the soft jade at his waist, his gaze becoming dreamy. A white-clothed figure flashed in his mind, the owner of this precious jade. Damn it, I shouldn't have been so rash back then. Chai Qingyun regretted recalling the scene 3 years ago, where even someone like him, accustomed to beauty, was amazed by her grace. I wonder if she'll return this year. He murmured, his resolve growing stronger. If he met that beauty again, he would surely apologize properly. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who had been imprisoned in the Qian family dungeon for days, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing the news. She nodded eagerly. Uncle Qian, don't worry, I'll make sure Jiang Cheng comes back. All right, if you succeed, I will let you go, Qian Feng said with a smile, though his eyes were cold as ice. He thought, since Guang is dead, there's no need to keep this woman around. Feigning ignorance, Lin Xian quickly picked up her phone to call Jiang Cheng. She didn't want to die. As long as she could trick Jiang Cheng into coming back, she could survive. The call connected quickly. Lin Xian took a deep breath, forcing a sweet smile. Brother Jiang Cheng, I. Her expression changed abruptly. It seemed Jiang Cheng said only one sentence before hanging up. What did that brat say? Qian Feng's face darkened as the call was abruptly cut off. Lin Xian regained her composure, her face full of surprise. He said he's already at the Qian family. And what? Qian Feng asked eagerly. He said to prepare coffins for you all. Lin Xian said slowly. Good boy, there's a path to heaven but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you charge in. Qian Feng laughed in anger, then shouted. Everyone, follow me outside and capture that brat. The 3-legged poisonous toad croaked menacingly, carrying Qian Feng towards the Qian family gate, followed by a tide of elite fighters. Outside the main gate, Jiang Cheng sensed the commotion inside, a cold smile playing on his lips. It's better if they all come out. Saves me the trouble. The candle 9 hidden in his sleeve, and the ice-fire demon hound behind him were eager with excitement. So soon another fight? You little brat. How dare you come back? Qian Feng stood atop a 3-legged poisonous toad, glaring down at Jiang Cheng with eyes as cold as a serpent's. Surrounding Jiang Cheng were nearly 100 Qian family guards, silent and menacing. Even the weakest among them were 3-star warriors, and several high-ranking silver beasts watched intently from the side. Such a formidable lineup would likely intimidate even the Su family. However, Jiang Cheng remained unfazed in the face of such a threat. He casually brushed off imaginary dust from his shoulder, his tone tinged with mockery. If I didn't come back, who would destroy your Qian family? Destroy my family? Qian Feng seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His smile vanished, replaced by a chillingly cold tone. You little brat, if you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll skin you alive, break your bones, feed every inch of your flesh to the dogs, and use the oil from your body to light lamps. Venomous words poured from Qian Feng's mouth, as if even they couldn't quench the fury in his heart. Jiang Cheng stood calmly, looking at him with contempt, as if watching a clown. Irritated by Jiang Cheng's gaze, Qian Feng shouted, Kill him. In an instant, dozens of warriors, armed with sharp swords and knives, advanced on Jiang Cheng. The clanging of weapons being drawn filled the air, cold steel glinting ominously. Jiang Cheng remained unmoved, gently patting the head of the ice-fire demon hound beside him. The creature, excited, let out a roar, and fierce flames erupted from the gaps in its pure white scales. A fire-type beast? Qian Feng was taken aback. He remembered that a month ago, Jiang Cheng's companion beast was not like this. Had this kid acquired another beast? Confused, Qian Feng asked. Where's your king-grade beast from last time? But before he could finish, he fell silent. The ice-fire demon hound's back was gathering an incredible chill, with flames and ice intertwining, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Huh, a dual attribute beast. Qianfeng suddenly burst into laughter. Even if this unfamiliar beast wasn't king-grade, Chai Qingyun would surely be pleased. After all, a dual attribute beast of ice and fire was unparalleled in the entire Qinghe prefecture. Spread out. I want to capture this beast myself and present it to young Master Chai. Qianfeng commanded, as the three-legged toad beneath him swelled its mouth, seemingly preparing to unleash a deadly poison. How ugly. That stinky toad. Even this dragon wants to beat it up. Zhu Jiaoyin muttered from Jiang Cheng's sleeve, its eyes darting around eagerly. Jiang Cheng helplessly pushed its little head back into his sleeve. With Zhu Jiaoyin's power and lineage, this three-legged toad wouldn't last a single round. But for the ice-fire demon hound, it was a good opportunity for practice. Qianfeng sneered. Boy, in light of you offering a dual attribute beast, I might let you die a little more peacefully. With that, the three-legged toad opened its mouth wide, shooting a green poison arrow. The nearby Qian family guards quickly retreated. This was the poison of a golden beast, notoriously lethal, having once claimed the life of a 7-star battle lord, leaving no remains. Yet Jiang Cheng remained composed. The ice-fire demon hound growled, unleashing an overwhelming surge of fire and ice. One side was a blazing sea of fire, the other a frigid snow mountain. This was the realm of ice and fire. SSSHH. The moisture in the air instantly froze. Even the poisonous mist sprayed by the three-legged toxic toad wasn't spared. As soon as the ice formed, it was quickly melted by the flames rising from below. This sudden spectacle of ice and fire left Qianfeng utterly stunned. What skill is this? Qianfeng murmured in shock. The ice and fire domain enveloped everyone present. Its vastness was astonishing. The clash of ice mountains and fiery seas was like a living depiction of a world of extreme contrasts. Just as everyone was marveling, the figure of the ice-fire demon hound suddenly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a shadow flashed behind Qianfeng and kicked him away. He landed heavily on the ground, looking quite disheveled. Teleportation? Isn't that a privilege of space-type beast tamers? Qianfeng endured the pain, his shock even greater now. Could this beast be of 3 attributes? His shock quickly turned into fervor. If it really is 3 attribute, the entire Qian family will rise to prominence. In the entire history of beast taming, there has never been a 3 attribute beast, especially with these 3 incredibly powerful attributes. Jiang Cheng watched this scene, slightly taken aback. He knew well that what the ice-fire demon hound had just exhibited wasn't teleportation, but rather its dark attribute, innate skill shadow assassin. The terror of this skill was no less than domain-type skills. Once activated, the beast could merge with its own shadow, with the duration depending on the beast's strength. Where there is light, there is shadow, giving it a wide range of application. More astonishingly, once the ice-fire demon hound entered the shadow, it became untargetable, immune to all skills except for those of the psychic variety. At this moment, a shadow moved around the three-legged toxic toad like a phantom. From within the shadow, sharp claws occasionally emerged, leaving bloody marks on the toad's ugly skin. The three-legged toxic toad let out cries of fear and anger, clearly in a state of extreme panic. Hidden in Jiang Cheng's sleeve, Zhu Jiaoyin watched with excitement, its dragon eyes gleaming with curiosity. I want to learn too. The feeling of being able to hit others without them catching me is just too wonderful. Jiang Cheng glanced at it, pushing Zhu Jiaoyin's little head back into his sleeve, and said calmly, you can't learn it. Seeing his three-legged toxic toad being overwhelmed, Qianfeng was momentarily stunned. But he quickly sneered, showing little concern. So what? I don't believe it can teleport endlessly. In his view, with the support of the companion bloodstone, unless the toad was killed in one blow, there was no chance of losing. Sure enough, a thick black liquid oozed from the toad, and the deep wounds began to slowly heal under some mysterious force. This was the endless vitality granted by the companion bloodstone. Just as Qianfeng said, under its power, unless it was a one-hit kill, the three-legged toxic toad was invincible. The toad let out a piercing screech, causing the surrounding people's eardrums to buzz. Suddenly, its bumpy skin split open, revealing several sharp, white bone spikes protruding from its back. Its aura grew even more terrifying, reaching the level of a gold 6-star. It advanced. Qianfeng was first stunned, then overjoyed. Sunluo Bone Toad. Marquis grade bloodline. Gold 6-star power. He laughed heartily, his mood elated to the extreme. You little beast, you really are my lucky star. Under the pressure of the ice-fire demon hound, the three-legged toxic toad had used the power of the companion bloodstone to advance, an unexpected joy for Qianfeng. Jiang Cheng glanced at Qianfeng, who was laughing uncontrollably, with a faint hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that letting this guy experience the height of joy before shattering his so-called pride was a feeling beyond words. Suddenly, a howl echoed across the battlefield. The Icefire Demon Hound emerged from the shadows, revealing its true form. At that moment, the Sinluo bone toad, formerly known as the three-legged poison toad, seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, its scarlet tongue lashed out towards the Icefire Demon Hound, filling the air with a foul stench. Having evolved, the Sinluo bone toad's tongue was now lined with barbed spikes, as if it could strip away flesh with just a light touch. At this point, Zhu Jiuyin's small head poked out from Jiang Cheng's sleeve, its dragon eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Jiang, can the dummy handle it? If not, I can step in, it eagerly suggested. Jiang Cheng, resting his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment before replying, don't worry. He calculated in his mind that defeating the golden 6-star Sinluo bone toad would indeed be challenging for the silver 7-star Icefire Demon Hound. However, in a life-and-death battle, the odds might be more in favor of the Demon Hound. After all, he hadn't allowed it to unleash its regal pressure, which would have significantly suppressed the Sinluo bone toad's strength. The battle was ever-changing. The Sinluo bone toad's tongue lashed out like a thorny whip, repeatedly striking. Fortunately, the Icefire Demon Hound's speed was swift enough to narrowly evade each attack. Yet, its strength was rapidly waning, and even the surrounding Icefire domain showed signs of dissipating. Qianfeng shouted triumphantly. Haha, it can't hold on any longer, keep attacking. With a thunderous crash, the Sinluo bone toad raised its massive foot and brought it down, sending countless ice shards scattering over the Icefire Demon Hound. This blow caused the Demon Hound to falter, and in that fleeting moment, the barbed tongue struck fiercely. The Icefire Demon Hound roared in fury, its scales contracting, and countless icy spikes erupted from its body. The Sinluo bone toad's tongue was injured, letting out a wail of pain as its foot came down. With a loud thud, ice fragments flew in all directions, and the Icefire Demon Hound was pinned beneath its foot, roaring in anger, with the regal pressure of a royal beast faintly emanating. Qianfeng laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery. Huh? Even your beast is defeated. What else do you have to fight me? At that moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered something, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. With a swift motion, a weathered, ancient-looking white claw appeared in his hand. It was the dragon claw. The ethereal voice of the system echoed, ding, initiating fusion with the dragon claw-grade beast material. Target, Icefire Demon Hound. Do you wish to proceed? Jiang Cheng's smile widened. Of course, proceed. In the next instant, the dragon claw transformed into a white light and merged into the Icefire Demon Hound's body. Zhu Jiuyin, hidden in the sleeve, widened its dragon eyes, puzzled by the spectacle. Suddenly, the Icefire Demon Hound let out an earth-shattering howl, its aura surging dramatically, its body expanding at a visible rate, crackling like popping beans. A powerful pressure surged forth, no longer restrained. Dragon Might Amplification. Body strength increased tenfold. Duration, 1 minute. This was the new skill granted to the Icefire Demon Hound by the Dragon Claw Dragon transformation. The Sinluo bone toad immediately emitted a terrified croak, its entire body trembling as if faced with a fearsome superior. In its dragon transformation state, the Icefire Demon Hound's claws resembled those of a true dragon, seemingly capable of tearing through the toughest of materials with ease. With a swift slash, blood and flesh flew. The Icefire Demon Hound disemboweled the Sinluo bone toad in an instant, green blood gushing out. The golden 6-star Sinluo bone toad was utterly defenseless. Qianfeng screamed in disbelief, his voice shrill like a startled drake. This is impossible. With a swift motion, the sharp claws of the dragon tore through the head of the Sinluo bone toad, and with a clatter, an egg-sized, blue-green crystal core rolled out from the shattered skull. The Icefire Demon Hound quickly swallowed the crystal core, and immediately, a surge of powerful energy erupted within it. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed as he sensed his beast-taming aura spike, directly breaking through to silver 8-star level. This scene didn't surprise Jiang Cheng. He was well aware that the Icefire Demon Hound originated from the sky-swallowing wolf, naturally possessing a devouring power. As long as the crystal cores it consumed were not of a higher level and had similar attributes, this seemingly naive creature could absorb and refine them. The massive corpse of the Sinluo bone toad crashed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The air filled with the stench of green blood, foul and nauseating. Qianfeng trembled all over, his face ashen. The joy he felt from the Sinluo bone toad's advancement was now replaced by despair, hatred, and fear. He stared at the scene before him in disbelief, as if trapped in a nightmare. Jiang Cheng's smile faded, a cold glint of killing intent flashing in his black pupils. His indifferent voice echoed in everyone's mind. I only want Qianfeng dead. Those who don't wish to die can leave. The statement was like a sharp sword piercing the hearts of everyone present, especially the Qian family guards, who shivered involuntarily. They finally realized how terrifying the young man before them was, and perhaps, as he said, The Qin family was facing its doom today. Just then, a round of crisp applause broke the tense atmosphere. A young man stepped out from the Qin family camp, dressed in a dark blue robe, tall and imposing. This was none other than Chai family's eldest son, Chai Qingyun. As Chai Qingyun appeared, his gaze was fixed on the ice-fire demon hound. Though his expression remained unchanged, his heart was in turmoil. A beast with dual extreme attributes, and it has a domain. Greed flashed in Chai Qingyun's eyes. A beast with domain-type skills is at least of imperial grade or higher. This beast, resembling both a wolf and a dog, is actually an imperial-grade beast with dual extreme attributes. Chai Qingyun raised his head and commanded Jiang Cheng. Kid, I want your beast. Name your price. Jiang Cheng was taken aback by this, looking at Chai Qingyun oddly before finally responding. Are you brain damaged? Chai Qingyun was initially stunned, then flew into a rage. Qian Feng, who had just recovered from his grief, was overjoyed, thinking this impudent brat dared to insult young Master Chai and was courting death. He immediately spoke venomously. Young Master Chai, there's no need to waste words with this brat. Break his legs first, then seal his mouth. Shut up, do I need your advice? Chai Qingyun coldly interrupted Qian Feng, then glared at Jiang Cheng with eyes like daggers. Kid, do you know who I am? Jiang Cheng remained silent, but his gaze seemed to regard Chai Qingyun as if he were an idiot. The lines and tone were straight out of a novel's villain. Jiang Cheng was numb to it, his innate true essence beginning to circulate, his patience wearing thin. At this moment, Qian Feng introduced with a proud expression, this is the eldest son of the Chai family, young Master Qingyun. Brat, I advise you to obediently hand over your beast and cripple your own limbs, and maybe you'll die more easily. I said, I only want Qian Feng dead. Jiang Cheng's eyes were icy cold, his tone chilling. You have 3 seconds to get lost, or you'll die together. The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Is this kid an idiot? How dare he speak like this in front of young Master Chai? He's probably doomed. His beast might be strong, but young Master Chai has a warrior king level protector. No wonder it's the Chai family of Qinghe, with a warrior king as a guard. The crowd looked at Jiang Cheng with mocking eyes, convinced that with a warrior king present, he wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Chai Qingyun looked at Jiang Cheng with disdain, letting out a sneer. In the next moment, his tone turned icy. Aunt Yun, gouge out his eyes. Boom. The silent, stunning woman behind him suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. A 3-star warrior king. The presence of the female war king was as overwhelming as a mountain, making it hard for those present to breathe. Qian Feng, struggling against the oppressive aura, sneered. Foolish brat, scared stiff? This is a mighty war king, a rarity even in the whole of Qinghe Prefecture. Jiang Cheng, with a playful expression, scoffed. A war king. Is that supposed to be impressive? His words caused an uproar. The crowd was incredulous that this young man dared to belittle a war king. Aunt Yun's face turned icy, and she said no more. Her jade-like hand lifted slightly, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of battle energy cascaded down like a river, causing the surrounding air to explode with noise. That kid is doomed, thought Qian Feng, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes, though he also felt a twinge of regret, thinking, such a quick death is too easy. Facing the vast ocean of battle energy above him, Jiang Cheng remained unfazed. Suddenly, 8 small vortices formed around him, and a torrent of innate true energy burst forth like a breached dam. Jiang Cheng's entire body seemed to transform into a luminous being, with white innate true energy radiating outward. Get lost. Jiang Cheng's cold shout was like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the terrifying sea of battle energy collided fiercely with the innate true energy. What is this power? Aunt Yun was taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her battle energy was being suppressed. Though the innate true energy was lesser in quantity compared to the battle energy, its quality was enough to overpower most war kings. This was why Jiang Cheng, at the innate realm, could rival a war king. How can this be? Aunt Yun is being overpowered. A trace of panic finally appeared on Chai Qingyun's face. Could this person also be a war king? A war king at such a young age? Aunt Yun, he must not be allowed to live. Aunt Yun nodded, her expression serious. It was only now that she truly regarded Jiang Cheng as an opponent. White mist escaped from Jiang Cheng's mouth and nose as he gazed at Aunt Yun with indifferent eyes. The sense of danger she posed was greater than any he had felt before, indicating she had considerable skills. He glanced down at his palm, where a white claw mark flickered. In that brief moment, Jiang Cheng had successfully condensed his first Reneve Fearless Tiger Talisman. Runes were the domain of God Sea realm experts, mysterious and akin to condensed divine powers. Some powerful runes could even shatter mountains and seas, suppressing the very heavens and earth. Drawing on his past life's near-unified realm understanding, Jiang Cheng had forcibly condensed this rune. Though not of high grade, it was sufficient to deal with ordinary lower-tier war kings. Aunt Yun, feeling the unsettling aura emanating from Jiang Cheng, couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The aura around this young man was too bizarre. She gritted her teeth, her robe fluttering, revealing her graceful and exquisite figure. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding blasts echoed in everyone's ears. Wrapped in terrifying might, Aunt Yin swooped down like a hawk. She struck with her fist, and behind her appeared the shadow of a giant flame figure, mirroring her movements. Its massive fist aimed at Jiang Cheng. Yunyang Divine Fist, Qian Feng exclaimed. The warriors present were all shocked, recognizing it as a high-level secret technique from the Yunyang War Palace, a sacred ground for martial arts. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Then he revealed a peculiar and meaningful smile. Jiang Cheng's gaze fixed on the woman using the Yunyang Divine Fist, and he understood instantly. She was practicing the Yunyang combat technique, the same technique he had revised for an elder a month ago. With his keen insight, Jiang Cheng easily discerned the fatal flaw of the Yunyang combat technique's lack of endurance. Although the technique could unleash an astonishing burst of combat energy, the duration was extremely short. Jiang Cheng had a plan in mind. He only needed to withstand this initial strike to easily defeat the female warrior king. Facing the formidable Yunyang Divine Fist, most 4-star warrior kings might have retreated. However, Jiang Cheng showed no fear, a slight smile playing on his lips. He extended his right hand, runes flickering in his palm, and behind him, a phantom image of the fearless tiger talisman took shape. Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar echoed across the arena. A massive white tiger's phantom gradually became clear, each translucent hair vividly alive and slightly trembling. The giant tiger looked down upon everyone, with golden eyes that glinted with ferocity, exhaling white mist from its nostrils, surrounded by a fearsome power of metal. What kind of combat technique is this? Aunt Yin was shaken to her core, her eyes filled with shock. But there was no turning back now. She gritted her teeth and forced the Yunyang Divine Fist towards Jiang Cheng. Roar! Roar! The white tiger roared to the sky, its forepaws sprinting like lightning, charging directly at Aunt Yin's attack. In an instant, the power of the fearless tiger talisman erupted fully. Jiang Cheng's face turned slightly pale, yet a confident smile remained on his lips. The white tiger, master of destruction and metal energy, held explosive power that was second to none. Boom! The two opposing forces clashed violently, and a terrifying shockwave swept across the entire arena. Almost everyone felt their eardrums tremble and their vision blur. At the heart of the battle, chaotic energy interwove madly, with golden light and fiery brilliance creating a spectacular scene. A muffled grunt broke the brief silence. As the light faded, everyone hurriedly looked towards the center of the battle, utterly stunned. Aunt Yin clutched her chest, her face pale as a sheet, coughing up blood. Her loose robe was covered in cracks, but thankfully, an inner armor prevented any exposure. In contrast, Jiang Cheng stood calmly and unwaveringly, as if the fierce clash had nothing to do with him. Defeated? A warrior king defeated by this young man. Qian Feng was horrified, his face filled with disbelief. Immediately, a deep fear surged within him. If even a warrior king couldn't withstand him, was today truly destined for disaster? The arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone watched the young man at the center with terrified eyes. Jiang Cheng said nothing. His gaze locked onto the piece of jade at Chai Qingyun's waist, an oppressive aura quietly spreading. Chai Qingyun felt a chill under Jiang Cheng's gaze, trying to maintain his composure, but his voice betrayed him with false bravado. What do you want? I warn you. His voice cut off abruptly as Jiang Cheng moved like lightning, gripping his throat with one hand and swiftly pulling the jade from his waist with the other. Jiang Cheng's voice turned icy, his usually calm black eyes now carrying a hint of terror. Where did you get this jade? Chai Qingyun's face flushed red with humiliation and anger. He gritted his teeth, struggling to force out a few words. You little beast, you will. His voice was cut off again. Crack, crack. Jiang Cheng's grip on his throat tightened. The sound of bone nearly breaking could be faintly heard. Young Master Qingyun. Aunt Yun's face changed dramatically at the sight. She bit her lip, ignoring her injuries, and unleashed what little combat energy she had left towards Jiang Cheng. Get lost. Jiang Cheng's voice was no longer calm, carrying a hint of rage, like a ferocious beast, sending chills down everyone's spine. Boom. The fearless tiger talisman erupted with terrifying power once again, causing Jiang Cheng's innate energy to surge like a raging flood. This force was domineering and fierce, effortlessly sending Aunt Yun flying. The crowd was struck with fear, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Closest to Jiang Cheng, Chai Qingyun turned pale as if all color had drained from his face. The cold aura emanating from Jiang Cheng seemed to drag him into an abyss. Jiang Cheng's dark eyes fixed on Chai Qingyun, and he asked coldly once more, where did you get this jade? Nearby, the northern wild gale wolf sensed its master's threat and charged at Jiang Cheng despite the immense pressure. However, Countless white short swords, formed from innate energy, suddenly appeared in the air, sweeping down like a storm. In an instant, the golden-grayed beast was riddled with wounds and collapsed in a pool of blood. The crowd gasped in shock, with many quietly attempting to step back and escape this terrifying scene. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped the area, making everyone's legs feel as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. It was Jiang Cheng's Zhu Jiuyin within his sleeve that activated the true dragon domain, increasing the gravity around everyone by 300. Seeing his meticulously prepared beast destroyed, Chai Qingyun's fear was quickly replaced by rage, and he screamed at Jiang Cheng, "You little beast, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." His words caused the entire crowd to freeze. Aunt Yun, trapped, felt her heart sink, thinking that Chai Qingyun was courting death. As expected, a flash of coldness appeared in Jiang Cheng's eyes, indicating his patience had run out. "I gave you a chance," Jiang Cheng muttered, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were devoid of any white, filled only with abyssal blackness. An invisible force targeted Chai Qingyun's soul, employing a vicious demonic technique soul search. Chai Qingyun's face turned ashen as he felt his soul being forcibly extracted from his body, unable to even scream in agony. Jiang Cheng's eyes glowed with divine light as he swiftly scanned through Chai Qingyun's memories. Most were frivolous scenes, which Jiang Cheng found utterly foolish. Eventually, a particular scene caught Jiang Cheng's attention. In it, a veiled, peerless beauty was being besieged by a crowd, and the jade fell from her, picked up by Chai Qingyun. Though her face was obscured, the figure's aura gradually overlapped with the white-clad silhouette. Jiang Cheng remembered. "Is it her?" Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, his heart in turmoil. Inside the ancestral temple of the Chai family, a jade tablet suddenly shattered, followed by a heart-rending scream. "My son Qingyun, beast, I will tear you to pieces." Meanwhile, outside the main gate of the Qian family, a thrilling confrontation was unfolding. Everyone watched in shock as Aunt Yun's face turned from stunned to pale. She glared at Jiang Cheng, her voice trembling. "How dare you kill him? The Chai family won't let you go." Jiang Cheng released his grip, and Chai Qingyun's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. He cast a cold glance over the crowd, speaking in a haunting tone. "I gave you all a chance earlier, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it." His words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the psychological defenses of everyone present. Cold sweat drenched their bodies, and Qian Feng trembled, his face filled with resentment and unwillingness. He regretted not stopping Qian Shiguang from provoking Jiang Cheng earlier, but more so, he regretted not eliminating Jiang Cheng when he was weaker. Qian Feng gritted his teeth, glaring at Jiang Cheng with a sharp, piercing voice. "You've killed Guang'er and now want to destroy my entire family? Where's the justice? You're nothing but a murderous demon." Jiang Cheng turned to Qian Feng, a hint of mockery flashing in his dark eyes, his voice as cold as a blade. "You seem to forget. From beginning to end it was you who wanted to harm me. I'm merely retaliating." He mused that Qian Feng's words were as naive as those of a 3-year-old. How many had died at the hands of the Qian family over the years? They could kill and humiliate others, but couldn't bear the same? Ridiculous. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin sensed his master's anger and instantly unleashed the true dragon domain. Suddenly, everyone present felt their legs weaken, as if some invisible force was pressing down on them, forcing them to kneel. With the emergence of the true dragon, all beings submitted. Sensing the danger, Aunt Yun gritted her teeth and summoned the last of her battle energy. Her figure soared into the sky like a swift eagle, hurriedly fleeing the scene. To her, this young man's terror was not less than that of a half-step battle emperor from Yunyang Battle Mansion. Jiang Cheng remained calm, merely extending his hand as runes flickered. A white divine tiger transformed into a streak of light, chasing after Aunt Yun with the sharp chi of Gengjin. With a puff, her back armor was easily torn, leaving 5 bloody marks on her fair skin. Her face turned pale, yet she gritted her teeth and continued to fly away. In Tianfeng City, those who had already sensed the commotion were stunned by the sight. Flying through the air? A battle king expert? And who had injured a battle king to such a state, forcing her to flee so pathetically? Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze, choosing not to pursue. He knew that Aunt Yun wouldn't live long, as the Gengjin force within the tiger talisman would relentlessly destroy her body unless she abandoned her physical form. At this moment, the hundreds of Qian family members suppressed by the true dragon domain trembled violently. They wanted to plead for mercy but found their throats blocked, unable to utter a single sound. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered with white flames as he scanned the crowd. Through his sword eyes, he saw dark auras swirling around them, some faint, some thick. These dark auras were the breath of death, or resentment, typically only found on those who slaughtered innocents. The aura around Qian Feng was especially dense, like a fierce ghost. Deserving of death, Jiang Cheng calmly uttered. The ice-fire demon roar let out another roar, activating its domain once more. Under the dual influence of the true dragon and ice-fire domains, The Qin family members were like ants, helplessly awaiting the arrival of death. Subsequently, a sea of flames engulfed the Qin family members, setting the entire Qin family ablaze. The fire raged like a hungry beast, greedily devouring everything that belonged to the Qin family. Lin Xian crawled out of the dungeon, stunned by the sight before her. The once grand Qin estate was reduced to ashes in the blazing flames. Instinctively, she looked up and saw a familiar figure. Jiang Cheng was intently examining a jade piece in his hand, completely absorbed. Lin Xian felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body frozen. Images of her betrayal against Jiang Cheng flashed through her mind, and fear surged over her like a tidal wave. Forcing herself to stay calm, Lin Xian mustered a sweet smile, ready to explain. However, Jiang Cheng pocketed the jade and walked away briskly, not sparing her a single glance. The Binghua Mohu did notice Lin Xian, giving her a disdainful look before turning its back with a loud, dismissive snort. Then, it trotted happily after its master. The news of the Qian family's downfall spread like a hurricane through Tianfeng City. Many reveled in their misfortune, but more were curious. Who had the power to make a battle king-level expert flee in such a panic? Inside the Su family mansion, Su Ao's face turned ashen and his legs went weak after hearing the news his father brought. Dad, do you think that guy, Jiang Cheng, will come after us? It's terrifying. Su Jingfeng's expression was grim as he glared at his useless son. How would I know? He secretly regretted allowing this brat to be so arrogant, and now they had hit a steel wall. Reflecting on how Jiang Cheng had effortlessly destroyed the Qian family and even defeated a female battle king, Su Jingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. He glared at Su Ao once more, gritting his teeth. Tomorrow, you will kneel and bow 9 times before Mr. Jiang Cheng in front of the entire city, whether he's still here or not. Dad, Su Ao began to protest, but under his father's fiery gaze, he could only lower his head in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng paid no mind to the turmoil in Tianfeng City. He was completely focused on the jade in his hand, its clarity and warmth captivating him. As his fingertips brushed the jade, a brilliant light erupted, sending a terrifying wave rippling through the surroundings. 9 streams of black and white energy surged forth, intertwining and spiraling in the air like living creatures. How? Zhu Jiuyin and the Binghua Mohu gaped in awe, unsure of what their master was up to this time. It's indeed the 9 dragons' soul-suppressing jade. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his deep eyes. The 9 streams of black and white energy danced like playful dragons, vividly alive. Zhu Jiuyin widened its dragon eyes, its small head filled with confusion. Why are these dragons black and white? Is this some kind of trend? All things passed. Jiang Cheng whispered softly, his gaze piercing through time, as if seeing a distant figure. This 9 dragons' soul-suppressing jade was the token he had given to his Dao companion Shen Yunyan in his past life. No wonder he was so shocked upon first seeing the jade. Cloud of smoke. Jiang Cheng's expression was complex, his gaze deep. In his mind, he envisioned a woman in white, cold on the outside but warm-hearted. She was aloof like a sacred lotus and proud like a peony, always distant to others, but showed a softer side when with Jiang Cheng. The story of Jiang Cheng and Shen Yunyan was not complicated, akin to a common plot in cultivation novels and arranged marriage between sections. Jiang Cheng hailed from the Tianshan sword sect and was a rare genius, breaking through various cultivation stages at a young age. Such talent was rare even across the entire cultivation world. Shen Yunyan was also a prodigy, known as the most beautiful woman in the cultivation world. She was not only stunningly beautiful with an extraordinary figure, but also possessed an otherworldly aura. Her sect, the Ethereal Immortal Palace, was on par with the Tianshan sword sect. Their marriage was seen by outsiders as a match made in heaven. However, Jiang Cheng, engrossed in his cultivation, had no interest. Shen Yunyan coldly declared, "If you want to marry me, defeat me first." In December of the year 2036 of the Earth origin calendar, pressured by his sect, Jiang Cheng accepted the challenge and fought the ethereal saintess atop Mount Hua. On New Year's Day, they wed. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. The demonic path erupted, and half of the cultivation world fell. Shockingly, the Ethereal Immortal Palace was revealed to be a hidden demonic force. Shen Yunyan, once the ethereal saintess, became a hunted demoness. To avoid suspicion, the Tianshan sword sect decided to execute Shen Yunyan. But Jiang Cheng refused, protecting her as they fled. He battled numerous masters, facing deadly adversaries. By August 2037, Jiang Cheng reached the life and death realm, defeating countless foes. Yet Shen Yunyan vanished without a trace. Jiang Cheng set aside his memories, lowering his gaze. He held the 9 dragons' soul-suppressing jade, feeling a pang in his heart. It was the last gift he gave to Yunyan, and they never met again. The Tsangling hunting event. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered with a peculiar light as he clutched the jade. According to Chai Qingyun's memories, a mysterious woman with the jade appeared at the event. Could it be her? Jiang Cheng frowned, exhaling softly. Things seemed more complicated. Had traveled to another world, and had Xin Yunyan followed? And what was the origin of this system? Was it like those cliched web novel plots? Jiang Cheng didn't want to believe it, and didn't care to delve deeper. Regardless, he had to attend that Songling hunting event. It was his only clue. At this moment, the Icefire Devil Hound let out a few weary howls. Candle 9 lay on Ursha's head, looking utterly bored. Jiang Cheng shook his head, dispelling his thoughts, and sat cross-legged. His breathing became as heavy as a dragon's, resuming his cultivation. He was just half a step away from achieving innate mastery. Meanwhile, over Luochuan City, Aunt Yun's pale face was filled with terror. The wound on her back carried a sharp aura, continuously harming her body. She struggled to fly, trying to return to the Chai family, but her energy was insufficient. Within 3 minutes, Aunt Yun fell somewhere in Luochuan City, her life force fading away. This scene shocked countless citizens. The warriors on the scene were stunned, and soon someone recognized Aunt Yun. Isn't that the Chai family's 3-star war king? Who killed her? The crowd was horrified and quickly dispersed. A war king dead at their feet, anyone would be bewildered. In the crowd, a disheveled young man with a scruffy beard watched intently, thinking, interesting. Just then, the young man's phone rang. When he answered, he was met with the furious roar of a middle-aged woman, like a lion's roar. You useless bum, hurry back and fetch the foot wash. The 8-legged flying turtle, a giant airborne beast, has become humanity's most crucial flight tool since the resurgence on Blue Star 100 years ago. Its enormous size is astonishing, with a back as flat as 2 basketball courts side by side, yet it flies with incredible speed and unbelievable steadiness. Even in the turbulent troposphere, it remains as stable as a rock, without needing to ascend to the stratosphere like airplanes. Jiang Cheng wisely chose to ride this aerial giant to Luochuan City, hundreds of kilometers away. As the flying turtle ascended, the Icefire Demon Mastiff was terrified by the height, cautiously peeking down and immediately panicking, its eyes darting around while it frantically clung to its owner's pant leg. Hee, you're such a coward, Zhu Jiuyin teased, peering out with a hint of disdain in its dragon eyes. Afraid of heights? You're a disgrace to the dragon clan. Ignoring the mastiff's pitiful look, Zhu Jiuyin turned to Jiang Cheng and curiously asked, Jianggu, where are we going? Luochuan. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, and then entered the room on the flying turtle's back with his 2 pets. The facilities on this 8-legged flying turtle were astonishing. It featured convenient lodging, a restaurant, a small marketplace, and even various entertainment venues. Considering the typically long journey, the airline clearly capitalized on this opportunity, creating a unique aerial industry chain for a large number of premium customers. As soon as they entered the room, Zhu Jiuyin and the Icefire Demon Mastiff's eyes lit up, and they scrambled to climb onto the luxurious bed. Wow, so comfy, it's a Simmons mattress. Zhu Jiuyin twisted its body in pleasure, while the Icefire Demon Mastiff lay on its back, exposing its round belly, looking utterly content. Jiang Cheng watched these two, who seemed to enjoy life even more than he did, his face involuntarily twitching. Jianggu, does Luochuan have lots and lots of food? Zhu Jiuyin asked eagerly, its dragon eyes wide with curiosity, showing wisdom beyond its age. This divine beast offspring, not even a month old, had already grasped the state of affairs on Blue Star. Of course it does. Jiang Cheng glanced at the expectant Zhu Jiuyin, thinking this little one was even greedier than the mastiff. Before he finished speaking, he noticed the Icefire Demon Mastiff drooling with a silly grin, clearly another little glutton. Oh yeah, I want spicy turkey. And Snow King ice cream. Emperor crabs. Zhu Jiuyin flitted around the room excitedly, eyes shining. Meanwhile, the Icefire Demon Mastiff looked puzzled, its head full of questions. What are those things? Are they tastier than fried bones? We'll see when we have time. Jiang Cheng sighed, grabbing Zhu Jiuyin and holding his forehead. He suddenly glanced thoughtfully at the Icefire Demon Mastiff, and a string of data appeared before him. Beast name, Icefire Demon Mastiff. Beast level, silver 8 stars. Beast quality, supreme royal. Beast skills, ice and fire domain, soul scorching flame, shadow execution. Beast status, excited. Beast attributes, extreme ice, extreme fire, dark attribute. Beast weakness, extreme light. Evolution requirements, 10 golden level mutated attribute beast cores, 1 portion of high-level dragon blood, 10 holy blood fruits. Evolution paths, 18 options. Jiang Cheng rested his chin on his hand, his eyes lighting up. This silly dog had previously swallowed the core of the Sinluo bone toad, advancing to silver 8 stars, just 2 stars away from the gold level. He retrieved some beast cores of lower rank, mostly silver, from the mercenaries in the southern barbarian forest, intending to test their effects. Open your mouth. Jiang Cheng toyed with a fiery red crystal core in his hand, about the size of an egg. It was a precious silver-tier fire attribute demon crystal. The Icefire Demon Hound in front of him hesitated for a moment, then obediently opened its gaping maw. With a soft thud, the crystal core dropped into the demon hound's mouth. Its fangs easily crushed the core, releasing a fiery red energy liquid that seeped through its teeth. Within a few breaths, the aura around the ice-fire demon hound surged, and a powerful wave of energy spread out. It really works, Jiang Cheng thought, a hint of delight in his eyes. He understood that there were usually only two paths for a beast to advance, either breaking through bottlenecks, through continuous battles, or consuming specially crafted energy liquids. The situation of the ice-fire demon hound directly absorbing a demon crystal to enhance its strength was unheard of in the beast-taming world. The energy contained in demon beast crystals is extremely volatile, and ordinary beasts cannot absorb it. However, this demon hound, benefiting from a trace of devouring attribute left from its skywolf phase, managed to overcome this challenge. As Jiang Cheng pondered, he stuffed another 5 or 6 crystal cores into the demon hound's mouth. The ice-fire demon hound crunched them like it was savoring delicious bones. Soon, its aura rose steadily, showing signs of breaking through to Silver Night Star. Whoa! Seeing Jiang Cheng stop, Airshaw widened its eyes in urgency. Foolish dog, eat any more, and you'll burst, snorted the Zijian nearby. Even it could see that the energy within Airshaw was already chaotic and needed time to digest the energy from the crystals. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. With this method, advancing the ice-fire demon hound to gold rank seemed only a matter of time. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Chai family in Luochuan, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed palpable. The Chai family elders gathered, all eyes fixated on Aunt Yun's corpse before shifting to the middle-aged man with a twisted expression at the center. Qing Yun has been killed. The middle-aged man's voice was icy, like a tiger about to pounce on its prey. At this announcement, everyone was stunned, except for Chai Baochai, Qing Yun's uncle, and the middle-aged man's brother, whose eyes flickered. He suppressed a surge of inner joy. His son, Chai Qingjia, finally saw an opportunity. Family resources had always been focused on Chai Qingyun, but now that he was dead, Chai Qingjia, being of the main lineage, would naturally become the next focus of cultivation. My nephew Qingyun, who did this to him? I'll tear them to pieces. Chai Bao feigned deep grief. Those who knew him well shook their heads. He was overacting, as if his own son had died. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The Chai family patriarch, who had been silent until now, spoke. But, whoever killed Yun, you must be strong, so we must plan carefully. Everyone nodded in agreement. To kill a 3-star battle king, the opponent's strength must be at least 4-star or higher. Provoking such a powerful person for a deceased individual was unwise, as these lone experts were often more formidable. Like the saying goes, those with nothing to lose are the most dangerous. Chai Xinglong watched the reactions of the crowd, his sneer growing. These people only saw profit, and since it wasn't their son who died, they were naturally indifferent. He had no expectations for them to avenge his son, and coldly said, I've already issued a blood kill order for this person. At these words, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. The blood kill order is the supreme list in the dark world of the Donghua Empire, and those who make it onto the list are almost certainly doomed. In the Chai family hall, the atmosphere was tense, and the expressions of the people were uncertain. Chai Xinglong stood in the center, his gaze sharp as he announced a decision that shocked everyone. I have activated the blood kill order, he declared, his voice deep and resolute, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Chai family members turned grim. The blood kill order was incredibly precious, even for a prominent family like the Chais. It was only through a fortunate encounter with a high-ranking member of the Hall of Life and Death, by a former semi-emperor warrior, that they obtained this opportunity. And yet, Chai Xinglong used it for revenge? The elder sighed helplessly, Xinglong, but was interrupted by Chai Bao. Using the blood kill order once for Qingyun's revenge is worth it, Chai Bao said calmly. After all, everyone knows the contributions that my brother and Qingyun have made to the family. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. However, now that Qingyun is gone, the Songling Hunting Assembly at the end of the year. The Songling Hunting Assembly. Several elders and patrons frowned upon hearing this. It had originally been decided that Chai Qingyun would participate, but now with this new development, they had to reconsider the candidate. The Songling Hunting Assembly was crucial for all major families. Seeing this, Chai Bao smiled, ready to speak, but was cut off by Chai Xinglong. Since Qingyun is no longer with us, let Jing'er go. Chai Xinglong's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. Chai Jing. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions peculiar. Chai Bao was immediately displeased, angrily saying, Brother, Qingyun was indeed stronger than Qingjia back then, and I accepted him representing our Chai family at the Songling Hunting Assembly. But Jing'er, she's just a girl. Are you sure sending her isn't sending her to her death? Chai Xinglong's eyes were icy as he replied calmly. Jing'er's beast mastery has already reached golden 4-star, and her martial arts level has reached the high-level battle sovereign. This news was like a bombshell, exploding in the room. The crowd was in an uproar, whispering incredulously among themselves. How is it possible? One patron exclaimed in disbelief. Such achievements, even Chai Qingyun didn't match. Chai Bao's face turned sour, and he questioned, "Brother, are you sure you didn't misspeak?" Chai Xinglong cast a cold glance at everyone. "I wouldn't stoop so low. Jinger, show your recent accomplishments to your uncles." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the main hall. A light blue long dress, a face without makeup but full of coldness. Chai Jing said nothing, her aura erupting like a tide. A 6-star battle sovereign. A prodigious talent. The elder couldn't help but laugh heartily. Other elders and patrons nodded, their eyes gleaming with surprise and delight. A 6-star battle sovereign and a golden-level beast master. Having both achievements simultaneously was rare in the entire Qinghe prefecture. Although Chai Qingyun had passed, his sister's talent was even more astonishing, which was undoubtedly a great fortune for the Chai family. Jinger has always been cultivating at Qinghe Academy and wasn't keen on family affairs. Chai Xinglong looked around, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Now that Qin Yun is gone, the matters of the younger generation in the Chai family will be entrusted to Jinghe. He paused before continuing. Now, I only wish to find out who killed Qin Yun. If there are other matters, the elders and patrons can decide among themselves. With that, Chai Xinglong left directly, with Chai Jing following closely. Chai Bao watched their retreating figures, his face dark with anger. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it! How can there be another more monstrous Chai Jing after losing Chai Qingyun? Is their lineage destined to overshadow us forever?" Meanwhile, far away on the 8-clawed flying turtle, Jiang Cheng was facing some unexpected trouble. As Jiang Cheng finished feeding the Icefire Demon Hound's crystal core, the door suddenly burst open. A terrified little girl darted behind him, and harsh curses followed from outside. 3 or 4 menacing men entered, led by a tall, dark-skinned young man. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto the little girl hiding behind Jiang Cheng, and his muscular arm reached out, like a viper. "Little wench, where do you think you're going? I'll beat you to death when we get back." Big brother, save me." The little girl's face turned ashen, and she instinctively shrank further behind Jiang Cheng, narrowly avoiding the brute's hand. Jiang Cheng initially had no intention of getting involved, but the men's arrogant attitude changed his mind. The dark-skinned youth, unable to grab the girl, grew agitated. "Kid, get out of the way, or I'll beat you too." "Oh, and what if I don't?" Jiang Cheng replied, a playful smile on his lips, standing his ground without a flinch. "Don't want to move? Looks like you're itching for a beating. Guys, teach him a lesson." The dark-skinned youth sneered, and the others immediately surrounded Jiang Cheng, one even closing the door. "Big brother, be careful. They're all warlords. That dark guy is a 6-star warlord," the little girl warned anxiously. "Dark guy?" The youth almost spat in anger, his face twisted with rage. "Make sure you don't mar the little wench's face. We need a good price for her. As for this kid, just don't kill him." "Human traffickers?" Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Trafficking children so blatantly on the 8-claw flying turtle either meant there was no regulation or they had already bribed the authorities. However, this was not his concern. Such small fry didn't interest him enough to act. The Icefire Demon Hound, lying on the bed, perked up, tilting its head as it jumped down to stand in front of Jiang Cheng. "Oh, a beast tamer are you?" The men weren't impressed, and the dark-skinned youth sneered. "This mutt thinks it can stop us?" Since the Icefire Demon Hound had concealed its aura, to outsiders, it appeared to be just an ordinary silver deer canine beast. Howl! The Icefire Demon Hound was furious, nearly revealing its true form. In the next instant, it vanished from sight. "What the?" The men were dumbfounded. How could a dog just disappear? Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed, and suddenly a burning dog paw print appeared on the dark-skinned youth's face. "Damn dog, I'll kill you," he roared, but another dark shadow struck, a paw landing squarely on his face again. Bang! The dark-skinned youth was slammed against the door, blood streaming from his nose, his face a mix of colors. "Brother Jia, this dog's too weird." The others panicked, channeling their battle energy and preparing for a fight. The Icefire Demon Hound, now a shadow, darted around the room, occasionally launching surprise attacks with its paws. This was its innate skill, shadow assassination. Bang! 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 In the cramped room, the sound of bodies slamming against the door was relentless, mixed with a few piercing screams. A dark-skinned young man gritted his teeth, shouting incoherently. "Coward, let your dog fight us, heathen. Sneak attacks don't make you a hero." The group of men felt extremely frustrated. The dog's abilities were bizarre and unpredictable. It turned into a shadow, launching frenzied sneak attacks, leaving them unable to fight back. Suddenly, a howl echoed, and the Icefire Demon Hound emerged from the shadows. It wasn't responding to their taunts. Its ability had simply reached its time limit. The dark-skinned young man's eyes lit up, a sinister smile appearing on his face. "Stupid dog, finally showing yourself? I'm going to take you down." He gathered strong battle energy in his palm and struck towards the Icefire Demon Hound. At that critical moment, an inexplicable pressure suddenly surged forth. Gravity increased several times over without warning, causing the dark-skinned young man to fall heavily to the ground with a thud. Hee hee, these people are so foolish. Zhu Jiuyin lay in Jiang Cheng's palm, enjoying the spectacle. It had activated the true dragon domain, nearly crushing the battle-hardened warriors under its mysterious power. Jiang Cheng cast a cold glance at the group and said calmly, "Should I throw you out, or will you leave on your own?" Supported by his followers, the dark-skinned young man managed to get up, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. He gritted his teeth, leaving a threat behind. "Just wait, kid. You'll pay for this after we leave the flying turtle." With that, he hurriedly opened the door and slinked away. Jiang Cheng turned his gaze to the young girl behind him, momentarily taken aback. He finally understood why human traffickers would target her. The girl, about 13 or 14, had a delicate and graceful face. Beneath her slender eyebrows were large, blinking eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her face a mix of red and white, still seemingly shaken by the recent events. "Thank you, big brother." The girl came to her senses, expressing her gratitude to Jiang Cheng with a polite bow. Her demeanor was poised and graceful, indicating her noble background. Jiang Cheng nodded impassively, his tone indifferent. "I can only protect you for now. Once we leave the flying turtle, you're on your own." He still needed to search for clues about Shen Yunyan and didn't have the energy to care for a young girl. Helping her was already a significant gesture of goodwill. "Okay." The girl bit her lip and sat quietly in the corner of the room, saying nothing more. The ice-fire demon hound, however, took an interest in the girl. It widened its eyes, approached her, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue with a goofy grin, making the previously downcast Luo Yaoer giggle. Zhu Juyin, peeking out from Jiang Cheng's sleeve, spoke in a wise tone. "Brother Jiang, shouldn't we look after this little girl? She's all alone, and it's quite pitiful." "Not in the mood," Jiang Cheng replied, raising an eyebrow slightly as he sat cross-legged, saying no more. As time passed, the speed of the eight-clawed flying turtle began to slow down. Soon, a massive city appeared before them, Luochuan City, the largest city in Qinghe Prefecture. Luochuan City was astonishingly vast, stretching endlessly, estimated to be 5 or 6 times larger than Tianfeng City. Countless skyscrapers stood in rows, and many flying beasts traversed the skies. Despite the busyness, everything operated in an orderly manner. "So this is Luochuan, it's huge." Zhu Jiuyin's small head emerged from Jiang Cheng's sleeve once more, peering out the window at Luochuan City, its dragon eyes nearly turning into 2 little stars. Thud! The 8-legged flying turtle slowly descended into the designated area, and the passengers disembarked one by one. Luo Yao cautiously followed behind Jiang Cheng, and as soon as they got off, they were met with the menacing stares of several dark-skinned youths. "Brother Jia, I've already informed Brother Su to bring some people over," one of the followers said, putting down his phone with a sinister grin. "Good," the dark-skinned youth sneered. "This girl is high class. We can't just let her go for nothing. As for the guy, we'll make sure the brothers take care of him for meddling in our business." Sensing danger, Luo Yao's voice trembled as she said, "Big brother, it seems like they're calling for backup. Maybe we should wait until they leave before we get off." Jiang Cheng looked calm, walking straight ahead. "No worries, they're just a bunch of nobodies." Seeing this, Luo Yao turned pale but braced herself to follow him. Before long, a tall, burly man with thick eyebrows approached. The dark-skinned youth immediately went up to him, pointing at Luo Yao. "Big brother, that's the girl. She seems to be from some wealthy family, and she's still a virgin." Su Wei nodded with satisfaction, his eyes unabashedly sizing up Luo Yao. "Not bad, not bad. Buyers love this kind. She could easily fetch a few thousand gold." He suddenly noticed Jiang Cheng. Is this guy part of the merchandise too?" The dark-skinned youth's face turned livid with hatred. "He's the one meddling in our business." Su Wei finally noticed their bruised faces and frowned slightly. "How strong is he? What's his background?" "Just a lowly beast tamer, but the dog behind him is a bit strange." The dark-skinned youth glared at the ice-fire demon hound with resentment. Su Wei grinned and signaled to a dozen of his men to slowly encircle them. The surrounding crowd began to back away, eyes filled with pity. Someone whispered, "It's Su Wei. Those two are in trouble." Sigh, these traffickers are so audacious, daring to kidnap people at the air transport station, and no one does anything. There's nothing we can do. Su Wei's brother is an official in the city guard. I heard that last time a family offended them, their house was broken into at night, the men were killed, and the women. Luo Yao nervously clutched Jiang Cheng's sleeve. "Big brother, they're coming." Jiang Cheng coolly surveyed the scene and said coldly, "If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. I'm in a hurry." "You're quite bold, aren't you?" Su Wei's expression relaxed when he saw the ice-fire demon hound behind Jiang Cheng. He squinted, sizing up the young man before him, calculating in his mind. Just a mere silver tier, and with a canine beast at that. He figured this kid must be from some small family. A sly smile crept onto Su Wei's lips as he waved his hand and ordered, Break his arms and legs first, then tie him up and take good care of him." No sooner had he spoken than a dark-skinned young man behind him grinned, revealing a set of sharp, white teeth. Leading a group of over a dozen men, he charged at Jiang Cheng like a pack of wolves. Each of them was at least mid-tier war sovereign, their imposing presence causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath their feet. Jiang Cheng sighed, touching his nose in exasperation. He thought to himself, "Why do I always run into these reckless types wherever I go? The same old lines, the same tired routine, and then I have to crush them with my strength, turning the tables." The protagonist's aura, the dumbing down effect. It's straight out of those cliché web novels. As the group closed in, Jiang Cheng made a mental note. Next time, I really need to keep a lower profile. He was genuinely weary of these encounters. The dark-skinned youth saw Jiang Cheng seemingly lost in thought and let out a menacing laugh. His fist, wrapped in battle energy, shot towards Jiang Cheng's face with a sharp, piercing sound. "Watch out, big brother!" Luo Yao exclaimed in alarm, seeing no reaction from Jiang Cheng. Just as the fist was about to connect with Jiang Cheng's face, a crisp cracking sound echoed. Crack! The dark-skinned youth's fist halted abruptly, just 3 inches from Jiang Cheng's face. Ah! The youth let out a blood-curdling scream as his arms were twisted into a pretzel-like shape by Jiang Cheng, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. "Brother Jia!" The dozen or so companions behind him were enraged, unleashing their battle energy as they launched various attacks towards Jiang Cheng. Black Tiger Heart Strike, 8-inch Burst, Monkey Plucks Peach. The names of their techniques rang out in quick succession. One of them, particularly vicious, aimed directly at Jiang Cheng's lower body. Pointless, Jiang Cheng sighed softly. Under Luo Yao's astonished gaze, he turned into a blur, darting through the crowd like lightning. Thud, thud, thud. Dull thuds resounded as the attackers were sent flying like cannonballs, seemingly ravaged by some terrifying force. Throughout the entire encounter, Jiang Cheng hadn't used a trace of innate true essence. Su Wei watched this unfold with growing fear. A storm of shock surged within him. This kid is actually a powerful warrior Dao expert, but he couldn't just stand by and watch his underlings get beaten. Forcing himself to remain calm, Su Wei stepped forward and said coldly, "Kid, you're indeed strong. I'll give you a chance now. Apologize and return the girl, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before he finished speaking, Su Wei tore off his coat, revealing a body packed with muscular sinew. His aura peaked at an 8-star war sovereign, which was the source of his confidence. "Big brother, they'll kill me," Luo Yao whispered, biting her lip, looking at Jiang Cheng with pleading eyes. Clearly, she was still haunted by the trauma inflicted by human traffickers. "Don't worry, I promise to protect you," Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly, lifting his gaze slightly. He paid no mind to Su Wei's words, treating them as mere noise. Hidden in his sleeve, Zhu Jiuyin wore a look of schadenfreude, as if thinking, "Someone's in for a rough time again." "Ignorant fool." Su Wei sneered at Jiang Cheng's demeanor. The veins on his arms bulged like dragons, and despite Jiang Cheng's impressive display, Su Wei remained confident. "Mountain-crushing hand," Su Wei shouted, his hands coming together. A massive handprint appeared behind him, aligning with his attack as it crashed down towards Jiang Cheng. High-tier profound battle technique. The onlookers were visibly shocked, the air thick with tension. This guy is done for. The thought crossed everyone's mind simultaneously, a glint of schadenfreude in their eyes. The powerful upper-level Xian-class battle technique unleashed by an 8-star battle venerable was something even a 9-star battle venerable dared not take lightly. Yet Jiang Cheng stood proudly, without a hint of defense, as if he were facing nothing more than a gentle breeze. A sinister smile appeared on Su Wei's face as his enormous handprint, carrying the power to topple mountains and shatter stones, came crashing down. The air compressed, emitting a sharp whistle. The dark-skinned youth and his companions watched with glee, as if already envisioning Jiang Cheng being crushed into pulp. However, Jiang Cheng remained completely still, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Just as the massive handprint was about to strike, a faint golden shield appeared, effortlessly blocking the attack midair. Su Wei's pupils shrank in disbelief. He roared in fury, channeling all his battle energy in a desperate attempt to shatter the seemingly fragile barrier. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the Vajra spell remained unyielding. Jiang Cheng finally raised his hand slowly, runes flickering in his palm. Instantly, a majestic white, celestial tiger materialized, its terrifying metallic energy weaving through the air. In a flash, the tiger appeared above Su Wei and his men, its claws sweeping across them, sending them flying like kites with broken strings. The dark-skinned youth met an especially tragic fate, tumbling headfirst into a roadside trash can, his legs comically kicking in the air. Zhu Jiuyin laughed so hard it nearly split its mouth open, while the ice-fire demon Howl let out a few gleeful howls. Luo Yao's big, bright eyes widened with admiration, her face full of awe, secretly marveling that Jiang Cheng's strength could rival that of Sister Ning. Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze and walked past the groaning figures on the ground without a trace of emotion. These small fry weren't worth his attention. At that moment, he was more eager to gather information about the Zongling hunting event and search for the figure that resembled Shun Yunyan. Could it really be her? He pondered, frowning as he walked. The ice-fire demon Howl loyally followed its master, but suddenly hesitated, turning back to howl at Luo Yao. The little girl bit her lip, mustering the courage to follow. After experiencing the terrifying ordeal of being kidnapped, she realized this was no longer a familiar environment. Without Sister Ning's protection, she was vulnerable to those with ill intentions in this unfamiliar city. After walking for a few minutes, Jiang Cheng suddenly stopped. Embarrassment washed over him as he realized he seemed to be lost. Zhu Jiaoyan got excited, thinking its suggestion was finally being considered. Just as it was about to speak, Jiang Cheng clamped its mouth shut, leaving it to emit a pitiful whimper. Woo! Bad master doesn't feed me. I'll report you for beast abuse. Zhu Jiaoyan's indignant voice echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. His facial muscles twitched, choosing to ignore the gluttonous little creature. His gaze inadvertently fell on Luo Yao, who had silently followed him all the way. The ice-fire demon Howl stood protectively by her side, showing a hint of affection. Noticing Jiang Cheng's look, the creature stuck out its tongue with a silly grin, its tail wagging furiously like a spinning top, letting out a playful woo to make its presence known. What's your name? Jiang Cheng suddenly asked, his gaze falling on the little girl beside him. Luo Yao was taken aback, her small face turning slightly red as she softly replied, Big brother, my name is Luo Yao. Luo as in Luoyang, and Yao as in Yaoguang. Jiang Cheng nodded, not giving much away. He then asked, do you know where in Luochuan City I can find some information? Information? Luo Yao was puzzled again, tilting her little head as she thought hard for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she said, I know a place. Yunxian K, you can find a lot of information there. My dad used to take me there. I should remember the way. Very good. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Luo Yao's dirty little face. He frowned slightly and asked, where did you get lost? Do you have any contact information for your family? Luo Yao's face showed a pitiful expression, her voice trembling slightly. I came with my cousin from Tianhe, but I got lost and was taken away by them. Mentioning her family made her little face tense up. She thought to herself that she had sneaked out from her family, and if her father found out, she would be in big trouble. She decided it would be best to find Ning's sister first, but unfortunately, the jade piece she usually used to contact her was lost. Seeing Luo Yao's hesitant expression, Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly and said, you can stay with me for now. Once I'm done with my business, I'll help you find your people. How about that? Thank you, big brother. Luo Yao exclaimed with joy, bowing to thank Jiang Cheng again. Jiang Cheng looked at the well-mannered little girl and couldn't help but find her a bit adorable. Meanwhile, outside the Su family mansion, Lin Yan watched as his wife, Su Shuang, drove off in a luxury car with a stranger. His face twisted with anger, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his fists, a wave of helplessness consuming him. The two Su family guards at the gate were unfazed by the scene. One of them patted Lin Yan's shoulder with a hint of mockery in his voice. Don't be too upset, son-in-law. Miss is just going on a business trip. The others couldn't help but laugh, their eyes mocking Lin Yan as if he had grown a patch of grass on his head. Get lost, Lin Yan shouted, his anger boiling over. A business trip? Does she need to go to a place like Yunxian K for that? Su Shuang, that shameless woman, has gone there with that goof family young master several times in the past month, right in front of me. Say that again if you dare. The guard's face darkened, his fighting spirit flaring as if ready to make a move. Enough, brother Xia. His companion quickly held him back, chuckling. After all, he's our nominal son-in-law. Bah, the Su family son-in-law. He's not even as good as a dog. The two continued to hurl insults, leaving Lin Yan utterly humiliated. Holding back his anger, Lin Yan turned and left. Just as the guard said, as a son-in-law in the Su family, he was indeed treated worse than a dog. Su Shuang, you've pushed me to this. Lin Yan got into a taxi and instructed the driver to head to Yunxian, Quebec. He planned to catch them in the act and then post it on the biggest social media site in the Donghua Empire, Jiuzhou Fengyan. As for the Su family's reaction, he no longer cared. Recalling the years of humiliation from the Su family, his anger only grew stronger. This Su family is not worth staying in. Lin Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Meanwhile, inside Yunxian K, Jiang Cheng and Luo Yao entered a private room. Oh yes, it's a dining place. Yum. Zhu Jiaoyan and Binghua Mohu were thrilled by the aroma of the food in the air. Jiang Cheng frowned, looking at Luo Yao, suspecting that the little girl might have tricked him into coming because she was hungry. Noticing Jiang Cheng's gaze, Luo Yao's face turned slightly red as she hurriedly explained, Big brother, this Yunxian K is not only an information hub, but also the largest restaurant in Qinghe State. Jiang Cheng suddenly understood, realizing that where there are people, there is a constant flow of information. He pondered for a moment and asked, When can we get the information? Luo Yao bit her finger, adorably pondering. It should be in the evening when the night market opens. That's a long time. Brother Jiang, let's order some food first. Zhu Jiuyin had already impatiently emerged from Jiang Cheng's sleeve, while the silly one had directly sat on the soft chair, looking quite at home. Luo Yao was startled by the sudden appearance of Zhu Jiuyin and asked in surprise, "Big brother, why do you have a little snake in your sleeve?" "Hey, little girl, quickly order. You're the only one familiar with this place." When Zhu Jiuyin's old-fashioned voice echoed in her mind, Luo Yao was stunned. The snake could actually talk? Seeing this, Jiang Cheng helplessly grabbed Zhu Jiuyin back, thinking that this little creature must have communicated with Luo Yao through soul exchange. Crispy emperor crab, polar ice pork chop, steamed snow pork. Candle 9 Yin's dragon eyes scanned the menu back and forth, its little paws eagerly tapping at each delicacy. Shah acted as the advisor, his dog-like eyes fixated on the menu, almost drooling. Soon, dishes full of color, aroma, and taste filled the table, their fragrance wafting through the air. Luo Yao's face couldn't hide her longing. Her stomach growled right on cue. "Sir, the total for the dishes and drinks is 25,648 gold coins. Will you be paying by card or cash?" The waitress, with a slight bow and a sweet smile, presented the bill. This was the rule at Yunxian K. Pay first, then enjoy. Jiang Cheng's face twitched slightly as he glanced at the table full of delicacies. These dishes, made from rare mystical beasts, were indeed worth the price, given their fresh and spiritual quality. But he sighed inwardly. These two spendthrifts ordered too much. He rubbed his temples and resignedly pulled out his amethyst card to pay. Slurp. Candle 9 Een and the ice-fire demon hound couldn't wait to dig in. A tender piece of polar ice pork chop was quickly devoured. So delicious. Candle 9 Een, despite its small mouth, had an amazing appetite, quickly finishing off half a chop. In contrast, Luo Yao, despite her craving, remained seated and still. This was her noble upbringing. A guest must wait for the host to start. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng smiled warmly. "Please, help yourself." "Thank you, big brother." Luo Yao's face lit up with joy as she gracefully picked up her chopsticks and began to taste the food. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, the atmosphere was intimate. Dim lights, clinking red wine glasses, Su Shuang sipped her drink, her beautiful eyes captivating and alluring. Across from her was the well-dressed Gu family heir, Gu Ci, who openly admired Su Shuang, a mischievous smile on his handsome face. "Shuanger, now that business is done, shouldn't we get to the main event?" "Hmm? What do you mean by the main event?" Su Shuang asked, feigning innocence. "Of course, the thing we often do." Gu Ci smirked, suddenly standing up and wrapping his arms around Su Shuang's slender waist, deftly unbuttoning her dress. "You naughty thing," Su Shuang playfully protested, lightly punching his chest but not resisting. "Wow, you're not wearing anything today." Gu Ci's hand moved under her skirt, delighted. "But I like it." He chuckled, teasing. "I wonder if your so-called husband would be furious if he saw this." "Him? Just a useless Livian son-in-law." Mentioning Lin Yan filled Su Shuang with resentment. "If it weren't for my father forcing me." "Catch that bastard." The shout from Gu Ci echoed through the halls of Yinxian Pavilion. After a brief but intense encounter, Lin Yan darted away like a rabbit. Several of the Gu family guards were momentarily stunned before they began their pursuit. "Gu Ci, if you don't find him today, don't expect any more favors from me." Su Shuang hastily buttoned her clothes, her face as dark as ink. A chill ran through her heart. Being photographed in such a private moment could not only ruin her reputation, but also drag the entire Su family of Qinghe into a scandal. Shocking. The daughter of the Qinghe king caught in an affair with the eldest son of the Gu family. Such a headline flashed through her mind, and she dared not imagine her father's reaction upon hearing the news. "I know what's at stake." Gu Ci's face was as dark as thunderclouds. After taking a deep breath, he ordered, "Seal off Yinxian Pavilion immediately. Even if we have to turn the place upside down, find that bastard." Su Shuang quickly made a phone call, cautiously arranging for the lockdown. Even with the influence of the Qinghe royal family, sealing off a venue of this scale required a legitimate reason. At that moment, a palm-sized golden-furred mouse leapt onto Gu Ci's shoulder. This short-tailed golden mouse was Gu Ci's spirit beast, renowned for its exceptional tracking abilities. "Find that kid for me," Gu Ci commanded. The golden mouse sniffed carefully at the traces left by Lin Yan and soon began to follow the scent trail. Meanwhile, Lin Yan hid in a corner, watching the dense assembly of royal guards outside through a window. His expression was surprisingly calm. "If I must die, I'll make sure those two pay the price." Without hesitation, he opened his phone and uploaded the scandalous photos to Jiuzhou Fengyun, the largest social platform in the Eastern Empire. With the headline shocking, "The eldest daughter of the Qinghe royal family caught in an affair," the post went viral instantly. In mere minutes, the likes soared past 1 million, with over 30,000 shares. The comments section exploded. "Oh my god, is this real? Thanks for not censoring." This is what high society is really like. Yinshian Pavilion costs at least 10,000 gold coins just to enter. Who's exaggerating now? As Lin Yan watched the comment count skyrocket, a sharp squeal from a mouse suddenly came from behind, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Although he was prepared to die, his instinct to survive drove him to slip into the nearest VIP suite. Ershah was munching on a juicy crab leg when an unexpected visitor startled him, almost causing him to spit out the crab meat. Luo Yao was also taken aback, her chopsticks suspended midair. However, Zhu Juyin merely widened his dragon eyes slightly and continued to chew on the pine-scent ribs, making a huffing sound. At that moment, the long-absent system suddenly chimed in with an ethereal voice. Ding! A random event has been triggered. Please choose. 1. Save the person in front of you to gain access to the system's store. 2. Stand by and watch, with no reward. Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned, surprised to discover this functionality of the system. A system store? That sounded appealing. He almost immediately chose the first option without hesitation. Lin Yan felt several gazes on him, making him a bit nervous. Just as he was about to explain, Jiang Cheng smiled gently and said, "A guest is always welcome. Please, have a seat." "Thank you." Lin Yan felt somewhat reassured upon seeing the lavish spread of dishes. Anyone who could afford such extravagance likely had a significant background, and perhaps he could indeed escape his predicament. At that moment, the short-tailed golden mouse stopped at the door of Jiang Cheng's private room. Gu Xi, showing a hint of joy, immediately ordered his subordinates. "That bastard is in there. Get in and grab him." With Gu Xi's command, the guards had little hesitation. One of them kicked the door forcefully, only to turn pale and clutch his foot in pain as if he'd kicked a steel plate. "Useless. I told you to ease up on the workouts," a companion scoffed, exuding a powerful aura, revealing himself as a 7-star battle sovereign. He launched a fierce kick, enveloped in formidable battle energy. However, just then, a faint golden glow appeared on the door. Crack! My leg! The battle sovereign screamed as the terrifying recoil instantly shattered his leg bone. "What a bunch of incompetence. Let me handle this." Gu Xi, though a bit uncertain, approached with more caution. As he reached out to push the door, the golden light flared brightly, unleashing a powerful force that sent him flying backward. "Who gave you the right to barge in without permission?" A cold voice suddenly came from inside, followed by a surge of violent and terrifying energy. A battle king. The Gu family battle sovereigns exchanged glances, realizing this was no ordinary battle king, possibly even a 3-star or 4-star or higher. Gu Xi's expression changed slightly, his tone now more respectful. "Sir, a thief just stole something from me and ran into your room. I ask for your leniency. I am Gu Xi, and the item is very important to me." He revealed his identity with a hint of confidence. The Gu family also had a 6-star battle king, and if the person inside was sensible, they would surely open the door and invite him in. "Gu Xi? Sorry, never heard of you." The voice inside replied with indifference. Damn it! Gu Xi was furious, feeling that his words were being dismissed. Just then, Su Shuang hurriedly arrived in high heels, her expression extremely grim. She said coldly, "Gu Xi, we're done for now." She showed her phone to Gu Xi. Gu Xi glanced down and nearly fainted. That bastard had already posted the photos online, and they had been uploaded to Kyushu Storms, garnering an astonishing number of likes, over 10 million. Gu Xi's face was filled with panic, his eyes nervously darting between the phone screen and Su Shuang. "What do we do? Can we delete it?" he asked in a trembling voice. His biggest worry wasn't the criticism from netizens, but that this incident might reach the ears of the Qinghe king. Such a scandal could cast a shadow over the entire Qinghe palace. Su Shuang let out a cold laugh, her sharp eyes fixed on Gu Xi. "Does deleting it now make any difference?" Her voice dripped with sarcasm. "The post has already been shared hundreds of thousands of times. The whole upper circle of Qinghe state must know by now." Taking a deep breath, her tone turned cold and resolute. "The only way now is to deny everything." A gleam of cunning flashed in Su Shuang's eyes. "We'll say the photos are fake, that neither of us was at Yinshian Pavilion today. As for the person who faked the photos," a cold smile played on her lips, "we'll need to find a scapegoat." Gu Xi had to admit, Su Shuang was indeed the daughter of the Qinghe king. Even in a crisis, her mind remained sharp. He nodded heavily. "That's our only option." His gaze shifted toward the private room, where Jiang Cheng and others were, his expression shifting unpredictably. Knowing the one who took the photos was in there, yet unable to storm in. Suddenly, Gu Xi's eyes lit up as if he remembered something. Wait, that person looked like Lin Yan. He recalled the fleeting figure he saw earlier. Though the face was obscured by a phone, the silhouette was strikingly similar to the useless son-in-law of the Su family. Lin Yan, that useless guy? Su Shuang's expression changed upon hearing this. She quickly took out her phone and made a call, seemingly to confirm something. Moments later, her face turned unusually grim, her eyes blazing with anger. "That useless guy isn't home today. It must be him." Just as Su Shuang was about to storm into the room, Gu Si quickly stopped her, reminding her, "Don't be rash, there's a battle king inside." Su Shuang's chest heaved violently. Then she suddenly sneered at the room, her voice full of threat. "Lin Yan, you useless fool, how dare you scheme against me? Using fake photos to slander me? When I tell my father, you're finished." Inside the room, Lin Yan's arm muscles tensed with anger, gritting his teeth at the thought. This vile woman dares to turn the tables? Her audacity is as thick as a wild boar's hide. Su Shuang's icy voice rang out again. "As for the battle king inside, I advise you not to meddle. A battle king amounts to nothing in Qinghe state." Her tone was laced with menace. Jiang Cheng merely lifted his eyelids slightly, indifferent to Su Shuang's words. A battle king indeed meant little in front of the Qinghe palace, but only if she could mobilize the palace's high-end forces. "Let's go." Seeing no response from inside, Su Shuang didn't linger. She thought coldly, as long as Lin Yan remains in Luochuan, he won't escape. Gu Si also shot a vicious glare at the room before hurriedly leaving with his men in a direction opposite to Su Shuang's. At that moment, a serene voice echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind from the system. Ding. System store access granted. Ding. Current access level, A. In Jiang Cheng's mind, the image of the system store appeared, displaying only one page with 5 items, each vividly realistic. Item name, Ant Power Pill. Item effect, enhances physical strength S, usable by both humans and beasts. Exchange price, 10 material fragments. Item name, Flight Capsule. Item effect, grants flight ability for 1 hour, usable by both humans and beasts. Exchange price, 3 material fragments. There were many other items below, but their prices were significantly higher, often requiring dozens of fragments. Supreme Beast Feed, Advancement Potion, Witch Cloak, Wind Shadow Fiery Snake Wings. Jiang Cheng's gaze moved downward, pausing on one particular item. Item name, Saint's Aura. Item effect, grants one-time immortality, beast use only. Duration, permanent. Exchange price, 50 fragments. Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. The new system's features were truly astonishing, especially the high-access mall page, and he was eager to explore it. At that moment, Lin Yan bowed deeply, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Thank you for saving me." He was filled with mixed emotions, never expecting that, in a moment of crisis, a complete stranger would be the one to lend a helping hand. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, his eyes sharp as he scanned Lin Yan. His brow furrowed ever so slightly, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. Lin Yan felt uneasy under this intense gaze, wondering what Jiang Cheng was thinking. "You seem to harbor a powerful force within you," Jiang Cheng remarked slowly, his tone carrying a note of astonishment. "This force is so strong that it even makes me feel a bit uneasy. However, it appears to be suppressed by another power, which most people wouldn't notice." Candle Jiuyin, reclining in the wine cup, drunkenly chimed in. "That's right. This kid's got something." It had downed several large cups of Qingshan Baijiu, its tongue slightly twisted. Lin Yan's breath quickened at these words, his eyes alight with longing. "A power? How strong?" he asked urgently. For years, he had borne the shame of being labeled a useless son-in-law, enduring countless humiliations and ridicule. These painful memories were still vivid, causing him to clench his fists, his knuckles white, eyes bloodshot. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment, then calmly said, "Very strong, at least reaching the level of an 8 or 9-star battle king, possibly even higher." These words left Luo Yao, who was cautiously nibbling on ribs, pale with shock. 8 or 9-star battle king, she murmured. Such a strong figure would be considered high-ranking even in the family. Beyond that, we're talking about battle emperor level. Lin Yan trembled with excitement, barely able to contain himself. If what Jiang Cheng said was true, and he indeed had the potential of an 8 or 9-star battle king, wouldn't that mean even the Qinghe king would be no match for him? With this thought, Lin Yan looked up at Jiang Cheng, his eyes filled with hope. "Sir," he took a deep breath, his tone pleading. "Can you tell me how to awaken this power?" Jiang Cheng didn't reply, merely sipped his wine, his expression indifferent. In truth, if not for the system's reward, he wouldn't have helped Lin Yan at all, let alone assist him in awakening his power. Seeing Jiang Cheng's reaction, Lin Yan gritted his teeth. He knew there were no free favors in the world. The fact that Jiang Cheng had saved him was already a huge favor, and now asking for help to awaken his power seemed rather greedy. However, Lin Yan's desire for power was too strong. He no longer wanted to live a life of inferiority and humiliation. Having made up his mind, Lin Yan's expression grew resolute. Without hesitation, he knelt before Jiang Cheng, speaking with determination. "Master, if you can help me awaken this power, I, Lin Yan, vow to follow you for life. If I break this vow, may I fall into eternal hell after death, my soul tormented by countless ghosts." He then made an extremely severe vow that left Luo Yao stunned, staring at Lin Yan in disbelief. He dared to make such a vow. Jiang Cheng remained expressionless, though inwardly he found it amusing. Could making a severe vow really grant someone power? If that were the case, wouldn't everyone be rushing to make such vows? Just then, a notification sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind. Ding. Random event triggered. Please make a choice, host. 1. Accept Lin Yan's request and break his seal to unlock level mall access. 2. Refuse him and receive 10 material fragments. Jiang Cheng's expression turned peculiar. Was this guy the system's favorite or something? 2 random events triggered in a row involving him. Although Jiang Cheng was reluctant inside, the allure of this level system shop access was simply too great. He took a deep breath and said calmly, I can agree to that. Lin Yan was overjoyed upon hearing this and eagerly leaned forward, his eyes shining with a desire for power. Jiang Cheng secretly shook his head, and a meme from the internet flashed through his mind. A green hat with the words, young man, do you crave power? Without further words, Jiang Cheng placed his hand on top of Lin Yan's head. Deep within his dark pupils, white flames flickered, and through his sword-like gaze, Jiang Cheng's consciousness entered Lin Yan's body. Before him appeared a web of intricate golden patterns. At the core of Lin Yan's energy sea, an astonishing force was tightly sealed, resembling a thick cocoon. Jiang Cheng observed closely and discovered there were 9 layers of seals, not only locking away this power, but also blocking Lin Yan's meridians. No wonder Lin Yan couldn't cultivate even the basic warrior path. It's actually 9 overlapping seals. Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze, unable to hide his surprise. Lin Yan asked nervously, Sir, is it possible? His heart was in his throat. Jiang Cheng explained briefly, it's a bit tricky. You have 9 seals inside you, and I can only unlock 2 of them for now. This wasn't a lie. To completely remove all the seals, he would need to reach the divine sea realm. Lin Yan was stunned but then gritted his teeth, filled with hatred for the person who placed the seals. However, unlocking 2 seals was enough for him. As long as he could cultivate normally, he would be satisfied. Thank you, sir, Lin Yan said earnestly. Jiang Cheng nodded, thinking this should be enough to meet the system's requirements. He placed his hand on Lin Yan's right arm, and terrifying innate true energy seeped into Lin Yan's body like threads. Jiang Cheng's control was impeccable, with the true energy transforming into countless fine threads that precisely targeted the first layer of the golden seal. Hiss! The seal was immediately covered with tiny holes. The first layer shattered, and the power deep in the energy sea began to emerge. Lin Yan's face contorted, and his bones crackled like popping beans. His energy surged rapidly. Warrior 1 star, 2 star, all the way up to Warrior Master 8 star before stopping. It really worked. Lin Yan was overjoyed and speechless, feeling the battle energy coursing through him, his eyes slightly moist. Crack! The second seal broke as well. Lin Yan's expression changed again as another powerful force surged within him. His cultivation continued to soar. Warrior Master 9 star, Battle Lord 1 star, 2 star, finally pausing at Battle Lord 8 star, with a hint of breaking through to 9 star. Nearby, Luo Yao was dumbfounded, her mouth forming an O shape in shock. She witnessed an ordinary person becoming a high-level battle lord in seconds, a feat unheard of even in the imperial capital. At that moment, the ethereal voice of the system sounded again. Ding. System shop access acquired. Ding. Current access level, S. On this level system marketplace page, there are only 3 items per page, yet it is vastly different from the first page. Each item's price is staggeringly high, costing hundreds of fragments. Jiang Cheng's gaze fell on the first item. Item name, Yinglong Essence Blood. Item description, one of the materials to synthesize the ancient mythical beast Yinglong. Exchange price, 500 material fragments. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Yinglong, a dragon clan member even more advanced than Zhulong. The system can even synthesize such divine creatures. The other materials must also be extraordinary. His eyes moved downward and immediately paused. Item name, Vajra Collar. Item function, wear it on a beast, allowing the host to communicate with it, and comes with the defense skill, Invincible Golden Body. Exchange price, 100 material fragments. This is the cheapest item in the entire level marketplace. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, glancing at Air Shah, who was still devouring a pig's trotter. Meanwhile, Lin Yan stammered his thanks. Thank you, sir. He felt the battle energy surging within him, his eyes moist. An 8-star battle sovereign. After so many years, he finally possessed formidable strength. More astonishingly, this was only after unsealing 2 seals. If all 9 seals were undone, as Jiang Cheng suggested, his power might reach an 8 or 9-star battle king, or even higher. Lin Yan's admiration and reverence for Jiang Cheng reached its peak. With a serious expression, he declared, Rest assured, sir, from now on, I, Lin Yan, am yours. If I ever have second thoughts, I will face a gruesome end. No worries, Jiang Cheng waved it off, saying calmly, Call me Jiang Cheng, or refer to me as young master or mister. In his mind, he He thought it wasn't bad to gain a future battle emperor as an enforcer for free. Understood, young master, Lin Yin responded respectfully, quickly embracing his new identity. Suddenly, a beautiful and lively melody of string instruments filled the air, gentle and continuous, like a mountain spring winding through a secluded valley, flowing slowly and soothingly, seeming to wash away all worries. Jiang Cheng squinted his eyes in surprise. To reach such a realm, the musician's skill must be high. However, he was only mildly astonished. It's the Yulong Qin. The night market is about to start. Luo Yao exclaimed excitedly. The night market is the most bustling time in all of Luochuan. That sounds great. Jiang Cheng got up, casting a glance at the two foodies, speechless. Zhu Jiuan was already snoring in a wine cup, its dragon whiskers trembling pleasantly. Shah was still licking plates, leaving the entire table of dishes almost completely devoured, not even a meat scrap left. Jiang Cheng expressionlessly picked up the sleeping Zijuan from the wine cup and turned to leave. Arf! The Icefire demon hound sensed its owner's displeased gaze and quickly jumped off the table to follow. Lin Yin was secretly amazed, not expecting that this table of valuable dishes was for the beasts. The young master was truly generous. Meanwhile, inside the Chai family's inner courtyard, reporting to the master, the murderer of the young master has been identified. A man in black suddenly appeared, speaking respectfully. Crack! Chai Xinglong crushed 2 jade beads in his hand. His face twisted as he coldly asked, "Who is it?" A young man named Jiang Cheng. Someone witnessed him easily defeating Yun Yu and annihilating the entire Tianfeng Qian family. The man in black reported truthfully, presenting detailed information and photos of Jiang Cheng. The Chai family's intelligence network was astonishingly powerful. The information on Jiang Cheng was incredibly detailed, even documenting his time in an orphanage with precision. Changed personality a month ago? Chai Xinglong's expression turned grim, eyes cold. In just a month, from a bottom-tier scrap collector to someone easily crushing battle kings? This man must have a significant secret. The Temple of Life and Death is not an actual place, but rather an organization in the dark world that acts like an official entity. It is responsible for maintaining and establishing order in this shadowy realm. The dark web serves as the platform for posting various missions. Assassins, mercenaries, hunters, and freelancers can all receive suitable assignments through the dark web, earning substantial rewards in the process. The Blood Kill list is the most prestigious ranking on the dark web, with both the bounties and the difficulty of execution standing at the pinnacle of the temple's many missions. The minimum access level for the Blood Kill list is a grade, and those who reach this level are at least at the Warrior King rank. For the first time in a long while, the Blood Kill list showed some activity. New data appeared, revealing a new target. The mission target was Jiang Cheng, with a photo attached. The target description noted that he possessed a silver-tier beast of unknown strength and had previously killed a golden 6-star beast. His own strength was formidable, having killed a 3-star warrior king. The mission was classified as a grade, with a reward of 300,000 gold coins and a supreme great essence pill. This pill is a revered elixir for warriors, capable of significantly boosting one's cultivation below the high-level warrior king without any conditions. It can even allow a 9-star warlord to easily break through to the warrior king realm. Within seconds of this mission being posted, it was accepted, marked by the green color in the top left corner. The username beside it read Poison Wolf. Outside of Luochuan, in a deserted industrial area, there stood an abandoned steel factory. It had become the hideout for Su Wei and his gang of traffickers to conduct their illegal activities. "Stay quiet," commanded Cheng Jia, the dark-skinned young man wielding a whip. He looked down coldly at the goods, over a dozen people, mostly children aged 12 or 13. Their delicate features were masked by fear and terror, fitting the current trafficking market perfectly. "Just wait a bit longer. The buyer will be here soon," Su Wei said, attempting to grin but wincing as he aggravated a wound on his face. "Damn that bastard. He hit me so hard," he cursed with resentment. Hearing this, Cheng Jia's eyes turned red with anger. Although he wasn't physically injured, his pride was deeply wounded. Jiang Cheng's fearless attack had thrown him straight into a garbage bin, leaving him filthy and humiliated. To make matters worse, the bin contained a pile of waste that ended up stuck to his head. Furious, Cheng Jia rubbed his bald head and cursed, while the group of underlings behind him struggled to suppress their laughter. Su Wei, feeling a twinge of sympathy, patted Cheng Jia's bald head. Then, with a cold smile, he reassured him. "Don't worry. I've already asked my brother to take care of it. As long as that bastard is still in Luochuan, he won't find peace." Cheng Jia was overjoyed to hear this, a vicious expression crossing his face. Su Wei's brother was the deputy commander of the city guard, a 3-star warrior king. That kid was doomed. Suddenly, there was a rustling noise at the iron gate. "Big brother, it seems someone is here," said the underling guarding the door. "Here so early? But I like it," Su Wei exclaimed with delight, just about to give orders when boom. The iron door exploded with a thunderous noise, shattering into pieces. Countless iron filings surged like a torrent, and a slender figure suddenly appeared in the sight of a few people. It was a graceful woman, breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a long sweater on her upper body and tight jeans on her lower body, perfectly highlighting her slender, straight legs. Her figure was flawless, with perfect curves, and her black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. However, her eyes were chillingly cold, as if they could freeze everything. "Where is she?" Ning Qingshue's voice cut through the air like an icy blade. A hint of fatigue appeared on her delicate face, clearly indicating that she had exhausted a great deal of energy searching for Luo Yao. Since Luo Yao disappeared, she had employed all her family's connections and resources in Luochuan to find this place. Su Wei and the others were stunned by the sudden commotion, their minds in chaos. Wasn't this a buyer? Could it be an enemy seeking revenge? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Ning Qingxue frowned. She quickly took out her phone and showed them a photo of Luo Yao, her voice tinged with urgency. "Where is Luo Yao?" Upon seeing the photo, Cheng Jie felt a surge of inexplicable anger. He brazenly scrutinized Ning Qingxue, speaking in a lecherous tone. "Weiga, though that little bee ran away, her sister is a real gem. She should fetch a good price." Su Wei's eyes greedily roamed over Ning Qingshue's perfect figure, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "Are you stupid? Such a gem. Of course, I should enjoy her first." The surrounding lackeys swallowed hard, their eyes filled with hungry desire. With Ning Qingshue's beauty and unique aura, she would be a rare find even in a city like Luochuan, known for its abundance of beautiful women. "You're courting death." Ning Qingshue's eyes turned icy and piercing upon hearing their whispers. At that moment, a sharp screech cut through the sky. Everyone then noticed the enormous figure behind Ning Qingxue. It was a giant eagle, about 4 meters tall, covered in razor-sharp purple-blue feathers. Its crystal-like eyes were cold and indifferent, gazing down at everyone present. Suddenly, a faint bolt of lightning shot from the eagle's mouth. Cheng Jie, unfortunate as he was struck by the lightning. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing and twitching, hair standing on end, as he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Ning Qingshue's tone remained cold, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped. "I'll ask one more time, where is she?" The thunderous giant eagle glanced sideways at the remaining few, exuding a suffocatingly terrifying aura. Su Wei and the others turned pale with fear, cold sweat pouring down their bodies. Only then did they realize that the seemingly frail girl had such a formidable backing. Meanwhile, at Yunxian Pavilion, since the night market opened, the flow of people here had multiplied several times. Jiang Cheng and his companions blended into the bustling crowd and finally arrived at the inner loft. This was the largest information hub in all of Luochuan. A maid at the door, holding a tray of variously shaped masks, gently reminded them, "Honored guests, please follow the rules." Luo Yao whispered to Jiang Cheng, "Big brother, you can't trade here with your true face." Lin Yan, behind them, looked bewildered, clearly his first time in this mysterious place as well. Jiang Cheng nodded in understanding and casually picked up a bronze mask to wear. Luo Yao and Lin Yan each chose one for themselves. The Icefire Demon Hound tilted its head, seemingly unable to find a suitable mask, looking a bit puzzled. The information trade at Yunxian Pavilion was mainly divided into two forms: official channels, where information was reliable but sources limited, and private sales, where credibility was lower but the information was more extensive. In front of the official booth of Yunxian Pavilion, a sweet-looking receptionist gently asked, "Sir, what kind of information are you looking for?" Jiang Cheng got straight to the point, taking out the 9-dragon soul suppression jade, and said, "I'm looking for someone. I want to know everything about the owner of this jade and her current whereabouts." The receptionist was taken aback and gave a wry smile. "Sir, it's quite difficult with just this clue." Realizing his impatience, Jiang Cheng paused for a moment and added, "She appeared at the Congling Hunting Festival 3 years ago." As he spoke, a stunning projection appeared in his palm, a memory extracted from Chai Qingyun's soul, reformed with innate true essence. Luo Yao saw the projection, frowned, and bit her finger in deep thought. The figure seemed familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen it. She decided not to mention it to Jiang Cheng for now to avoid any embarrassment if she was wrong. The receptionist carefully recorded the information and began typing on the keyboard. As one of the largest information databases in Luochuan City, Yunxian Pavilion's immense servers continuously update and absorb the latest information, keeping the business of selling information up to date. Moments later, the receptionist compared the 9-dragon soul suppression jade and hesitantly said, "Sir, regarding your information, we only have a level, estimated at 5,000 gold coins. Do you accept the offer?" Jiang Cheng frowned and asked, "Level?" The receptionist kindly explained, "The information level is judged by its authenticity and detail. Level information is rather fragmentary." Despite some dissatisfaction, Jiang Cheng pulled out a purple gold card to pay. In just over a month of indulgence, the card's balance of 100,000 gold coins was nearly depleted. Lin Yan, standing behind him, couldn't help but be astonished, thinking how generous Jiang Cheng was to spend 5,000 gold coins on such fragmented information. The receptionist smiled sweetly and handed Jiang Cheng a small, portable device resembling a USB drive. Sir, here is your information. This is the most commonly used information storage device in the Donghua Empire, highly confidential, and allows information to be browsed at any time. Jiang Cheng promptly activated the device, and a holographic screen appeared before him. As he examined the information, his frown deepened. As the receptionist had said, the information was fragmented, recording only the jade owner's location and events at the Tsongling hunting festival, with no photos or identification details. The only notable point was that the jade owner seemed to have entered a ruin and acquired something, after which she was besieged by multiple people. This matched the scene Jiang Cheng had seen in Chai Qingyun's memory, but it was unrealistic to find the jade owner with just this information. Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples and suddenly turned to Lin Yan and asked, "Who organizes the Tsongling hunting festival?" Lin Yan was startled and quickly replied, "Young master, it's a grand event jointly hosted by the 13 states of the southern region. Talents from the 13 states and even the northern region participate." Jiang Cheng continued, "And who holds the information about the participants?" This question left Lin Yan and Luo Yao dumbfounded. Even the receptionist looked at Jiang Cheng with a peculiar expression, thinking that participant information is usually highly confidential. Did he intend to forcefully obtain it? Lin Yan looked at Jiang Cheng's furrowed brow and said with a wry smile, "Young master, there are just too many participants. General information isn't retained for long." He paused, then added, "But the person you're looking for might participate this time. After all, the Celestial Spirit Hunt isn't just any competition. It's held in the Dragon Lake Secret Realm, which is one of the legendary sources of the Great Change on Blue Star a century ago. There are countless exotic beasts, rare fruits, and even ancient ruins. Most people join not for the rewards, but for the opportunities inside. Even if the person you're looking for doesn't come, it's unlikely that everyone who has seen her will be absent." Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully. "That's all we can do for now. So how do we sign up for the Celestial Spirit Hunt?" Lin Yan shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure. I overheard this from the gossiping servants of the Su family. I used to be a useless son-in-law, far removed from such gatherings of geniuses." Nearby, Luo Yao blinked her big eyes and quietly explained, "Big brother, most participant slots are predetermined. Only renowned prodigies from various states receive invitations, and some slots are controlled by local families." "That's so unfair," Jiang Cheng said, frowning. "Can other slots be transferred?" "Of course not," Luo Yao quickly replied, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Big brother, are you planning something sneaky?" Lin Yan suddenly remembered something and added, "Young master, I heard there's another way to get a slot the Triangle Killing Arena. If you earn a gold medal there, you can enter the Celestial Spirit Hunt." Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, in the Qinghe prince's mansion, Su Shuang tearfully complained to her mother. Mrs. Li was furious. "That wretched Lin Yan dared to set up Shuang. He deserves to die." The surrounding members of the Su family secretly sneered at this. Who didn't know about Su Shuang and Gu Xiai? It was an open secret. Now that it had been exposed, the prince would surely be furious. This mother-daughter duo was clever, shifting the blame to the absent Lin Yan. Su Yun, who had just arrived, frowned and couldn't help but say, "Lin Yan doesn't seem like that kind of person. Besides, didn't sister also go to Yinxian Pavilion today?" As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the room turned awkward. Su Shuang's face darkened, and she angrily said, "Su Yun, are you implying I'm shameless?" Everyone had strange expressions, but nobody said anything. Mrs. Li's face turned cold, and she sneered. "Su Yun, is this how you, as a sister, behave? Slandering your sister in public? Are you so eager to defend Lin Yan? Should I suspect you have something with that wretch too?" Su Yun's face flushed with anger, but she couldn't argue back as Mrs. Li was her nominal mother. Mrs. Li ignored Su Yun and turned to the other members of the Su family, saying, "Now that Shuanger has been set up by that wretched Lin Yan, and the matter has blown up, affecting the entire Qinghe prince's mansion, we must catch Lin Yan quickly and clear this up. Junming, I heard you know some high-level people in the 9 provinces storm. Could you handle this?" Su Junming was taken aback, but, under Mrs. Li's stern gaze, swallowed his words and reluctantly replied, "All right, sister-in-law." After all, with the Qinghe prince absent, Mrs. Li was in charge of all matters in the Su family. If Yunxian Pavilion is likened to a place of gentle comfort, then the Triangle Arena is undoubtedly a camp of iron and blood. This imposing structure is the only place in Luochuan City where killing is permitted. Every day, lives are lost in the battles held here. Yet, despite this, countless people yearn to become gladiators. Standing before this ancient-style arena, Jiang Cheng and his companions couldn't help but be awed by its grandeur. The towering walls soared into the clouds, distinctly divided into 3 levels, and at nearly 100 meters high, it stood out even among the skyscrapers of Luochuan. Most striking was the golden inverted triangle emblem at the top, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Luo Yao bit her lip, her small face a mix of excitement and fear. Having been treated like a princess all her life, this was her first time so close to such a bloody and violent place. Curiosity drove her to tug on Jiang Cheng's sleeve and timidly ask, "Brother Jiang Cheng, can I go in too?" Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, clearly hesitant about allowing a young girl into such a place. But Luo Yao quickly assured him, "It's okay. I promise I won't run around." "All right." Jiang Cheng agreed after a brief consideration, then instructed, "Lin Yan, take good care of her." Lin Yan nodded seriously, following Luo Yao like a dutiful bodyguard. As they stepped into the arena, the noise hit them like a wave. The audience's shouts were relentless. "Kill him! What a loser! Made me lose 10,000 gold coins. Invincible Tiansha! Wow, what a savage!" Someone exclaimed. In just a month, Tiansha has climbed to the gold rank with 36 consecutive wins. The central platform was surrounded by a faint glow, evidently some kind of protective barrier. At this moment, a medium-built man in black stood proudly, his face obscured by a green-silver mask. In front of him lay a massive earth dragon, its flank pierced, with crimson blood and shriveled organs spilling from the wound. The earth dragon let out a desperate growl. "No, don't kill me." Its owner was pale with fear, petrified. Yet the surrounding gamblers shouted wildly, "Kill it! Kill it!" Tiansha turned, swung his sword, and the man's chest exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Yan quickly covered Luo Yao's eyes, his own face pale. In contrast, Jiang Cheng's gaze was indifferent, his expression calm. It was then that Zhu Juyin awoke from his pocket, rubbing his sleepy dragon eyes and mumbling, "Ugh, where is this? So noisy." Upon seeing the lifeless triangular earth dragon, it exclaimed, "Wow, what a big lizard." Jiang Cheng flicked Zhu Juin's little head in exasperation and headed straight for the administrative hall. Lin Yan hurriedly pulled Luo Yao along, neither daring to glance at the platform again. Luo Yao's face was pale, her lips pressed tightly together. The bloody scene from before lingered in her mind, making her feel nauseous. Her head spun as she forced herself to follow Jiang Cheng and Lin Yan. Jiang Cheng took the bronze token handed to him by the receptionist, noticing the number 9527 prominently displayed on it. Sensing his confusion, the receptionist kindly explained, "Sir, since this is your first registration, you can only be ranked as bronze for now. Until you reach the gold level, fighters are identified by code names. Only gold-level combatants receive special titles." Jiang Cheng scoffed lightly and asked directly, "What does it take to earn a gold medal?" Though his voice was soft, it caused a stir among the fighters present. Many of them eyed Jiang Cheng and his group with amusement. "That's hilarious. A kid like him thinks he can earn a slaughter medal," a burly fighter mocked. He had a silver token hanging from his waist, and a massive white wolf with a cruel gleam in its eyes trailed behind him, its crimson tongue licking its lips. "It's Guang Jin," someone exclaimed. "He just finished a silver-level match and is now at silver 8. The surrounding crowd's eyes widened in shock. Guang Jin was well known in the triangular slaughter arena, second only to some gold-level fighters. His reputation for brutality and ruthless tactics was well-earned. Losing to him often resulted in dire consequences. He was a notorious sadist. Jiang Cheng glanced at him indifferently, thinking to himself that he had encountered yet another familiar fool. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant, huh?" Guang Jin sneered after a brief pause. "Do you dare to step outside and face me in a match? You want a slaughter medal? Let's see what you're made of." The receptionist kindly reminded Jiang Cheng, "Sir, you have the right to refuse challenges from higher-level fighters." Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered as he asked directly, "If I defeat him, can I advance?" The receptionist hesitated. "According to the rules, yes, but are you sure you want to accept his challenge? He's a silver 8 level fighter with an impressive record." "Fine, I accept your challenge," Jiang Cheng replied, ignoring the receptionist and addressing Guang Jin directly. The bystanders were stunned, scrutinizing Jiang Cheng closely. They wondered if he had lost his mind just registered as bronze and already challenging a silver 8 level fighter like Guang Jin. Did he have real strength, or was he just crazy? Even Guang Jin was taken aback. He had only meant to intimidate the kid, not expecting him to actually accept. This made Guang Jin re-evaluate Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's aura seemed ordinary, not that of a skilled warrior. And the seemingly silly large white dog behind him was only at the silver level. How could they possibly be a match for his golden 5-star silver moon giant wolf? The Icefire Demon Hound, sensing Guang Jin's disdainful gaze, growled angrily in response. "Are you sure, kid?" Guang Jin confirmed once more. "Let's hurry up, my time is limited," Jiang Cheng replied impatiently, frowning. He intended to earn the slaughter medal in a few days and spend the rest of the time investigating the prodigies who had once interacted with Shen Yunyan. "All right, kid, you're asking for it," Guang Jin said with a cruel smile, already plotting how to torment Jiang Cheng. His silver moon giant wolf bared its sharp teeth, ready to strike. "Radisson, unbelievable. In the ring, a jaw-dropping showdown was about to unfold. Contestant 9527, ranked Bronze 1, was challenging contestant 8697, ranked Silver 8. Initially, this private match drew little attention, but as the host introduced the fighters, the crowd erupted, with onlookers flooding in like a tide. No way, a Bronze 1 challenging a Silver 8? That kid must be crazy. I heard he's aiming for the Slaughter Medal. Seriously? The Slaughter Medal requires a 72-win streak to obtain. In the decades of Triangle Slaughter, only a few have ever achieved it. The audience buzzed with chatter and excitement. Meanwhile, Luo Yao nervously watched Jiang Cheng, who was preparing to step onto the stage, and couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful, Jiang Cheng." Despite their concern, she and Lin Yan weren't too worried, having witnessed Jiang Cheng's prowess firsthand, at least at the level of a battle king, making Guang Jin no real threat. Just then, a tiny voice emerged from Luo Yao's jacket pocket. "Hey girl, let's go place a bet." Startled, she looked down to see Zhu Juyin. The true form of this little snake left her astonished. Its small head bore two sharp horns, with long whiskers between its snout, covered in fiery red scales, breathtakingly beautiful. "This isn't a snake, it's a dragon," Luo Yao realized, suspecting it might be an ancient Eastern dragon. Zhu Juyin impatiently urged, "What's up? Hurry, the betting window is about to open." It had a purple crystal card in its mouth, swiped from Jiang Cheng. Luo Yao calmed down and tugged on Lin Yan's sleeve. "Brother Lin Yan, Jiang Cheng wants us to place a bet." Hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes shifted to the betting odds, his eyes lighting up. 30-1 odds? That's a huge win. As expected, the young master knows how to make money. By this time, Jiang Cheng had already stepped onto the stage with his ice-fire demon hound. As he entered the faintly glowing barrier, his expression changed slightly. This is a binding magic array, and it's high level. It seems to suppress the aura of the beasts, making bloodlines useless in the slaughter arena. But this is perfect, a good way to train this fool. Jiang Cheng's gaze fell on the silver moon giant wolf opposite him, and a data frame immediately appeared. Beast name, Silver Moon Giant Wolf, Gold 5-star. Beast quality, Superior Candidate. Beast skills, Demon Wolf Transformation, Sinro Wolf Claw, Silver Moon Slaughter. Beast status, Berserk. Beast weakness, bones in the waist and abdomen are relatively fragile. Evolution attribute, Strong attack type. Evolution paths, 27 in total. The host began introducing the contestants. On the left, we have contestant 8697, notorious in the slaughter arena, with a glorious record of 76 matches and 49 wins. His partner, the Silver Moon Giant Wolf, is also an elite battle beast, boasting gold 5-star strength. Guang Jin's smile grew more smug, and cheers erupted from the audience. "Guang Jin, invincible. God Jin, crush that little mutt. Brother Guang is mighty." Clearly, Guang Jin had quite the fanbase in the slaughter arena. The host then introduced Jiang Cheng, with a hint of mockery in his voice, and his opponent is a remarkably brave young man, daring to challenge a Silver 8-ranked slaughter warrior on his first bronze tier registration. The audience immediately erupted in jeers. "PSSH, just an idiot. That kid must have a screw loose. I can already see this kid's tragic end." Clearly, no one believed in Jiang Cheng, which was understandable. However, the real battle was just beginning. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are decreed by heaven. The host put away his smile and announced solemnly, "Now, the battle is about to commence." The air in the triangular killing field was thick with the stench of blood, which the audience inhaled greedily, as if relishing the nauseating scent. This place was not just a dump showcasing the dark side of human nature, but also a playground for the nobles of Luochuan City to vent their emotions. Not far from the arena, a chubby young man with a genial smile had set up a stall, loudly hawking, "Place your bets. Place your bets. Hey, big brother, come bet with me. No commission. Absolutely trustworthy. Way better than the official odds." A skeptical gambler asked, "Kid, you got some nerve running a private bookie?" The chubby young man chuckled and explained, "It's not exactly private. I've got connections in the killing field." He continued to call out, "Now it's 9587 versus 8697. Odds are 30-1. Anyone else want to bet? No commission. No commission. Pay out on the spot." His words attracted quite a crowd, as the official betting pool at the killing field took a hefty 20 cut, which was a painful sum for the bettors. "Chubby, are you for real? If you dare cheat us, I'll risk my life to get you," threatened a group of reedied gamblers. The chubby young man plastered a smile on his face, though he was a bit nervous inside. "It's definitely real. I, Yang Tianbao, never cheat." Just then, Zhu Juyin poked his little head out and said to Luo Yao, "Let's bet with him." Luo Yao hesitated for a moment, but eventually placed a purple crystal card on the table. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, "Brother, bet 5,000 gold coins on number 9527. Yang Tianbao was shocked and asked, "Miss, are you sure?" betting on number 9527. Other gamblers quickly followed suit. Move along, chubby, why so much chatter? If she wants to bet, let her. I'm betting on number 8697. 4,000 gold coins. Me too, betting 5,000 gold coins on Guangjin. Seeing the purple crystal card in Liao's hand, the gamblers were excited, thinking this naive girl was just here to give away money. Suddenly, a string of deep, eerie music played, like the sound of bones grinding or deathly spirits whispering. The host announced loudly, "The slaughter has begun." Guangjin licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's have some fun." The silver moon giant wolf shook its head, its pointed ears standing up, and its crimson eyes flashing with ferocity. It proudly raised its body, baring its stark white fangs, and leisurely sauntered towards Jiang Cheng and the Icefire Demon Howl. Jiang Cheng calmly said to the Icefire Demon Howl, "Handle it yourself." He knew that Air Shah's innate skills and bloodline far surpassed that of the silver moon giant wolf, and the 6-star difference could be compensated for. The Icefire Demon Howl showed no fear, letting out a skyward roar. As an extremely fierce and brave mythical beast, the bloody scent in the air seemed to awaken a violent instinct deep within its bloodline. A ball of orange-red flame gathered deep in its throat and then spewed out like a fiery serpent. Guangjin sneered, "A flame-type beast? Against absolute power, no type matters." The silver moon giant wolf's hind claws suddenly kicked off, and its nearly 5-meter-long massive body became incredibly agile in the air. Its steel-like claws slashed towards the Icefire Demon Howl, fierce and threatening, as if intent on tearing its opponent to shreds. "Tear it apart. Kill that mutt." The crowd of gamblers roared with excitement, their eyes glued to the fierce battle unfolding on the platform. The silver moon wolf's sharp claws gleamed menacingly, poised to rip through the body of the large white dog. The spectators licked their lips in anticipation of the bloodshed they were sure was imminent. However, the white dog, known as the Icefire Demon Hound, was no ordinary opponent. Narrowing its eyes, it dodged the lethal strike with lightning speed. The wolf's claws slammed into the alloy floor, leaving deep gouges and producing a deafening thud. Frustrated by its failed attack, the silver moon wolf let out a deep, grating howl that sounded both like a cry and a laugh. A silvery white energy began to frantically gather around it, forming a giant silver moon that exuded a sharp, lethal aura. This was its innate skill, silver moon annihilation. The energy locked onto the Icefire Demon Hound, and Guangjin's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph, convinced the foolish dog was doomed. After all, countless golden-level beasts had perished under this move. The silver moon wolf grinned viciously, its body seemingly merging with the silver moon. The entire arena was filled with an overwhelming sharpness. Yet, the Icefire Demon Hound remained unfazed, a rare glint of intelligence flashing in its otherwise silly-looking eyes. As the enormous, blade-like silver moon crashed down, the Icefire Demon Hound's body suddenly vanished, transforming into an elusive shadow. Thud, thud, thud. The terrifying power of the silver moon furiously attacked the shadow, but it seemed to strike only air. In an instant, the sturdy alloy platform was left riddled with holes. The spectators gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What kind of skill is this? It's too unfair. It can't even be hit. Is it some kind of space teleportation?" They debated heatedly, all astounded by the Icefire Demon Hound's innate ability. The host, appearing knowledgeable, speculated boldly, "This seems to be a type of dark attribute innate skill. Its effects are unbelievable. Beast 9527 seems to be in an untargetable state." Lin Yin was also taken aback, marveling. As expected of the young master's beast, it's truly extraordinary. On the platform, the silver moon wolf, seemingly driven mad, continued to attack the shadow relentlessly, to no avail. Instead, the once impenetrable alloy platform was now covered in countless dents. Guangjin's expression grew increasingly grim. Through the spirit contract, he commanded his beast, "Kill that guy first. Kill the owner of that dumb dog, and see if the beast still dodges." The silver moon wolf's blood-red eyes locked onto Jiang Cheng, hot steam snorting from its large nostrils. It seemed intent on venting all its fury on this human, its 5 blade-like claws slashing down at Jiang Cheng. If they hit, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly, thinking that technically, he should have lost by now. Typically, if a beastmaster was caught in close quarters, it spelled certain death. And normally, a beast wouldn't allow an enemy to approach its master. But Jiang Cheng was not an ordinary beastmaster, and the Icefire Demon Hound was not a normal beast. The silly dog looked on with a gleeful expression, as if thinking, "How dare you provoke the master? This stupid wolf is doomed." Clearly, the creature had immense confidence in Jiang Cheng's abilities, showing no intention of helping. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Cheng mused to himself, "I need to rely less on myself and more on my beasts." He realized that his personal strength might soon hit a bottleneck, making it essential to train Zhu Jiuyin and the silly dog's combat abilities. Boom. An invisible shockwave rippled through the air, and the scene on the battle stage was beyond everyone's expectations. Jiang Cheng stood motionless, his expression unchanged, while the silver moon wolf's claws seemed to strike an invisible barrier, stopping in midair, unable to advance further. My goodness, contestant 9527 actually caught the silver moon wolf's claw with his bare hands. The announcer's voice trembled with excitement, and the audience's eyes widened in disbelief, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. Holy! How is he so strong? Stammered the chubby Yang Tianbao, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The gamblers who had bet on Guang Jin suddenly panicked, with some quickly speaking up, "Fatty, I won out of the bet. Give me my money back." "Me too," others chimed in. "Are you kidding? At this rate, Guang Jin might lose," someone growled in frustration. "Good thing I didn't place a bet with the official bookmakers," another gambler said with relief, sneaking a glance at Yang Tianbao. Zhu Jiuyin's dragon eyes glared angrily. "These people want to back out of their bets." Yang Tianbao grinned. "Folks, even though this is a private game, we have to play fair." He pointed to the group of regretful gamblers by the official betting stand. "Aren't they in the same boat as you? And I'm losing money too." Just then, a low rumble came from behind. Everyone turned to see a pair of massive purple eyes, each the size of a water tank, staring coldly at them. It was a giant black python, its head alone as large as a truck, looming over the crowd. Yang Tianbao's smile widened. "Dark Knight Anaconda." Someone gasped. "Looks like the fatty was right. He's got connections in the slaughter arena. Even the guardian beast is out." Several gamblers' faces darkened, their eyes shifting to Luo Yao and her companion. Those two are the only ones who bet on 95-27. If they withdraw, it's over. On the battle stage, Guang Jin finally began to panic, his expression darkening. "I didn't expect this kid to be hiding his strength." He grit his teeth and issued another command through the spirit contract. "Demon Wolf, transformation." Boom. The silver moon wolf's fur stood on end like steel needles, black energy swirling around it, its body crackling with power. Its muscles bulged, limbs growing several times thicker, and its claws and fangs became even sharper. It's the silver moon wolf's innate skill. Demon wolf transformation. It's going all out. Let's see how contestant 9527 will respond. The announcer's voice was high-pitched with excitement. The crowd roared, "Kill that kid. Crush him. He's done for, that kid." The demonized silver moon wolf exhaled a wisp of black mist, its blood-red eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng. Yet Jiang Cheng remained calm, glancing at the ice-fire demon hound beside him, and softly said, "Let it touch me, and you won't eat for a month." Arf. The ice-fire demon hound's eyes widened, as if saying, "Really?" Roar. The silver moon wolf let out a cry that was half laughter, half wail, raising its hindquarters high as its massive, demonic, energy-infused claw lashed out at Jiang Cheng again. Jiang Cheng stood there, hands behind his back, showing no intention of dodging. Arf. The hound finally understood its master's command. It panted heavily, its body rapidly expanding, white scales standing on end like sharp blades, and the nubs on its head growing into formidable dragon horns. This too was a berserk skill dragon transformation. The two berserk beasts engaged in a breathtaking melee. The claws of the ice-fire demon hound and the silver moon giant wolf scraped against each other's scales, producing a piercing sound. The noise of bones rattling and furious roars intertwined, creating an intensely fierce scene. The audience erupted with exclamations. "Amazing! Take it down," someone shouted. Another voice marveled. "Wow, is that white dog a dragon blood hybrid? So fierce." "It's definitely a dragon type," someone confidently replied. "It's actually clashing Hedon with a 6-star silver moon giant wolf." The commentator vividly described the scene. "Oh my god, it's unbelievable. A silver-tier beast is actually overpowering a gold-tier silver moon giant wolf." They're about to engage in a final showdown. In the battle, the ice-fire demon hound bore several deep wounds down to the bone, blood gushing out. However, the raging dragon blood within suppressed the pain, making it seem tireless and oblivious to its injuries. Its sharp dragon claws left bloody marks on the silver moon giant wolf, like steel knives. The silver moon giant wolf was in even worse condition. Its defense was far inferior to the ice-fire demon hound, with not a single intact spot left on its body. At this point, it could only desperately resist the fierce onslaught of the ice-fire demon hound, as its demonic power slowly waned. Guang Jin screamed frantically through the spirit contract, "Hold on! Kill it!" His face was filled with disbelief, regret, and fear. Who would have thought a silver-tier beast could be so fierce? Suddenly, the ice-fire demon hound let out a deafening roar, seizing the opportunity as the silver moon giant wolf retreated. Its massive jaws locked onto the wolf's throat, its teeth strengthened several times over, piercing straight through the opponent's windpipe. Blood gushed like a fountain, and the silver moon giant wolf let out a piercing howl, its hind legs kicking frantically in a desperate attempt to survive. However, the ice-fire demon hound gave it no chance. With a crack, The silver moon giant wolf's throat bone was shattered, its breath extinguished instantly. With a resounding thud, the enormous body of the silver moon giant wolf collapsed heavily to the ground. Guang Jin spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Had he really been defeated by a bronze-tier combatant? Feeling the violent aura of the ice-fire demon hound approaching, he pleaded with a trembling voice, "No, don't kill me." Jiang Cheng looked on indifferently, not stopping the ice-fire demon hound. The ferocious dragon claws of the beast instantly crushed Guang Jin's body, leaving him no time to utter a scream before he died. The commentator's shocked voice rang out again. This battle, 9,527 wins. The arena fell into a brief silence, followed by a frenzy of cheers. 9,527. 9,527. 9,527. Awesome. Someone even shouted. 9527. I want to have your babies. Amidst the clamor, Jiang Cheng ignored the noise and walked straight to the silver moon giant wolf's corpse. The system's prompt sounded. Ding. Synthesis material found. Silver moon wolf, Fong 2. Ding. Can be synthesized, can decompose into 5 material fragments. Jiang Cheng unhesitatingly chose to decompose. Ding. Obtained 5 material fragments. By this time, the ice-fire demon hound, having exited its dragon form, lay on the ground, exhausted and covered in wounds. It looked at Jiang Cheng with expectant eyes. Jiang Cheng glanced at the foolish dog, grabbed the scruff of its neck with one hand, and walked off the stage. As soon as Jiang Cheng stepped down, Zhu Jiuyin fluttered over, holding a purple crystal card in its mouth. Lin Yan's face beamed with joy as he eagerly shared the good news. Brother Jiang, I turned your 5,000 gold coins into 150,000. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes glimmered with anticipation, its tiny claws pointing at Yang Tianbao, who was packing up his stall. The odds were 30 to 1. That chubby guy is quite trustworthy. He handed over the 150,000 just like that. As for those gamblers who try to cheat, they're all lying in some corner with bruised faces now. Jiang Cheng took the purple crystal card, quickly glanced at the crystal strip, and confirmed the balance was indeed 150,000 gold coins. He smiled and patted Zhu Jiuyin's little head. Well done. However, this simple praise seemed to fall short of Zhu Jiuyin's expectations, and it widened its dragon eyes in dissatisfaction. At that moment, a round figure appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Yang Tianbao wore a simple, honest smile and initiated a conversation. Brother, can we get to know each other? Lin Yan quietly introduced him to Jiang Cheng. Master, this is the one who ran the private betting stall earlier. He's a decent guy. I made some money too, thanks to his honesty. Jiang Cheng asked indifferently. What's up? Yang Tianbao, unfazed, said with a cheerful grin. I heard you're aiming for the slaughter medal. Seeing Jiang Cheng nod, he continued. Do you know the conditions for getting a slaughter medal? You need 72 consecutive wins without a single loss. What's even harder is that from the 49th consecutive win, the rules change. After each victory, the number of opponents increases. By the 72nd match, you'll face 24 high-tier golden rank slaughter fighters. Lin Yan and Luo Yao were stunned. 24? That's so unfair. They had just witnessed the strength of the golden rank slaughter fighter Tian Sha in the arena. Facing 24 such opponents seemed unimaginable. Jiang Cheng squinted slightly, feeling a sense of relief. No wonder people reacted so strangely when they heard he was going for the slaughter medal. Team up. Yang Tianbao grinned widely. When there are multiple slaughter fighters with over 49 consecutive wins, they can join forces. And I've just completed my 49 consecutive wins. The group looked at Yang Tianbao in surprise. He seemed ordinary, not like a powerful warrior. Sensing their skeptical gazes, Yang Tianbao snorted awkwardly. What's wrong? Looking down on a fat guy? Little Black. With a wave of his hand, a massive snake head appeared behind him. Its purple vertical pupils gazed at them with a timid expression. Dark Night Python. Lin Yan and Luo Yao exclaimed, surprised that this seemingly ordinary chubby guy had such a formidable background. Jiang Cheng's gaze focused on the Dark Night Python, and a string of data flashed through his mind. Golden 8-star, Royal Grade Pinnacle, possessing multiple powerful skills. No wonder Yang Tianbao could achieve 49 consecutive wins. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. We can cooperate. Yang Tianbao's eyes squinted with his smile. Then he said meaningfully, but it seems like you're in a bit of trouble now. Someone's got their eye on you. Jiang Cheng paused, looking deeply at Yang Tianbao. This guy even knew his last name, clearly having investigated him. Thanks for the heads up. Jiang Cheng smiled without asking further, picked up his ice-fire demon hound, and walked away. Lin Yan and Luo Yao hurriedly followed, while Zhu Jiuyin poked its head out of a pocket, fiercely waving its tiny claws at the Dark Night Python. The Dark Night Python's scale stood on end, seemingly greatly frightened. Yang Tianbao, however, didn't notice his beast's unusual behavior, just thoughtfully watched Jiang Cheng's departing figure. To be so calm after making it onto the blood slaughter list, this person is extraordinary. A few people hurried along the streets outside the killing grounds, the silence of the deep night enveloping them. The streets were mostly deserted, with the occasional rustle of dry leaves breaking the stillness. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng stopped and calmly said, "Come out." Lin Yin and Luo Yao were taken aback, looking around in confusion. The street was empty except for them. Who was Jiang Cheng talking to? At that moment, a chilling laugh pierced the night. "Haha, kid, your perception is quite sharp." From the darkness, a tall figure slowly emerged. This person stood nearly 2 meters tall, shrouded in a black robe with only a pair of sharp eyes visible. He carried a massive sword on his back, exuding an unsettling aura. His appearance was reminiscent of an ancient swordsman. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brows, keenly sensing an unusual presence in the figure. It didn't feel human, more like some kind of beast. Without revealing his thoughts, he said, "Let's do this." He gently set down the Binghua demon hound he was holding. The man in black seemed surprised by Jiang Cheng's composure, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He slowly reached for the sword hilt on his back. Turning to Lin Yin and Luo Yao, Jiang Cheng advised, "Anyone who makes it onto the blood kill list isn't weak. Protect them." With that, he pulled out the Zhu Juyin from his pocket and calmly stepped in front of the two. The Zhu Juyin excitedly leaped onto the Binghua demon hound's head, striking a fierce pose with its tiny claws. The Binghua demon hound looked exasperated, as if questioning why it still had to bear this annoying snake despite its injuries. Suddenly, the man in black began to charge forward, each step resonating like thunder. With both hands gripping the sword, he swung it ferociously at Jiang Cheng. The strike appeared to lack any magical enhancement, but was imbued with sheer, terrifying physical strength. Jiang Cheng's palm glowed with runes, instantly activating the fearless tiger talisman. A majestic white divine tiger materialized, lunging at the incoming giant sword. Claws collided with the blade, sparks flying as the sharp metallic force clashed with the iron sword. The white tiger roared, swiping again. The man in black was clearly taken aback by this sudden assault, the oppressive presence of the white tiger rivaling that of a 3-star battle king. As the giant sword was deflected, the tiger's claws aimed for his face. Although he quickly retreated, his black robe was shredded to pieces by the metallic force, revealing his true form. Lin Yin gasped, and Luo Yao's face turned pale with terror. Her large eyes filled with fear as she recalled her father's stories of hybrids offspring of humans and beasts. The creature before them was a living example, a fearsome combination of a wolf's head on a human body. The Zhu Juyin was also startled, tapping the Binghua demon hound's head with its paw, teasing, "Hey, is this your relative?" The Binghua demon hound roared indignantly. "Gur, get lost." The creature elegantly discarded its tattered robe, revealing a sinister grin. "Allow me to introduce myself, Poison Wolf, and the one who will kill you." His sharp wolf claws picked up the giant sword, emitting a piercing screech. Poison Wolf's eyes seemed to flicker with green flames, his bones audibly shifting. His already imposing 2-meter frame grew even larger, transforming into a menacing wolf swordsman. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes, his expression unusually serious. This half-human, half-wolf hybrid possessed formidable strength, at least at the level of a 4-star battle king, perhaps even higher. Bang, bang, bang. In the air, Jiang Cheng and the poison wolf clashed, moving as fast as lightning. The poison wolf swung its massive sword wildly, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, yet it failed to touch Jiang Cheng at all. Jiang Cheng moved with the agility of an eel, effortlessly dodging each attack, even wearing a calm expression. The poison wolf's twisted face contorted with rage, and it let out a low, sharp roar. "Cursed human, I'll kill you." It gripped the giant sword with both claws and drove it into the ground. Boom. The ground shattered instantly, sending countless shards of rock flying. This attack not only blocked Jiang Cheng's retreat, but also completely sealed off the surrounding space. The poison wolf sneered as the massive sword descended towards Jiang Cheng from above. "Is brute force all you have?" Jiang Cheng looked up, his face serene. He extended his palm, and beneath his translucent skin, energy flowed visibly. Jiang Cheng caught the blade effortlessly, remaining unharmed. The green glow in the poison wolf's eyes contracted sharply, horror striking its heart. Its full-force attack, comparable to that of a 4-star battle king, had no effect, like a stone sinking into the sea. Creak. With a sudden exertion of his right hand, Jiang Cheng twisted the giant sword into a spiral. The poison wolf was flung away by the immense force, crashing through several stone pillars before coming to a halt. Its green eyes flickered wildly, and it was already contemplating retreat. Roar. The poison wolf let out another sharp howl, a form of mental interference intended to intimidate its opponent. It wanted to seize the chance to escape, but Jiang Cheng watched it with a faint smile, waving his hand. In an instant, countless short swords formed from innate true essence surrounded the poison wolf. Jiang Cheng had reached the great perfection of the innate realm, and the quality of his true essence had soared. These true essence short swords could be summoned and dismissed at will. The poison wolf's scalp tingled. It knew that one more step forward, and these sharp short swords would turn it into a sieve. Yet staying put meant certain death as well. Damn the Hall of Life and Death for giving false information. The poison wolf's heart was cold with regret for taking on this mission. It grinned fiercely, its eyes flashing with a savage light. I have no choice but to fight. The poison wolf's maw opened and closed, emitting a strange, low chant. Luo Yao's face paled, and she exclaimed, Brother Jiang Cheng, it's performing a blood pact. Stop it quickly. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted as he clearly sensed the terrifying change in the poison wolf's aura. Brutality, greed, bloodlust, devoid of any humanity. A red halo faintly appeared on its wolf head. Under the red halo, the body of the venomous wolf emitted a chilling, creaking sound. Its bones began to twist and reshape, and its skull deformed. After a thunderous roar, the venomous wolf lost all human traits, transforming into a blood-colored monster. Damn, it's even uglier. Zhu Jiuyin exclaimed, quickly covering its eyes with its small paws. The monstrosity's ugliness was beyond imagination. Its fur had completely fallen off, revealing smooth, wrinkled skin that looked like a bloody human hide under the red glow. Its head was a grotesque mix between a wolf and a monkey, with long, white fangs curving out of its mouth and blood-red light gleaming in its eyes. Jiang Cheng's gaze was icy as he raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. In an instant, the surrounding area was filled with true essence short swords that rained down like a storm, engulfing the entire monster. Unexpectedly, this blood-colored creature's defense was even weaker than its previous werewolf form. The sharp short swords pierced its skin easily, and green blood gushed out. The monster let out a piercing howl, yet a strange smile appeared on its face. The red halo above its head flickered, channeling a mysterious power, and its wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, his eyes growing colder. Runes flickered in his palm as he once again activated the Fearless Tiger Talisman. A white divine tiger appeared out of thin air, charging at the blood-colored monster with terrifying Gungjin power. Without suspense, the monster was pulverized into a mass of flesh by the Gungjin power. However, the red halo still hovered, and after a flicker, the monster reformed. Its blood-red eyes bore a mocking glint, and its mouth opened and closed. Even the Gungjin power can't kill it completely? Jiang Cheng frowned, his expression serious. He realized it was the red halo that granted the monster its terrifying regenerative ability. The white divine tiger lunged once more, its sharp claws aiming to crush the red halo. Yet, it was as if it grasped nothing but air as the claws passed through the halo. Brother Jiang Cheng, that's a manifestation of soul power. Luo Yao furrowed her brow, recalling the essence of the blood pact. The abilities born from different bloodlines vary. This werewolf abandoned its powerful body and strength in exchange for the blood pact's gift of immortality. Soul power. Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened. Then he called to the ice-fire demon hound, Sha, Soul Scorching Flame. This was a psychic talent skill acquired after merging with the undying soul fire, which Sha had never used before. It was the perfect moment to deploy it. Huh. The ice-fire demon hound paused, biting its tongue, clearly confused. Zhu Jiuyin rolled its eyes, tugging on Sha's ear with its little paw. Stupid dog. Use a soul attack on that ugly beast. How? I already knew that. Do I need you to explain? Sha retorted angrily, its eyes widening. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and let out a low growl, as a formless golden soul fire shot from its eyes, targeting the red halo. The blood-colored monster let out a mournful wail, its voice gradually turning to terror. The red halo above its head began to dim as the golden soul fire burned its soul. It endured the pain, frantically fleeing with its powerful four limbs. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. Following that, several lightning bolts as thick as a baby's arm descended from the heavens. In the sky, a massive thunder eagle suddenly appeared, diving downwards. Its sharp talons, crackling with terrifying electricity, pierced through the blood-red monster instantly. The creature let out a harrowing scream, not from physical pain, but because a golden soul fire enveloped its spirit, clinging to it like an inescapable curse. In a flash, the monster's soul was extinguished, and the red halo above its head faded and disappeared. Ningjia, Luo Yao's delighted voice rang out. A graceful figure leaped down from the thunder eaglite was Ning Qingxua. She took long strides and hurriedly embraced Luo Yao. Finally found you, little girl. Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on the thunder eagle. A string of data appeared. Beast name, Thunderstorm Eagle. Level, Gold 7-star. Quality, Imperial grade lower. Skills, Thunderstrike, Thunder Domain, 100,000 volts. Status, Aloof. Weakness, Extreme Rock type. Attribute, Extreme Thunder type. Evolution paths, 27 in total. Jiang Cheng thought to himself, with such a high-quality beast, This woman's identity must be extraordinary. Luo Yao recounted her experiences over the past few days to Ning Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxue looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude as she glanced at Jiang Cheng. Thank you for saving Yao. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to face her family. A wry smile appeared on her delicate face. If Uncle Luo knew his little princess almost got sold by traffickers, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's nothing. She helped me a lot too. Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. Regardless, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. Ning Qingxue said earnestly. Jiang Cheng sensed an opportunity and asked calmly. Miss, can you get the information on all the participants from the last Songling hunting tournament? All the participants' information? Ning Qingxue was taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering. The Songling hunting tournament was a grand event in the southern region's 13 states, with participants being exceptional talents with extraordinary backgrounds. Even as the eldest daughter of the Ning family from Tianhe, she didn't have the authority to access all the information. Ning Jia, Jiang Cheng Gij is looking for someone, Luo Yao explained considerately. I see. Ning Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, pondering with furrowed brows. I did see the person you're looking for back then. However, she wore a veil, so her appearance was unclear, and her identity was very mysterious. You've seen her? Jiang Cheng's breath caught, his gaze intense. Ning Qingxue was surprised by his piercing look and said directly, 3 years ago, I participated in the Songling hunting tournament and encountered that woman, but we didn't have much interaction. What are her characteristics? Jiang Cheng asked, frowning. I can't recall specific features, only that she was very powerful. Even when surrounded by dozens of participants, she managed to leave calmly after only a slight disadvantage. Ning Qingxue reminisced, sighing in amazement. Suddenly, she remembered something and hesitated before saying. Later, there were rumors in the Longhu's secret realm that this woman might not be an outsider participant, but rather a native being. What? Jiang Cheng's heart clenched tightly, his frown deepening. Ning Qingxue gave a slight, enigmatic smile, her tone tinged with irony. If there really were indigenous creatures in the Longhu's secret realm, they would have been captured and dissected by those obsessive researchers long ago. After all, the Longhu's secret realm is one of the origins of the century-long upheaval on Blue Star. Over the years, humanity has never ceased exploring it, and in a way, the Celestial Hunting Society is just another form of exploration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's brow relaxed, and he became more serious. Miss Ning, could you help me gather information on the contestants who have been in contact with her? I'll do my best. Ning Qingxue nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the blood-red creature under the thunderstorm eagle's talons, and she asked curiously, what is this creature? Luo Yao's cheeks flushed with excitement as she eagerly explained, it's a hybrid, and it just performed a blood pact. She was secretly thrilled. Sneaking out had been an adventure, but following Jiang Cheng had exposed her to unimaginable things like the triangle killing field and hybrid werewolves. Seems like it's called a poison wolf, Jiang Cheng said offhandedly, not paying much attention. Hybrid? Poison wolf? Ning Qingxue murmured, as if the name was familiar, but she couldn't recall from where. She turned to Jiang Cheng and said, in that case, we'll take our leave. Once the information is compiled, I'll have someone deliver it. Thank you. Jiang Cheng nodded. The two women climbed onto the thunderstorm eagle, and Luo Yao waved goodbye to Jiang Cheng with reluctance. Goodbye, brother Jiang Cheng. The thunderstorm eagle let out a screech and spread its wings, which were nearly 30 feet wide, taking off and quickly becoming a speck in the distance. Jiang Cheng watched thoughtfully, considering whether he should acquire a flying beast. He glanced at Zhu Jiuyin perched on the icefire demon howl's head. This little creature could fly too, couldn't it? Sensing its master's thoughts, Zhu Jiuyin quickly shrank its tiny head. Hey, riding an underage dragon is illegal. Lin Yan, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. Young master, where should we go now? His expression was grim. His post on the 9 Provinces forum had been deleted by the officials, and his account permanently banned. Worse still, the official account of the Qinghe Palace issued a statement declaring the post false and the photos fabricated, threatening to pursue accountability. Lin Yan knew he was likely wanted by the entire Qinghe Palace and had no place left in Luochuan. Huh, how shameless. Lin Yan sneered, feeling a chill in his heart. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin coiled around Jiang Cheng's arm, acting spoiled. Jiang Cheng, I'm hungry. How about we go get something delicious? Ersha also raised a paw in agreement. All right, Jiang Cheng nodded, in a good mood since someone had agreed to help gather information. Great. Zhu Jiuyin rubbed its small head against Jiang Cheng's palm in delight. The group stopped at a roadside stall, and the rich aroma of grilled meat made Zhu Jiuyin's mouth water. The little one excitedly tapped the table and called out in a childish voice, Boss, give me 1,000 skewers of meat. The stall owner was startled by the sudden voice and quickly turned to see Jiang Cheng and his companion. He immediately responded, Sure, coming right up. But he secretly wondered, why do young people sound so childish these days? The Binghua Mohu widened its eyes, imitating human behavior by sitting down and letting out a howl. At this moment, Lin Yin couldn't help but speak, a wry smile on his face. My lord, I might not be able to stay in Luochuan for much longer. Jiang Cheng wasn't surprised. Lin Yin had been preoccupied with his thoughts throughout the journey, clearly troubled by something. He calmly asked, "Oh, tell me about it." With a sigh, Lin Yin recounted the events leading up to his dilemma. He explained how he exposed the scandal between Su Shuang and Gu Xi and the response from the Qinghe prince's residence. Zhu Jiuyin listened and looked at Lin Yin sympathetically. Ah, that's too tragic. Not only were you betrayed, but you're also being made the scapegoat. Jiang Cheng tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully and asked, "So, they plan to turn the tables on you? Is this the Qinghe prince's doing?" Lin Yin hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering. "I don't think so. Uncle Su Luo has been guarding Longhu Lake for years. He probably doesn't know about this yet. It's likely the idea of Su Shuang and the Li family." Mentioning the Li family, his tone involuntarily carried a hint of hatred. Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples and continued, "What's your position in the Su family?" Lin Yin paused, then explained with a bitter smile. "My father and the Qinghe prince were old friends. They arranged a childhood betrothal for me with that wretched woman, Su Shuang. Later, my parents mysteriously disappeared, leaving me in the care of the Su family. At first, they treated me kindly, but as time passed and my parents never returned, their attitude grew increasingly cold. Uncle Su Luo was often away, guarding Longhu Lake. Eventually, my status became even lower than a servant's." Lin Yin clenched his fists, pain evident in his eyes. Over the years, his treatment in the Su family had been worse than a dog's. He survived on leftovers, doing all the dirty and exhausting work. The most painful was witnessing his fiancée, Su Shuang, leaving with another man. It's a pain that is hard to comprehend without experiencing it. Zhu Jiuyin listened, agitated, waving its little claws. The Binghua Mohu was also taken aback, nodding occasionally, clearly agreeing that Lin Yan's situation was indeed worse than a dog's. Jiang Cheng listened to Lin Yan's tragic tale, his expression growing more peculiar. This storyline was just like those popular Livian son-in-law novels from his previous life. According to the script, Lin Yin was likely about to reveal a terrifying background or powerful abilities, humiliating the Su family. It seemed Jiang Cheng was destined to be his guide. Jiang Cheng chuckled and shook his head, his gaze sharpening. "The only thing you need to do now is one thing: become stronger. Whether it's to find your parents or to wash away the shame, strong power is absolutely necessary. As for the Su family," he paused, his tone indifferent. "As long as I'm here, no one can harm you." Even though taking in Lin Yin might have been due to a system task, now that Lin Yin was loyal to him, Jiang Cheng felt responsible for protecting him. Lin Yan's eyes grew moist. This was the first time in 20 years that someone had stood by him like this. Just then, the stall owner brought over a large bundle of skewers, the enticing aroma of cumin wafting through the air. Zhu Jiuyin's mouth watered, and it waved its little paw. "Boss, bring a dozen beers." "What's skewers without cold beer?" Delicious." Zhu Jiuyin tightly gripped the bamboo skewer with its tiny claws, greedily devouring chunks of meat slathered in sauce. With its other claw, it effortlessly tore open a can and guzzled down ice-cold beer. Lin Yin stared in a daze, scrutinizing Zhu Jiuyin as his pupils suddenly contracted, a storm of shocks swirling in his mind. He had initially thought it was just a mutant lizard companion, but now realized he was gravely mistaken. This was undoubtedly a true dragon. Lin Yin was astounded. The young master actually had a true dragon as a companion. Unbelievable. Zhu Jiuyin, with bleary eyes, glared at Lin Yin, thinking to itself, "Why is this kid staring at me like that?" Suppressing his shock, Lin Yin quietly asked Jiang Cheng, "Young master, is your companion an ancient dragon species?" Jiang Cheng was busy teaching Air Shah how to enjoy the grilled skewers and responded with a nonchalant "Hmm." Lin Yin gasped, his heart a mix of awe and tension. Eastern ancient dragons were the most mysterious creatures on the blue planet. As far as he knew, the only ancient dragon species ever tamed by humans was the infernal dragon of the imperial capital's great figure, a rare and regal beast. Looking again at Zhu Jiuyin expertly enjoying the skewers, Lin Yin felt dizzy. This could very well be the second ancient dragon species to be tamed. Noticing Lin Yan's astonished expression, Jiang Cheng asked, "Are ancient dragon species rare?" Lin Yin replied solemnly, "Not just rare, almost extinct." He continued with concern, "Young master, if word gets out that you have an ancient dragon species, it might attract unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives." "Oh." Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples, glancing at Zhu Jiuyin, who was still munching away without a care. Lin Yan's warning made him realize this was indeed a tricky situation. Just then, the ice-fire demon hound panted heavily, staring in disbelief at the half-eaten skewer in its paw. It was too spicy. It cast a suspicious glance at Zhu Jiuyin, wondering how this snake could eat such fiery food so casually. Zhu Jiuyin, noticing Air Shah's gaze, sheepishly hid its paw, concealing a small packet of wasabi sauce it had secretly applied. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile at the scene and open the system shop interface. Item: Supreme Beast Companion Food. Effect: rich in nutrients, with some spiritual energy and excellent taste, essential for nurturing beast companions. Cost: 5 material fragments. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng spent his remaining 5 material fragments to redeem the item. In an instant, a can appeared in his hand. Try this. Jiang Cheng opened the can, revealing a mushy black meat paste. The Icefire Demon Hound was stunned, its eyes wide. It was shocked that Jiang Cheng was actually offering it food. Zhu Juyin curiously sniffed the can, then disdainfully covered its nose with a paw. What is that? It looks gross. This is for Air Shao. Jiang Cheng pushed Zhu Juyin back, gently patting the Icefire Demon Hound's head, a smile playing on his lips. It's delicious, give it a try. Woof! Air Shao hesitated, but seeing Jiang Cheng's expectant gaze, it reluctantly licked the paste. It was rare for its master to offer food. Even if it tasted bad, it felt obliged to try. However, as soon as the Icefire Demon Hound tasted it, its eyes lit up. It was incredibly delicious, far better than the skewers. Air Shah immediately dug in, devouring the black paste with gusto. Is it really that good? Zhu Juyin was taken aback and couldn't resist sneaking a lick. As the Ice and Fire Demon Hound swallowed the last bite of the supreme beast food can, its aura suddenly surged. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, thinking to himself that the 5 material fragments were well spent. I didn't get any. Zhu Juyin looked dejected, its tiny claws tugging at Jiang Cheng's pant leg. It blinked its bright dragon eyes, acting cute as it said, "Brother Jiang Cheng, do you have more?" "No more." Jiang Cheng shrugged innocently, finding Zhu Juin's disappointed expression somewhat amusing. Beside him, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle, softly commenting, "The young master's beasts are quite adorable." The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Jiang Cheng and Lin Yan arrived at the Triangle Slaughter Arena. The air was thick with tension, as if heralding the fierce battles to come. "Young master, I want to try too," Lin Yan suddenly declared, his tone filled with determination. It was clear this was a decision he had pondered deeply the night before. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, studying Lin Yan carefully. An 8-star battle lord's strength was indeed not weak, but in the Triangle Slaughter Arena, it wasn't much. Moreover, Lin Yan had raw strength but lacked combat experience and skills. Facing opponents of the same level could spell disaster for him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng said slowly, "With your current strength, it's best to start at the bronze level. As for the silver level, you're likely to die." Lin Yan was stunned by this, a wave of defiance surging within him. He thought to himself, "With my 8-star battle lord strength, I should be outstanding even at the silver level, surely better than a 1-star slaughter fighter." Sensing Lin Yan's thoughts, Jiang Cheng gave him a meaningful look and said, "Level doesn't equate to strength." The words were like a bucket of cold water over Lin Yan's head. He took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. "Thank you for the reminder, young master." As they conversed, the host's excited voice echoed throughout the arena once more. Next match, 9,527 versus 7,612. The crowd was even more packed than usual today, partly because Jiang Cheng had successfully challenged the silver level from the bronze level yesterday, becoming a legend in the slaughter arena, and partly because his opponent today was quite famous. Yingxing Chong, a silver 9th rank slaughter fighter. His beast was a golden giant ant, its body exuding a metallic sheen, with a terrifying maw that still had traces of crimson flesh, making one shudder. Jiang Cheng glanced over, and lines of data immediately appeared in his mind. Beast name, Golden Mandible Iron Ant. Beast level, Gold 6-star. Beast quality, mid-grade candidate. Beast skills, Invincible Iron Armor.lv2, Death Bite.lv2, Mental Resonance.lv1. Beast state, Berserk. Beast attributes, Strength Mental. Beast description, a unique ant-type beast with strong defense and perfect strength, possessing weak mental control, likes to lift heavy objects, eats sugar. Afraid of being enveloped in water. Evolution paths, 16 available. Jiang Cheng was suddenly taken aback, not by the formidable attributes of the Golden Mandible Iron Ant, but because he noticed the system's data box had become more detailed. Not only were the skills described with levels, but the beast's characteristics, preferences, and weaknesses were also more thoroughly detailed. Yingxing Chong seemed to notice Jiang Cheng's gaze. His lips moved slightly, then he made a gesture at his neck. Crack. The Golden Mandible Iron Ant emitted a low, raspy screech, like 2 rusty iron rods grinding intensely, causing the nearby audience members' eardrums to buzz. The host's voice rang out again, filled with excitement. "I think everyone knows these 2 fighters, so I won't introduce them further. The slaughter is about to begin. Will the season's silver 9th rank 8612 win, or will the newcomer Dark Horse 9527 create another miracle? The battle will tell us." The audience erupted, voices of support rising one after another. 8612, Invincible. Xingchang God, crush this kid. 9527, go for it. 95-27. I love you. Screw you. Ing will definitely win. The gamblers in the crowd were already readied, scrambling to place their bets, as if this battle determined their life and death. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and greed, as everyone held their breath, waiting for the thrilling showdown to begin. The familiar cold and deep melody began to play again, signaling the prelude to a battle. Ing Xingchang squinted his eyes, cautiously observing his opponent without making a hasty move. In front of him stood a massive golden mandible iron ant, its thick antennae slightly trembling, and its beady compound eyes fiercely staring at the ice-fire demon hound across from it. Jiang Cheng gently patted the head of Air Shah, speaking calmly. Let's end this quickly. He was well aware that the strength of a beast was not solely determined by its level. Quality was equally crucial. High-quality beasts often excelled in physical fitness, innate skills, and domain pressure compared to lower-quality ones. This was one of the reasons Air Shah could often challenge opponents above its level. Fortunately, the golden mandible iron ant before them was not of royal quality. Otherwise, Air Shah might not withstand even one round. The ice-fire demon hound showed no fear facing the giant ant, nearly 3 times its size. It let out a long howl to the sky, and its body underwent a dramatic transformation. Muscles bulged, scales aligned distinctly, and its horns extended suddenly, exuding a powerful draconic aura. It had once again entered its formidable dragon transformation state. The audience erupted in excitement, and the host enthusiastically commented, "Oh my goodness! Beast number 9527 has immediately entered a berserk state, clearly intending to finish this quickly. But will number 8612 allow it?" Among the crowd, discussions buzzed. Wow, this guy is really bold. Ing Xingchang isn't Guangjin. He was once a big shot in the golden tier. It's hard to say, this white dog is a dragon-type beast. If I'm not mistaken, its berserk skill should have an all-around enhancement effect. Wow, an all-around enhancement? Isn't that a talent skill that usually only beasts of at least royal quality possess? Some sharp-eyed observers had already noticed the extraordinary nature of the ice-fire demon hound, and while many were amazed, they weren't overly shocked. After all, in a powerhouse-filled place like Luochuan, while royal quality beasts were rare, they weren't unheard of. Yang Tianbao, sitting atop the massive head of a dark night python, observed the fierce battle below with a deep gaze. This chubby boy murmured to himself, not just royal quality. It might be imperial quality. This person is not simple. He then grinned, gently stroking the scales of the dark night python beneath him. But you're not bad either, Xiaohe. Once we enter the Dragon Lake's secret realm, I'm confident I can help you reach imperial quality. The dark night python let out a joyful hiss, its scales quivering slightly, clearly filled with anticipation at its master's words. On the battlefield, the dragon-transformed ice-fire demon hound had doubled in size, its menacing sharp claws relentlessly striking the golden mandible iron ant's armor. However, the ant's defense was astonishing, its iron armor producing a metallic clang under the fierce assault. Air Shah's attacks were all deflected, leaving only shallow white marks on the opponent. A cold smile appeared on Ing Xingchang's face, his tone filled with mockery. A mere silver tear, thinking it can break through the iron armor of a golden mandible iron ant? Foolish, he was confident, recalling how the golden mandible iron ant had previously outlasted several golden tier combatants with its formidable defense. He believed that once the ice-fire demon hound exited its dragon transformation state, its fate would be sealed. The ice-fire demon hound roared in frustration. Neither clawing nor biting could inflict substantial damage on the stubborn giant ant. The golden mandible iron ant's iron armor, shimmering with a silvery sheen, was like an impenetrable shell, effortlessly neutralizing Air Shah's countless attacks. At that moment, the little head of Zhu Jiuyin peeked out from Jiang Cheng's pocket, eagerly rubbing its tiny paws and saying, "Jiang Cheng, can Air Shah handle this? If not, let me try." Jiang Cheng expressionlessly pushed Zhu Jiuyin's head back, suddenly issuing a command to the ice-fire demon hound on the field. "Air Shah, try freezing it." The ice-fire demon hound paused, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes, but then it suddenly understood. It opened its massive mouth and spewed out a cloud of icy mist, enveloping the golden-jawed iron ant like an invisible net in an instant. Crack! A piercing shriek tore through the air as the golden-jawed iron ant's limbs and head emerged from its iron armor, writhing and twisting. The icy mist wrapped around it like water, with remarkable effect. Even the mutated golden-jawed iron ant couldn't withstand the terror of being surrounded by water. Its roars echoed throughout the arena, filled with both fear and anger. As its entire body was about to be frozen, the golden-jawed iron ant mustered all its strength, opening its menacing mandibles to fiercely bite the ice-fire demon hound. This was its level 2 death bite skill, with an immensely powerful bite force. However, the ice-fire demon hound wasn't afraid at all. In its dragon-transformed state, both its strength and defense had reached astonishing levels. Nonetheless, the golden-jawed iron ant's attack was not to be underestimated. Rip! A tooth-grinding tearing sound was heard. The golden-jawed iron ant's sharp teeth managed to break through the scales on the ice-fire demon hound's back, biting off a chunk of flesh. The ice-fire demon hound roared in pain, its eyes turning red as its dragon claws gripped the golden-jawed iron ant's head tightly. Its gaze was filled with fury. "You bite me, I'll tear your head off." Crack! The golden-jawed iron ant let out a harrowing scream as its head was forcibly pulled from its body under the immense strength of the dragon claw. My God! 9527's beast is gaining the upper hand. The commentator's excited voice rang out again, and the crowd erupted with boos and fervent shouts. Xingchang's face was ominously dark. Through the beast master contract, he could clearly feel the pain of the golden-jawed iron ant. If this continued, it would be a dead end. He took a deep breath, his gaze cold as he looked at Jiang Cheng. As long as he dealt with the beast master, everything would fall apart. Xingchang quickly analyzed the situation. The boy in front of him seemed unremarkable, likely not having trained in the warrior's path. Yet, he himself was not only a battle sovereign but also possessed the power feedback from the golden-jawed iron ant. Once he got close, this boy would be dead for sure. With this thought, Xingchang sprang into action. His entire skin suddenly glowed with a silvery sheen, and his fist punched through the air, aiming directly for Jiang Cheng's temple. If this strike landed, the consequences would be dire. Wow, that's despicable. Can't beat the beast, so he resorts to attacking the master. Xingchang is a battle sovereign. 9527 is doomed this time. Unbelievable, what a scoundrel. I can already see 9527's head bursting. The crowd was in an uproar, most of them despising Xingchang's actions. To them, the battle between beast masters should be settled by their beasts, and using warriors' path strength to ambush was no real skill. However, some battle-hardened fighters scoffed. In their eyes, these people were just talking without any real understanding. In the arena of slaughter, the loser often faced death, and no one held back for some so-called bottom line. No matter the method, defeating the opponent was the ultimate rule. Jiang Cheng, feeling the wind of the approaching punch, merely looked up with a faint smile. This scene froze the sneer on Xingchang's face, and a wave of inexplicable panic washed over him. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Xingchang's fist stopped just 3 inches from Jiang Cheng's temple, as if it had hit an invisible wall. My God! 9527 effortlessly blocked 8612's full power strike. The commentator exclaimed once more, and the entire audience was stunned, eyes fixed on this moment in shock. Jiang Cheng easily grasped Xingchang's wrist and flung him to the ground. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Xingchang hit the ground, but surprisingly, he didn't seem severely injured. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Interesting. He noticed that Xingchang's defense was unusually strong at this moment. Kid, you can't beat me. Xingchang got up from the ground, a sinister grin on his face. With his skin gleaming like silver, he indeed resembled an angry silver gorilla. With a roar, Xingchang's muscles bulged, and his skin shimmered with a strange silver light. In front of Jiang Cheng, a line of data suddenly appeared. Xingchang, human, 3-star battle lord, gold tier beast master. Current status, enraged, activating the beast feedback skill, iron armor steel fist, LV1. Skill effect, arm enhancement 300, strength enhancement 300. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow in surprise, as if discovering a new world. Beast feedback skill, he murmured thoughtfully. However, his contemplation was quickly interrupted. Seeing Jiang Cheng ignore him, Xingchang was furious. Damn you! Die! He roared, his right arm swelling several times its size, veins bulging, and a punch tearing through the air toward Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He despised being disturbed while thinking. His right hand moved lightly, a seemingly casual slap carrying immense power. Crack! A sharp sound of bone breaking was followed by Xingchang's piercing scream. His right arm hung limply, clearly rendered useless. Meanwhile, the roar of the golden-jawed iron ant echoed from the other side. The ice-fire demon hound's ferocious dragon claws tore open its iron armor, twisting off its head. Whiteball splattered as its life ebbed away. The death of his beast dealt a fatal blow to Xingchang. His face turned ashen, he spat a mouthful of black blood, and fainted on the spot. Oh my God! This battle! 9527 wins. The announcer regained his composure and shouted excitedly. The audience erupted in fervent cheers. 9527. 9527. 9527. Of course, mixed in were the angry curses of those who had bet against him. Jiang Cheng's expression shifted as he approached the corpse of the golden-jawed iron ant. A system notification sounded. Ding! Beast material discovered, steel armor. Can be synthesized, can be decomposed into 10 material fragments. Decompose, Jiang Cheng thought. and the system store balance immediately increased by 10 material fragments. At this moment, the Icefire Demon Hound nudged Jiang Cheng's pant leg, showing its back wound. Candle Juin also looked sympathetic, saying, "Poor guy. That golden-jawed iron ant bit off a piece of his back. Luckily the scales protected him. If it had bitten the spine, it would have been over." "Go rest," Jiang Cheng said, soothingly patting the Icefire Demon Hound's head, pondering the beast feedback power. Lin Yan approached, looking both nervous and excited. "Young master, after 2 more matches, it's my turn." This was his first chance to showcase his strength, determined not to disappoint Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng patted Lin Yan's shoulder, saying simply, "Do your best, don't underestimate your opponent." If he couldn't handle even a bronze-tier match, he wasn't fit to be his follower. "Yes." Lin Yan clenched his fist, eyes shining with determination. He had carefully watched several matches today and gained some insights into combat. At that moment, Yang Tianbao walked over with a smile, complimenting, as expected of brother Jiang, winning so easily. Jiang Cheng glanced at the stranger beside him and suddenly asked, "Can your beast feedback power to you?" Yang Tianbao was taken aback by this unexpected question, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Of course it can. As long as you sign the spirit contract, a beast master can receive part of the beast's power. However, some mysterious type beasts might be exceptions." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily fell on the Icefire Demon Hound next to Jiang Cheng, his eyes narrowing. "Brother Jiang," Yang Tianbao said, eyeing the unusual beast with a hint of suspicion in his voice, "don't tell me you haven't received any feedback power? This guy doesn't look like a mysterious type beast." Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over the dazed Icefire Demon Hound beside him. It dawned on him that he had never signed a spirit contract, which explained why he always felt different from other beastmasters. At that moment, the Icefire Demon Hound tilted its head, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. It seemed to mistakenly think its master had noticed its injuries, hoping to taste that delicious canned food from yesterday again. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't respond, Yang Tianbao wasn't upset. Instead, he asked with great interest, "Brother Jiang, was the poison wolf killed by you?" He continued to explain, "Just yesterday, the poison wolf's name suddenly disappeared from the Hall of Life and Death's Earth list. There are only 2 possibilities for this. Either he was pushed off the list by someone else, or he perished." Yang Tianbao looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile, not surprised that he could kill the poison wolf, but more interested in the details. "You know, the poison wolf is famous for his escape skills. Many in the underworld are aware of this," Yang Tianbao said, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Brother Jiang, what method did you use to kill him?" Jiang Cheng was taken aback by the question and nodded non-committally, while also wondering, "You know his identity?" Yang Tianbao looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. "Of course I do. Don't you know, Brother Jiang? Hasn't he already taken on the task to kill you?" "What task?" Jiang Cheng looked bewildered, clearly unaware of the situation. Seeing this, Yang Tianbao's expression turned peculiar, and he helplessly held his forehead. "Oh dear, it seems you don't know you've already been listed on the blood kill list." Yang Tianbao explained the significance of the blood kill list and the existence of the Hall of Life and Death to Jiang Cheng in just a minute with concise and powerful language. Jiang Cheng merely responded with a calm, showing no particular surprise at the news. He pondered internally, suspecting that the mastermind behind his addition to the blood kill list was none other than the Luochuan Chai family backing Chai Qingyun. Only such a powerful family could trace his whereabouts so quickly and place such a high bounty on his head. Jiang Cheng frowned and asked, "Will this bounty remain indefinitely?" His tone carried a hint of impatience, clearly not wanting to be delayed by assassins as he was busy searching for Shun Yunyun's whereabouts. Yang Tianbao shook his head slightly, his tone becoming more meaningful. "It won't be there forever. Tasks on the blood kill list usually have only 3 attempts. However," he paused, then continued, "the Hall of Life and Death has a 3 strikes rule. On the 3rd attempt, an envoy from the Hall will personally take action. Historically, only 5 people have safely been removed from the blood kill list." Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed as he asked directly, "How strong is the envoy?" Yang Tianbao lowered his voice while closely observing Jiang Cheng's reaction. "The weakest is a 4-star battle king, while the strongest can reach the level of a platinum beastmaster." However, Jiang Cheng's reaction was disappointing. He remained unfazed and merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Jiang Cheng recalled the platinum beast masters he encountered at the Zhulong ruins. At that time, with the power of the Zhulong essence under his control, he hadn't regarded them as threats. Suddenly, Yang Tianbao spoke up. "Actually, after you earned the slaughter medal, the Hall of Life and Death might not dare to act against you easily." He puffed up with pride. "Even the Hall of Life and Death has to show some respect to those protected by the slaughter arena." Noticing a hint of surprise on Jiang Cheng's face, Yang Tianbao was secretly pleased. This normally stoic guy finally showed some emotion. He cleared his throat, about to say more, when a booming electronic voice interrupted from above. The celestial slaughter match is about to begin. The Night King will face off against the Sunluo King and the Red Flame Prince. This is also the Night King's 50th consecutive victory match. Yang Tianbao was momentarily stunned, then seemed to realize something and cursed. Damn, why was I scheduled earlier? Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he turned to Jiang Cheng with a smile. Jiang, I'll be back soon. Do you want to watch the match? Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and replied calmly. Depends on my mood. Yang Tianbao didn't say much more, mounting his Dark Knight Python and ascending rapidly along the rock wall. The celestial slaughter match was held only on the topmost level. Just then, Zhu Jiuyin's voice suddenly chimed in. That little snake is so dumb. Jiang Cheng responded with a puzzled, and pulled Zhu Jiuyin's little head out. Zhu Jiuyin continued. It doesn't even know how much money its owner has. Jiang Cheng asked with a half-smile. So why are you bringing this up? Zhu Jiuyin scratched its head sheepishly with its little paws and chuckled. I was thinking of helping you make some money. Jiang Cheng ignored the little creature, focusing instead on the wound on the back of the Icefire Demon Hound. With a thought, the system's shop page appeared before him. Finally, his gaze settled on a particular item. Item name, Enhanced Dog Skin Plaster. Item effect. Accelerates the healing of all external injuries, with unbeatable results, and has some effect on internal injuries as well. Item price, 3 material fragments. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng clicked to exchange. A dog skin plaster the size of a wash basin appeared in his hand. Without a word, he applied the plaster directly to Ershaw's wound. The magical plaster adhered to the wound on the back of the Icefire Demon Hound and immediately demonstrated astonishing healing effects. Jiang Cheng watched intently as the missing flesh began to wriggle, granulation tissue rapidly grew, and the wound healed at a visibly accelerated pace. In just a few minutes, Jiang Cheng carefully peeled off the plaster, amazed to find the wound completely healed, leaving only a faint scar and a few missing scales. Incredible, Jiang Cheng marveled to himself. This effect rivals some of the most revered healing elixirs. Although the Icefire Demon Hound's powerful dragon bloodline played a role, the enhanced plaster's effect was undeniably astounding. Knowing it only cost 3 material fragments in the system shop, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look forward to exploring other system goods. Next, Jiang Cheng decided to establish a spirit contract. He gently patted Ershaw's head, and the contract details quickly surfaced in his mind. Without hesitation, he bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood hover in the air. Under the control of his innate true essence, the blood condensed into threads, forming an octagonal array. If this scene were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the field of contracts. It was well known that contract arrays typically required a medium to take effect, yet Jiang Cheng managed to succeed using only blood as the medium and the void as the carrier. With my blood, I bind you to an unbreakable eternal pact. Jiang Cheng softly recited the words from the spirit contract book. In an instant, the array and the void shone brilliantly. The central formation remained still while the outer octagon began to rotate. A stream of light flashed and entered the Icefire Demon Hound's head. Jiang Cheng immediately felt something new deep within his soul, slender chains connecting him to another unfamiliar spiritual force. I want kin food. A naive voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. No kin food, Jiang Cheng thought in response, teasingly. The Icefire Demon Hound was startled, its paws flailing as if it had seen a ghost. It was shocked to realize Jiang Cheng could understand its speech. Jiang Cheng ignored the silly creature, closed his eyes, and quietly sensed the power feedback from Ershaw. Moments later, he exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. The gains from this were substantial. The feedback from the Icefire Demon Hound manifested in 2 main areas. Firstly, Jiang Cheng's strength and physical resilience increased significantly, reaching about 1/5 of the Icefire Demon Hound's own strength. Notably, this was a pure physical enhancement, meaning Jiang Cheng could match ordinary non-power type gold tier beasts in raw physical strength alone, without using innate true essence. Secondly, Jiang Cheng acquired a trait from the Icefire Demon Hound resistance to both ice and fire. This feedback ability was extremely powerful, reducing the effect of any fire or ice attribute attacks to just 10. Jiang Cheng estimated that even if faced with ice and fire dual attribute skills below the gold tier, he could stand still and feel nothing more than a tickle. Such is the feedback from a royal class beast, Jiang Cheng mused, turning his gaze to the Zhujiao in his pocket. Curious about what abilities this little creature might grant him, he unhesitatingly drew another spirit contract. What are you doing? Zhu Jiaoyin looked bewildered at the scene. A stream of light entered its small head, but unexpectedly, the contract failed to establish. Unable to sign the contract? Could it be because the level is too high? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, gently pinching the back of Zhu Jiyin's neck. The little creature immediately blushed, hurriedly covering its belly with its tiny paws, and whispered, Brother Jiang, this position is too embarrassing. Can we change it? Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at the little creature. Oh, what position would you prefer? Before he finished speaking, he had already tossed Zhu Juyin back into his pocket. He thought to himself that it might be because Zhu Juyin's level or bloodline was too high, beyond the scope of the spirit contract. Just then, Ershaw's voice suddenly rang out, having evidently established smooth communication with its master. Jiang Cheng, I want canned food. As soon as it spoke, Zhu Juyin poked its head out of the pocket, eyes shining with anticipation. Canned food? I want some too. Jiang Cheng looked at the two foodies and couldn't help but smile. He feigned seriousness, adopting a tone of earnest advice. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Want to eat? Buy it with your own money, Zhu Juyin said with a hint of grievance. But, didn't I help you earn 150,000 gold coins before? Ershaw nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, Exactly, exactly. Jiang Cheng glanced at the little creatures and casually made up an excuse. This canned food is made with special meat bits, not something that can be measured in gold coins. The two naive foodies immediately believed him, foolishly asking, Is that why it's so delicious? What should we trade for it then? Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment and said, Let's see how you perform. Win 5 matches, and I'll reluctantly give you 1 can. After all, my stock is limited. Win 5 matches. The dragon and the mythical creature both counted on their paws, seemingly thinking it wasn't too much. Zhu Juyin's big eyes rolled, and it suddenly exclaimed, 1 can is too little. It's not enough. Jiang Cheng saw the little creature bargaining and couldn't help but laugh. He said calmly, All right, let's change it. Win 10 matches, and I'll give you 2 cans. But if I have to step in, it counts as a loss. 10 matches, 2 cans. Ershaw started calculating seriously with its paws again, confident in its ability to handle simple arithmetic. Suddenly, it shouted in dissatisfaction, You're lying. Shouldn't 10 matches be worth 6 cans? Jiang Cheng's face twitched slightly, too lazy to argue with the silly creature. Just then, the bronze-level slaughter match began. Jiang Cheng's attention was suddenly drawn to the arena, where it was Lin Yan's turn. Despite having watched several slaughter matches from the audience, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous once he was on stage. However, upon seeing his opponent, he relaxed slightly. The opponent was only a 1-star war venerable, while he was 7 stars higher. Surely, he wouldn't lose. The announcer briefly declared, In this match, number 9686 will face number 9732, and promptly announced the start of the slaughter match. Number 9686, Lin Yan's opponent, was a lean man with long arms, cautiously eyeing Lin Yan without making the first move. Lin Yan clenched his fists, unleashing his surging battle energy without holding back. The lean man's face changed drastically, cursing inwardly. With that kind of strength, why aren't you in the silver tier instead of bullying us in bronze? The surrounding spectators lost interest, as a 7-star difference meant a one-sided match, leaving little to watch. Only some gamblers who had bet on number 9686 were disgruntled, cursing Lin Yan. Damn, this guy's just here to bully us. What a freak, made me lose another 500 gold coins. What are you waiting for, kid? Crush that scrawny monkey. Kill him. Kill him. Impatient roars erupted from the audience, their urging like a tidal wave crashing onto the arena. Lin Yan stood on the stage, trembling all over. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He gathered all his battle energy, concentrating it in his fist, and launched a fierce blow at the wiry man opposite him. The wiry man saw this, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This kid didn't even know how to use basic combat skill set was an insult to him. He easily dodged Lin Yan's clumsy attack, his leg whipping like a long lash towards Lin Yan's side. Caught off guard, Lin Yan had no time to react. With a loud thud, the wiry man's leg struck his side heavily. Although it was merely a probing strike, it left Lin Yan's waist numb, stumbling a few steps and nearly falling. The spectators were dumbfounded. An 8-star battle sovereign being overpowered by a 1-star battle sovereign? The scene was utterly astonishing. The wiry man squinted, observing Lin Yan's panicked expression closely, and suddenly had a hunch this kid seemed to have no real combat experience. Deciding to test his theory again, he swiftly conjured a long sword of battle energy between his hands, slashing it towards Lin Yan. Faced with the ferocious attack, Lin Yan didn't know how to respond. He could only instinctively wrap his arms in battle energy to withstand the strike. With a dull boom, Lin Yan was forced back several steps once more. The audience erupted with laughter and ridicule. Is this kid a waste? Being suppressed by a 1-star battle sovereign. He can't even shape his battle energy. His 8-star level must have been achieved through drugs. Haha, now this is interesting. Hearing the discussions around him, the wiry man felt ecstatic. This was a golden opportunity for fame. Defeating someone 7 stars above him was something even the prodigies of the battle path couldn't achieve. Without any hesitation, his attacks became more ferocious, his figure like lightning, launching relentless assaults on Lin Yan. Blades of battle energy continuously bombarded Lin Yan. His arms were soon marked with cuts, his face pale and weak. The constant taunts, insults, and jeers echoing in his ears filled Lin Yan with despair. He remembered the past taunts from the Su family. A waste will always be a waste. I really am a waste. Lin Yan sighed softly, his heart filled with darkness. Being beaten by someone 7 stars below him, perhaps, he was the only battle sovereign to experience such humiliation. Watching from a distance, Jiang Cheng shook his head slightly. At this moment, Lin Yan was like a child with adult strength, lacking any combat skills and only able to take blows passively. Die! The wiry man sneered, his arms waving with a hint of agility. He leaped high like a long-armed ape, diving towards Lin Yan. This was a special form of power accumulation, compressing immense strength together like a heavy hammer crashing down. Lin Yan looked up, his face pale as paper. His mind went blank, not knowing how to counter this fatal strike. At this critical moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Gather your energy and focus. It was Jiang Cheng's voice, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Concentrate your power, break his defense. Jiang Cheng's concise and powerful instructions were like a ray of light cutting through the darkness. Lin Yan gritted his teeth and immediately followed. The battle energy within Lin Yan roared like a wild beast, reaching its peak in an instant. With a mere thought, a broad-bladed greatsword materialized in his hand. I am not worthless, Lin Yan shouted in his heart, transforming his long-held despair, humiliation, and self-doubt into a fierce sword aura, which he slashed out with force. The sword light flashed, and blood splattered, the warm liquid spraying onto Lin Yan's face. The broad-bladed greatsword effortlessly severed the thin man's arms and split open his chest. Lin Yan could clearly see the dark red organs inside the man's body. How could this be? The thin man managed to utter weakly before life left him. The winner of this battle is 9,732, the announcer declared. The crowd erupted into wild cheers, starkly contrasting with their earlier mockery. Lin Yan looked down at the thin man's corpse, his face pale, stomach churning. So, a human life is so worthless, he murmured, his heart shaken. The scene shifts to Dragon Lake. Since its mysterious resurgence, the lake has expanded to an astonishing size, covering thousands of square meters, and continues to grow. It has become a habitat for countless mythical beasts, with high-ranking ones appearing frequently, each with a complex lineage. The outer areas are often frequented by gold-ranked beasts, while the inner regions are the domain of platinum-ranked ones. Rumor has it that a terrifying beast resides in the core area, reigning as the overlord of Dragon Lake. At this moment, on the shimmering surface of the lake's outskirts, a massive scarlet fish eagle is searching for prey from above. Suddenly, it spots a giant sturgeon below and prepares to dive. Boom! A massive wave suddenly rises. Goo goo! The scarlet fish eagle lets out a terrified screech, as if its throat is being clenched. As the spray clears, a grotesque and fearsome beast's head emerges, as large as a train engine. Its body is covered with ice-blue spiked scales, and its enormous green eyes, the size of water barrels, rotate without a blind spot. Just a cold glance from it frightens the gold-ranked fish eagle into a lifeless fall into the water. The secret realm will open soon. We can go back and rest, says a figure that has appeared atop the blue beast's head. It is a tall, middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious dark black robes, with deep-set eyes and a hint of fatigue between his brows. Year after year, I wonder when this will end. Roar! The blue beast lets out a lengthy roar, swaying its giant tail as it leisurely swims towards Luochuan. Finally, the story turns to the city of Holy Light. This ancient city, where the deity of light was said to have fallen, has now become the holy city of the Church of Light. It boasts 1 million followers, with powerful individuals as numerous as clouds, comparable to a small civilized nation. Although it is not within the territory of the Donghua Empire, the Evernight Emperor frequently dispatches troops to try and destroy the city. However, due to its strategic location deep within the Beiwang Mountains, making it easy to defend and hard to attack, each assault has ended in failure. In the Holy City, a massive and majestic structure stands tall, its golden and resplendent exterior shimmering in the sunlight. This is the central hub of the Church of Light Dawn Ocean and the tallest building in the entire city. Inside the Grand Hall, Wenren Guaner, dressed in a flawless white gown, kneels on a cushion, her delicate brows lowered as she attentively listens to the elder before her. The high priest, with a serious expression and piercing gaze, gradually shifts the conversation from small talk to more serious matters. The Dragon Lake secret realm, as one of the sources of the mysterious resurgence, harbors great dangers within. Remember these 3 points for your journey, Holy Maiden. The high priest's voice suddenly becomes low and solemn. Wenren Guaner lifts her head, a trace of seriousness flashing in her beautiful eyes, as she waits for him to continue. First, if you encounter a beast, repel it rather than kill it, the high priest says, his brows furrowed and tone grave. Wenren Guaner does not question the reasoning, but nods solemnly, clearly trusting the elder deeply. Second, Relic treasures are for those with fate. Do not seize them by force. The high priest continues. Despite her inner doubts, Wenren Guaner respectfully agrees. As for the third point, I will tell you when you set off. The high priest smiles, his aged face wrinkling further, casting a profound look at Wenren Guaner. Then I shall take my leave. Wenren Guaner, noticing the elder's fatigue, performs an unusual gesture before gracefully exiting the inner hall. Upon stepping out, Wenren Guaner immediately resumes her composed demeanor as the aloof holy maiden. She coldly asks the maid beside her, "Have you found information on that person?" The maid in a black dress respectfully replies, reporting to the holy maiden, "We have a general idea. That person seems to be in Luochuan now, but it appears he's been listed on the blood kill list." The blood kill list. Wenren Guaner raises an eyebrow, then coolly orders, "Inform the Hall of Life and Death that this matter now falls under the church's jurisdiction." Understood. The maid nods solemnly, observing Wenren Guaner's expression and quietly adds, "Holy maiden, the Kunlun Saint's beast reached platinum level today." Wenren Guaner's expression remains unchanged, but her starry eyes grow colder. Her red lips press tightly together, her tone firm. "No matter, my journey to the Dragon Lake's secret realm will surely elevate the bright serpent once more." She gazes into the distance, her slender fingers unconsciously clenching, and a faint smile appears on her exquisite face, as if recalling something. Meanwhile, the Song family of Tianhe receives an unexpected visitor. A weathered-looking young man appears at the door, accompanied by a massive golden flaming lion. This lion, as tall as a small mountain, makes a metallic sound with its sharp claws on the ground, its bell-sized eyes glowing with a cold light, exuding an intimidating aura. The young master has returned. Tianjua, quickly inform the master. Young Master Tianjua has finally returned from his travels. The servants cheer excitedly. In no time, members of the Song family rush out to welcome him. "Haha, cousin Tianjua, you're finally back. Nephew, how was your journey these years? Tianjua, you've lost weight." Seeing these familiar faces, Song Tianjua smiles, but he soon notices his brother's absence. He asks in confusion, "Mother, where is Tianza?" The lively scene falls silent instantly. Song's mother, her eyes reddening, shows a look of unbearable sorrow, as if she cannot bear to bring up this painful subject. At that moment, a deep and powerful voice comes from inside the house. "He is dead." Roar, roar, roar. A massive white-furred bear, nearly 10 meters tall, let out a pitiful howl. Its gigantic body was covered in deep wounds, with a fatal gash across its chest. The bear collapsed with a thud, shaking the entire arena. Its master, suffering the backlash of the spirit contract, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Seeing its opponent defeated, the Icefire Demon Hound finally stopped. It extended its long tongue to lick the blood off its claws. Though it was also covered in wounds, its once pristine scales battered after numerous fierce battles, the powerful bloodline of the hound race endowed it with remarkable healing abilities. "Oh yeah, 2 more cans." Zhu Jiuyin poked its little head out from the demon hound's back, excitedly waving its paws. It had played a crucial role in these dozens of consecutive victories. Airsha was responsible for close combat, while it secretly unleashed its true dragon domain. The dragon and hound working in perfect harmony. "My goodness, it's unbelievable. The Northern Bear King was defeated so easily," the announcer exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. "This battle, the Underworld King wins." He continued, "In the next match, the Underworld King will face Tiansha, another contestant at the Golden Rank 9. If the Underworld King wins again, he will become the second fighter in nearly a decade to qualify for the 72-win challenge." The audience erupted in cheers. The Underworld King is unbeatable. Wow, what a fierce fighter. To achieve 48 consecutive wins in 3 days, Tiansha is likely to lose too. Not necessarily. Tiansha is the only non-beastmaster at the Golden Rank. I think he might just counter that big white dog. No more talking, gotta buy tickets. This match is gonna be epic. Underworld King, I love you. I want to have your babies. The Underworld King was the alias Jiang Cheng casually picked after becoming a Golden Rank Slayer, but now it had become the hottest name in the entire Triangle Slaughter arena. Jiang Cheng walked off the stage with a blank expression, greeted by countless eyes filled with heat, awe, and admiration. Some wealthy young ladies, seeking thrills at the arena, cast flirtatious glances and sent people to inquire about Jiang Cheng's background. Some even offered a staggering sum of 10,000 gold coins a year to keep him. "Brother Jiang, you're quite the ladies' man." Yang Tianbao approached with a sly grin, lowering his voice mischievously. "Miss Lu said she'll be waiting for you in VIP room 506 at Yinxian Pavilion today, rain or shine. If you agree, she'll give you a Xianling Yupo crystal. TSK. That thing is a treasure, worth at least 30,000 gold coins on the market, and it's hard to come by." Jiang Cheng glanced at the chubby guy and suddenly replied with a sarcastic smile, "Why don't you go? I would love to, but she's not interested in me." Yang Tianbao patted his belly, feeling wronged. Ignoring him, Jiang Cheng walked straight ahead, ready to enjoy the privileges of a golden-ranked Slayer complimentary VIP accommodation around the Triangle Slaughter Arena. Master, Lin Yan hurriedly caught up, his body bearing several wounds, but not looking defeated. In these 3 days, he too had hovered between life and death, advancing from bronze rank 1 to silver rank, facing countless dangers. The most perilous was a battle against a golden-ranked beastmaster, where he almost died to the claws of an ice spider crab. His chest was torn open by sharp crab claws, but fortunately, his heart was unharmed. The beastmaster seemed to be in a good mood that day, or perhaps out of respect for Jiang Cheng, spared his life. Through these trials, Lin Yan's demeanor had matured, becoming more composed and decisive. He was gradually adapting to his surging strength, now only lacking in combat technique training. Let's head back, Jiang Cheng said, casting him a glance with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Jiang Cheng and Air Shah continued down the path, with the latter constantly extending his paws, sticking out his tongue with a silly grin, and holding up 2 fingers as if to remind them of something. Jiang Cheng glanced at this simpleton, then suddenly stopped, his expression turning serious. Ahead, a chaotic noise reached them, clattering armor, the neighing of strange beasts, and the sound of synchronized footsteps. Only then did Lin Yan snap back to reality, his face changing drastically. Outside the triangular arena, a troop of soldiers had appeared at some point, each clad in cyan gold armor, wielding long spears, and riding hybrid wolf-horse beasts. Though few in number, each soldier was an elite. This was the highest echelon of Qinghe Prefecture's military power, the Prince's Inner Guard, the only force in Luochuan superior to the city garrison. The beasts they rode were called Yunbingma beasts, possessing top-tier bloodlines. These creatures had bodies as tough as iron, claws as sharp as wolves, and could adapt to any harsh terrain. Even the weakest among this group of Yunbingma beasts had a formidable golden 5-star strength, exuding an aura of bloodthirstiness and indifference. Seize him, the commander of the Prince's Inner Guard barked, his eyes as sharp as knives, as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yan. The sound of swords being drawn was crisp and powerful. Dozens of the Prince's Inner Guard, riding their Yunbingma beasts, began to encircle Jiang Cheng and his companion, their sharp spears blocking any escape route. The surrounding area erupted into a buzz. Gamblers emerging from the arena and passers-by on the street stopped to watch, their eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Who is this person to warrant the Prince's Inner Guard making an arrest in broad daylight? Whispered voices spread through the crowd. A few elegantly dressed noblewomen were also drawn to the scene. Suddenly, a woman in a pale yellow dress glanced at Lin Yan and chuckled. I know what's going on. Oh, Sister Wang, you know? Her companions eagerly asked, and the onlookers around perked up their ears. That man is the son-in-law of the Su family, Wang Jing said, pointing at Lin Yan with a knowing smile. The noblewomen beside her were momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled knowingly. Most of the onlookers remained puzzled, though a few understood the purpose of the Prince's Inner Guard's actions. Brother, what's going on? Why don't I know? Someone in the crowd asked, scratching their head and looking at the know-it-all next to them. The know-it-all gave the questioner a superior look. No need to explain. Those who know, know. Know what? Damn it. 2 men nearby retorted angrily, giving the know-it-all a couple of knocks on the head. We just hate show-offs like you. Ahem. Don't you remember the scandal from a few days ago? Someone finally couldn't resist explaining. With that, everyone suddenly understood, casting sympathetic glances at Lin Yan. That poor Su family son-in-law not only cheated on but also made a scapegoat. Feeling the fiery breath of the Yunbingma beasts, Lin Yan's eyes grew colder, and his battle energy slowly surged. Since relations with the Su family were already severed, there was no need for words, only a fight. In that tense moment, a hand rested on Lin Yan's shoulder, instantly suppressing his raging battle energy. Young master, Lin Yan looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. Jiang Cheng remained calm, explaining softly. It's all right, someone will step in for us. Just as he finished speaking, a violent aura erupted from the triangular arena. A giant serpent, black as night, soared into the sky, its body stretching for dozens of meters, exuding a terrifying presence. Following it, a team of guards in golden armor emerged in single file. These were the golden guards of the triangular arena, responsible for maintaining order within. Yang Tianbao stood atop the head of the Dark Knight Python, grinning as he addressed the guards of the royal mansion. Gentlemen, snatching people at the entrance of our slaughter arena is quite disrespectful, don't you think? Behind him, the gold-armored guards exuded a chilling aura, each possessing the power of a 9-star battle venerable, with the leader being a battle king. The captain of the mansion guards narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious, and replied lightly. This person is a wanted target of the mansion. I am merely following orders and have no intention of opposing the slaughter arena. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. The fact that the royal mansion guards, known for their power of life and death, showed such caution towards the slaughter arena confirmed the rumors. The background of the triangular slaughter arena was indeed formidable. Even the dominant Su family of Qinghe state had to show some deference. Yang Tianbao glanced at Lin Yin and suddenly laughed. Are you referring to this brother? If so, there's been a big misunderstanding. He is not the wanted criminal you speak of. He is a legitimate silver fighter of our triangular slaughter arena. Sir, that's not a funny joke. The captain's face turned cold, and his aura surged. He was a 3-star battle king, and his cloud horse beast beneath him let out a sharp, impatient screech, glaring at the group with blood-red eyes full of aggression. Despite the intimidating presence of the massive Dark Knight python, it showed no fear and even seemed eager to challenge it. This was a royal breed of cloud horse beast, possessing a powerful aura, likely at the 7 or 8-star gold level. I'm not joking, Yang Tianbao replied with a smile, but the Dark Knight python under him slowly descended, its purple vertical pupils coldly observing the cloud horse beasts, occasionally flicking its scarlet tongue with a hissing sound. Since he is a fighter of the slaughter arena, he should be under our protection as long as he is near the triangular slaughter arena. The battle king among the gold-armored guards also spoke coldly. Tension rose between the two sides, creating a chilling atmosphere. Lin Yin was utterly shocked, not expecting the chubby young man who often chatted with the young master to stand up for him, even summoning the elite of the slaughter arena gold-armored guards. It was evident that Yang Tianbao held a significant position in the triangular slaughter arena. Jiang Cheng, however, remained calm, hands clasped behind his back. As expected, Yang Tianbao's connection to the triangular slaughter arena was not as simple as it appeared. Just as the mansion guards were about to make a move, a low, thunderous roar echoed from above Luochuan, and a shadow appeared in the clouds, resembling a giant beast flying through the sky. The next moment, everyone felt a shadow cast over them. Look up, someone shouted in awe. In the sky, a colossal ice-blue crocodile soared, its wings spanning a vast expanse. The aura of this beast was terrifying, and a mere glance was enough to instill fear. Many low-level beast tamers in Luochuan city trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted as he focused on the giant crocodile. Beast name, Celestial Mystical Dragon Crocodile. Beast level, Platinum 9, Star Monarch. Beast quality, Supreme, King High Royal. Beast abilities, Extreme Ice LV4, Realm of the Dead LV4, Iron Armor LV6. Beast attributes, Extreme Ice Strength. Beast description, a hybrid from Ancient Dragon Marsh. Born from the union of a dragon and an ancient crocodile, inheriting a trace of the ancient dragon's talent, and possessing the invincible defense of the ancient crocodile. Cold by nature, it avoids strangers and enjoys basking in the sun by the shore. Jiang Cheng stared at the majestic Tianxian dragon crocodile soaring across the sky, secretly marveling at its presence. This mighty beast was undoubtedly the strongest he had encountered since arriving on Blue Star. He withdrew his gaze, furrowing his brows with a serious expression. If I were to face this Tianxian dragon crocodile, what are my chances of survival? 70%? 50? Or just 10? Jiang Cheng pondered. Being at the peak of innate strength is still too weak. There are still many threats on Blue Star. I need to reach the divine sea level quickly. He muttered to himself, while subconsciously stroking the 9-dragon soul-suppressing jade. Just then, Zhu Jiuyin peeked out its small head, speaking pitifully. Brother Jiang Cheng, if you give me enough canned food, I promise I'll be stronger than that big crocodile. Look how thin I am now. I can do it too. Air Shah raised its paw in agreement. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a slight, ambiguous smile. All right, as long as you can take it down, I'll give you 100 cans. Both creatures were momentarily taken aback. Zhu Jiuyin gestured with its little paw, indicating its small size compared to the large crocodile. Meanwhile, Air Shah showed an excited expression, glaring fiercely at the Tianxian dragon crocodile as if thinking, fortune favors the bold. The Tianxian dragon crocodile in the sky paused slightly, its massive green eyes rolling as if sensing something. However, it didn't pay much attention, as there were few beings in Qinghe state that posed a threat to it. At that moment, a middle-aged man in dark clothes atop the creature glanced downward with sharp eyes, his brows suddenly furrowing. He spoke softly, "Descend." As the Tianxian dragon crocodile slowly descended, various factions within Luochuan city were immediately stirred. It's Qinghe King's Tianxian dragon crocodile. Someone whispered in awe. After 3 years, Qinghe King's return meant some people's schemes were likely to fail, especially for the Chai, Wang, Gu, and Chao families. The giant beast landed without making a sound. Even though it restrained its aura, it still sent chills down people's spines. The guards of the royal mansion dismounted and knelt in respect. Your Highness. The Yunbing horse beast trembled, prostrate on the ground. The surrounding crowd held their breath and knelt in reverence. Even the night serpent, a top-tier royal beast, had its scales standing on end like blades, its purple vertical pupils showing extreme fear. Yang Tianbao felt a chill in his heart, his face solemn. Lin Yin stood behind Jiang Cheng, his gaze complicated, remaining silent. In Jiang Cheng's dark eyes, there was a hint of seriousness. This person is very strong. Su Luo stood atop the Tianxian dragon crocodile, hands behind his back, looking at the royal guards with a frown. Why are you here? The commander of the guards hesitated for a moment before speaking. To capture Lin Yan. It was the lady's order. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's expression immediately darkened. His gaze shifted to Lin Yan behind Jiang Cheng, the latter's eyes complex and silent. For what reason? Su Luo's voice was calm, yet carried an inherent authority. This. The commander knew the reason, but found it difficult to express. Qinghe King sneered. What? I've only been guarding Dragon Lake for 3 years, and my words are already losing weight. As he landed and walked unhurriedly, each step felt like it pressed on everyone's heart, his presence overwhelmingly imposing. The aura he exuded was terrifying. Everyone was shocked, feeling as if a mountain was pressing on their backs, unable to lift their heads. Commander Wang Wei finally revealed the truth to Prince Su Luo of Qinghe. His voice carried a hint of bitterness, and his eyes glimmered with guilt. As Su Luo listened, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper, forming a pronounced line, though it softened slightly when his gaze fell upon Lin Yan. I'm sorry, I have neglected things over the years, Su Luo said, his face full of remorse. Then he turned to Lin Yan, speaking with solemnity and determination. I won't let you suffer this injustice in vain. Come back to the palace with me, and I will ensure justice is served for you. Lin Yan shook his head slightly, his expression complex. There's no need, Uncle Su Luo. I was never truly part of the Su family, nor did I choose to be with Su Shuang back then. Everything that's happened now, let's just consider it a clean slate. Su Luo was taken aback by his words, casting a deep look at Lin Yan. The son of an old friend seemed to have changed significantly, no longer the despondent youth, but more like an unsheathed sword, sharp and revealing. But regardless, in this matter, I will help you seek justice, Su Luo declared firmly. After all, I promised Brother Lin to take care of you, and I arranged your marriage with Su Shuang. Both emotionally and rationally, I cannot let you suffer this injustice. As he spoke, Su Luo lowered his gaze, exuding a chilling aura that made everyone around feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering involuntarily. This anger was not only about seeking justice for Lin Yan, but also about purging the palace of its corrupt practices. Whether it was Su Shuang, Lady Li, or anyone else, they had violated his inviolable principles. Lin Yan hesitated, torn inside. He did not want to see Uncle Su Luo break ties or argue with his family because of him. Despite the Su family's many years of difficulties, Prince Qinghe had always treated him like a son. At that moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke up. I'll go with him. His words shocked everyone around. To remain so calm under the immense pressure of Prince Qinghe was astonishing. Su Luo looked at Jiang Cheng with mild surprise, his gaze piercing as if trying to see through him. Oh, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and explained, I am his companion. Very well, Su Luo said, giving Jiang Cheng a deep look and saying no more. Lin Yan was filled with reluctance, his heart heavy. My lord, do you really want to go? Jiang Cheng seemed to understand his concerns and chuckled softly. What must be faced should be faced. Every cause has its effect. Resolving this will free you from any future constraints. The appearance of the celestial dragon crocodile also signaled the return of the king of Qinghe. Outside the palace, a group of attendants, guards, and members of the Su family had been waiting for some time, the air filled with tension and anticipation. Su Shuang stood behind Mrs. Li, anxiously whispering, Mother, do you think father will know about this? Despite their meticulous planning, aiming for perfection, the thought of her father's stern face made Su Shuang uneasy. Mrs. Li remained calm, softly reassuring her, don't worry. Just remember that this was all a scheme by that useless Lin Yan to frame you. This is the perfect chance to break off your engagement with that good for nothing. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Roar, the enormous figure of the celestial dragon crocodile appeared before everyone's eyes, eliciting varied reactions. Some were tense, others full of awe, while Su Yun beamed with excitement, exclaiming, Father's back. Just as Mrs. Li and the others prepared to greet him, a cold snort came from above the dragon crocodile. As the beast descended, Su Luo's figure grew imposing. He said nothing, but his cold, piercing eyes seemed to gaze at everyone like a mighty dragon. Seeing Lin Yan behind her father, Su Shuang's heart sank, and her expression turned frantic. Mrs. Li's face stiffened but quickly regained composure, gently inquiring, Why do you look so upset upon returning, my lord? Did something unpleasant happen? Su Luo slowly spoke, his gaze coldly sweeping over the Su family, anger smoldering in his eyes. Indeed, something has made me very unhappy. I spend most of my time guarding Dragon Lake and am not often at the palace, but I never expected you to treat my son-in-law this way. Everyone's faces froze, realizing that Su Luo was here to confront them about Lin Yan. Silence fell over the group as they glanced surreptitiously at Mrs. Li. Seeing no one speak, Su Luo's expression grew even sterner. He fixed his gaze on Su Shuang, his voice icy. Su Shuang, Do you remember what you said to me when you married Lin Yan? Now you've openly disgraced the family by being unfaithful and tried to pin it on Lin Yan. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Each word from the king of Qinghe pierced Su Shuang's heart like a dagger. Terrified and pale, she struggled to find words to defend herself. Mrs. Li's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly feigned anger. So you've already heard about this, my lord? I was about to tell you. But who would have thought that useless Lin Yan would complain first? Standing next to Jiang Cheng, Lin Yan's face twitched, his expression as if he'd swallowed a fly. Su Luo glanced at Mrs. Li, his tone indifferent. Oh? What do you have to say? Seeing Su Luo's tone soften, Mrs. Li was overjoyed. She spoke with a face full of indignation. You don't know, my lord. This was all orchestrated by that useless Lin Yan to frame Shuang. He's not only ruined her reputation, but also brought shame upon the entire palace. Luckily, I acted quickly to suppress the rumors and issued a citywide search for that useless Lin Yan. Su Luo dismounted from the massive head of the celestial dragon crocodile. Though not towering in stature, he seemed like a moving mountain to those around him. He coldly replied, "Oh, so should I be praising you?" The king's voice was soft, yet it echoed in Su Shuang's ears. Su Shuang, speak for yourself. Mother is right. Su Shuang lowered her head, unable to meet her father's gaze. Her face was as pale as paper, and her voice as faint as a whisper, as if a mere breeze could scatter her. King Su Luo of Qinghe remained silent, his breathing conspicuously loud in the stillness of the hall. The air felt heavy and frozen, as everyone held their breath, wary of breaking the suffocating silence. After a long pause, Su Luo's eyes revealed deep disappointment and coldness as he slowly spoke. Do you truly take me for a fool? In that case, there's no need for you to stay in Luochuan any longer. His words hit like a bolt of lightning, causing everyone's faces to change. Su Shuang's heart trembled violently, instantly grasping the deeper meaning behind her father's words. Leaving Luochuan meant losing everything, leaving her with nothing but the hollow title of Qinghe's princess. Madame Li was shocked and quickly stepped forward to plead. Your Highness, please reconsider. Shuang'er has always been diligent in Luochuan, managing external affairs of the prince's residence. Silence. Su Luo interrupted sharply, his eyes wide with anger, piercing Madame Li like daggers. Tell me, did she commit an act of impropriety? Madame Li opened her mouth to deny it, but upon meeting Su Luo's cold gaze, she gritted her teeth and admitted, yes, but Shuang'er was beguiled by that young man from the Gu family. Isn't all this because of Lin Yan, that useless man? He can't even become a beastmaster or cultivate the warrior's path. Marrying Shuang'er to such a waste is the greatest injustice. Madame Li's words were sharp and pointed, squarely blaming Lin Yan for Su Shuang's mistakes, attempting to absolve her daughter. Lin Yan's face twisted with a mix of anger and inferiority upon hearing this. The confidence he had built through struggles seemed to falter under Madame Li's accusations. Two conflicting voices battled within him. I'm not worthless. No, you are worthless. You can't even cultivate the beast path or the warrior's path. No wonder your wife turned to another man. His eyes reddened with pain and self-doubt. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly broke the tension. Jiang Cheng patted Lin Yan on the shoulder, chuckling, blaming others for your own mistakes. Impressive, truly impressive. His words were blunt and piercing, directly targeting Su Shuang. Only then did everyone notice the unassuming young man standing behind King Su Luo, whose indifferent gaze intrigued them. They were shocked and puzzled, unsure who this stranger was to dare insult Madame Li and Su Shuang so openly in front of King Su Luo. In the crowd, Su Yun recognized Jiang Cheng, finding him somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, she was surprised to recall, isn't he the one who helped my grandfather revise the Yunyang divine technique last time? Madame Li was furious, shouting, Who are you, boy? Do you know the grave offense of insulting a member of the prince's household? Guards, seize him and throw him into the dungeon. She gestured with a cold gleam in her eyes. However, the guards hesitated, glancing at King Su Luo's expression before acting. Su Luo suddenly turned to Madame Li with a smirk, saying, Li Saran, why don't you take over as the ruler of Qinghe? His tone was icy and sharp, sending chills to everyone present. Only then did people remember that Su Luo's first wife had passed away, and when he first ascended to the position of king of Qinghe, the situation in Luochuan was complex. To solidify the Su family's position, he had to follow his father's advice and marry the daughter of the most powerful family in Qinghe at the time, the Li family, which was now Madame Li. Su Luo had no feelings for her, and during his years stationed at Long Lake, Madame Li had seized control of the prince's household, violating Su Luo's prohibitions. Regardless of Lin Yan's involvement, Madame Li was doomed, and Su Shuang would inevitably face punishment. As soon as the prince finished speaking, Li felt a shiver run through her heart. She forced a strained smile, realizing her foolishness in flaunting power in front of Su Luo, which was clearly a way to provoke the prince. Su Luo stared coldly at Li, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Joking? It seems you really want to do that, he said. Then he turned to Su Shuang and gave an indisputable order. From today onwards, you are not to interfere in any affairs of the prince's residence and must worship at the ancestral temple for 3 years. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Su Shuang's face turned as pale as a sheet. She opened her mouth to argue but was silenced by her father's icy gaze. Despair washed over her, transforming into deep-seated resentment. Inwardly, she screamed, "For an outsider, he treats his own daughter like this?" Li's expression froze as she prepared to plead for her daughter, but Su Luo's sharp glance forced her into silence. Su Luo then turned his gaze to Li, his voice calm, yet piercingly cold. "As for you, you dared to mobilize the inner guards of the residence without permission and tried to use Lin Yan as a scapegoat to cover up Su Shuang's scandal." He paused, continuing, "From now on, you are not to meddle in the internal affairs of the residence. If I find out you're abusing your power again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Li's face changed dramatically, flushing with embarrassment as she stood there speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng nodded quietly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. With just a few words, Su Luo had not only punished Li and Su Shuang, but also consolidated his power. It's no wonder he could become a regional lord, given his formidable strength, skillful tactics, and intelligence. In fact, the title of King of Qinghe seemed almost inadequate for Su Luo. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was filled with gratitude and a sense of guilt. Su Luo had gone to such lengths to punish Su Shuang for his sake, even at the cost of confronting his wife, Li. Suddenly, Su Luo turned to Lin Yan and asked, "Lin Yan, my dear nephew, is this satisfactory for you?" Lin Yan quickly nodded, feeling deeply grateful. He sighed, "Uncle Su Luo, you really didn't have to do all this for me." Su Luo looked up at the sky, his gaze profound, and sighed softly. "No, I promised your father I would take good care of you. But now, it seems I've failed." He suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Yan, his pupils narrowing in shock. "The seal within you has been broken." Realizing he had misspoken, Su Luo quickly corrected himself. "Can you cultivate the path of the warrior now?" Hearing the first part, Lin Yan was taken aback, but then nodded. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Uncle Su Luo, from the way you spoke earlier, it seems you knew about the seal in me?" Su Luo frowned, giving Lin Yan a deep look, and sighed slightly. "Let's discuss this inside." Meanwhile, in the study of the Chai family, a bunch of useless idiots, trash. You can't even deal with a young brat, and still call yourselves the overlords of the dark world. Chai Xinglong's furious voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of shattering bottles and bookshelves. His face was twisted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, as he pounded his fists on the luxurious purple crystal mahogany desk, leaving 2 small dents. Just moments ago, Chai Xinglong had received a notification from the Palace of Life and Death. The task of placing Jiang Cheng on the blood kill list had been forcibly cancelled, with only a vague hint given as to why someone had stepped in to protect Jiang Cheng. And the power behind that person was one even Chai Xinglong dared not provoke. Chai Xinglong was filled with unwillingness and anger. His son had been killed, the murderer was right in front of him, yet he was powerless to act. This sense of helplessness drove him nearly insane. "No, I refuse to accept this." Chai Xinglong's eyes were bloodshot as he growled quietly. Clenching his teeth, he made a firm decision and dialed an unfamiliar number. Inside the Qinghe king's residence, a conversation with life-changing implications was unfolding. Su Luo gazed at Lin Yan with a complex expression and slowly revealed a startling truth. "The seal within you was placed by your mother." Lin Yan was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. His voice trembled slightly. "What? The reason I've been unable to cultivate since childhood is my mother." Seeing the turmoil within Lin Yan, Su Luo explained in a serious tone, "Don't overthink it. In fact, your mother placed the 9 tribulation seal within you to protect you." He paused and sighed. "There was a special power seed inside you. Without the seal, you might have died at birth." "A power seed?" Lin Yan was bewildered, his brow furrowed. Su Luo smiled slightly, tapping his fingers on the table, and explained succinctly, "Actually, the seed within you is one of the sources of Blue Star's centennial resurgence." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's mind went blank, and even Jiang Cheng, standing nearby, had his pupils constrict with astonishment. Su Luo glanced at Jiang Cheng and continued without reservation, "This isn't a secret at our level. The seed is one of the sources of awakening from 100 years ago, containing immensely pure power, comparable to the Yuan Si strength of a battle emperor, with limitless potential for development. It's a treasure many powerful individuals covet." He shifted his tone. "As for why it appeared in you, I don't know the exact reason, but your parents." Lin Yan, catching the hint in Su Luo's words, asked in a low, somber voice, "So my parents' disappearance is also related to this power seed within me?" Su Luo remained silent, implicitly confirming the speculation. Lin Yan clenched his fists, emotions surging within. The resentment he had harbored for his parents' unexplained disappearance dissipated at that moment. Su Luo patted Lin Yan's shoulder, offering comfort, "Don't worry too much. Your father's strength and skills are top-notch, and your mother is a master of contracts. There aren't many who can harm them. Suddenly, Su Luo changed the topic, asking, by the way, who helped you break the Nine Tribulations seal? Lin Yin instinctively glanced at Jiang Cheng, a subtle action that did not escape Su Luo's notice. The Qinghe king looked at the young man beside Lin Yin with surprise. He had long seen that Jiang Cheng was exceptional, but he didn't expect him to break the Nine Tribulations seal. This was one of the top 10 forbidden contract arrays, incredibly difficult. Lin Yan's mother had enlisted several master contract array experts to set it up. Jiang Cheng, noticing the attention, did not shy away and calmly said, I did, but I've only broken 2 of them. Su Luo was amazed, his eyes shining with interest. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect your skills and array techniques to be so impressive. May I ask your name? Jiang Cheng, he replied, his gaze steady, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. Meanwhile, atop a training mountain in the Yunyang battle residence, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged. In the sky, a massive golden fist slowly materialized, its power growing increasingly formidable, gradually enveloping the entire Yunyang battle residence, and even affecting nearby cities. Someone is breaking through to Battle Emperor. The disciples of the residents, who had been training, stopped their activities, their faces showing excitement and reverence. It's the aura of the residence lord. He really did it. Seal off the area within 1,000 miles of the residence to ensure no one disrupts the residence lord's breakthrough. Someone, capture this moment. It's a historic event worthy of Yunyang's chronicles. The scene was chaotic, and even the elders of the residence, absorbed in their own training, were stirred. Soon, over a dozen high-ranking battle kings sealed off the entire Yunyang battle residence, safeguarding this historic moment. Boom. Above the sky, the concentration of spiritual energy reached an astonishing level. A giant golden fist gradually took shape in the air, so lifelike that one could almost feel the texture on its surface. In the next moment, this massive shadow of a fist descended abruptly, shaking the heavens and the earth. Today, I become a battle emperor. In the midst of the mountains, a figure suddenly soared into the sky. His voice was bold and unrestrained, yet it couldn't hide the excitement within. The man was enveloped in a golden light, with milky white spiritual energy swirling around him like a dragon, gathering towards him. The breathtaking sight left everyone in awe. The giant golden fist began to shrink continuously, eventually transforming into a stream of light that merged into the man's body. He slowly opened his eyes, his skin gleaming with a golden glow. Although he stood in the void, he exuded an intimidating and majestic aura, unmistakably the presence of an emperor. It is done. The elders and patrons observing around were momentarily dazed, their eyes filled with astonishment. The students of the battle mansion were overwhelmed with excitement, cheering, congratulations to the mansion master for achieving the rank of battle emperor. The mansion master is invincible. Yunyang is invincible. From today onwards, our Yunyang battle mansion is a true martial arts sanctuary. After so many years, our Yunyang battle mansion has finally produced a battle emperor. The crowd was filled with emotions, and some of the older members of the battle mansion were moved to tears. No one understood the significance of this moment better than they did. Ji Hong slowly descended, his entire body radiating a crystalline glow. His gaze was sharp as lightning as he surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating like a great bell. From today on, all students of the battle mansion will train in the new version of the Yunyang battle technique. The main reason I broke through to Battle Emperor was the new version of the Yunyang battle technique brought back by my master. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted. Almost everyone's eyes turned to the former mansion master, Su Xiao, filled with reverence and curiosity, but mostly excitement. Su Xiao slowly spoke. The original Yunyang battle technique had flaws, which is why so many strong practitioners in the mansion who focused on it could never break through to Battle King. How is that possible? That's a technique passed down for hundreds of years. I see. No wonder I was stuck at 9-star battle sovereign. What? Does that mean all the strong practitioners in the mansion's history took the wrong path? No wonder my father didn't want me to train in the Yunyang battle technique. He must have known all along. There was a buzz of discussion below, with some expressing doubt, others reflecting, and some feeling delighted. Ji Hong smiled slightly, pressing down with an invisible might that quieted the crowd significantly. He then spoke slowly. The Yunyang battle technique indeed had flaws, but now, thanks to my master meeting an extraordinary person who revised the Yunyang battle technique, I have already deduced that this new version of the Yunyang battle technique has no flaws and operates nearly 10 times more efficiently than before. Doesn't that mean we also have hope of breaking through? Within the battle mansion, several of the 9-star battle kings breathed heavily, a trace of fervor appearing on their faces. Indeed. Ji Hong nodded slightly, pausing before continuing. No matter what, our entire Yunyang battle mansion owes a debt of gratitude to the remarkable person who revised the battle technique. That should be the case. Yes. We warriors must repay kindness, and such a great favor must be remembered. Everyone nodded in agreement. Outside the Qinghe King's mansion, Su Luo did not linger much. He simply patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and gave him some clues about the disappearance of Lin Yan's parents. After listening, Lin Yan was extremely excited, determined to follow these clues to find his missing parents and uncover what happened back then. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly and couldn't help but remind, putting too much trust in others may not be a good thing. Huh. Lin Yan was taken aback and couldn't help but retort, but Uncle Su Luo is my father's friend. He can't be wrong. He is just your father's friend. Jiang Cheng gave Lin Yan a meaningful look without further explanation. Even friends can betray you, let alone friends of your elders. Qinghe King himself mentioned that the seed of power is a treasure coveted by countless strong practitioners. If he wasn't tempted at all, even he wouldn't believe it. But all this was just Jiang Cheng thinking pessimistically. If Su Luo was indeed a man of honor, he certainly wouldn't harm Lin Yan. Lin Yan listened to Jiang Cheng's words, his brow furrowed as he fell into deep thought. Jiang Cheng didn't say much more and walked straight ahead. On the massive head of the Tianxin dragon crocodile, a dragon and a mythical beast were playing happily. They spun and leaped on the hard, spiked scales with agile movements. The Platinum 9-star monarch-level beast seemed unconcerned, instead closing its enormous eyes and quietly enjoying the warm sun bath. Finally, Jiang Cheng, you're here. The Sharpie Zhu Jiuyin spotted Jiang Cheng immediately and excitedly wriggled into his embrace. Canned food. Canned food, Air Xiao reminded, waving its paws. Jiang Cheng petted Air Xiao's head and continued to coax. No rush. If we win the next match, I'll add another can. All right, Jiang Cheng, don't go back on your word. Air Xiao's eyes lit up as it nodded eagerly. Hee, sounds good to me too. Zhu Jiuyin raised a small paw in agreement. In no time, Jiang Cheng and Lin Yan found themselves back at the triangular arena. Yang Tianbao happened to walk over, smiling as he asked, all sorted? Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded calmly, and then said, help me arrange the next match. I need to get the slaughter medal quickly. Yang Tianbao was taken aback, his face twitching slightly, but he said nothing more, merely communicating with the giant dark night python behind him for a while. The massive python then slithered towards a certain section of the arena. Jiang Cheng wasn't surprised, thinking that since this chubby guy could mobilize the golden armor guards, arranging a slaughter match was naturally no problem. However, he couldn't help but be curious about Yang Tianbao's connection to the arena. Noticing Jiang Cheng's expression, Yang Tianbao explained with a chuckle, don't overthink it. I'm just an employee. Jiang Cheng merely smiled without commenting. Seeing Jiang Cheng's disbelief, the chubby guy sighed helplessly. You probably won't believe me, but I signed a 10-year labor contract. I'm really just an employee. This push for 72 consecutive wins is also the boss's idea. Who's your boss? Lin Yan asked curiously. Over the past few days, he had gradually realized that this chubby guy who frequently chatted with the young master was no ordinary person. Having achieved 50 consecutive wins, the Dark Knight King was even more famous than the young master, especially with his formidable Dark Knight venomous python. Who could possibly tame such a notorious figure, making him willing to follow orders? Don't ask, it's not good for you. Yang Tianbao shook his head vigorously, as if the terrifying image of that woman floated back into his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Just then, an excited voice from the female host echoed throughout the arena. Special announcement, special announcement. The slaughter match between Tian Sha and the Underworld King will be held ahead of schedule in the next match, at the Celestial Arena. This sweet yet excited voice spread through every corner of the arena. The audience, still savoring the excitement of the previous match, erupted in excitement, and the slaughter fighters showed fervent expressions. Quick, quick, get tickets for the Celestial Arena. Wow, so sudden. This match is a must-see. It's going to be spectacular. Place your bets, place your bets. The audience and gamblers shouted with enthusiasm, while the wealthy ladies and debutantes had already secured their connections and headed straight to the third level of the arena, the Celestial Arena. On the Skydome slaughter platform, a breathtaking duel was about to unfold. Tian Sha, draped in black and masked, stared intently at Jiang Cheng, holding sharp blades in both hands. He spoke with a serious tone. You are indeed strong, but I've studied your beast control. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, examining this skilled fighter who managed to reach the golden rank 9 in the warrior's path with interest. Tian Sha continued his analysis. You should have another spirit-type beast to interfere with opponents, while your dragon-type beast is for frontal attacks. Your analysis is spot on. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, chuckling. But in combat, words alone won't suffice. Tian Sha's expression was earnest, his tone brimming with confidence, even arrogance. If you're not hiding any strength, I have at least a 70% chance of defeating you. Jiang Cheng smiled, patting the head of his beast, Air Sha. If I lose this one, I'll deduct the 2 previous cans together. Air Sha looked confused. Oh what? Meanwhile, the other beast, Zhu Jiuyin, growled angrily, Damn it. Both the dragon and the beast were tense, sharpening their claws, ready for battle. Renowned host Lu Xing'er, known for her beauty, parted her red lips, barely concealing her excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, these two need no further introduction from me. Now, let the battle begin. Boom. The Skydome slaughter platform was more majestic and sturdy than ordinary arenas, its surrounding formations being top-tier level 3 contract arrays, difficult even for high-level battle kings to breach. The audience erupted with cheers and chants. Hades is unbeatable. Hades, I love you. If you win this time, I'll have your babies. Tian Sha will win. Teach this guy a lesson. However, Jiang Cheng supporters, especially the female fans, were overwhelmingly dominant, drowning out the few voices supporting Tian Sha. On the platform, Tian Sha remained terrifyingly calm. He drove his blades into the alloy floor, sparks flying with a screeching sound. The ice-fire demon beast Air Sha let out an excited howl, igniting in flames, eagerly sharpening its claws. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tian Sha initiated the attack, moving as swiftly as lightning, his blades clashing with a powerful clang, targeting the ice-fire demon beast. This was merely a probing attack. Air Sha roared to the sky, the flames between its white scales intensifying to the extreme. With a crackling sound, the flames transformed into a massive fiery serpent, fiercely biting down on the descending blades. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds followed as the fiery serpent was shattered. Yet, Tian Sha was unscathed, retracting his blades, his gaze as sharp as a viper's, searching for the next opportunity to strike. Whoosh. He struck again, his speed several times faster than before, becoming a barely discernible blur. End of the world break. Tian Sha's voice was raspy and cold, like a deathly proclamation. His blades twisted 180 degrees in his palms, wrapped in 2 streaks of silver light, aiming for the throat of the ice-fire demon beast, intending to finish it in one strike. Roar. Air Sha let out an angry roar, but its form suddenly vanished. A shadowy figure mysteriously emerged, revealing one of Air Sha's innate skills: night assassination. The ice-fire demon hound, shrouded in shadow, attacked without hesitation, its sharp claws darting out. The dark silhouette sliced through the air, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, enveloping Tian Sha in hundreds, even thousands, of shadows. The sound of claws tearing through the air was incessant, shredding Tian Sha's clothing to pieces. Unexpectedly, when Ursha's claws made contact with Tian Sha's body, a shower of sparks erupted. Lu Xing'er, the commentator, widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "This is a grade alloy battle suit." Beneath Tian Sha's torn clothes, a metallic sheen glimmered. His entire body was covered in a layer of liquid alloy as thin as a cicada's wing. Lu Xing'er continued, "This grade alloy is one of the most successful technological breakthroughs in recent years by the Donghua Empire. It not only has incredible defensive capabilities, but also features a high level of self-protection. Through precise algorithms, it dissipates the force exerted on the wearer." Yang Tianbao, watching from the audience, sighed. "Wow, this thing isn't cheap. It seems Tian Sha has spared no expense. But then again, which high-level golden combatant is simple?" The ice-fire demon hound was clearly enraged. Its attack speed suddenly increased, breaking the sound barrier and leaving a series of deafening sonic booms. In a single breath, its claws struck thousands of times, but each attack was easily deflected by the grade alloy, leaving only faint white marks on its surface. Tian Sha remained eerily calm, relying entirely on the grade alloy suit for defense, without using any combat energy. He said coldly, "Your beast mastery skill is indeed formidable, but its duration is short. Once it exits this untargetable state, it'll be my turn to counterattack." Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, his face showing a growing interest. He thought to himself, "It seems this person has studied me thoroughly. I wonder if he has any strategies specifically for me." At that moment, Ursha's shadow-killing skill time ran out. It reluctantly became visible again, panting heavily with its tongue out, its eyes filled with wariness. This opponent was stronger than any it had faced before. Tian Sha slowly raised his twin swords, a cold light gleaming from his eyes beneath the mask. In the next second, his aura surged to its peak, his black hair swirling like wild snakes. Someone exclaimed, "4-star Battle King." Several golden combatants showed expressions of shock and disbelief. A golden combatant who had once narrowly defeated Tian Sha muttered, his face slightly pale. This guy was hiding his strength. He recalled their previous match, where Tian Sha seemed full of openings, likely holding back to conceal his true power. Now, facing the Underworld King, he unleashed his full strength. Single-stroke moon slash. Tian Sha shouted coldly, reversing his grip, and the handles of the swords perfectly aligned. He twisted the handles 360 in his palms, like a raging windmill, slashing fiercely at the ice-fire demon hound. The blade was sharp, moving with incredible speed, locking onto Ursha's energy, leaving it no time to evade. Facing this deadly strike, the ice-fire demon hound let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar. Unable to dodge, it chose to confront the attack head-on. Its skeleton suddenly expanded, the blood of the hound boiling like mercury, coursing through its body. This time, its transformation into a dragon was more complete, its form more closely resembling that of an ancient dragon. The horns on its head were menacing and terrifying, flashing with a crystalline light. Roar! The ice-fire demon hound extended its steel-like dragon claws, fearlessly meeting the lethal head-on. The ice-fire demon howl let out a painful roar, with golden blood as heavy as mercury dripping from its sharp dragon claws onto the ground. Tian Sha's dual blades were wedged between its claws, the blade cutting 3 inches into its chest, just inches away from the heart. Lu Xing'er passionately narrated the breathtaking scene, her heaving chest becoming an enchanting sight. Oh my god! Unbelievable! The Underworld King's beast actually withstood Tian Sha's full-force strike, but it seems severely injured. Can it continue to fight? Tian Sha stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm as if everything was under his control. He spoke indifferently. Let your other beast make a move. However, the ice-fire demon howl did not fall. It struggled to stand, golden flames burning in its eyes, filled with an unyielding will. At this moment, it was no longer the foolish husky howl. The ferocious nature of the howl bloodline within it began to awaken. In just a few breaths, the aura around Sha reached its peak, finally breaking through a long-standing bottleneck. Jiang Cheng was slightly taken aback, glancing at Sha, as familiar data appeared in his mind. Beast name, Icefire Demon Howl. Beast level, Gold 1 star. Beast quality, Supreme. Beast skills, Icefire Emperor.LV3, Shadow Annihilation.LV2, Soul Burning Flames.LV1, Dragon Transformation.LV2. Beast status, Berserk. Beast attributes, Extreme Ice Extreme Fire Dark attribute. Beast introduction, possesses the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast howl, evolved from an ordinary husky. Energetic and loves to eat. It merges 2 contrasting ice and fire attributes, and has the potential to evolve into the divine beast Holy Blood Qilin. Weakness, not very intelligent, easily deceived. Evolution path, 16 routes. For the canned food. The Icefire Demon Howl was infuriated, glaring at Tian Sha with hatred. This was the person responsible for losing 3 cans. Filled with rage, Sha howled at the sky. Meanwhile, a thin layer of ice rapidly spread across the surface of the Tianqiong slaughter platform, covering the entire battle stage in the blink of an eye. A hazy mist emerged, obscuring everyone's view. The audience erupted in an uproar. What the heck is this? Can't see anything now. Damn it. I was getting ready for the action, and now this? The Underworld King will surely win. The crowd's complaints and noise rose in waves. Lu Xing'er tried to calm the audience. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. This seems to be the Underworld King's beast using an ice attribute skill. Her words caught in her throat as she realized something, exclaiming in disbelief. My god. The Underworld King's beast is actually of dual ice and fire attributes. Even the chubby Yang Tianbao was stunned, his eyes wide open as if he'd been greatly deceived. That silly white dog is actually ice and fire dual attribute? Such opposing attributes cannot be artificially cultivated, only naturally born, and the chances are incredibly rare. At this moment, the entire Tianqiong slaughter platform felt like it was in a polar ice point, with extreme ice enveloping the area, blocking Tian Sha's path. The Icefire Demon Howl's figure grew larger, spewing scorching flames from its mouth. The elemental forces in the air gathered, and then erupted. The Emperor of Ice and Fire, commanding all ice and fire elements. Zhu Jiuyin seemed bored, resting his claws on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Looks like I won't need to step in. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, white flames appearing in his pupils as he saw Tian Sha's figure amidst the explosion of ice and fire elements. Not necessarily. Boom. Countless ice and fire elements erupted furiously, engulfing Tian Sha's figure in an instant. This was not an ordinary explosion, but an elemental eruption. Its momentum was grander, its power purer, and it could even be described as an aesthetic of explosions. The massive sound made everyone's eardrums ring, and even with defensive formations in place, the waves from inside still left people uneasy. It's hard to imagine what state Tian Sha would be in at the center of the explosion. As the ice fog dissipated, the scene inside became clear, leaving everyone stunned. Tian Sha's clothes were in tatters, with only a few strips hanging on his body, and the surface of his grade alloy armor had countless gaps, with blood faintly seeping out. Yet his eyes remained terrifyingly calm, his voice low. This was supposed to be a measure against your potential strength. Didn't expect it to be forced out so soon. Wait, that is... Lu Xing'er's eyes widened in shock as she saw Tian Sha's exposed skin turning a tawny color, nearly dropping her microphone. Jiang Cheng looked up, a rare hint of astonishment in his eyes. Esper! Lu Xing'er screamed, her voice piercing the sky like a startled golden cat. Tian Sha was not only a three-star battle king, but also wielded earth-based powers. This astonishing revelation sent the audience into an uproar. The gamblers had varied reactions. Those who bet on Jiang Cheng were pale, some cursing in frustration. Tian Sha, that sly old fox, hiding his true strength. Others tried to reassure themselves. Don't panic, the underworld king must have a hidden ace too. Meanwhile, supporters of Tian Sha grinned with satisfaction. On the killing platform, the earth elements in the air surged violently. Tian Sha's bones twisted with an unsettling sound, his figure swelling to 3 meters tall, resembling a small mountain. The liquid alloy on his body stretched, revealing skin the color of ancient rock. The Ice-Fire Demon Hound showed no fear, unleashing an upgraded version of its Ice-Fire Emperor skill. Ice and fire elements intertwined in the air, forming twin dragons of even greater power. Tian Sha rasped. It's useless, my earth powers resist both ice and fire. He extended his massive, rock-like hand, summoning countless earth walls. The blue and red elemental dragons crashed into the earth walls, sending sand and gravel flying. Although the walls were fragile, they regenerated continuously, forming an impregnable defense. Lin Yan murmured in shock. How is it possible? He can use his powers without limit. Yang Tianbao explained. He's using elemental forces with minimal consumption. This guy's control over his powers is impressive, fully utilizing the law of conservation of elements. He then began explaining the law of conservation of elements to the puzzled Lin Yan. The battle raged on fiercely. The Ice-Fire Demon Hound transformed into a Redan blue light rainbow, charging with extreme cold and heat. Tian Sha responded calmly, slamming his palm to the ground with a low roar. Earth Splitter. The alloy battle stage was instantly covered in cracks, and a massive earth element blade, 10 zhang long, erupted from the ground. Simultaneously, earth walls from all directions blocked all escape routes for the Ice-Fire Demon Hound. The battle reached a fever pitch, with the audience holding their breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this thrilling confrontation. Airsha's defensive earthen wall shattered with a loud crash, as Zhu Jiuyin's true dragon domain descended like an invisible giant net. Tian Sha's towering figure trembled, and his sturdy legs slowly bent under the 300 gravitational suppression. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes as he murmured softly. The gravitational suppression effect. It seems I misjudged. The hidden second beast is not of the psychic type, but a mysterious beast controlling gravity. However, Tian Sha remained unflustered. As a 3-star battle king, his strength was far from ordinary. His eyes narrowed, and his battle energy surged like a tide, sharp and fierce. The surrounding earth elements seemed to respond to his call, instantly forming an indestructible rock armor that enveloped his entire body. Zhu Jiuyin widened its eyes in disbelief at the scene, never having encountered someone breaking through the true dragon domain in such a manner, feeling both annoyed and shocked. Tian Sha slightly bent his legs, ready to strike. Spirit skill, earthquake, he muttered, and the alloy floor beneath him instantly caved into 2 deep pits. The next moment, he leaped high into the air like a cannonball, the earth elements in the air almost drained, coalescing into a violent elemental force. This small elemental bomb whistled towards Jiang Cheng with such immense power that even the surrounding defensive arrays began to crack. The space itself seemed distorted, a testament to the terrifying power contained within. Yang Tianbao couldn't help but exclaim in awe, while the dark night viper behind him hissed in warning. Even Lu Xing'er in the audience trembled as she spoke. It's unbelievable. The power fluctuations within the celestial slaughter platform have reached 300,000 joules. Can the underworld king really withstand this? In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Cheng's black eyes remained calm, though he was inwardly surprised. This spirit skill was indeed terrifyingly strong, enough to obliterate a battle king without a jade bone golden body. However, with his innate mastery, fully activating the Vajra mantra should easily neutralize it. Yet, what truly shocked Jiang Cheng was Zhu Jiuyin in his arms. The little creature was muttering incantations, and its dragon eyes suddenly glowed with an orange-eared light, as if 2 flames were dancing within. Jiang Cheng gazed at it, and a stream of data flashed through his mind. Beast name, Zhu Jiuyin. Level, Gold 2-star. Quality, Imperial Grade Medium. Skills, True Dragon Domain.lv2, Wind and Rain Control.lv2, Space Manipulation.lv3, Light of Time.lv2. Status, Angry. Attribute, Godly. Description, possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine beast candle dragon, a high-level ancient dragon species with limitless innate potential. Likes to act spoiled, is gluttonous and proud. Weakness, ticklish, allergic to cilantro. Evolution paths, 9 in total. At this critical moment, Zhu Jiuyin shouted angrily, "Shrink back for your master." The light in its eyes intensified to the extreme, as if time itself nearly froze, or even reversed. The forces of all elements in the air suddenly froze, as if immobilized by an invisible power. The spiritual technique that Tian Sha had just unleashed lost its effect at this moment, with the earth element bomb reversing and quickly dissipating. Jiang Cheng witnessed this and was filled with astonishment. He looked down at Zhu Juyin in his arms, gently stroking its small head, only to find that the little creature was utterly exhausted, lying in his pocket with its paws up, fast asleep. A wave of fear washed over Tian Sha, his limbs involuntarily contracting, and his skin, once hard as rock, began to degenerate. This power, transcending the elements, made him realize that he was facing the legendary force of time, which only deities could control. While Tian Sha was in shock, Air Sha seized the opportunity and leaped up. Its sharp claws struck Tian Sha's chest fiercely. Despite the protection of his alloy armor, Tian Sha felt intense pain as several ribs cracked. His body fell like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the alloy battle platform, leaving a massive dent before losing consciousness. The audience outside fell into a brief silence, followed by a collective gasp. Those who had bet on Tian Sha's victory turned ashen, with some even crying out in despair. "It's over. That was all my savings." More people were left shocked and puzzled, unable to comprehend how Tian Sha's seemingly invincible move was so effortlessly neutralized. High above, a mysterious gaze had been watching the battle all along. After a long pause, a low murmur was heard. "It's actually the power of time." The beautiful host, Lu Xinger, finally snapped back to reality. Wide-eyed and barely able to contain her shock, she announced, "Unbelievable. The Underworld King has turned the tables. Congratulations to the Underworld King on achieving 14 consecutive victories. Underworld King, Underworld King, Underworld King." Someone in the crowd shouted, sparking a tidal wave of cheers. Countless eyes focused on Jiang Cheng, who stood proudly on the Skyslayer platform, filled with awe, admiration, envy, and fear. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's brilliance outshone all the warriors in the entire triangle arena. Yang Tianbao watched from the side with a sigh, recalling how he had never received such grand treatment when he achieved 14 consecutive victories. Far away on the Qingtian Plateau, one of the highest plateaus in the Donghua Empire, and indeed the entire Blue Planet, was undergoing an incredible transformation. Before the Blue Planet's century of revival, this place was perpetually covered in ice and snow, barren and extremely harsh. Yet now, influenced by a mysterious force, everything here was defying nature and flourishing. The high mountains, reaching 3,000 to 4,000 meters in altitude, were no longer snow-covered but instead teeming with lush greenery, rivaling the density of a tropical rainforest. On the Azure Plateau, a unique scientific expedition team is arduously climbing Mount Zhu. Despite the climate reversal that has melted the once permanent snow cover, the difficulty of the ascent has increased significantly. The reason is surprising. After a century of revitalization, the gravitational constant of this plateau has reached the highest on Blue Planet, increasing incrementally with altitude. With each step forward, the team members feel their bodies growing heavier, as if pressed down by an invisible hand. Fortunately, the team rides on gravity apes, rare mutated creatures of the Azure Plateau. These robust animals can easily climb thousands of meters, proving to be invaluable assistance to the expedition team. "Brother Qin, we're almost at 4,000 meters, one team member exclaimed excitedly, eyes fixed on the altimeter in his hand. The faces of the other team members lit up with joy, thrilled to be nearing their destination. However, Qin Wu, the guide leading the team, wore a serious expression. Slightly out of breath, he turned to the employers behind him, his voice low yet firm. "Ladies and gentlemen, as agreed, I will only take you up to 4,000 meters. Beyond that, we absolutely will not go." "Why not?" a female employer asked with a frown, generously offering more. "I'll add 10 more spirit crystals." The male employers around her nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed intently on Qin Wu and the other team members. Qin Wu shook his head without hesitation, his stance unwavering. "Even for 100, I wouldn't take the job. I mentioned before we started, above 4,000 meters is strictly forbidden, harboring great terrors. At least, humans cannot set foot there." "What great terror?" someone scoffed, their tone filled with disdain. "Are you just scared?" he said impatiently, waving his hand as he ordered. "Enough talk. Take us above 4,000 meters, and then you can leave." Hearing this, Qin Wu's gaze turned icy. He gently patted the gravity ape beneath him, signaling it to stop. His voice was low and resolute. "To reiterate, above 4,000 meters, we will not go." Two guides stepped forward, standing beside Qin Wu, their eyes fixed menacingly on the stubborn employers. The air grew tense, charged with an atmosphere of confrontation, as both sides stood on the brink of conflict. The proposal from the blond young man broke the stalemate. Dressed in a thick parka, his eyes were sharp, clearly indicating his absolute authority within the expedition team. "How about a compromise? You only need to take us to the 3950-meter mark, and we'll handle the rest ourselves." The other team members nodded in agreement, and even the man who had insisted on going to 4,000 meters reluctantly consented. Qin Wu squinted, scrutinizing the group, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Seeing Qin Wu hesitate, Carter smiled and sweetened the deal. As compensation, each of you will receive 10 spirit crystals. This tempting offer made the two guides beside Qin Wu breathe heavily. One couldn't help but whisper, "Brother Qin, I think we can accept it. After all, we don't have to reach 4,000 meters, and those rumors might not be true." No one witnessed what happened back then. Qin Wu interrupted sharply, "Fool, have you forgotten how your sister died? After guiding for so many years, don't you understand the rules?" The guide known as Biaozi turned red with a pained expression in his eyes, remaining silent. Clearly, Qin Wu's words had hit a nerve. Another companion sighed, trying to mediate. "Brother Qin, Biaozi is just in desperate need of money. You know his family situation." Qin Wu's expression softened slightly, and he glanced at Biaozi before turning to Carter and his team, saying, "Sorry, we can only take you this far." Although Carter appeared unfazed, a barely noticeable coldness flickered in his eyes. The surrounding team members also remained silent, coldly watching Qin Wu and his companions. At that moment, Biaozi suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with a wild flame. "No, I can take you. I can guide you up, but I need 30 spirit crystals." Qin Wu grabbed Biaozi's shoulder in shock. "Are you crazy?" Biaozi cried out in anguish. "Brother Qin, I really need the spirit crystals. My father has the red disease. Only a doctor from the imperial capital can cure him. I can't just watch him die." "Red disease." Qin Wu's face changed dramatically, and he asked through gritted teeth, "When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything?" Tears welled up in Biaozi's eyes. "It happened months ago. He's been hiding it from me until his appetite grew uncontrollable, and I finally noticed. If I had told you, you wouldn't have spared him." Qin Wu took a deep breath, looking at Biaozi with a complex expression. "So the livestock missing from the village recently were eaten by your father?" Red disease, a terrifying ailment that haunted the ancient villages of the Qingtian Plateau, was more like a curse. Its incubation period was unpredictable, possibly congenital or acquired. But invariably, those afflicted met grim fates. Their muscles atrophied, their bodies sprouted endless red hair, and their metabolism accelerated to dozens of times that of ordinary people, leading to an astonishingly large appetite. In the beginning, a few pounds of meat might satisfy them, but as the disease progressed, even a massive yak couldn't fill their insatiable appetite. The terrifying nature of the red hair disease became undeniably apparent decades ago. Back then, hordes of red-haired creatures swarmed down from the mountains, ravenously preying on humans, like a bottomless pit of hunger that could never be sated. In the late stages, those afflicted could no longer be called human. They turned into horrifying creatures that devoured everything. As a result, the ancient village took a harsh, even cold-blooded approach to the disease. If someone contracted it, they were immediately cremated without exception. Qin Wu looked at Biaozi, whose eyes were bloodshot, feeling a pang of sympathy but forced to speak the harsh truth. He sighed, his voice filled with helplessness. "Give it up, Biaozi. There's no cure for this disease." Biaozi, however, growled like an enraged beast. "No, I don't believe it." His voice was filled with desperation and defiance. "Brother Qin, you've always been the best to me since we were kids. I trust you the most. I can't bear to see my father burned alive. If I don't make it back, can you take him to the capital for treatment?" As soon as he finished speaking, Biaozi turned abruptly to Carter, his eyes red and voice hoarse. "Give me 30 spirit crystals now, and I'll send them back first." Carter narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. A woman in a white dress beside him frowned and leaned in to whisper, "Your Highness, should we let them go back?" Carter quickly made a decision, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he pulled a bulging bag from his backpack and tossed it to Biaozi. "It's fine. They're just guides. Take it back to treat your father." Biaozi caught the bag, glanced at it briefly, then unexpectedly shoved the entire bag of spirit crystals into Qin Wu's arms. His voice choked with emotion as he pleaded, "Brother Qin, I'm begging you. This is my only wish. The rest of the money is under the third brick at the head of my bed. I locked my father in the back stable before I left, and the key is in the gap of the threshold." Qin Wu gripped the bag tightly, his chest heavy, and gave Biaozi a deep, meaningful look, knowing he couldn't refuse this request. Another guide sighed heavily, looking at Biaozi with a grim expression. "Take care." Qin Wu said nothing more, suddenly punching Biaozi hard in the face, leaving a bruise. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're such a fool." Biaozi took the punch without anger, instead grinning. "Yeah, I'm a fool. Take care." Without further words, Qin Wu spurred his gravity ape down the mountain. His companion sighed and followed closely. Carter's group didn't stop them, simply watching them leave in silence. Biaozi watched them go, his smile vanishing, replaced by a hardened expression. He turned to Carter, his tone stiff. "Follow me up." Carter was unfazed by Biaozi's attitude, but a flicker of excitement shone in his deep eyes. He looked up, thinking, just 100 meters more, to reach the legendary land of the God's Kiss. Could the legend be true? Without any extra words, Carter urged his gravity ape to follow closely behind Biaozi. The others in his group didn't hesitate either, all driven by some mysterious force, resolutely embarking on this unknown journey. As they approached an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters, the gravity on everyone seemed to multiply several times over. Each step felt like carrying an enormous weight, and sweat soaked through their clothes. The elevation climbed steadily. 3,930 meters, 3,940 meters, 3,950 meters. The mountain path grew increasingly treacherous, with loose stones underfoot nearly tripping the travelers. Around them, the vegetation underwent a dramatic transformation. Looking up, they saw golden grass blades swaying in the thin air of the plateau, resembling a vast golden ocean, with a blinding glow that was hard to gaze upon directly. Land of God's revelation, a woman in a white dress suddenly exclaimed. Her voice was like a bomb going off, and the rest of the group instantly displayed expressions of fervor, their eyes gleaming with a wild light. Carter took a deep breath of the thin air, a serious expression crossing his face. He pulled a purple compass from his pocket and began to chant in an ancient, obscure language. Sizzle, sizzle. The dark surface of the compass suddenly lit up, with purple lightning and golden flames flickering and intertwining. A phantom needle slowly materialized, beginning to shift at a peculiar angle. It's right up there. Carter smiled slightly, looking upwards. Through the dense fog, a golden light shone down, and a unique pressure emanated, both enticing and terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. The gravity ape beneath them let out frightened cries, its strong legs seemingly rooted to the ground, refusing to move forward. We've reached the destination. I won't be going any further with you, Biaozi said gruffly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, his expression turning tense. Just as he was about to command the gravity ape to descend, a golden stream of air enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Since we're all here, why not go up and take a look? Carter suggested with a smile, his eyes glowing mysteriously. The expressions of the others grew solemn, a mix of fanaticism and tension, like a group of fervent religious zealots. Look at this madness, Biaozi exclaimed in a mix of anger and fear, unable to break free from the golden airflow's hold. Despair washed over his face, but he soon relaxed, feeling a sense of relief. He was glad he had already informed Brother Qin, so even if he perished now, he had few regrets. Biaozi sneered at the group. Foreigners, don't say I didn't warn you. Above 4,000 meters lies great terror, and the gravity is astonishing. Even gravity apes can't go up. I've seen more than a dozen groups like you over the years, daring souls reaching this point, but many never even set foot in the 4th of Sameter realm before dying mysteriously. There's no need to worry, we've come prepared. The golden fallen leaves, driven by some mysterious force, stood upright, like celestial soldiers in formation. Countless points of light surged skyward like sparks, slowly dispersing into a brilliant sea of light. Carter's throat was dry, and his molten golden eyes revealed awe, admiration, and shock. It's so beautiful, he murmured softly. The people behind him gasped in amazement, their eyes locked onto this perfect scene, unmatched in the world. In the void, a portal slowly appeared, hovering quietly in midair. The door frame emitted a faint crystalline glow, and within was a chaos, as if leading to another unknown world. In the golden aura, Biaozi's eyes widened, his body trembling uncontrollably. Was the legendary 4,000 meters above just such a portal? It didn't seem as terrifying as the rumors suggested. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Biaozi's forehead. His gaze moved beyond the portal, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Behind the door was nothingness. This meant that 4,000 meters was the top of the Azure Plateau. Before the revival, the average altitude of the Azure Plateau was already 4,000 meters, not to mention Mount Everest, hailed as the highest peak on the Blue Star, which was nearly 9,000 meters. But now, they had reached the end at just 4,000 meters. Where had the remaining 5,000 meters gone? Boom. The mysterious portal suddenly erupted with dazzling light, like a solar explosion, instantly blinding everyone. Carter, however, wore a crazed expression, roaring loudly, his voice echoing like a dragon's cry, as he recklessly charged towards the portal, reaching out with his dragon claw to touch the mysterious door. 10 inches, 9 inches, 5 inches. Almost there, almost there. Carter's eyes were streaming with thick golden blood, but he felt no pain, his heart screaming wildly with excitement. Just 5 inches away, and he could touch the legendary sacred door, marking the beginning of his defiance against fate. Your Highness! A subordinate's anguished scream suddenly echoed from behind. A beast-transformed minotaur was bathed in the golden light from the mysterious portal, his body starting to disintegrate into particles of light drifting in the air. The same was happening to others. A silver dragon woman looked terrified as the scales on her skin slowly faded, her power being drained away bit by bit. Carter, however, was oblivious, still madly pressing forward. He didn't notice that his dragon claw reaching for the portal was also disintegrating, like a moth to a flame, turning into countless particles merging into the air. Below, the fallen leaves gently swayed, seemingly delighted, greedily absorbing the light particles in the air. Biaozi's body was suddenly ejected from the golden aura, his mind blank, pupils twitching violently, his breath nearly halted. At that moment, the sacred door burst with radiant light. The door opened. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. The power surged to its peak, as if from another world. The sacred glow spread across the land, gradually enveloping the entire Azure Plateau. Above the imperial capital, a massive black dragon had been slumbering amidst the clouds for some time. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, which burned with golden flames. It let out a low growl, its gaze fixed intently on the distant horizon, betraying a sense of unease. On its head, a shadowy figure appeared and disappeared, also staring towards the Azure Plateau with eyes filled with confusion and vigilance. This unusual disturbance was not only sensed by the dragon. Throughout the Donghua Empire, countless powerful beings simultaneously perceived this astounding force. High-level beast tamers across the land became restless, emitting low growls. Everyone realized that the source of this power was from the Azure Plateau. What is happening? We must investigate. This thought arose in the minds of many strong individuals. The regions near the Azure Plateau immediately sprang into action. Numerous streaks of rainbow lights cut across the sky, accompanied by the deafening roars of beasts. Those rushing to the scene were the top elites from various regions. Even the weakest among them were high-level battle kings, and there were several platinum-level beast tamers, with a few battle emperor powerhouses personally taking charge. However, when these strong individuals arrived at the Azure Plateau, the sight before them left them speechless with shock. A towering golden light shot up from the plateau's summit, forming a colossal barrier that enveloped the entire vast Azure Plateau. What level of barrier is this? A battle emperor frowned, lightly touching the pale golden wall. Instantly, a powerful force pushed him back several steps. The crowd looked solemn, realizing that a barrier that could easily repel a battle emperor had power far beyond their imagination. The battle emperor who had been pushed back looked embarrassed, but quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he gathered formidable power between his fists, resembling a moving mountain. As a fully transformed life form, a battle emperor wielded unimaginable power, capable of splitting mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. Boom! The battle emperor struck with full force, causing the void to tremble. Yet the golden barrier remained unmoved. The onlookers exchanged glances, inhaling sharply, their eyes filled with awe and caution. The official from the southern border province calmly analyzed. First, evacuate the residents near the Azure Plateau and immediately report to the imperial capital. That esteemed person should. Before he could finish, a calm voice suddenly interrupted. No need. I am already here. The clouds churned, and a black dragon, stretching thousands of feet, suddenly appeared. Although it emitted no aura, the several platinum-level beast tamers present couldn't help but shiver. In the vast forest below, countless beasts trembled and prostrated themselves, as if submitting to a supreme ruler. This was the infernal sky dragon, the only king-level beast of the Donghua Empire. A few days later, the Qingtian Plateau was designated as a military-restricted area with its-level classification. The Empire's authorities tightly sealed off any information related to it, leaving the outside world clueless about the situation there. The only certainty was that it had become extremely dangerous. Elite troops of the Empire stood on high alert, completely surrounding the Qingtian Plateau. Some even witnessed a mysterious army arriving overnight from the imperial capital, sparking further speculation. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching Luo Chuan, becoming the hottest topic in town. In a bustling tavern, patrons were fervently discussing the incident. A middle-aged man with a woolly beard was vividly recounting what he knew. My cousin does business in the southern border province, and he sent word that all roads leading to the Qingtian Plateau have been blocked. Moreover, some very important figures, who are rarely seen, have appeared around the plateau. The Cloud Sky Battle Emperor and the Divine Elephant Master, these powerful leaders, have all come. The listeners gasped, and someone couldn't help but ask, do you know what's actually happening there? The middle-aged man stroked his beard with a serious expression. I don't know the specifics, but according to my cousin, there was a terrifying wave of power from the Qingtian Plateau that day. It might be some powerful beast awakening. Nonsense, someone immediately questioned. Could a beast cause such a commotion and alarm the big shots from the capital? Could it be a king-level beast? The woolly bearded man wasn't offended. Instead, he chuckled and said, it's possible. You know, the Qingtian Plateau is one of the mysterious places on Blue Star, where flora and fauna grow against nature. It might just birth a king-level beast. The patrons debated, some dismissing it. Even if it's a king-level beast, it's not a big deal. The Great One's infernal dragon in the capital isn't just for show. Exactly, It doesn't really concern us here in Luochuan. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Even so, it's best to be cautious when traveling to the southern border in the future. As the discussion gradually subsided, the patrons began to enjoy their drinks and food. At a table in the corner, a large white dog was greedily licking a can of delicious food, unwilling to leave even a morsel behind. Above its head, a small red snake stood with its hands on its hips, putting on an air of maturity. Second, silly brother, no one's going to take it from you. I've long grown tired of this kin food. As an upper-class dragon, we must at least have some taste. With that, Zhu Juyin elegantly picked up a leaf of lettuce, chewing it slowly, raising its chin proudly. See, a balanced diet with both meat and vegetables. That's the refined life. Jiang Cheng, sitting nearby, couldn't help but smile wryly at the scene. The little creature had recently become obsessed with a TV health program and was imitating it quite convincingly, even turning its nose up at the supreme beast feed. Jiang Cheng took a sip of his wine, lost in thought. A few days ago, he too had sensed the mysterious power emanating from the Qingtian Plateau. To say it was a beast awakening seemed too far-fetched. The wave had spread across much of the Donghua Empire. If it were truly a beast, how terrifying must its power be? However, Jiang Cheng didn't dwell on it for long. At that moment, his attention was focused on a file on the table. It contained information on some participants of the Songling hunting meet, collected by Ning Qingshue's people. Jiang Cheng carefully examined the file and eventually highlighted 3 individuals. 1. Gongsun Wu, from the Yu beast family of Yunmeng days. He owns a golden 8-star 3-legged sky crane, likely upgraded to platinum level. He once had a conflict with the target at a relic site and later organized other participants in the secret realm to hunt the target together. 2. Chu Longxiong, from the Tianhechu family. He is a battle king himself and owns a twin-headed flame dog at the peak of the golden level, suspected to be upgraded to platinum. He has previously fought with the target. 3. Yun Chenao, background unknown, but extremely powerful. Rarely acts personally. He owns a giant sand lizard at the peak of the golden level and has fought with the target before. Jiang Cheng stared at the information for a long time, committing all the details and appearances of these 3 to memory. Now, having worked with Yang Tianbao to achieve 69 consecutive victories, he was only 3 away from obtaining the slaughter medal. Let's just finish it today, Jiang Cheng said, downing his drink, his gaze calm as if achieving 72 consecutive victories was just routine for him. Huh? You're not eating anymore? The ice-fire demon hound asked in confusion. There's still a table full of snacks here. It'd be a shame to waste it. Brother Jiang, are you serious? Yang Tianbao blurted out, his eyes wide with disbelief as if Jiang Cheng had just said something utterly astonishing. In just a few days, the two had managed to achieve 69 consecutive victories, but it was by no means easy. Every high-ranking golden combatant in the Triangle Arena was a top contender, their killing skills and personal strength on par with those of a battle king. Recalling their last fight, Yang Tianbao took a sharp breath. Facing 20 golden combatants, his Dark Knight serpent suffered severe injuries, its body covered in grim wounds, with barely an intact scale left. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. The wounds haven't fully healed, and we're already aiming for 72 consecutive wins. Yang Tianbao muttered, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the ice-fire demon hound. This seemingly clumsy big white dog had sustained injuries even more severe than the Dark Knight serpent in the fierce battles, yet it bounded around energetically, as if unscathed. Yang Tianbao looked on enviously, thinking, truly a dragon-blooded beast, its regenerative abilities are terrifying, something the Dark Knight serpent can't compete with. Jiang Cheng glanced at the chubby boy with a calm expression, saying, if you're not ready, you can rest for a bit. I can handle it alone. Hearing this, Yang Tianbao couldn't help but silently critique. That was such a show-off. Yet, he was also filled with curiosity. 24 golden combatants as opponents? Where did Jiang Cheng get the confidence to say that? Could he have hidden strength? After a moment of hesitation, the chubby boy grinned foolishly, boldly declaring, with Brother Zhang's words, I can't back down. Let's do this. All right. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, giving Yang Tianbao a brief, thoughtful look. He mused that the chubby boy must have some tricks up his sleeve to agree so readily, which was just as well. News spread like wildfire throughout the arena. The Underworld King and Dark Knight King were challenging for 70 consecutive wins again. The Skydome Arena was soon packed with spectators. Among the crowd, Lin Yan, having just finished a match, wiped the blood from his face, his eyes fixed on the 2 figures on stage. He thought to himself, as expected of the young master, challenging again so soon. I can't fall too far behind. Clenching his fists, Lin Yan's expression was resolute. Over these days, he had honed his control over his strength to perfection, capable of facing even a 9-star battle sovereign without faltering. Yet, he knew it wasn't enough. Recalling the words of the Qinghe king, Lin Yan sighed. His parents were figures above the battle emperor level. Signing a beast contract would be ideal. Unfortunately, his mental strength was indeed weak. Though a warrior's path in later stages might rival a beastmaster's, the challenges were numerous, unlike the quick progress from contracting a high-level beast. In this era, beastmasters were the most dazzling profession. Meanwhile, the Skydome slaughter stage was filled with a heavy atmosphere. 20 golden combatants gradually took the stage, most of them beastmasters with their fierce beasts. Only Tian Sha stood alone, appearing out of place. Fortunately, the Skydome slaughter stage was spacious enough to accommodate 19 beasts of varying sizes without feeling crowded. Jiang Cheng's gaze was calm as he carefully surveyed the beasts, quickly analyzing. Ice Mountain Silver Horn Rhinoceros, Royal Grade Lower Tier, Golden 8 stars. Forest Giant Ape, Marquis Grade Peak, Golden 7 stars. Fierce Fire Flamingo, Dark Dragon Mastiff. All high-ranking golden beasts of considerable quality. No wonder Yang Tianbao, even with his Dark Knight Serpent, hesitated to challenge them lightly. At that moment, a familiar cold and piercing melody suddenly echoed throughout the slaughter arena. Yang Tianbao's expression turned serious, and the Dark Knight Serpent behind him hissed menacingly, its purple slit pupils coldly scanning the surroundings, ready to strike at any moment. Jiang Cheng maintained his composed demeanor, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression as calm as ever. As for the Ice-Fire Demon Hound, it looked innocent and carefree, even raising a paw to scratch its head, seemingly pondering. Is it time to fight again? 6 warriors surrounded the Night King, while the remaining 14 teamed up against the Underworld King. The owner of the Ice Mountain Silver-Horned Rhino, a burly man with a clear mind, issued commands to his companions. Everyone accepted the arrangement without objection, as recent battles had shown that Jiang Cheng posed a greater threat than Yang Tianbao. The most crucial aspect was that no one could be sure if Jiang Cheng had any other hidden aces up his sleeve. Tian Sha remained silent, casting a complex gaze upon Jiang Cheng's solitary and proud figure, his fists unconsciously clenching. He hadn't expected their next encounter to unfold in such a manner. The chubby Yang Tianbao was furious to see only 6 people attacking him, but when he glanced at the other 14 fierce warriors, he quickly shot a nervous look at Jiang Cheng. No worries, Jiang Cheng said calmly, his eyes sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. You hold off these few, I'll handle the rest. Yang Tianbao was bewildered, and the 14 golden warriors were stunned, their faces a mix of shame and anger. Such arrogance. The crowd erupted in excitement. Many female spectators screamed, their eyes sparkling like stars as they swooned. The Underworld King is so manly, I love it. Male spectators were equally fired up, shouting, taking on 14 golden warriors alone. That's insane. Wow, this is thrilling. The Underworld King is unbeatable. Jiang Cheng's bold declaration was like a drop of boiling oil splashing into a fire, instantly igniting the passion of the entire audience. The Underworld King. Big words come with a price. One of the golden warriors squinted, a towering forest giant ape standing behind him. The ape's muscles bulged like bricks, and sensing its master's emotions, its blood-red eyes glared at Jiang Cheng. It pounded its chest with its iron arms, producing a deafening thud. The other 12 beasts exuded a violent aura, raising their claws or paws to slowly block all of Jiang Cheng's escape routes. Tian Sha took a deep breath, still standing in place, not immediately joining the attack. The others didn't mind. In their eyes, no matter how strong Jiang Cheng was, it seemed impossible for him to withstand the assault of 13 high-level golden beasts. Even a high-level battle king would find it difficult. At this moment, the host spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, the 70th match of the Celestial Slaughter Tournament is about to begin. This time, the Night King and the Underworld King joined forces against 20 high-level golden warriors. Without further ado, let the slaughter begin. Rumbling sounds echoed as the surrounding defensive formations slowly activated, emitting a pale blue glow. This contract formation was stronger and more robust than ever. The audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the celestial slaughter stage, as the intense battle was about to commence. Hang in there, Brother Jiang. I'll deal with them as quickly as I can. The chubby Yang Tianbao said seriously, as the Dark Knight venomous python behind him stood upright, its massive body towering tens of meters high, with violent intent gleaming in its purple vertical pupils. Block him. The 6 responsible for restraining Yang Tianbao took a deep breath, not daring to be careless, as their beasts surrounded the Dark Knight venomous python. Roar! A purple-feathered golden eagle soared into the sky, spitting lightning as thick as a baby's arm, aiming directly at the scales of the Dark Knight venomous python. Simultaneously, the Ice Mountain Unicorn Rhinoceros and the Red Sun Thunder Tiger charged with terrifying momentum towards the python's belly. The remaining 3 high-level golden beasts weren't to be outdone, beginning to charge their most powerful innate skills. On the surface, the Dark Knight venomous python seemed to be at a disadvantage from the start. Yet Yang Tianbao showed no worry, instead smiling as he watched the scene unfold. Hiss roar, roar. The hissing of the Dark Knight venomous python grew sharper, approaching a deep dragon's roar as the decibels surpassed their limit. Its black scales stood up like countless sharp blades, and its smooth neck sprouted black mane, as if a dark flame was burning. The true form of the dark dragon. This was the Dark Knight venomous python's most powerful innate skill, akin to the dragon transformation of the ice and fire demon hound. Though the degree of transformation was less, its power surged several times over. Roar. The transformed Dark Knight venomous python let out an earth-shattering roar, its massive body slowly rising into the air. The Dark Knight python was trapped, and the 13 golden warriors exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cold determination. Jiang Cheng and his companion wanted to rise above them, but they harbored the same ambition. Rilishi's eyes flickered, unable to contain himself any longer. The forest giant ape behind him suddenly roared to the sky, expelling 2 streams of white breath from its mouth and nose, charging forward like an out-of-control heavy truck. The others squinted, holding back for now, letting Rilishi test Jiang Cheng's strength. The forest giant ape, a pinnacle golden 7-star beast, possessed skills like mountain crush, power control, and vine bind. It originally lived in the ancient wild forest, resembling a humanoid giant ape with a hint of what attribute control. It was irritable, low in intelligence, but incredibly strong. Its only weakness was its acute pain sensitivity and poor endurance. What's going on? The ice fire demon hound, held down by Jiang Cheng, asked in confusion. Watch carefully and learn well. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, suddenly raising his right hand. The massive form of the forest giant ape charged forward, its giant fist entwined with tough vines, crashing down as if to crush a small mountain. Wait, does he intend to face the forest giant ape with his own strength? Rilishi was stunned to see the ice-fire demon hound behind Jiang Cheng remain unresponsive. Then a cold smile crept across his face. Arrogant fool, courting death. He knew better than anyone the power of the forest giant ape. Resisting it with a beast master's own strength was sheer fantasy. At such a distance, even a speed-focused battle king would struggle to dodge this punch. Others were equally shocked, and the audience gasped, clearly astonished by Jiang Cheng's audacious move. In the next moment, Jiang Cheng clenched his fist without any innate, true energy surging. Compared to the iron fist of the forest giant ape, his figure seemed as insignificant as an ant. Yet he remained utterly calm, not even blinking. As he unleashed a punch, this was pure physical strength. Boom! With a dull thud, Jiang Cheng merely took a few steps back, while the forest giant ape let out a pained howl, its body twisting and trembling. Hiss! The crowd gasped again. Rilishi's smile froze, and the 13 around him felt a chill down their spines. Tian Sha was somewhat disheartened, realizing Jiang Cheng had not used his full strength before. Damn, even the high-level battle kings in Luochuan aren't much better. Someone couldn't help but curse under their breath. Let's take him down together. The remaining 12 golden warriors dared not hesitate, commanding their beasts to attack Jiang Cheng. The forest giant ape roared in agony, its body emanating a green glow, countless vines emerging like hair. These vines were exceptionally agile, instantly weaving into a massive web in the air, blocking all of Jiang Cheng's escape routes. Fiery feather sky. Surging waves. A fierce firebird soared into the sky, its nearly 3 zhong wings shedding feathers like fire crystals, transforming into a sea of flames. Simultaneously, a giant old turtle roared to the heavens, ancient shell patterns glowing with water blue lines. The water elements in the space fluctuated violently, forming a great river in an instant. Dark dragon mastiffs and other strong attack beasts burst into action, becoming shadows, their sharp claws and teeth targeting Jiang Cheng's vital points. On the field, the innate skills of various beasts erupted, creating a dazzling, colorful display filled with terrifying power fluctuations. Supporters of Jiang Cheng held their breath, wondering if the underworld king could withstand so many formidable foes. Boom, boom. On the killing stage of the sky bridge, terrifying energy waves swept through like a tangible force. The violent elemental aftermath ravaged every corner, even affecting the Dark Knight boa engaged in a fierce battle with 6 other beasts. Fortunately, it had transformed into its true dark dragon form, reaching peak levels of defense and recovery, leaving only shallow blood marks on its surface. The 6 beasts weren't as lucky. Already covered in wounds, they suffered even more under the impact of the waves. The golden-horned eagle let out a piercing cry, its feathers stained with blood, and crashed heavily onto the ground, losing its ability to fight. Even the ice mountain unicorn, known for its defense, couldn't escape unscathed, with its supposedly impenetrable skin ripped open and blood gushing out. Oh my, Brother Jiang can't be done for, can he? The chubby young Tianbao swallowed nervously, looking at the center of the energy storm. Such terrifying power. Even a warlord with jade bones and a golden body would have a hard time surviving. However, as the elemental light faded, everyone's gaze turned to the center, their expressions frozen in shock. This is impossible. Lu Lisher stared intently at the proud figure standing tall, his pupils trembling violently. Tian Sha's clenched fingers gradually relaxed, his eyes filled with admiration. The once self-assured golden gladiator was now completely won over by Jiang Cheng. Last time's defeat might have been unclear, but this time, it was undeniable and complete. It's simply unbelievable. The Underworld King is completely unharmed in this terrifying battle. Could he actually be a high-level warlord himself? The commentator's excited voice echoed throughout the arena. The audience erupted in excitement. Many nodded in agreement with this theory only. This explanation made sense. But then, a gladiator chuckled wryly. A high-level warlord, beastmaster? That's too much. Dude, you're just fishing in a barrel. It's known that each level of the warlord realm is as different as a baby and an adult. If the gap between low and mid-level warlords is 1 then each star above mid-level increases the power difference tenfold. As for warlords with jade bones and golden bodies, they exist on another level entirely. Across the whole Qing estate, high-level warlords represent absolute top-tier strength. Families like the Chai family remain unshaken precisely because they have a high-level warlord in their ranks. Wow, Jiang Cheng is amazing. Zhu Juyin, nestled in his pocket, clapped its paws in admiration, but then tilted its head in thought. Is my master really that powerful? Then I, as his beast, seem so insignificant. Darn it, I need to work twice as hard. Otherwise, I'll end up like Air Shah. It clenched its little paws, casting a pitying glance at Air Shah. The ice-fired demon hound, however, yawned indifferently. Having followed Jiang Cheng for so long, it was already used to its master effortlessly resolving any crisis. Jiang Cheng glanced at the dragon and the hound, pondering silently. His strength indeed far exceeded that of his beasts, and his ancient martial arts training was stalled at the Divine Sea realm. Since breaking through in the short term seemed unlikely, he considered enhancing his beast's powers or perhaps merging a few more powerful spirit pets. But for now, obtaining the slaughter medal was the priority. Unleashed, Red Dragon Break. Jiang Cheng murmured softly, and a giant blue sword materialized behind him. This time, the sword was incredibly solid, with clearly visible patterns. With a resonant dragon's roar, countless red energies intertwined and flowed across the sword's surface. Raise the sword, Red Dragon Break. A terrifying sword aura rose, and the crimson sword energy formed into a giant dragon, overlooking everyone. The sword aura grew sharper, as if it could cut through anything. Jiang Cheng's face turned pale as he softly uttered one word. Break. This move, the Scarlet Dragon Break, was the third form of the Wuxia sword technique, possessing astonishing power but also consuming great energy. With just this one strike, Jiang Cheng had drained 80% of his innate true essence. The sword shadow stood at the center, with a violent crimson airflow swirling around like a flood dragon. Yang Tianbao was dumbfounded, and the other golden warriors couldn't help but gasp, realizing the terror of this sword. Stop him, or we're all dead, someone shouted in alarm. The crowd snapped out of their daze and hurriedly summoned their beasts in an attempt to stop Jiang Cheng. Tian Sha took a deep breath, his fighting spirit reigniting. He stared at the imposing scarlet dragon sword shadow, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "This time, I won't lose again." Before he finished speaking, Tian Sha's body trembled, his bones cracking like beans in a frying pan, transforming instantly into a giant 5 zhang tall. The earth elements in the air erupted, condensing into a massive earth sword. Tian Sha roared and charged at Jiang Cheng recklessly. "Wow, this guy has a death wish," someone exclaimed. "Good, let Tian Sha take the lead. Once the Underworld King exhausts this move, it'll be our chance to counterattack. Tian Sha is a beast. Haha, heaven is on our side." The golden warriors who were about to act withdrew their intentions, their eyes fixed on Tian Sha. Now, their only hope was for Tian Sha to withstand this terrifying sword technique from the Underworld King, even if it was just to weaken its power significantly. When the time came, the remaining dozen or so beasts would attack together, ensuring the Underworld King's defeat. Jiang Cheng remained expressionless, his fingers coming together as he unleashed a sword strike. The Scarlet Dragon sword shadow soared into the air, hovering above everyone's heads. The powerful sword hum echoed throughout the killing field, and although the strike seemed unhurried, it contained an eternal law of inevitability. Tian Sha was about to raise the earth element giant sword when he felt a chilling sensation at the top of his head. He looked in disbelief at the sword that seemed so close, yet moved so slowly that he found it impossible to evade. What a profound sword technique. A woman observing from the shadows couldn't help but exclaim, a look of seriousness appearing on her cold and beautiful face. "I don't believe it." Tian Sha roared again, mustering all his strength to lift the earth element giant sword. Yet under the terrifying sword aura, his earth-colored skin cracked entirely, with blood gushing out. "Roar! Roar! Lift it for me." Tian Sha's determination was beyond ordinary, and under the oppressive power of the Scarlet Dragon sword shadow, he stubbornly began to raise the giant sword. Every inch he lifted added a crack to his body, with blood pouring out like a fountain. In no time, Tian Sha was covered in blood, but his eyes remained bright and determined, his teeth clenched as he slowly raised the giant sword inch by inch. Jiang Cheng saw this, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "You're quite impressive." Then, he added, "But that's all there is to it." The sword's momentum suddenly surged to its peak as Jiang Cheng's crimson dragon sword shadow unleashed a formidable power. Tian Sha couldn't withstand this overwhelming force and let out a muffled groan. His skin, fortified with earth elemental power, was instantly riddled with cracks, and his defenses completely collapsed. Tian Sha's heart pounded violently, echoing like a drum. His bones creaked under the strain, and his towering figure was forcibly compressed back to its original state. Suddenly, the bronze mask on his face also gave way, shattering to reveal his stunningly handsome features. The crowd erupted into a buzz. The sharp-eyed noblewomen and ladies realized that this notorious assassin was surprisingly handsome. Many women discreetly swallowed, casting flirtatious glances his way. Tian Sha felt the intense gazes from all directions, and his striking face flushed with a mix of emotions. He cast a deep look at Jiang Cheng, then reluctantly stood up and left in silence, abandoning any thought of continuing the fight. The remaining dozen or so golden warriors narrowed their eyes at the sight, but none chose to give up. One of them shouted gravely, "Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can withstand the assault of over a dozen high-level golden beastmasters." They all nodded, their expressions solemn. At this point, they had no way out. Surrendering would mean forfeiting their status as golden slaughter gladiators, an ironclad rule in the triangle slaughter arena. The Ice Mountain Unicorn Rhino charged first, its massive 5-ton body barreling forward with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the Dark Dragon Mastiff and the Bloody Hyena launched their terrifying innate skills, flanking from both sides. Other elemental beasts like the Water Turtle and the Fierce Firebird were poised to unleash their most powerful spells. The remaining beasts were tasked with blocking Jiang Cheng's escape route, clearly determined to fight to the death. Facing such a formation, Jiang Cheng remained calm, even closing his eyes. In the next moment, the Crimson Dragon's sword shadow moved. The sword energy surged, moving at a speed almost impossible to track. The crowd saw only a spray of blood, followed by the heart-wrenching roar of the Ice Mountain Unicorn Rhino. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on its back, with its internal organs shredded by the sharp sword energy. Moments later, the colossal creature was lifeless. Its owner cried out in agony, as if countless steel needles were piercing his mind. The crowd was terrified, and some began to harbor thoughts of retreat. But it was too late for that. The Crimson Dragon's sword shadow struck again, this time splitting into 8 sword lights, sweeping around like the scythe of death. The forest giant ape fell with a thud, its chest bore a massive hole, and its enormous heart was cleaved in two. Its owner, Lu Lisher, turned deathly pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. The slaughter continued. These powerful beasts were like lambs to the slaughter under the Crimson Dragon sword shadow, almost all falling in a single blow. Yang Tianbao and the spectators were stunned, finding it hard to believe such a scene could occur in the top-level Celestial Slaughter Tournament, with 70 consecutive wins. In the shadows, a mysterious woman furrowed her brows, speculating to herself, at least a 7-star Battle King level of power. The winner of this round, Hades and the King of the Night. The host swallowed hard, his eyes sweeping over the scattered corpses of giant beasts on the field, his voice trembling slightly as he announced the result. Nearby, the Dark Knight Anaconda, covered in wounds, had reverted from its true dragon form, its massive head drooping tiredly beside Yang Tianbao. The chubby Yang Tianbao looked at Jiang Cheng's solitary and proud figure, murmuring with a complicated expression, "If you had this power, why didn't you use it earlier?" Suddenly, sensing something, Jiang Cheng turned and glanced at him. Yang Tianbao immediately switched to a beaming smile, sycophantically saying, "Jiang, you're incredible. I bow to your superiority." Ignoring the flattery, Jiang Cheng simply said, "Prepare for the next round." With that, he closed his eyes and began absorbing spiritual energy in public. His words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the crowd. The audience, still reeling from the previous shock, erupted in an uproar at the mention of another match. The host's face changed slightly as he glanced at the severely injured golden gladiators on the field, hesitating. "Lord Hades, are you sure you don't want to rest?" "No need," Jiang Cheng replied firmly, his eyes remaining closed. The host looked troubled, exchanging pained glances with several stewards of the triangular slaughter arena. Jiang Cheng and Yang Tianbao had achieved 70 consecutive wins in just 3 days, and although they hadn't deliberately killed their opponents, there were few golden gladiators left who could fight at full strength. The group looked towards the back of the high platform, seemingly awaiting instructions from someone. Just then, a clear, ethereal female voice rang out. "There's no need for the remaining 2 matches. I've already acknowledged your strength." At these words, the host and several stewards immediately bowed respectfully towards the source of the voice. However, the audience was not pleased. Someone angrily shouted, "Why? We paid for these tickets. How can you just cancel?" Exactly. The triangular slaughter arena is getting too arrogant. Don't forget that the customer is king. No way. I still want to see Lord Hades in action. Who does this woman think she is, deciding what's acceptable? Before the last person could finish, their voice was abruptly cut off. A sharp ice blade was pointed directly at their forehead, just 3 inches away from piercing it. The surrounding crowd fell silent with fear, and the host sternly warned, "Please watch your words, or face the consequences." At the same time, a formidable group of golden armored guards and several peaked golden beasts appeared, instantly intimidating the entire audience. A steward approached Jiang Cheng, saying gravely, "Sir, the lady wishes to see you." Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, pausing from stroking the ice-fire magic beast, and looked at Yang Tianbao. The chubby man scratched his head sheepishly. "Don't look at me, Brother Jiang. I'm just a worker here, not familiar with that woman, but she probably means no harm. Meeting her, can I get the slaughter medal?" Jiang Cheng asked. The steward smiled and nodded. "Of course." "All right." Jiang Cheng agreed, tossing the candle dragon peeking from his pocket back into the pet space, ignoring its warning about temptation. Guided by 2 stewards, Jiang Cheng entered the inner pavilion of the triangular slaughter arena. In the audience, someone couldn't help but ask, "Who was that woman speaking just now?" Even the high-ranking Battle King's stewards were so respectful. "I think I know," someone whispered. "She's the legendary mysterious figure behind the triangular slaughter arena." "What? No way." The crowd gasped, buzzing with discussion. The man previously threatened by the short sword was now drenched in cold sweat, his face pale, as he scrambled out of the arena. The mysterious figure behind the triangular slaughter arena? That's said to be a person who can wipe out platinum-level beasts with a single strike. There's even a rumor that they're an incredibly powerful battle emperor. With the guidance of the 2 stewards, Jiang Cheng and Yang Tianbao stepped into the inner pavilion of the triangle slaughter arena. The corridor walls were adorned with ancient artistic murals, transitioning from brutal and violent to simple and elegant. Before long, a beautifully crafted sandalwood gate blocked their path. The stewards' expressions changed abruptly as they respectfully bowed and reported, "Master, the people have arrived." "Come in." A lazy yet cool female voice responded from inside. The steward in black opened the door slightly and whispered, "Please, come in." Jiang Cheng nodded without expression, while Yang Tianbao wore a pained expression and asked weakly, "Do I have to go in too?" "Take a guess." The woman's voice suddenly turned playful yet authoritative. Yang Tianbao sighed, hesitantly placing his hand on the door as if it concealed a terrifying beast. Suddenly, the door swung open, causing him to stumble inside. He turned back to glare at Jiang Cheng, only to find the ice and fire demon hound smugly raising its paw. Jiang Cheng glanced at the embarrassed Yang Tianbao and calmly stepped inside. The room was modestly decorated, with several incense burners emitting purple smoke, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unusually dense spiritual energy in the room. His gaze moved to the center of the room, where a graceful silhouette slowly rose behind a screen. "You want the slaughter medal?" The woman spoke again, her tone calm. "Yes," Jiang Cheng nodded. "To obtain it, a price must be paid," the woman said. Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed, his tone stern. "Wasn't it said that completing 72 consecutive victories would earn it? Why is there a price now?" "That rule was set by me, so I can change it as I please," the woman smiled, pushing aside the screen, her beautiful eyes filled with amusement. "Of course, you can refuse, but the chances of getting the slaughter medal are slim." Jiang Cheng carefully observed this woman of almost perfect beauty. A line of data flashed in his mind. Name, Su Yue. Status, vital organs severely damaged, meridians impaired, moderate injuries. Jiang Cheng opened Su Yue's data panel and was instantly shocked by the information before him. Her cultivation level was listed as a 7-star battle emperor, but currently injured, she could only exert the power of a 1 or 2-star battle emperor and couldn't use it repeatedly. She also had a platinum-level beast companion, but it was in a deep sleep due to severe injuries, expected to last for a year and a half. Most surprising of all, the affection level was shown as 0. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but glance at Su Yue several times, trying to find clues in her cold and beautiful face. However, her expression grew even colder, her eyes flashing with a chilling light. She spoke coldly. "Have you seen enough?" Jiang Cheng pretended to be relaxed as he commented, "Just average." At this moment, Yang Tianbao entered the room, coincidentally overhearing their conversation. His eyes widened in shock, and he secretly gave a thumbs up in his mind. True to form, Jiang Bro is one gutsy guy? To dare to comment like that about such a terrifying woman. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept through the room. Several bronze incense burners shook violently, and the entire pavilion seemed about to collapse. Jiang Cheng remained calm, with golden streams of energy slowly appearing around him, resisting the impact. However, the Ice Fire Magic Hound and Yang Tianbao weren't so fortunate. Yang Tianbao fell again, landing awkwardly on the ground. Worse still, the Ice Fire Magic Hound ended up sitting right on his face. Damn it! The chubby guy was on the verge of tears, feeling as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. To make matters worse, the foolish beast let out a loud fart at just the right moment. Yang Tianbao was utterly devastated, his mind a complete blank. Su Yue, however, seemed oblivious to the comical scene. She coldly stared at Jiang Cheng, her tone full of threat. Your strength is indeed not weak, but in my eyes, you're just a slightly bigger ant. Do you believe I can crush you anytime? An ant. Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly. It was the first time in years someone had used that term to describe him. Seeing Jiang Cheng's indifference, Su Yue's anger grew, and she mocked him. Frog in a well. There are always people better than you, skies beyond skies. Do you really think a high-level battle king is impressive? The Donghua Empire is vast, and Blue Star is even bigger. The world outside is beyond your imagination. It is indeed large. Jiang Cheng didn't argue, but a meaningful smile appeared on his face. However, an injured 7-star battle emperor like you doesn't seem like much either, does it? With those words, Su Yue's face turned pale, her heart in turmoil. She stared intently at Jiang Cheng, shocked beyond measure. How did he know this secret? In an instant, Su Yue's eyes turned icy, her fingers clenching tightly until they turned white. Her voice was calm, devoid of any emotion, as she listed, Who sent you? Luo Wang, the Hall of Life and Death, or the Sacred Sect? These unfamiliar names clearly represented some powerful organizations. Jiang Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and responded coolly, You've misunderstood. I've never heard of these factions, nor do I care to know about them. Su Yue's gaze was sharp as a sword, fixed on Jiang Cheng's face, yet she couldn't detect any flaws. Her eyebrows furrowed, puzzled. This person doesn't seem to be a pawn of those forces, so how does he know the secret of her severe injuries? She found it hard to believe that a battle king could easily discern her cultivation and wounds. After a moment of silence, Su Yue's starry eyes remained locked on Jiang Cheng, secretly unleashing her mental energy to probe him. Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly, seemingly unintentionally flicking his sleeve, causing a tremor in his soul that instantly dispelled Su Yue's mental energy. The woman's face turned slightly pale, her red lips biting down. She looked up, her expression turning serious. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? At this moment, Su Yue's emotions were complicated. She initially thought he was an ordinary battle king, but unexpectedly, he could easily shatter her mental energy. It's worth noting that as a 7-star battle emperor and a top platinum beastmaster, her mental energy had long surpassed 10,000 hertz, capable of materializing and manipulating objects from afar. Jiang Cheng met Su Yue's gaze, calmly stating, I am who I am, belonging to no faction. My purpose is simple, I just want the slaughter medal. Can you give it to me now? Despite his calm tone, Jiang Cheng had no intention of acting rashly. He knew well that even in her injured state, this woman still possessed the strength of a 1- or 2-star battle emperor, far surpassing his innate great perfection realm. Su Yue raised an eyebrow, shook her head decisively, and refused. No way. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes, his expression turning cold, runes flickering in his palm, ready to act if necessary. If she insisted on refusing, he would have no choice but to take action. Yang Tianbao, standing to the side, sensed the tension and quietly retreated towards the door, sighing inwardly. This terrifying woman is actually a 7-star battle emperor. Luckily, I conceded early. But Jiang Gu is truly bold, daring to confront an injured battle emperor. Just as the atmosphere was about to reach a breaking point, Su Yue suddenly spoke. I need someone to go to the Dragon Lake secret realm to gather some things for me. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, puzzled. With your current low-level battle emperor strength, why not go yourself? Su Yue's expression turned peculiar, a cold smile on her lips. Is it amusing? Knowing full well that the Dragon Lake secret realm forbids entry to anyone above a battle emperor, and yet you make such a foolish suggestion. Jiang Cheng realized, rubbing his nose. So that's why the Dragon Lake secret realm became a training ground for the younger generation of the 13 provinces. He pondered for a moment, then asked, So, you want me to collect those things for you? You can refuse, Su Yue replied indifferently. Though her implication was clear, if he didn't agree, he wouldn't get the slaughter medal. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and then said, I can agree, but I have a few conditions. Dare to make conditions? Su Yue's anger surged, but considering the difficulty of finding someone else and the worsening injuries of both herself and Xiao, she had to suppress her anger, replying coldly, Speak. Jiang Cheng calmly laid out his terms. First, help me gather some beast materials and have them ready before I leave. Second, I need your intelligence network to investigate a few matters. As for the third condition, I haven't thought of it yet. Su Yue's brows furrowed, nearly grinding her teeth, and she replied icily, "It's still daylight. You're dreaming." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.